Chapter 995. Kong Di instantly charged into the second layer of hell. Stop right there. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. A six-colored divine light shot into the second layer of hell. Boom. Suddenly, a dragon claw appeared and shattered the six-colored divine light. Kong Xian, your opponent now is me. Aoing said coldly. In the distance, Mahavairakana suddenly narrowed his eyes. Seeing that something had happened, he was no longer in the mood to deal with the 5 Jiang Rulai clones and was about to attack with all his might. However, he saw Gu Hai, who was in the distance, suddenly use his finger to wipe his glabella. Ordinary people would have thought that Gu Hai was going to split open the sky. Only Mahavairakana knew that this was a secret signal from Gu Hai. Slow down. Slow down? Mahavairakana was slightly stunned. Although he did not understand what Gu Hai meant, he was not in a hurry to attack with all his might. He put in more effort than before. Boom. One of the Jiang Rulai clones was sent flying. It seemed that Mahavairakana had used all his might, but he was still entangled. Gu Hai's saber attack did not have any effect. In the starry sky, Mr. Wu Xing manipulated the stars again. Buzz. Another saber made of stars slashed down at Gu Hai. Humph! You are courting death. Gu Hai glared and shot his saber into the sky again. Boom! Immediately, there was another loud sound, and the void shattered again. With a wave of Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve, more and more stars appeared. It was like a storm of stars that swept toward Gu Hai. I don't care who you are. You are blocking my Dahan Imperial Dynasty's business. You deserve death. Gu Hai stepped into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Hai's saber and the saber of stars clashed again and again. The collision in the void grew stronger. Countless stars surrounded the two, spinning rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Within the whirlpool were countless fragments. It was turbid, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Your Majesty, Kong Xian shouted anxiously. However, with Ao Ing in front of him, Kong Xian could not leave. Rumble! In the starstorm, there were countless explosions. In everyone's eyes, the battle between Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing was extremely intense. However, no one would have thought that at the center of the starstorm, there was a star that was quietly parked. On this planet, Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing didn't fight. Instead, they stood together calmly. Mr. Wu Xing knelt down. Gu Ming is unfilial. Greetings to my father. Gu Ming, it's really you. Why are you in the Great Yellow Dynasty? Gu Hai sighed. Back then, I went to the Dian Dynasty with my third brother. Later, I was chosen by a certain faction and obtained a body of skills. Against my will, I entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. I had to change my name. I am Wu Xing's sun, moon, and stars. Without a star, there is light. However, I was forced to do so all these years. Until today, I can finally meet my father. Mr. Wu Xing said emotionally. Gu Hai helped Gu Ming up and looked at him carefully. In the end, he nodded. If your mother saw your achievements today, she would be happy. Father, I am useless. I couldn't save my mother all these years. Mr. Wu Xing said bitterly. It's fine. Your father, will save your mother. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked. Matriarch Ji wants to snatch my third brother's soul earlier. With this, we can blackmail my father in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said with hatred. Oh, looking for Lil Tang's soul? Jiang Rulai controlled the 18 levels of hell, but he didn't know where Lil Tang's soul was. How did Matriarch Ji know? Just now, Emperor Kong went to find Lil Tang? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, Matriarch Ji has many strange people under her command. One of them is called Song Jia. He can calculate the location of everyone in the world. Not long ago, Big Brother's location in Lingshan City was calculated by Song Jia. Then, Emperor Kong leaked it to Jiang Rulai. Now, he can calculate Lil Tang's location with incomparable accuracy. Shocking, Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. Song Jia? Calculate the location of everyone in the world? How is this possible? Even the Immortal of 6 paths can't control the heavens and earth, right? Gu Hai said in shock. It's true. Unlike the Immortal of 6 paths, Song Jia can only calculate. Moreover, if I am not wrong, he should be a Shou Xiu. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Shou Xiu? Isn't Shou Xiu 8 meridians? East, south, west, and north meridians live and die. Could it be that he... Gu Hai was puzzled. Song Jia is not one of the 8 meridians. Those 8 meridians are only inheritances on the surface. In reality, Shou Xiu is not limited to these 8 people. I am fortunate to be cultivating one of the Shou Xiu, Mr. Wu Xing explained. Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. Shou Xiu is Fushi's inheritance. 800,000 years ago, Fushi died. However, I have a feeling that Fushi will be resurrected. As for how he will be resurrected, it should be related to us Shou Xiu. Father, be careful, Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Father, Matriarch Ji is very suspicious. You see that only Ao Ing, Emperor Kong, and I are here. However, if I'm not wrong, there are people sent by Matriarch Ji waiting in the dark. Matriarch Ji is very meticulous. It is impossible that we are the only ones. Instead of letting another person get third brother's soul, it is better to let Emperor Kong get it, Mr. Wu Xing explained. You are saying that there are people hiding in the dark, watching us? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. I wonder where Father found this Virokana. He is so powerful. Why would Matriarch Ji only send the 3 of us? Even if the 3 of us are only hiding in the shadows and acting as we see fit, Matriarch Ji will definitely not trust us. Moreover, even I do not know third brother's location. Only Emperor Kong knows. He is very careful, Mr. Wu Xing said in a low voice. After today, you will return to Dahan with me. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing shook his head. Father, please forgive me. This child cannot leave the Great Yellow Dynasty now. This child still has important matters to attend to. Gu Hai looked at Gu Hai. In the end, he nodded and did not force him. Father, this child asked Kong Di to secretly retrieve third brother's soul so that the other person sent by Matriarch Ji wouldn't be able to obtain it. This child is confident that he can borrow third brother's soul from Kong Di and exchange it for third brother's soul. Father, please help me, Mr. Wu Xing said seriously. Oh, I remembered that Father has a copy of third brother's soul. Mr. Wu Xing looked at Gu Hai and asked. Gu Hai did have a copy of Gu Tang's soul. Jiang Rulai had lied to him. That's right. It is in my hands. Gu Hai nodded. This child is worried that he will harm third brother's soul by force. It is not good to use force. Father, please give me the fake third brother's soul. I will find an opportunity to exchange it for third brother's soul. Moreover, with my methods, I should be able to hide it from Song Jia. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Ming and nodded. You are still so meticulous. This is for you. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in his palm. There seemed to be a blue energy swimming in the jade box. Thank you, Father. Mr. Wu Xing immediately took it. Third brother, leave Father to me. I will have to trouble Father with Mother's side. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. I will do my best for your mother. Gu Hai nodded. Also, Father, you must be careful of Jiang Rulai, especially in the second layer of hell. Jiang Rulai's nest is there. Mr. Wu Xing said worriedly. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. Father, you should have seen second brother, right? I heard that second brother is the reincarnation of the Holy Land of Holy Mountain. But father, have you ever heard second brother talk about the details of Holy Mountain? Mr. Wu Xing asked solemnly. Details of Holy Mountain? I don't think so. Gu Hai frowned. Because second brother himself is not clear. He is only a split body of the heavenly demon's earth soul, and then reincarnated. The earth soul is divided into good and evil. The evil earth soul reincarnated into Jiang Rulai. The good earth soul reincarnated into second brother Gu Han. This is the good and evil Tathagata. However, the heavenly demon is more than this. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Oh, you mean there are other Tathagatas? Gu Hai was surprised. This involved the direction of cultivation after the completion of the heavenly palace. The Tathagata demon chose the same cultivation method as the sage of the six paths, which was to separate the soul into a body. The sage of the six paths eventually turned into 10 bodies. Jiang Rulai was the same. Unfortunately, I heard from Matriarch Ji that something went wrong with his cultivation. Or perhaps this was how he cultivated. Anyway, in the end, he only had 3 souls. The heavenly soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The human soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The good Tathagata and evil Tathagata, Mr. Wu Xing explained. In other words, there are 4 Tathagatas. Besides Gu Han, there are 3 more, heavenly Tathagata, human Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata have never shown their faces. Second brother knows them, but he probably doesn't know what they cultivate. These 2 have never communicated with the good and evil Tathagata. It was only when Jiang Lianshan and the evil Tathagata formed an alliance that they began to conspire. Therefore, second brother should be isolated by them and doesn't know the details. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Oh, then you mean that besides Jiang Rulai, there are other unknown heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata in the second layer of hell? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Furthermore, Matriarch Ji doesn't know much about this secret. Everything is Jiang Lianshan's plan. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Jiang Lianshan's plan? Yes. According to Matriarch Ji, the evil Tathagata reincarnated as Jiang Lianshan's son. As a sign of allegiance, Jiang Lianshan trusted him and hid his heaven-defying capital in Jiang Rulai's place. Mr. Wu Xing recalled. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying capital? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked gravely. For example, this divine blood duplication belongs to Jiang Lianshan. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. Only when Jiang Lianshan died can Jiang Rulai use it. I heard that there is another heaven-defying treasure that Jiang Lianshan hid in Jiang Rulai's place. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. However, now it is possible. Mr. Wu Xing said with a frown. Why did he hide it in Jiang Rulai's place? Gu Hai was puzzled. Because the heaven-defying treasure's aura is too strong. He was afraid of alarming the immortal of 6 paths. If Jiang Lianshan suppressed it alone, he would not be able to do anything else. That is why he allied with Jiang Rulai. The heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata are in charge of suppressing the heaven-defying treasure's aura for Jiang Lianshan. Of course, at first, they could only suppress it and not use it. However, now that Jiang Lianshan is dead, the heaven-defying treasure may be used. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly, divine blood duplication? There's Another heaven-defying treasure? Jiang Lianshan is preparing to use it in the future? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, in the second layer of hell, there are still the heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata. Father, you must be careful. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai finally understood why Long Zhangwa said that Jiang Rulai's sacred mountain was only the tip of the iceberg. The heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata, these two were complete souls. Each of them was equivalent to the combination of the good and evil Tathagata. Secondly, there was also the heaven-defying treasure and the divine blood duplication that Jiang Lianshan had hidden. This divine blood duplication was already an exaggeration to say that it could duplicate 5 Jiang Rulai. Could that heaven-defying treasure be even more powerful? That's also why Empress Ji was unwilling to fight head-on with Jiang Rulai, even though she won the battle for the Divine Path Sorcerer's Tome. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said, solemnly. Chapter 996. Mr. Wu Xing's information made Gu Hai's expression turn grave. He had thought that with Mahavarakana accompanying him, he would definitely be able to capture Jiang Rulai. But now, after hearing about Jiang Rulai's concealment, Gu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it wasn't Jiang Rulai's concealment, but Jiang Lianshan's. In the Long Zhangwa era, all the light in the world was enjoyed by Long Zhangwa alone. But who knew how much power Jiang Lianshan had accumulated? Jiang Lianshan's shadow could be found in all the major powers in the world. Moreover, many of them had hidden themselves. Putting aside the Divine Path Shaman book, the divine blood duplication had shocked Gu Hai. Moreover, there was also a heaven-defying treasure. This trip wasn't going to be that simple. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter. Solemnly, Mr. Wu Xing said. Gu Hai nodded lightly. Don't worry, Father knows. But since I'm here today, Father will definitely go to the second level of hell. Your mother can't wait much longer. Oh, Mr. Wu Xing was slightly taken aback. The White Emperor once wrote to me. I got the letter, and Lil Tang escaped. This means that the White Emperor was captured by Jiang Rulai. Now that we're here, if I don't rescue him, Father will feel uneasy. Moreover, Father still has a chance to fight. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Oh, Mr. Wu Xing was surprised. Mr. Wu Xing had already described Jiang Rulai to be so terrifying. With his understanding of Gu Hai, he wouldn't have boasted like this if he wasn't confident. It seemed that Father was more powerful than he had imagined. Yes, Father, be careful, Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. The outside world is almost done. Father will help you cover up so that you won't be suspected when you go out. Gu Hai said, solemnly. No need, I can do it myself. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. While speaking, Mr. Wu Xing immediately flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large number of stars charged towards Mr. Wu Xing rumble. Immediately, a large number of stars struck Mr. Wu Xing's body. Mr. Wu Xing's body was severely injured, and most of his clothes were torn. He looked miserable. Gu Hai felt somewhat worried. This Gu Ming was the one with the most extreme character of his 4 sons. This kind of self-mutilation, how could he do it so casually? Xing. Suddenly, thousands of starry blades emerged from the stars. The blade was pointed at Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai's face darkened. So many blades. That was too ruthless. Kill, Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Boom. Thousands of blades tore through Mr. Wu Xing's body. Ah, Mr. Wu Xing's miserable shriek came from the starry sky. The surging star storm exploded with a loud boom. The sky was filled with crushed stones, and they immediately exploded in all directions. In an instant, Kong Xian and Ao Ying saw where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai stepped in the air, holding the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. He looked coldly into the distance. Thousands of stars exploded, as if they were split by Gu Hai's saber. Mr. Wu Xing was washed by his own thousands of blades. In an instant, there was no place on his body that was intact. Large pieces of flesh were cut open on his arms and legs, revealing his white bones. Half of his face was also destroyed. It was a tragic sight. Mr. Wu Xing. In the distance, Ao Ying's expression changed. He wanted to pounce on him. At this moment, how could Kong Xian be willing? Ha 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 ha, you want to leave? No way. Now your opponent is me, Kong Xian shouted. Boom. Kong Xian struck Ao Ying with a heavy blow and held him back. Cough, cough, cough. In the distance, Mr. Wu Xing coughed up blood and looked at Gu Hai in horror. In the eyes of outsiders, Mr. Wu Xing had been crippled by Gu Hai. Only Gu Hai knew that this was caused by Mr. Wu Xing's self-harm. Gu Hai did not expect Mr. Wu Xing to harm himself so thoroughly and fiercely. Gu Hai also seemed to discover for the first time that his son had an unparalleled ruthlessness. Too ruthless. There were many wounds on his body. If there were more wounds, it would hurt his foundation. But Mr. Wu Xing gritted his teeth and did not even frown. Gu Hai felt complicated. At the same time, he understood how cruel Mr. Wu Xing's current situation was. Since Mr. Wu Xing had done this, Gu Hai had to cooperate with him. Humph! Tell me, what are you doing here? Gu Hai grabbed his saber and said coldly, Cough, 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 Gu Hai? Ha! Ha ha ha! You didn't kill me just now. Do you know that you will regret it for the rest of your life? Ha ha ha! Mr. Wu Xing laughed sinisterly. Regret it for the rest of your life. Gu Hai's face was gloomy and puzzled. Just at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a stream of light rushed over from the entrance of the second layer of hell. It was Emperor Kong. Let's go. Emperor Kong came out and immediately threw out a reincarnation lotus. Immediately, an exit to the outside world appeared. Ao Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Emperor Kong come out. Gu Hai, just you wait. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly rushed toward the reincarnation entrance. You want to leave? You think it's that easy? Zhou Tian 8. Gu Hai slashed down again. Boom. A vast saber aura rushed over and was about to drown Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai, enough is enough. Emperor Kong shouted and threw out a golden scroll. Once the golden scroll appeared, it released thousands of golden lights that rushed toward the saber aura. Mr. Wu Xing also waved his hand. Thousands of stars condensed into a star blade that rushed toward Zhou Tian 8. Hung! With a loud bang, the starry blade instantly exploded, and the thousands of stars were instantly crushed into powder. Even Kong Di's golden scroll magic treasure exploded with a loud bang. Puff! Mr. Wu Xing was shaken by the force and spat out another mouthful of blood. He flew backward into the reincarnation lotus. Emperor Kong also staggered, but he turned around and fled into the reincarnation lotus. Ha ha ha! Gu Hai, Kong Xian, we'll meet again. Ao Ying shouted. Boom! His palm collided with Kong Xian's, and countless voids exploded. Ao Ying stepped into the exit of the reincarnation lotus. The instant he stepped out, he smashed the reincarnation lotus, causing the exit to vanish. What? Kong Xian was instantly enraged. Gu Hai also looked angry. Search this place. Don't miss any corners. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes, the 200,000 divine demon army answered. In a mountain forest on the divine continent, Puff! Mr. Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell at the foot of a mountain. He was covered in blood and looked miserable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Emperor Kong and Ao immediately followed him out. Behind them, the hole in the void suddenly vanished. Mr. Wu Xing, how are you? Emperor Kong and Ao immediately rushed forward. Puff, I won't die. Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood. Emperor Kong immediately took out an immortal medicine and fed it to Mr. Wu Xing. Ao also quickly stopped the bleeding. Gu Hai is so powerful. Ha! I thought I could fight with him. Who would have thought that Gu Hai hid his strength so well? Mr. Wu Xing said miserably, that Gu Hai is indeed strange. It's a miracle that you survived. Ao solemnly said, with Jiang Rulai's strength, do you think Gu Hai will die in there? Cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing said weakly, difficult. Emperor Kong frowned. Why? Is Gu Hai really that strong? Mr. Wu Xing asked in disbelief. This Gu Hai is strange. He's best at escaping from death. Have you forgotten? In the past, he encountered so many difficulties. When did he not escape in the end? Even when he rebelled with the Long Zhanghua and escaped from the Immortal of Six Paths, what more this time? His Holiness saw Gu Hai's ability, so he let us take the risk to obtain Gu Tang's soul. Emperor Kong guessed, this Gu Hai is really lucky. Cough, cough, cough. Humph! Today's humiliation will be returned 100 times. Mr. Wu Xing said viciously, Mr. Wu Xing, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would not have been so successful. Emperor Kong sighed. Jiang Rulai's clone stopped Mahavarakana, and Ao stopped Kong Xian. The army of gods and demons was still manageable, but Gu Hai was the most difficult to deal with. However, Sir Wu Xing faced the challenge head-on. Although he was severely injured in the end, he was still alive. All his injuries could be healed. This is what I should do. Oh, right, Emperor Kong. Did you find Gu Tang? Gu Tang's soul. Mr. Wu Xing said expectantly. Emperor Kong smiled. Of course. When has Mr. Tsang Jia ever been wrong? That's good. We can report to His Holiness now. Mr. Wu Xing said with a smile. Yes, so it was so smooth. That Gu Tang is also smart. He actually mixed in with a group of evil spirits fighting each other. Who would have thought that it was so inconspicuous? If not for Mr. Tsang Jia's guidance, no one would have found it. Emperor Kong sighed. Mr. Wu Xing nodded. Supreme Ao, the reincarnation, Lotus brought us out randomly. Where is this? Let me see. Ao immediately flew into the sky. He began to investigate the surroundings. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly coughed continuously. Mr. Wu Xing, are you okay? Emperor Kong asked, worriedly. Uffed. Mr. Wu Xing spat out another mouthful of blood. This Gu Hai, no, that Gu Tang, caused me so much trouble. Emperor Kong, can you let me take a look at the culprit? Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood and said angrily. Seeing Mr. Wu Xing's miserable state, Emperor Kong could not refuse. After all, Mr. Wu Xing had helped him stop Gu Hai, so what if he took a look? Don't break it. Emperor Kong flipped his hand and took out a small blue ball. There seemed to be a flow of blue light within the ball. Mr. Wu Xing took it and looked. This is Gu Tang, who caused me so much trouble. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. It was aimed at Emperor Kong's face. Emperor Kong instinctively turned his face and dodged it. But the moment he dodged, a ray of blue light flew out of Mr. Wu Xing's tattered sleeve and entered the ball. The blue light in the ball was absorbed into Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve. This sent Ao away. The moment Emperor Kong turned his head, Mr. Wu Xing had already swapped Gu Tang's soul. I'm sorry, Emperor Kong. I can't stop my injuries. Mr. Wu Xing apologized. It doesn't matter. It didn't touch me. But your injuries are too serious. We have to go back quickly and let His Holiness heal you." Emperor Kong shook his head. Mr. Wuxing nodded. He returned the ball to Emperor Kong, who immediately put it away. "I found the location. Let's go." A.O. Ying immediately flew back. Whoosh! Under A.O. Ying's lead, the three turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 9, 97. Search every nook and cranny. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes, the 200,000 soldiers replied. Gu Hai's anger also angered the 200,000 soldiers. They immediately searched the first level of hell. The first level of hell was very big, but it was also very spacious. It was very big, and one could see a large area clearly. It was also very convenient to search. "Who are you? Stop right there." Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a hole in the void. It was just like the hole that Emperor Kong and the others had left through. There was a reincarnation lotus spinning slowly above it. 5 figures instantly entered the hole and slapped the reincarnation lotus. Boom! The hole disappeared, and the divine demon army was left empty-handed. They were all depressed. The divine demon army continued searching. Gu Hai, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. He knew that it was the second line that Matriarch Ji had sent. "Stop!" Another shout came from afar. 6 people exited the first level of hell through the reincarnation lotus. Oh, Matriarch Ji actually sent 3 lines? What a suspicious heart. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Jiang Rulai's 5 clones were also retreating under Mahavairocana's attacks. Break! Mahavairocana suddenly raised his hand and slashed down like a sharp blade from the sky. Boom! A heavily injured Jiang Rulai clone was unable to dodge and was instantly split in half. The other 4 clones' expressions changed. They knew that things were not good. Go! The 4 Jiang Rulai clones turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the second level of hell. Whoosh! In an instant, the 4 clones rushed to the entrance. Mahavairocana's body flashed and appeared in front of the 4 clones, blocking the entrance of the second level of hell. Kong Xian also had a ferocious expression. He also wanted to stop the 4 clones. The 4 clones were anxious and could not advance or retreat. Suddenly, the 4 clones each took out a reincarnation lotus. They seemed to want to escape. Gu Hai's face darkened. Kong Xian, step aside, let them enter the second layer of hell. What? Kong Xian was surprised. The 4 replicas of Jiang Rulai also looked surprised. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, they naturally moved aside immediately. Now that the entrance had appeared, the 4 of them naturally had no intention of leaving the 18 layers of hell. They had to inform their main bodies as soon as possible. Who? The 4 of them instantly charged into the second layer of hell. Mahavairocana was slightly curious, but he still stood at the entrance of the second level of hell and sealed the entrance. Mr. Good, did you deliberately let them leak information? Mahavairocana frowned. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. But are we looking for the ancient Tang Crown Prince? Kong Xian was puzzled. Don't worry, we know what to do, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Kong Xian didn't say anything else. They waited patiently for 10 days and 10 nights. Jiang Rulai didn't come out of the second layer of hell. Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. The 200,000 divine demon army combed through the first layer of hell and thoroughly searched. Your Majesty, there are no abnormalities. There is only one replica of His Majesty. We didn't find a second one. A general of the divine demon army came to report. Gu Hai nodded. The divine demon army is stationed at the four corners of the first layer of hell. Guard the entire first layer of hell and prevent outsiders from invading. Yes, the 200,000 divine demon army immediately dispersed. Only Gu Hai, Kong Xian, and Mahavarakana were at the entrance of the second layer of hell. It seems that it is extremely difficult to replicate His Majesty's replicas. That's why there is only one in the first layer of hell. Kong Xian smiled. Gu Hai nodded. I already know the situation of the second layer of hell. Oh, Kong Xian and Mahavarakana were slightly stunned. Gu Hai explained the situation to the two of them. Jiang Rulai? Tathagata? Divine blood replicas? Heaven-defying treasures? Kong Xian was shocked. Originally, he thought that capturing Jiang Rulai would be like beating a dog when it was down. However, after hearing Gu Hai's explanation, Kong Xian was shocked to discover that Jiang Rulai's foundation was so terrifying. Jiang Rulai? Ha! I didn't expect that. Mahavarakana exclaimed. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Do we still go in? Kong Xian asked solemnly. You all guard the first layer. I will go in and try, Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Kong Xian was shocked. Mahavarakana was also shocked. You're going in alone? It's too dangerous. Don't take the risk. I have to go. My wife's soul is still inside. I can't delay, and I don't dare to delay. I have to find her this time, Gu Hai said solemnly. White Emperor, but it's too dangerous down there. Your Majesty, can't we consider this at length? Kong Xian was worried. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for a woman? Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Mahavarakana was the Dharmakaya of Sakyamuni. Although he had never experienced love, he still had Sakyamuni's past memories. Sakyamuni was originally a prince, and he even got married and had children. However, for the sake of cultivation, for the sake of the world, he abandoned his family and family. In Mahavarakana's opinion, Gu Hai had the Dahan imperial dynasty, and the Dahan's growth was terrifying. In the future, Gu Hai might be able to reach the same height as the Longzhonghua, or even stronger. What kind of woman can't he have? He has such a bright future, and he can also benefit the world. But now, he is going to die for a woman? This Mahavarakana couldn't understand for a moment. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Do you know why I started cultivating? Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. My greatest goal in embarking on the path of cultivation is to see my Xian again one day, and to be able to let my beloved live a carefree and happy life. So I have been working very hard. Now, I can save my Xian. Should I give up my original goal for those meaningless benefits? Gu Hai said solemnly. But if you go down, are you confident that you can escape unscathed? Mahavarakana asked in a low voice. 10%. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Only 10%. Kong Xian said anxiously. Mahavarakana looked shocked. Wasn't it certain death? Gu Hai still had a 10% chance of coming back. How could that be? What was he relying on? Mr. Gu, even if there's only 10%, it's still too dangerous. Shakyamuni Buddha once said that you have the sign of destiny and your future achievements are limitless. But in this world, there are many people with the sign of destiny, but there are even more who die young. What if Mahavarakana said worriedly, sign of destiny? Shakyamuni Buddha thinks too highly of me. No matter what my sign is, no matter how great my future achievements are, I only know that some people are more important than the whole world. Xian is such a person, so I have to give it a try. I'll have to trouble you to stay here. Apart from me, no one is allowed to come out. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty. Kong Xian looked anxious. Mahavarakana frowned slightly. I'll go down with you. You? Mahavarakana, the second level of hell is too dangerous. What if? Guhai said worriedly. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Good. But don't worry too much, Mr. Good. They can't kill me. Solemnly, Mahavarakana said. Oh, Guhai looked puzzled. Although I may not be able to handle them, I'm confident that I won't die. Solemnly, Mahavarakana said. Looking at Mahavarakana, Guhai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Kongxian said immediately. Guhai shook his head. It's too dangerous down there. You're not strong enough. Stay here and wait for my return. Kongxian. This was the first time someone said that he was not strong enough. Kongxian was also depressed, but since it was Guhai who said it, Kongxian did not dare to refute. Besides, the level of danger down, there was not something he could handle. Don't worry, we'll be back, Guhai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Kongxian clenched his fist. Guhai and Mahavarakana stepped into the second layer of hell. Standing at the entrance of the second layer of hell and watching Guhai and Mahavarakana enter, Kongxian's face showed anger. I must reach the peak of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. I must rush up there as soon as possible. Kongxian was depressed about his cultivation level. On the other side, Guhai and Mahavarakana had already stepped into the second layer of hell. The second layer of hell was hot and dry. The two stepped out, but they were in the sky of the second layer. On the ground below, countless evil spirits were killing each other under the murderous aura of hell. In the distance, volcanoes were spewing magma. It was the same as the last time. The only difference was that, in the distance, there was a large stream of light rushing over. Buzz. The stream of light stopped not far away from Guhai and Mahavarakana. It was the clones of Jiang Rulai. They stood in the air and looked at the two coldly. Ha, Guhai, Mahavarakana, we haven't had time to go to the first layer of hell to find you, and you dare to barge in? One of the clones of Jiang Rulai sneered. Guhai looked around, but his eyes narrowed. 64 Jiang Rulai? This divine blood clone is really powerful. It can create top-notch experts in batches. Even if the clones are much weaker than the original, they are still at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No wonder Jiang Rulai didn't clone others. It's enough to clone himself. With this kind of power, if there is no one at the peak of Heavenly Palace in the world, they can sweep the world. Mahavarakana laughed. 64? The 9th level of Heavenly Palace? No wonder the ancient witch tribe and the demon tribe could be the protagonists of the world. The human race can't withstand a single blow. Guhai said solemnly. Mr. Good, what do you think? Mahavarakana looked at Guhai. Can you handle it? Guhai asked. Yes. Mahavarakana nodded. Then make your move. Use your thunderous means. Don't tangle with him. Use your power to shake Jiang Rulai's heart. Guhai said solemnly. My Tempest Temple is thunderous. Isn't it easy to use great power? Mahavarakana laughed. Ha, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense? Mahavarakana, didn't you have a hard time dealing with the 5 of us before? Let's see how you escape this time. One of the clones of Jiang Rulai roared angrily and rushed over. When the first Jiang Rulai made his move, the other Jiang Rulai clones followed closely behind. They also stretched out their hands and struck out with the Buddha's palm. With the fury of thunder, the 64 Jiang Rulai clones seemed to carry the might of the heavens, leaving Guhai and his companion with nowhere to run. The first Jiang Rulai clones had already rushed in front of Mahavarakana. However, Mahavarakana suddenly narrowed his eyes, extended his right hand, and swung his long sleeves. Smack! The sound of a slap shook the heavens. The first Jiang Rulai clone that had rushed forward was instantly sent flying backward like a cannonball shooting toward a mountain in the distance. The sudden change shocked everyone, and they all turned their heads to look. They saw that the face of the Jiang Rulai clone that had been sent flying had been completely deformed. Had he really been sent flying by Mahavarakana's slap? Had he been sent flying by a slap? Chapter 998. The second layer of hell. There seemed to be a light screen above the mouth of a volcano. 3 figures sat in the light screen. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. They all had the appearance of Jiang Rulai. The one on the left wearing a kasaya was obviously Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai's chest was pierced by Guhai's god-destroying eye not long ago. He had mostly recovered, but he had not fully recovered. His face was still pale. The one on the right wore a yellow robe and had a golden swastika between his eyebrows. A swastika light flashed in his eyes. The one in the center was a white-robed man with a red line between his eyebrows. The 3 of them looked at where Guhai had appeared. Jiang Rulai, that's Guhai and Vairocana. The man in the middle asked, "Yes, Rulai Tian. I was injured by Guhai's god-destroying light." Jiang Rulai said. The man on the right with the swastika symbol frowned. "You were defeated by him? Jiang Lianshan's fate and Spirited Mountain's fate were all destroyed by him?" Rulai Tian, "This Guhai is sinister and cunning." Jiang Rulai said bitterly. "All right, what's done is done. Don't pursue it anymore." Rulai Tian said. "Yes." Rulai Tian and Jiang Rulai answered. "Is that Vairocana beside you? His strength is on par with yours." Rulai Tian asked. Jiang Rulai's face darkened. "I still had some tricks up my sleeve. Guhai ambushed me. That's why I was heavily injured. Defeat is defeat. There is no reason or excuse. The god-destroying eye is only a small part of your injuries. Most of it was caused by Vairocana. How long have you been here? You haven't fully recovered." Rulai Tian said. "Yes." Jiang Rulai had a bitter expression on his face. "Heavenly Rulai, I feel that what Jiang Rulai said is true. After all, the 5 clones of Jiang Rulai were able to tangle with the Mahavarakana for so long. It's obvious that the Mahavarakana isn't all that impressive." Mortal Rulai sneered. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance and said, "Yeah, his strength should be at the peak of Heavenly Palace. I was too cautious in the past. With the 64 of us attacking, Guhai and Mahavarakana will be easily captured. I'm very confident in my divine blood replication." Tathagata also said confidently. "Pa!" A deafening sound came from afar. They saw the first clone that charged forward being slapped by Mahavarakana and sent flying. As it flew out, its entire face caved in and became crooked. Boom! The first Jiang Rulai clone was like a cannonball smashing into a mountain and shattering it. Mortal Rulai, Jiang Rulai, Heavenly Rulai. Slapping the clone's face was like slapping Mortal Rulai's face. He was just looking down on Mahavarakana, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped until his face was deformed. He launched a sneak attack. Continue to attack. Immediately, another clone roared. Immediately, the 63 clones pounced again. Smack, smack, smack. A series of deafening sounds came. The sky was filled with Mahavarakana's palms. In an instant, the clones were sent flying like cannonballs. Guhai didn't make a move. He just watched. In a short while, the 30 clones smashed one volcano after another like scattering flowers. Magma sputtered, and the sky was filled with a rain of fire. The remaining clones paused, their expressions ugly. In the distance, Heavenly Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai's expressions darkened. This Mahavarakana doesn't seem like what you said. Heavenly Rulai said indifferently. He does have some ability. Jiang Rulai, it's not an injustice that you lost to him. Mortal Rulai said indifferently. Jiang Rulai. In the distance, Mahavarakana displayed his might. Although the clones were all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace, they were still no match for one palm. All the clones were on guard. Mahavarakana, I think I see them. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Following Guhai's gaze, he turned his head and suddenly saw the light and shadow of a volcano crater in the distance. In the light and shadow, the 3 Heavenly Rulai demons were sitting cross-legged. Among them, Mortal Rulai suddenly put his palms together and chanted, "Great formation of 18 Buddhas." Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared around the 18 clones. Then they surrounded Guhai and Mahavarakana in a strange formation. At the same time, they struck with the Buddha's palm. When they struck, they didn't charge at Guhai and Heavenly Rulai. Instead, they gathered in the void. The 18 Buddha's palms instantly condensed into a giant palm in the void and pressed down on Guhai and Heavenly Rulai. Great formation of 18 Arhats. Mahavarakana's face darkened. He instantly recognized the formation and punched toward the sky. Boom! Mahavarakana's fist collided with the giant Buddha's palm, and a superstorm suddenly appeared in the void. Oh, he blocked it? Mortal Rulai's face darkened. Open! Mahavarakana shouted. The power of the punch skyrocketed. Poof! The 18 clones of Jiang Rulai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as if they were about to be defeated. Some cracks appeared on the giant Buddha's palm, and it was about to be broken by Mahavarakana. Double, great formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh! Another 18 clones formed a similar formation outside the formation. The Buddha's palm struck out and instantly infused the giant Buddha's palm that was about to shatter. Boom! Under the pressure of the huge force, Mahavarakana suddenly paused. He was clearly being suppressed. At this moment, the clones that had just been slapped crawled out from the ruins. They looked at Mahavarakana, who was being suppressed by the double formation, in shock and anger. Triple, great formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh! The third formation was arranged, and all the clones suddenly infused all their power into the giant Buddha's palm. Boom! The power of the giant Buddha's palm exploded again, and it instantly suppressed Mahavarakana's punch force, as if it was about to be completely crushed. Once the punch force was crushed, the giant Buddha's palm, which was formed from the power of 54 clones, would completely smash on Guhai and Mahavarakana. Mortal Rulai sneered. That's all you got? That's not right. The 2 of them don't show any signs of fear, Mahavarakana said in a low voice. Mahavarakana's voice seemed to reach the ears of Guhai and Mahavarakana in the distance. Mahavarakana smiled. The 3 of you, do you really think that we are at the end of our rope? Jiang Rulai didn't tell you about my understanding of Buddhism, did he? Jiang Rulai's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he knows about the great formation of 18 Buddhas too? Mortal Rulai was slightly taken aback. What I know, he knows too. He definitely knows the weakness of the great formation of 18 Buddhas. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Mahavarakana in the distance moved. The punch force that was about to collapse suddenly rushed up. As it rushed up, it turned into a palm, and the palm blade slashed through the sky. It was like a heavenly sword that instantly pierced through the gaps between the fingers of the giant Buddha's palm. Hong! With a loud bang, the giant Buddha's palm was cut in half and exploded. The huge recoil instantly rushed into the 54 clones of Jiang Rulai. Boom, boom, boom. Puff! The 54 clones instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The formation was broken, and they were sent flying. The remaining 10 clones that hadn't set up the formation wanted to help, but it was too late. They were swept away by an invisible force. How did you know the weak point of the formation? The clones wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and said in shock. Mahavairocana ignored them and displayed his ferocious might in this battle. 64 replicas couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Mr. Good, how should we deal with these clones? Mahavairocana asked. There's no point in keeping them. Kill them. Guhai said in a low voice. All right. Mahavairocana nodded. He waved his hand, and a spinning golden fog appeared in his palm, forming a huge vortex. Immediately, a strong suction force rushed toward the 64 clones. Buddhist nation in a palm. Mortal Rulai's expression darkened. Ah. The 64 clones that had just been severely injured screamed as they were sucked into the air and flew toward Mahavairocana's palm. Humph! Mortal Rulai snorted. Tathagata extended his right hand, and as his right hand struck out, a swirling golden mist appeared in his palm. Half of the clones that flew toward Mahavairocana's Buddhist nation in a palm instantly flew toward Mortal Rulai's palm. Buddhist nation in a palm too? Mahavairocana said in surprise. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the 64 clones disappeared. Half of them entered Mahavairocana's Buddhist nation in a palm, and the other half entered Mortal Rulai's Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavairocana, what a profound Buddhist dharma. Mortal Rulai said coldly. Same here. You are? Mahavairocana said in a low voice. You can call me Mortal Rulai. Mortal Rulai said lightly. Mortal Rulai? So this one in the middle is Tian Rulai? Mahavairocana said with a serious look in his eyes. Tian Rulai's expression was calm. Oh, you know about us? Looks like Mr. Good was right. Jiang Rulai, how are your injuries? Mahavairocana said lightly. Guhai? Tian Rulai looked at Guhai with narrowed eyes. Humph, you don't have to worry about my injuries. Jiang Rulai looked at Mahavairocana coldly. Tian Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai? I have a son, Guhan. All three of you should be familiar with him, right? Guhai said in a low voice. Good Rulai? He was originally evil, but he turned into good. He doesn't fit in with the crowd and is an anomaly. He is facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. Why? Do you want to speak up for him? Tian Rulai said lightly. It's not that I want to speak up for him. It's just that Guhan is my crown prince and has some history with all of you. I have no grudges with all of you. It wasn't my intention to meet you on the battlefield today. Guhai said in a low voice. It wasn't your intention? Ha! It wasn't your intention to destroy my Spirit Mountain's providence. Jiang Rulai shouted with a ferocious expression. You killed hundreds of millions of my people and even imprisoned my son, Gu Tang, and my wife's reincarnation. Do you think I will let you off so easily? Guhai said in a low voice. Humph! Jiang Rulai snorted coldly. The three of you came with Mahavairocana today because of my wife's reincarnation. White Emperor, where is the White Emperor? Guhai said solemnly. White Emperor. Ha ha ha. The White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Celestial Dome. Do you have the guts to come in? Jiang Rulai laughed coldly. Chapter 999. White Emperor. Ha ha ha. The White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. Do you have the guts to enter? Jiang Rulai sneered. Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, Jiang Rulai's injuries are about 80% healed. That Rulai Ren beside him seems to have a more profound understanding of Buddhism than Jiang Rulai. My Buddhist kingdom in a palm is also at my fingertips. Of course, I think the most dangerous one is Rulai Tian. I can sense an aura from him that makes my hair stand on end. Mahavairakana frowned. I have to go in. Do you want to stay here? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. Looking at Gu Hai, Mahavairakana smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, I didn't say that because I was afraid. I just wanted to tell you about their level of strength. Don't worry, I said that they can't kill me, so they can't kill me. Since you really want to go in, I'll accompany you. However, I can't guarantee that I'll always protect you. Thank you. Gu Hai smiled. Mahavairakana nodded. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Rulai in the distance and said, If that's the case, then you open the mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. I want to see the White Emperor. Oh, Jiang Rulai in the distance narrowed his eyes. He was just mocking Gu Hai. He didn't expect Gu Hai to really want to enter. You're asking for it. Huh. Rulai Ren sneered. Jiang Rulai and Rulai Ren looked at Mahavairakana together. Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai and Lu Li in the distance in confusion and finally nodded. All right, Gu Hai, since you want to die, then come in yourself. Jiang Rulai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A 6-colored light curtain suddenly appeared in front of the 3 silhouettes. The light curtain was stacked on top of each other like a space entrance. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana flew in front of the 6-colored light screen. He paused for a moment. Gu Hai's eye of life and death suddenly opened, and a heavenly aura spread out. At the same time, a section of the 6-colored light screen was captured. He was analyzing the entrance to the immortal firmament mystic realm. When the eye of life and death opened, Tian Rulai, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What? Gu Hai, are you regretting it? Are you afraid to come in? Jiang Rulai sneered. Gu Hai withdrew his eye of life and death and shook his head. Jiang Rulai, I hope you are not lying to me. Jiang Rulai frowned. If the White Emperor is still alive, I will give you a quick death. If the White Emperor is no longer here, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Jiang Rulai's heart trembled when he saw that trace of ruthlessness. After trembling, Jiang Rulai immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. To think that Gu Hai threatened me? A fate worse than death. Let's see who will suffer a fate worse than death later. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Gu Hai did not say anything more. He stepped forward and entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Mahavairakana followed closely behind. Whoosh! He stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm. Suddenly, he entered a new, huge world. In the sky of this world, there were rolling scarlet blood clouds. The churning blood clouds instinctively gave people a great sense of oppression. Mahavairakana looked at the blood clouds in the sky and frowned. Obviously, he was extremely vigilant. Once they entered the immortal firmament mystic realm, the entrance behind Gu Hai and Mahavairakana suddenly disappeared. The two of them had no way back. But at this moment, a huge wave of murderous intent surged. They saw that not far away, there were 3 mountains towering into the sky. On each mountain peak sat a person. Tathagata Run, Tathagata Tian, and Jiang Rulai. The 3 of them sat on each mountain peak and looked coldly at the 2 people who had entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Not far from Tathagata Run, there was a rolling golden fog. In the fog, there seemed to be the roar of a ferocious beast. Roar! Under the loud roar, it shook one's soul and instantly attracted the attention of Gu-hai and Tathagata Tian. Next to the golden fog, there were huge transparent spherical heads that were the height of 2 people. The spherical heads were golden in color, like huge insect eggs. In each of those huge insect eggs, there was a figure that seemed to be in deep sleep. They were Jiang Rulai's clones. There were as many as 3,000 of them, 3,000 insect eggs, and in each egg was a clone of Jiang Rulai. These clones were originally in deep sleep. When the 2 of them stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm, Tathagata Rin waved his hand gently. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind blew past the 3,000 insect eggs. Suddenly they trembled. In the insect eggs, there was a clone of Jiang Rulai. With a shudder, he seemed to wake up. The moment he woke up, he opened his mouth and sucked. Slurp! The huge insect eggs were immediately sucked into his mouth, and the clone was immediately exposed in front of them. Slurp! Slurp! One after another, the 3,000 insect eggs were swallowed by the clones of Jiang Rulai. Then, one after another, they woke up. 3,000 Jiang Rulai, greetings to the original body. The 3,000 clones said respectfully to Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai smiled in satisfaction. Then, the 3,000 clones suddenly bowed to Tathagata Rin. Greetings to the Lord. Tathagata Rin nodded in satisfaction. As he nodded, Tathagata Rin looked at Gu-hai and Tathagata Tian with a cold smile, looking at the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones. Mahavairocana's eyelids twitched involuntarily. 3,000? 3,000 Jiang Rulai? TSK. Mahavairocana gasped. Against 5, Mahavairocana could hide his strength. Against 64, Mahavairocana could still handle it with ease. But 3,000 of them. This was not the divine Tao territory. They were all illusory clones. These were real clones. They were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. With this strength, if they appeared on the divine continent, most of the leaders of the factions would be scared to death. Other than the Wanshou Taoism, the Great Yellow Dynasty, and the Great Yen Celestial Empire, the other factions would definitely surrender when they saw this lineup. What was there to fight? These clones were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. What was there to fight? Wasn't this courting death? Mahavairocana's methods were outstanding, but when he saw this, he still gasped at Jiang Rulai's concealment. He turned his head and looked at Gu-hai. Gu-hai was also shocked when he saw the 3,000 Jiang Rulai. No wonder the Longzhangwa said that the spiritual mountain, Holy Land, was only the tip of the iceberg. These 3,000 Jiang Rulai could basically sweep through both the realms of Yin and Yang. Where is the White Emperor? Gu-hai asked in a low voice. Rulai and Jiang Rulai narrowed their eyes. The 2 were prepared to watch Gu-hai make a fool of himself. But Gu-hai recovered after a moment of shock. He was not afraid. Impossible. Gu-hai, this time, Mahavairocana can't protect you. He just broke the great array of 18 Buddhas. But can he break the great array of 500 Buddhas? Rulai sneered. Not far away, Mahavairocana frowned. You're talking about the great array of 500 Buddhas? The great array of 500 Buddhas is perfect and has no flaws. It can't be broken without strength. It's good that you know. I wonder how many of the great array of 500 Buddhas you can handle. Rulai sneered. Mahavairocana's face was gloomy. He obviously knew how dangerous it was. Even he might not be able to handle it. Where is the White Emperor? Gu-hai shouted again. Jiang Rulai frowned and turned to look at Rulai. Rulai sneered. I thought it would be difficult to force you to submit with the White Emperor. Who would have thought it would be So easy. Ha ha, I didn't need to threaten you, and you barged in yourself. Once you enter this place, you will definitely die. But since you're here, I'll show you. As he spoke, Rulai opened his mouth and inhaled. Whoosh! The golden fog area next to the roaring beast was immediately sucked into Rulai's mouth, revealing the scene inside. What he saw was a huge pool with a diameter of 10,000 miles. The pool was filled with golden liquid, and there was a grand and holy aura coming from it. There was even a faint chanting of sutras coming from it. Is that a sea of Buddhist chi? Mahavairakana was surprised. Buddhist chi? Guhai was surprised. That's right. As expected, Jiang Rulai and the others also want to create a whirling world, a pure Buddhist world. The birth of a Buddhist world requires billions of Buddhist chi. In the past, when the Nirvana collapsed, the Buddhist chi scattered all over the world. Shakyamuni Buddha walked all over the world, collected billions of Buddhist chi, recruited countless believers, and finally gathered the Buddhist chi of the whirling world. It's similar to this. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. Oh, a sea of Buddhist chi? Guhai was surprised. But where did that beast roar come from? Boom! A huge tsunami suddenly appeared in the sea of Buddhist chi, and a monstrous beast roar came from inside. Roar. The roar shook the sky, and the entire void trembled. Slowly, a huge beast emerged from the bottom of the sea of Buddhist chi. 100,000 feet. This was the first time Guhai saw such a huge beast. Even Kong Xian's ancestral peacock was not that big. Whoosh! In the sea of Buddhist chi, there were 10 chains that shackled the beast. The beast seemed to be struggling violently, but it could not break free. This ferocious beast is an ant, Guhai said in shock. A golden ant that was 10,000 feet tall. The ant roared, and the void trembled. The 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai on the shore suddenly knelt down in front of the golden ant. The ant struggled, but could not break free, but it slowly stretched its butt to the shore. Bam! Bam! 10 huge ant eggs suddenly spat out from its, but the ant eggs landed on the shore. Wasn't the inside of them Jiang Rulai's replicas? Divine blood replication? So it was done through this giant ant. It replicated everything. Mahavairakana was surprised. You guessed it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the last time you see it. In the ancient witch tribe, there was a lineage that specialized in venomous insect techniques. This lineage was originally unremarkable and relied on the protection of other lineages. However, ever since they raised venomous insect kings, things changed. Generation after generation of venomous insect kings killed each other, resulting in a stronger venomous insect king. Snakes, scorpions, toads, centipedes, and spiders, the strongest 5 venomous insect kings in the past, were all defeated by this divine blood venomous ant. In the end, this divine blood venomous ant ate them and became the king of venomous insects. It's so powerful that it can replicate its original form with just a drop of blood and be reborn. You used the sea of Buddhist chi to raise the divine blood venomous ant and controlled its intelligence for your use. Mahavairakana's face darkened. Mahavairakana smiled coldly. So what? How long can you live? Guhai, do you see it? There's a barrier platform above the divine blood venomous ant's head. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? The White Emperor. Guhai's expression changed as he exclaimed, Chapter 1000, Divine Continent, Holy Grounds of Spiritual Mountain, Entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, Gao Xianji, Ao Sheng, and the 200,000 soldiers of the God-Demon Army were guarding the 5 million disciples of Spiritual Mountain. Gao Xianji was interrogating the past Buddha in the Hall of Great Strength. Past Buddha, what's the use of hiding things now? Spiritual Mountain must have more spirit stones than this, right? Where are the spirit stones? Gao Xianji asked coldly. Now that the past Buddha's cultivation base was sealed and he was a prisoner, he cooperated. Other than the past Buddha himself, there were also some disciples of Spiritual Mountain who were in charge of guarding the spirit stones. The spirit stones were taken out separately. In the blink of an eye, 50 billion upper-grade spirit stones were taken out. He stored them in his storage bracelet and slowly filled up the entire flying ship. One flying ship, two flying ships. Other than the spirit stones, there were all sorts of treasures that were taken out by Gao Xianji one after another. Under the martial law of the 200,000 strong god-demon army, the surrounding civilians stayed far away. At the same time, the Spiritual Mountain was shrouded in fog. Naturally, no one could see the countless spirit stones. The civilians could not see the god-demon army in the fog, but there was one person who could see it. It was a restaurant in a corner of Spiritual Mountain City. Spirit Mountain City had long been in chaos, but this restaurant was rather quiet. There were servants guarding the restaurant, so no rioting citizens could get close. The guards were all expressionless and solemn. There was a window above the restaurant that had a great view. A man in white robes sat there, holding a glass of wine and sipping it gently. Occasionally, he would look at the peak of Spiritual Mountain. There was also a group of extremely respectful people standing in the restaurant. If Long Shenying were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. It was his missing son, Long Outyen. Long Outyen and the others stood there respectfully, looking at the man in white robes who was drinking alone. Dragon Shenying knew this man as well. He was the ancestor of the zombies who had given the Long brothers a drop of blood 800,000 years ago. The leader of the witch race, Jiang Chun. Allah, we have been watching for a long time. That spirit mountain has been completely destroyed. Long Outyen looked at the spirit mountain in the distance and said with a frown. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. That's right. They're plundering spirit stones and treasures. The Dahan Empire has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Oh, surprise? Did Allah borrow Dahan's hand to destroy Spirited Mountain? Long Outyen asked doubtfully. Exterminating Spirit Mountain? Do I still need to borrow the hands of others? Jiang Rulai isn't worthy. Jiang Chun said calmly. Yes. Long Outyen nodded. In today's world, there are two people whom I value very much. What a pity, what a pity. If they weren't so troubled by love, I might be able to bring them back from the dead. Jiang Chun sighed slightly. Allah, may I ask which two people in the world you value? Long Outyen asked curiously. One is Long Zhanghua. He is extremely talented, and his cultivation is superb. He has great perseverance and great talent. He understands people and the world. He is a genius. In the past, when he felt that his cultivation was not enough, he abandoned his own cultivation and started from scratch. This kind of desire to win is hard to find in the world. Jiang Chun said. My grandpa Sheng. Long Outyen sighed and nodded. The other is Old Man Guanxi. Although I didn't participate in the battle 800,000 years ago, it was amazing. Although his personal strength was not enough, he was able to gather the power of the world and use it for his own use. The power he created was not much less than Long Zhanghua's. Jiang Chun said solemnly, You want to resurrect them? You want to take them as your subordinates? Long Outyen was shocked. Subordinates? With their personalities, it is impossible for them to be your subordinates. Jiang Chun shook his head and took a sip of wine. But if you don't want to take them as your subordinates, why do you want to resurrect them? Long Outyen was shocked. There are some things that you don't understand. My ambition is not to rule the world. The more powerful people appear in the world, the happier I am, Jiang Chun said calmly. Yes. Long Aoqian nodded. Jiang Chun looked at the fog above Spirited Mountain and smiled. It seems that the interrogation is almost over. Let's go. Jiang Chun threw down his wine cup. Yes. His subordinates answered. Jiang Chun did not fly. Instead, he walked step by step. His subordinates followed closely behind him. In the midst of the chaos in the city, this line of troops seemed especially out of place. Jiang Chun walked at the front, while everyone followed behind him respectfully. They slowly walked to the stairs at the foot of Spirited Mountain. Many people looked at them strangely as they stepped on the stairs to Spirited Mountain. Step by step, they walked toward the great strength hall at the top of Spirited Mountain. Stop! This place is under the control of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Leave now! A divine demon army shouted. Jiang Chun looked at the divine demon army and smiled. He ignored them and continued to walk up the mountain. Second level of hell, Jiang Rulai's Immortal Dome Mystic Realm. Rulai retracted the fog, revealing a vast sea of Buddhist aura. In the sea of Buddhist aura, huge divine blood poisonous ants were surging. 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were bowing to the divine blood poisonous ants. Roar! The divine blood poisonous ants roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Do you see it? There is a barrier platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? Rulai sneered. The White Emperor? Guhai's expression changed as he exclaimed. There was a platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The platform was like a swamp, and there were hundreds of people inside. Only their heads were above the surface. From afar, it looked like hundreds of human heads were floating above the divine blood poisonous ants. These heads all had horrified expressions on their faces. Some were already scared to death. One of them, whose eyes were listless, suddenly had his head sink into the swamp as well. There was no sign of life. No, Buddha, please let me go. I was wrong. I will never betray you again. Buddha, please spare me. My emperor dynasty will be loyal to you in the future. We won't betray you. Please spare me. Ah, my soul hurts. Once the soul is poisoned, it is beyond redemption. Buddha, please spare me. The begging was endless. However, since Jiang Rulai had brought them here, he had no intention of letting them go. Among the heads, there was one that Gu Hai recognized. It was the White Emperor. The White Emperor's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. However, when he saw Gu Hai, he was still shocked. Gu Hai? How is that possible? The White Emperor was shocked. As he spoke, the White Emperor trembled slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Chinxian, you won. This Gu Hai is really willing to give up his life for you. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with jealousy and bitterness in his eyes. He was jealous that Chinxian had a lover who would sacrifice himself for her. However, he was also bitter. This Chinxian's soul was himself, a self that he didn't want. In the past, the White Emperor's willpower suppressed the willpower of Chinxian's soul. Everything was peaceful. However, recently, Chinxian's willpower was getting stronger and stronger. It even had the tendency to suppress the White Emperor's willpower. This made the White Emperor worried and helpless. However, at this moment, Chinxian's willpower suddenly became extremely strong. A strong emotion suddenly overwhelmed the White Emperor's willpower. She shouted in panic, Husband, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. That shout made Gu Hai tremble. Ha ha ha, husband? White Emperor, don't you want to kill Gu Hai the most? Why are you shouting, husband? Jiang Rulai sneered. Only Gu Hai knew that the shout just now was definitely from Chun Xian Er's soul. Xian Er? Gu Hai clenched his fists. Gu Hai, White Emperor is right here. Do you want to come over? Jiang Rulai mocked. Even Mahavairakana would have to flee if he saw 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai had suffered a lot of resentment at Gu Hai's hands during this period of time. Now that he had exploded, he naturally had to ridicule him. Okay, I'll come over. I want to see the White Emperor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Jiang Rulai and Ren Rulai raised their eyebrows. This Gu Hai didn't know what was good for him. Mahavairakana, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. You don't want me to go with you? Mahavairakana asked in surprise. Even I don't dare to barge into these 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai. You want to face them alone? Yes, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. This time, I'll have to do it myself. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai was worried that with Mahavairakana accompanying him, Jiang Rulai would be nervous. If that happened, he would immediately destroy the White Emperor. Gu Hai wanted to make sure that before he caught the White Emperor, he couldn't let the White Emperor get hurt. Mahavairakana seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's thoughts and nodded. You have to be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Stepping forward, Gu Hai flew in the direction of the Buddha's Sea of Qi. Whoosh! The faces of the 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai immediately darkened, as if they were about to attack and destroy this reckless Gu Hai. In the distance, human Tathagata, heaven Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai all revealed curious expressions. Was Gu Hai really willing to give up his life for the White Emperor? He didn't even want Mahavairakana to accompany him and barged in alone. If Gu Hai flew closer, he would be a dead man. The 3,000 copies were rather surprised. Meanwhile, Gu Hai passed through the 3,000 copies and slowly flew into the Buddha's Sea of Qi. He even slowly flew toward the divine blood poisonous ant. The divine blood poisonous ant had a soul-stirring aura. This aura made even Gu Hai's heart skip a beat when he approached it. Whoosh! Gu Hai's speed was very fast. He instantly arrived on that huge platform. The White Emperor was right in front of him. Gu Hai floated above the swamp and touched the White Emperor's face with one hand. You shouldn't have come. The White Emperor cried, with red eyes. I finally found you. Gu Hai said with slightly red eyes. In the distance, human Tathagata sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. Become nourishment for the divine blood poisonous ant's poison gland. Human Tathagata waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai rushed toward Gu Hai, Buddha's palm. 100 copies attacked at the same time. 100. In the distance, Mahavairakana's expression changed. Mr. Good, be careful. Even Mahavairakana had to be on guard against 100 Buddha's palms. With such a huge force, Gu Hai's cultivation would not be able to withstand it no matter how heaven-defying he was. Jiang Rulai sneered, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Killing Gu Hai so easily was too easy for him. Be careful. The White Emperor looked terrified. Gu Hai stroked the White Emperor's face with his right hand. Without turning his head, he extended his left hand and waved his sleeve. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind had swept up. The 100 copies of Jiang Rulai suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if they had been swept into Gu Hai's sleeve. Disappeared into thin air. Just like that, the 100 Tathagata divine palms that were struck out also suddenly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed. In the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai had never fought with the copies of Jiang Rulai. He thought that Gu Hai would not be able to defeat the copies of Jiang Rulai. But what was in front of him? With a wave of his hand, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai disappeared. How was this possible? Chapter 1001. With his face behind his back, Gu Hai waved his sleeve. The 100 Buddha's palms and the 100 Jiang Rulai clones instantly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed as they revealed looks of disbelief. They had thought that Gu Hai had sought Mahavarakana's help because he wasn't strong enough. However, even Mahavarakana wouldn't dare to underestimate the 100 Jiang Rulai clones. Gu Hai hadn't even turned his head, and they had all been wiped out with a flip of his hand. Mahavarakana's jaw dropped slightly. He instantly understood why Gu Hai had the confidence to say that he was 10% confident. Impossible. Human Rulai's expression darkened. Is it the ancient celestial dome? Impossible. How can the ancient celestial dome trap 100 heavenly palaces in the 9th level? Jiang Rulai was also shocked. After dealing with the 100 Jiang Rulai clones, Gu Hai immediately wanted to pull the White Emperor out of the swamp on top of the sacred blood ant's head. No. The White Emperor suddenly cried out in pain. What's going on? Gu Hai didn't dare to continue. Poison lines. There are poison lines from the sacred blood ant in this swamp. They've already pierced my skin, my soul, and even the soul in my head. If you pull me out by force, my soul will be cut into pieces like a knife. It hurts. The White Emperor cried out in pain. Gu Hai's expression changed. Poison lines? Pierce the soul? If that was the case, Gu Hai wouldn't dare to pull the White Emperor out by force. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai, release the White Emperor. You and I can talk in silence. Talk in silence. Do you think I'll still talk to you now? The White Emperor didn't know what was good for him, and let Gu Tang's soul go. Then she would take Gu Tang's place and suffer here. Humph, do you think you can run away? You can use the immortal firmament of the ancients to trap those 100 replicas. I don't believe that your immortal firmament can trap more. All clones, listen up. Capture Gu Hai immediately and kill him without mercy. Jiang Rulai ordered. Yes, Jiang Rulai, who numbered close to 3,000, shouted. Not good. Mahavarakana's expression changed. Who? Stepping forward, Mahavarakana rushed out. Mahavarakana quickly understood what was going on. It should be the celestial dome of the ancients. Although he did not understand why the celestial dome of the ancients had become so powerful, it could only trap 100 of them. It could not trap 3,000 of them. With so many clones, their strength was so strong that they could even break apart the immortal dome from the inside. Even he couldn't handle 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu Hai. If the immortal dome was broken, he would definitely die. Mahavarakana instantly rushed toward Gu Hai. Mahavarakana, I told you not to be impulsive, and you're still not satisfied? Humph! Rentathagata snorted. Who? In an instant, Rentathagata's figure flashed and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. The next moment, he appeared in front of Mahavarakana and struck a palm toward him. This was not the Buddha's palm, but the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Once the Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared, it immediately produced a monstrous suction force, as if a world was forcibly grabbing Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana's expression changed. Get lost. As he spoke, Mahavarakana stretched out his hand, and a Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared. The two Buddhist kingdoms in a palm met in the void. Boom! The huge movement shook the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. In the middle of their palms, it was as if two worlds were stirring and colliding with each other. Both of them had ferocious expressions as they attacked each other. However, at this moment, their strength was actually equal. What a Mahavarakana to have such strength! Ren Tathagata said with a gloomy expression. Obviously, Mahavairakana's strength had exceeded Ren Tathagata's expectations, and Mahavairakana was extremely anxious at this moment because he could not do anything to Ren Tathagata. This put Guhai in danger in the distance. This group was all replicas of the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, and their speed could be reached in an instant. He was in a stalemate with Ren Tathagata, and they were all in front of Guhai. It was the same Buddha's palm. There were more than 3,000 of them, and when they slammed down, the center was like a blazing sun that pierced the whole world. This palm was something that even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace could not block. Guhai, it's over. Jiang Rulai, who was not far away, sneered. Mr. Good. Mahavairakana was anxious. This was because at this moment, Mahavairakana could not save him, and everyone thought that Guhai was dead meat. However, they saw Guhai's eyes narrow, and the sleeve that he had just swung was swung again. Whoosh! A strange gust of wind blew past in an instant. Hum! Nearly 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were all gone in an instant. The 3,000 Buddha's palms also suddenly disappeared. Gone. All gone? That's impossible. Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Ren Tathagata and Mahavairakana both widened their eyes, revealing a trace of disbelief. Even Tian Tathagata's pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed a look of surprise. The ancient celestial dome was just a small celestial dome. How could it withstand the impact of 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai? This was impossible. Even the celestial dome of the vast freedom, heavenly demon, could not do it. Ha ha ha, Mr. Good. Shakyamuni Buddha was right. You do have the sign of the mandate of heaven. Mahavairakana laughed. I don't believe it. Jiang Rulai stepped forward and instantly arrived at Guhai's place. Then he sent a palm strike towards Guhai. That palm grabbed at Guhai, and the void in front of Guhai seemed to be crushed. It was about to grab Guhai. The huge void distorted, making White Emperor feel uncomfortable. The other imprisoned heads next to him even cried out in pain. Guhai's face darkened, and he instantly blocked in front of White Emperor. Humph! A cold snort. He flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past, and Jiang Rulai disappeared. What? Tian Tathagata and Ren Tathagata were both surprised. That was Jiang Rulai, not a replica. How could he disappear? For the first time, everyone looked at Guhai with strange eyes. That was the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. Jiang Rulai disappeared in an instant. Just like before, he was dragged into the ancient celestial dome. As soon as he entered the ancient celestial dome, Jiang Rulai appeared above a starry sky. The ancient celestial dome now had the Go-Down nomological laws, and Guhai's mastery of the Go-Down nomological laws was the best in the world. At this moment, he mobilized the Go-Down nomological laws and immediately formed a Super-Go matrix. When the 35 worlds array appeared, it immediately formed a vast starry sky. The starry sky was vast, and more than 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were trapped. As soon as Jiang Rulai entered the starry sky, he saw his replicas in the distance. They were there. What are you doing? Gather here quickly. Jiang Rulai shouted. Yes. All the replicas answered bitterly. Whoosh! The replicas gathered towards Jiang Rulai. However, as they flew, they strangely deviated from their original positions. Not only did they not fly in front of Jiang Rulai, but they also moved further and further away from Jiang Rulai. Surging stars danced in the surroundings. The group of Jiang Rulai replicas seemed to have lost their way. They moved further and further away, gradually vanishing from the starry sky. Gone. Aside from Jiang Rulai's startling eyesight, which allowed him to see, the other replicas were all lost in the starry sky. Lost? A Godao ritual array. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. The lost replicas were all horrified. Initially, they could still see others. However, they were the only ones left in the starry sky. Alone? No, one of the replicas exclaimed in shock and anger. Boom! That replica flipped his hand and struck the void. A medium-sized black hole immediately appeared in the void. However, with the Go-Dao nomological laws, this void recovered very quickly, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The group of replicas did their best to strike the void. However, they could not keep up with the speed of the ritual array's restoration. In the distance, Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Your forces are too scattered. If you could gather them in one place, even if this is the ancient celestial dome, you would be able to shatter it in an instant. Jiang Rulai anxiously flew towards one of the replicas. However, the more he flew, the further he went. With the Go-Dao ritual array, Jiang Rulai could not get close to the replicas at all. A Go-Dao ritual array? I understand now. If it were just the ancient celestial dome, trapping 10 replicas would be the limit. After all, the ancient celestial dome could not possibly endure the joint attacks of 10 replicas. However, the Go-Dao ritual array is too powerful. It separated all the replicas, preventing them from working together. Without a joint attack, they could not break the ancient celestial dome. One replica and 3,000 replicas are actually the same. Bastard. Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Just as Jiang Rulai felt depressed, the entire Go-Dao ritual array suddenly gathered a strong energy, turning into an astral saber that chopped down on Jiang Rulai. Xing. The astral saber was ferocious, containing the might of the Go-Dao nomological laws and boundlessly vast. Humph! Even if you have a Go-Dao ritual array, I am a consummation, heavenly palace, great perfection, Gautama, divine palm. Jiang Rulai shouted. Boom! The Gautama divine palm clashed with the astral saber, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This energy was too strong, so strong that it blasted open a massive black hole in space. This black hole caused the entire ancient celestial dome to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Outside, Guhai's face sank. He knew that this stalemate could not continue. Otherwise, even his ancient celestial dome would be destroyed. Whoosh! With a swing, Jiang Rulai was flung out. He's out. Rulai Run Mahavairakana and Rulai Tian were slightly stunned. Fortunately, the ancient celestial dome was not so horrifying that it could deal with a consummation, heavenly palace, great perfection. Jiang Rulai was trapped for only a moment, and he came out. After coming out, Jiang Rulai looked at Guhai, and his expression changed. That astral saber earlier was too strong, causing Jiang Rulai's original injuries to worsen. Guhai. Jiang Rulai said with a hateful expression. The Immortal Dome couldn't trap Jiang Rulai, but Jiang Rulai was still very wary of it. On the other side, Guhai could not do anything to Jiang Rulai for the time being, but he did not have time to care about this. Perhaps the movement of the 3,000 clones was too loud and scared the sacred blood poisonous ant, which let out a roar. Roar! He raised his head and roared, causing the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm to shake violently. Then the swamp area on the head platform wriggled, and as it wriggled, the heads were instantly sucked into the swamp. Don't! Ah! One by one, heads were sucked into the swamp. Clearly, they were dead. The trapped White Emperor was also shocked. Guhai's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed White Emperor's head. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. White Emperor screamed. The White Emperor was going to be swallowed by the sacred blood poisonous ant. Guhai's expression changed. How could he let this happen? In that case, enter the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome. Then, Guhai shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! A strong wind blew. Guhai wanted to put the entire sea of Buddha aura and the sacred blood poisonous ant into the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome. You dare. Jiang Rulai, Rulai Ren, and Rulai Tian roared at the same time. Chapter 1002. If that's the case, then enter the immortal dome as well, divine blood poisonous ant. Guhai shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom. A strong wind blew. Guhai was going to put the entire sea of Buddha aura and the divine blood poisonous ant into the immortal dome. How dare you? Jiang Rulai, Tathagata Run, and Tathagata Tian roared at the same time. The three of them were enraged at the same time. Jiang Rulai and Tathagata Run were the first to rush forward. But at that moment, Mahavairakana suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Good, hurry up and move the divine blood poisonous ant. I'll hold off the three of them. Mahavairakana suddenly put his palms together. Whirling world, the world descends. Mahavairakana shouted coldly. As he shouted, the entire immortal dome was suddenly filled with the sound of countless scriptures chanting. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, after walking the deep Prajna Paramitha for a long time, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, transcended all suffering, the Sarira. Thus I heard, for a time, the Buddha was in the country of Shiwei, the tree was given to the garden of solitude, and the great Bhikkhu. Suddenly, countless Buddhist chants burst out, and a great Buddhist will fill the entire world. Tathagata Run and Jiang Rulai, who were about to rush toward Guhai, suddenly changed their expressions. Even Tathagata Tian's face darkened. However, they saw Mahavairakana standing in front of Guhai, sitting cross-legged on the 9th grade golden lotus. His palms were placed together, and his expression was solemn. Behind him, beams of light appeared. Within the light, a figure that seemed both real and illusory appeared. They were all figures of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Pugwang Buddha, Puming Buddha, Pujing Buddha. The light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared one after another. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall and majestic, and there were more than 1,000,000 of them. They bowed to Mahavairakana and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The Buddhist scriptures gathered in the void and slowly formed a huge golden symbol. It floated in the air as if it was a world. A fearful aura was emitted. Whirling world, the world descends. Jiang Rulai's expression changed, but he immediately rushed over. Be careful, Rulai shouted. However, the millions of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas suddenly revealed cold expressions. As Mahavairakana waved his hand, the millions of Buddhas suddenly attacked Jiang Rulai simultaneously. It was as though the void was collapsing. The palm strike from the millions of gods and Buddhas was like the might of heaven. Boom! Jiang Rulai was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain peak without slowing down. Jiang Rulai continued to fly backward. His right arm was badly mangled by the explosion, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His face was filled with shock. Buzz! Tian Rulai appeared behind Jiang Rulai and slapped him on the back. Only then did he slowly dispel all the power in his body. The whirling world, Rulai Tian said in surprise. Tathagata's countenance changed as well. To think that you've already created a Buddhist Tao world before I had the time to create one? No, this is just the world you visualized with your mind. This isn't the whirling world. The real whirling world isn't here. The millions of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were chanting sutras. That massive scene instantly stunned the 3 heavenly demons of Tathagata. At this moment, Guhai also attacked with all his might. Boom! The entire Buddha energy sea and the divine blood poisonous ant were suddenly uprooted, and were about to be stored in the immortal dome of antiquity. How dare you? Rulai Tian glared as though he was about to attack. But at this moment, the divine blood poisonous ant seemed to feel threatened. It suddenly struggled, and a powerful wave of energy surged out. Bam, bam, bam. Out of the 10 chains that bound the sacred blood poisonous ant, 3 of them suddenly broke. This powerful struggle shook the immortal dome of antiquity. Walala! A large area of the immortal dome of antiquity crumbled. It was about to be torn apart. What? Guhai's countenance changed, and he immediately reached out to stop it. Whoosh! The Buddha energy sea and the divine blood poisonous ant returned to the ground, but they didn't enter the immortal dome of antiquity. The divine blood poisonous ant was still roaring. Under its furious roar, the entire world was shaking. How powerful is this divine blood poisonous ant? Why is it so much stronger than Jiang Rulai? Guhai was shocked. The divine blood poisonous ant's roar shook the sky, but it was still not stored in the immortal dome of antiquity by Guhai. The 3 sky fiends secretly sighed, and then relaxed. Mahavairakana looked anxious. Mr. Good, is it still not enough? Not enough. No, it wants to swallow the White Emperor. Even if I have to dig, I will dig out a piece of meat from it. Guhai reached out and took out the Life Slayer saber. Boom! The saber brazenly struck the divine blood poisonous ant's head. Clang! There was the sound of metal hitting stone. The Life Slayer saber only left a shallow mark on the ant's head, and this mark instantly recovered. It's so hard. Without a shield, the Life Slayer saber can't cut through it with just its body? Guhai was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. You want to break through the divine blood poisonous ant's defense? You're still not good enough. Even I can't break through it, let alone you, Jiang Rulai said as he coughed up blood. Husband, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave, the White Emperor said sadly, with only half of its head left outside. If I don't bring you along, I won't leave. Guhai shouted anxiously. The eye of life and death suddenly opened. On the other side, Mahavairakana's face darkened. Mr. Good, do you need my help? Humph, Mahavairakana, you should think about yourself. The whirling world. It's not like this is the real whirling world. You're just using the divine Tao to visualize and restore it. If you can set up the whirling world. So can I? Mahavairakana shouted. Huh. Mahavairakana was stunned. Great, 9 golden lotus. Mahavairakana shouted. Jiang Rulai reached out and took it out. Mahavairakana stepped onto the grade 9 golden lotus and confronted Mahavairakana. The source of the whirling world is the swastika. Swastika, I've already prepared it. Mahavairakana shouted. Mahavairakana put his palms together, and the golden swastika between his eyebrows suddenly left the Mahavairakana. It instantly flew into the sky and became 10,000 feet tall. It faced the swastika that was chanted by the millions of Buddhas in the whirling world. Sacred mountain of spirited mountain, my disciples listen to my command. Recite my Buddha scriptures and focus on the Buddha realm. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice, Sacred mountain of spirited mountain, my disciples listen to my command. Recite my Buddha scriptures and focus on the Buddha realm. Jiang Rulai also shouted at the same time. Buzz. The grade 9 golden lotus trembled, and Jiang Rulai's voice strangely traveled into the sacred mountain of spirited mountain in the outside world. In the outside world. In the sacred mountain of spirited mountain, at the entrance of the hall of great strength. The 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain had their cultivation sealed. Their faces were ashen as they sat cross-legged in the square of the hall of great strength. Suddenly, Jiang Rulai's voice sounded in their ears. the voice of the Buddha, the 5 million disciples suddenly trembled and revealed a look of surprise. Then, they revealed a look of ecstasy. What's going on? Gao Xianji's face darkened at the side. However, the disciples of Spirited Mountain ignored her and suddenly chanted scriptures. Is this the voice of the Buddha? The Buddha wants me to chant scriptures, be captured by Gu Hai and become his prisoner, or follow the Buddha's resistance and return to the peak of power? Is there a need to choose? In the past, Fo took the lead, and all the disciples of Spirited Mountain quickly chanted scriptures. As I have heard, the 10,000 methods of Spirited Mountain will deliver all living beings from torment. One by one, the disciples of Spirited Mountain chanted softly. As they chanted, everyone seemed to have entered a dreamland. They didn't cause much of a commotion, but they kept chanting scriptures in their dreams. It was as if they were possessed. What are you chanting? Stop! Gao Xianji shouted. However, the 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain entered the dreamland and kept chanting. They had no intention of stopping at all. Ao Sheng said, Lady Gao, let them chant scriptures. Their cultivation has been sealed, and they can't resist anymore. What are you worried about? Moreover, even if they chant scriptures, there's no other movement. Didn't His Majesty say to treat them well? After all, they are to be left for Crown Prince Gu Han. Gao Xianji frowned slightly and shook her head. It's definitely unusual for so many people to chant scriptures together. His Majesty once taught me not to let go of any unusual details. In the immortal dome of the mystic realm, as the scriptures were continuously chanted, the consciousnesses of the 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain suddenly appeared around the Buddha under the guidance of the 9th grade golden lotus. Under the illumination of the swastika golden symbol, the consciousnesses of the disciples of Spirited Mountain evolved from ordinary disciples into the light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. In an instant, 5 million light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared around the Buddha. A panicked Buddhist aura rushed straight toward Mahavairakana. The whirling world, the prototype of consciousnesses. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Yours is the whirling world, and mine is also the whirling world. Yours is only the visualization of consciousnesses, but mine is the gathering of consciousnesses. Although it's only the prototype, they are all my most devout disciples. Their power is greater than yours. The Buddha shouted. As he shouted, the Buddhas in the whirling world rushed toward the Mahavairakana's whirling world. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Amit Ba, in the Mahavairakana's whirling world, 1 million Buddhas also rushed toward Jiang Rulai. Hung. The two whirling worlds collided, and billions of black holes appeared in the void. The entire world was collapsing. At this moment, only 2 places were intact. One was Gu Hai and the divine blood poisonous ant who were being protected by Mahavairakana. The other was the blood clouds that filled the sky. Mahavairakana. Ha ha, looks like you've completely cut off your connection with your whirling world. You can't borrow power from the real whirling world under your consciousnesses. In that case, how can your visualization be compared to my 5 million thoughts? Your whirling world looks like it's going to break. The Buddha shouted proudly. However, the Buddha's whirling world had the upper hand and suppressed Mahavairakana in all aspects. Outside, at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, Gao Xianji looked worriedly at the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples chanting sutras. She didn't know what to do. However, at this moment, a divine demon army soldier suddenly said anxiously, "My lord, there's a group of people at the foot of the mountain. We can't stop them at all." "Who are they?" Ao Sheng's expression darkened as he looked down the mountain. When he saw the foot of the mountain, Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Isn't that the portrait that His Majesty showed me? Is that Jiangchen? Jiangchen. Gao Xianji was slightly stunned and didn't seem to believe it. That's right, it's him. Only he has such a strong aura. However, why is he walking up the mountain? Ao Sheng was shocked. Gao Xianji's expression changed. His Majesty had ordered him to command this place and guard the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. Gao Xianji was already worried when the spiritual mountain disciples suddenly started chanting sutras like crazy. Now, Jiangchen was at the foot of the mountain. Gao Xianji decisively shouted, "All divine demon army soldiers, listen up. The spiritual mountain disciples are not obedient and deserve to die. Kill them." What? Ao Sheng was shocked. This was what His Majesty wanted to leave for Crown Prince Guhan. Merciful people don't command troops. Although I don't know what they are doing, it's definitely not something good. I am the most powerful here. I will take responsibility for everything. Kill them, Gao Xianji said with a fierce look in his eyes. Yes, the 200,000 divine demon army soldiers answered. In an instant, the 200,000 divine demon army soldiers swung their swords. Boom! In almost an instant, 10 million swords slashed through the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. Puff! The moment the swords slashed through their heads, all the spiritual mountain disciples regained consciousness. They looked at the swords in confusion. Even the past Buddha had already been stabbed in his brain when he regained consciousness. He no longer had the chance to resist. No, countless spiritual mountain disciples only cried out in panic before they fell silent. At this moment, countless disciples of Spirited Mountain were filled with regret. They regretted that they should not have resisted and listened to the Buddha's chanting. The moment the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples were killed, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Saha world of the living Tathagata suddenly trembled and disappeared, just as they were about to destroy the Saha world of the living Tathagata. The Saha world of the living Tathagata suddenly collapsed first. What? Chapter 1003. The entrance to the first and second levels of hell. Kong Xian was waiting anxiously. My lord, the entrance to the second level is shrinking, a divine demon army soldier suddenly exclaimed. The entrance is shrinking. Kong Xian's expression also changed. His Majesty once said that it will only open for 2 hours and close for 11 hours. Doesn't that mean that it will close for close to 1,000 years before it opens again? And in the second level of hell, His Majesty will have to wait for 2,000 years before he comes out again, a divine demon army soldier asked anxiously. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched violently as he kept looking at the second level of hell. However, he couldn't see anything at all. My lord, should we go down and inform His Majesty? The divine demon army soldier asked worriedly. Kong Xian's expression changed, and he finally shook his head. His Majesty also knows the attributes of the 18 levels of hell. Just wait for him to come out. But what if? The divine demon army soldier said worriedly. There's no what if. Don't tell me that His Majesty doesn't consider things as thoroughly as you, Kong Xian said solemnly. Yes. The divine demon army soldier stopped talking and continued to watch the surroundings. Kong Xian looked anxiously at the shrinking entrance. Your Majesty, you have to hurry. Otherwise, you will have to stay in there for close to 2,000 years. In the mystic realm's immortal dome, the Saha world controlled by the mortal Tathagata was about to defeat the Mahavairakana's Saha world. However, at this moment, Gao Xianji, who was in the outside world, gave the order and killed all the disciples of Spirit Mountain. This caused the mortal Tathagata's Saha world to fall short of success and collapse instantly. Om Mani Padme Hum. 1,000,000 Buddhas in the Saha world roared. At the same time, they struck out with their palms. Hung. With a loud bang, the golden swastika symbol in the Saha world in the sky shattered, and a huge force rushed into it and went straight for Run Tathagata. *T. Run Tathagata's expression changed, and he could only use the rank 9 golden lotus to protect himself. Buddha's light illumination, under Run Tathagata's control, the rank 9 golden lotus released billions of rays of light and blocked the heavy attack. Boom! There was no way to block it at all. With a loud bang, the 9th grade golden lotus exploded, turning into dust that scattered in all directions. Of course, the 9th grade golden lotus absorbed most of the power, leaving only a small portion that landed on the Rulai. Even so, the human Tathagata was instantly sent flying. In midair, his skin exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The human Tathagata spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a mountain and shattered it. Mahavarakana won once again, stepping on his 9th grade golden lotus. The 1,000,000 Buddhas seemed to form a human wall, blocking the 3 skyscraping demons outside, leaving Guhai to deal with the divine blood poisonous ants at the back. Amitabha Buddha. Mahavarakana chanted the name of Buddha as his body emitted boundless golden light. As Tathagata climbed out of the ruins, Jiang Rulai and Tathagata immediately approached him. "How are your injuries?" Jiang Rulai asked in a low voice. However, Tathagata looked at Jiang Rulai angrily. "It's all your fault. You can't even protect a Spirit Mountain sacred ground. If the Spirit Mountain disciples were still around, then Mahavarakana would already be a dead man." Jiang Rulai was also seriously injured. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start. Jiang Rulai also didn't expect Guhai's men to be so ruthless. They were 5,000,000 Spirit Mountain disciples, and all of them were killed in an instant. "Tathagata, we can only rely on you now. Both Tathagata and I are seriously injured." Jiang Rulai looked at Tathagata. Tathagata nodded and looked at the huge whirling world in the distance. With the whirling world in the way, the 3 of them couldn't get close to Guhai at all. They could only see Guhai on the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. "Ha! White Emperor is dead for sure. Only his nostrils are outside. He's going to die soon. Guhai, let's see what you can do," Jiang Rulai said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, on top of the divine blood poisonous ants' heads, except for White Emperor, who was being dragged by Guhai, everyone's heads had sunk into the poisonous swamp pool. White Emperor was only left with his nose and mouth outside. "You don't have to drag me anymore. Husband, go quickly. Xian, air has troubled you. Husband, I beg you, go quickly, go quickly." White Emperor cried. Guhai didn't dare to forcefully drag White Emperor away. If he did, he would tear apart White Emperor's soul. That would be the end of them. But now, there was nothing he could do. The divine, blood poisonous ants were impenetrable. Even in this poisonous swamp pool, the Life Slayer saber could only reach 1 foot deep. Leave? How could that be? Xian air was right in front of him. How could Guhai give up? The eye of life and death opened. Immediately, Guhai saw the outline of White Emperor's body. In the poisonous swamp pool, dense poisonous lines pierced into White Emperor's body like countless steel needles. They even pierced into his soul. The eye of life and death could see the trajectory of things. It had helped Guhai many times, but this time he couldn't see through it. These black and white lines had no pattern. They were densely packed and completely black. In other words, any one of the black lines could kill White Emperor. Guhai was anxious, but he didn't know where to start. What if I replace White Emperor with my body? Maybe I can use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Guhai's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Good, are you okay? Mahavairakana shouted. But at this moment, Gu-hai made an extremely important decision. Mahavairakana, protect yourself well and wait for me to come back. Gu-hai shouted. While they were talking, Gu-hai immediately jumped into the poisonous swamp pool. Bang! Reaching into the poisonous swamp pool, Gu-hai hugged White Emperor and sank into the poisonous swamp pool. What? Mahavairakana exclaimed. In the distance, Tathagata, who was about to make a move, also widened his eyes. He was obviously shocked by this scene. Is Gu-hai crazy? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Reincarnating into the poisonous swamp pool means entering the poisonous glands of the sacred blood poisonous ants. Is he crazy? If he goes in, he will definitely die. Tathagata was also surprised. The sudden change made everyone think that Gu-hai was courting death. In this short period of time, Gu-hai had completely entered the poisonous swamp pool with White Emperor. No one could see them anymore. They had all gone in. Roar! The sacred blood poisonous ants roared as if they were extremely satisfied. Gu-hai is crazy for Qinxian. He's actually willing to die for her. Jiang Rulai said with a strange expression. Tathagata, however, looked at Jiang Rulai with disdain. Did you see that? Did you see that? It's that easy to deal with Gu-hai. You could have forced Gu-hai to his death with the White Emperor, but you went through so many twists and turns and even went bankrupt. Stupid. Jiang Rulai couldn't refute. Who would have thought that it would be so easy to kill Gu-hai? Mr. Good. Mahavairakana turned his head anxiously as if he wanted to investigate. Humph, Mahavairakana, Gu-hai is already dead. Why aren't you running? Since you're not running, you can stay here. Tathagata said coldly. As Tathagata's voice sounded, Mahavairakana instinctively felt the threat of death fill his entire body. Of the 3 Tathagata demons, Mahavairakana feared Tathagata the most. He was about to make a move. But the scarlet line between Tathagata's eyebrows suddenly split open. As it split open, the rolling blood clouds in the sky also suddenly split open a thin slit in the center. Boom! Crack! The moment the slit split open, a terrifying force rushed down. Obviously, the thin line between Tathagata's eyebrows controlled the blood clouds in the sky. Under the pressure of the blood clouds, Mahavairakana's expression changed, and the entire Saha world trembled. Even the sacred blood poisonous ants were strangely quiet at this moment. The sacred blood poisonous ants slowly sank into the sea of Buddha aura. But Mahavairakana was instantly on guard. As the slit grew bigger and bigger, the powerful pressure also grew stronger. The entire Saha world seemed to be trembling. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying treasure. Mahavairakana seemed to have guessed something. Quite a lot. Jiang Rulai sneered in the distance. It was useless even if he knew. Mahavairakana knew that he had encountered something terrifying. As the slit opened, a trace of red light slowly seeped out. The red light accumulated but was not released, giving Mahavairakana a destructive aura. In the Saha world, 1,000,000 Buddhas were chanting faster and faster, louder and louder. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when walking deep in the Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all empty, transcended all suffering, the Saraira. Thus I heard, for a time, Buddha in the nation of Shiwei gave the tree to the garden of solitude, and the great Bhikkhu. The Buddhist chants were loud, and the Saha world was getting stronger. But Mahavairakana still felt his hair stand on end. 1,000,000 Buddhas greeting. Mahavairakana reached out his hand toward the sky. Roar! 1,000,000 Buddhas attacked at the same time. The 1,000,000 Buddhas greeting, the most powerful force in the entire Saha world, rushed toward the red light in the slit. But at this moment, the slit between Mahavarakana's eyebrows suddenly opened. Buzz! A blood-red third eye suddenly appeared between Mahavarakana's eyebrows. At the same time, the slit in the blood-red clouds in the sky also suddenly opened. When it opened, the heavenly might from before suddenly increased by more than 100 times. A huge blood-red eye that was 10,000 miles long suddenly appeared above the blood-red clouds. It was like the eye of the heavens, and its deterrence went straight to one's heart the moment the blood-red heavenly eye opened. The red light that was previously contained in it instantly rushed toward the Saha world, colliding head-on with the power of the million Buddhas greeting. Hung! There was a deafening sound. The palms of the million Buddhas instantly exploded. Then, the huge golden swastika symbol suddenly exploded. Then, the million Buddhas soared into the sky and instantly exploded into pieces. The entire whirling world collapsed. In an instant, the remaining power of the red light rushed toward Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana's expression changed, and he controlled the 9th grade golden lotus to meet the attack. Hung! The 9th grade golden lotus instantly exploded into pieces. Everything that was enveloped by the Saha world was completely washed away by the red light. The huge force even hit a huge hole in the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. Then, the second level of hell shook violently. Under Mahavarakana's control, the immortal dome of the mystic realm quickly recovered. All traces of Mahavarakana's previous location were completely destroyed by the blood-red heavenly eye. The blood-red heavenly eye left in the sky coldly scanned the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. What a powerful blood-red heavenly eye! That Saha world was actually not a match for it, and was instantly destroyed. Jiang Rulai gasped. This is what Jiang Lianshan prepared to use to defy the heavens. How could it be bad? Mahavarakana? Good for him to die. Mahavarakana sneered. Chapter 1004. The entrances to the 18 levels of hell were slowly closing. It looked like they were all closing. Kong Xian stood at the entrance to the first level of hell and looked at the second level of hell, looking for Gu Hai. But at this moment, Gu Hai was in the immortal dome of the mystic realm and could not see him. He could only see countless evil spirits wandering around. Your Majesty, where are you? The entrances are about to close. Kong Xian shouted anxiously, but it was very quiet. Kong Xian looked for a while and did not dare to stay. He sighed and prepared to return to the first level of hell. At this moment, a red light suddenly pierced the sky in the distance. It was the red light released by the blood-colored heavenly eye. A huge light beam pierced through the immortal dome of the mystic realm and hit the ground of the second level of hell. Hung! The red light entered the ground, and the entire second level of hell suddenly shook. Countless volcanoes erupted at the same time, burning the entire world. It was chaos. Countless evil spirits were drowned in lava, and a destructive aura was born. The power of the red light made even Kong Xian's hair stand on end. What's going on? Kong Xian shouted. He wanted to investigate, but it was too late. He could only return to the first level of hell anxiously. Boom! The moment he returned to the first level of hell, the entrances to the 18 levels of hell were all closed. In the second level of hell, in the immortal dome of the mystic realm, under the control of Rulai Tian, the immortal dome of the mystic realm was quickly repaired. In the sky, the blood-colored heavenly eye searched for a while again, but there was no trace of Vairocana. Buzz! Suddenly, the blood-colored heavenly eye above the blood cloud suddenly disappeared. The third eye between Rulai Tian's eyebrows also closed instantly. It is indeed a heaven-defying treasure. The whirling world was destroyed in an instant. Ha! Gu Hai's god-destroying light is too weak compared to the blood-colored heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai said confidently. Rulai Tian stepped into the place where Vairocana was destroyed. Rulai Jiang and Rulai Ren also began to investigate the surroundings carefully. However, everything in the Saha world had been destroyed. There was not a single trace of it. Annihilated? Rulai asked curiously. After carefully inspecting for a while, Tian Rulai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stepped onto a rocky ground and slowly picked up a signature pen from the ground. If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this pen at a glance. It was the magical treasure of 30 lackeys on Earth. 30 sealed the rules of time, and could help these lackeys to seal the memories of others as they traveled the world. It was sealed with a wisp of time precepts. However, there was no longer any time rule in the signature pen. What is this? The relic of Mahavarakana. Jiang Rulai laughed. Tian Rulai frowned slightly as he looked around. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Tian Rulai, what are you worried about? That Mahavarakana is already dead. The human Tathagata laughed. Tian Rulai frowned slightly. Completely dead, but I have a feeling that he's not dead yet. What? That can't be, Jiang Rulai said in surprise. I'm not sure, but this feeling is quite strong. Mahavarakana should be dead, but why do I have this feeling? Tian Rulai also frowned. Maybe Gu Hai and Mahavarakana gave us too many shocks, the human Tathagata said. Tian Rulai nodded. Maybe. The three of them looked carefully again. They couldn't find any trace of Mahavarakana being alive, so they looked at the sea of Buddha's chi. The sacred blood poisonous ants were already hiding in the sea of Buddha's chi. Gu Hai is dead for sure. That's the poison gland of the sacred blood poisonous ants, the most dangerous part of their bodies. Don't worry. In ancient times, the perfect celestial palace level was used to put in this poison gland to nourish the sacred blood poisonous ants. No matter how strong Gu Hai is, he's only at the early stage of celestial palace. Tian Rulai nodded. You two heal first. I'll continue to refine this blood-colored eye. Tian Rulai ordered. Yes, the two answered. Kong Xian flew back to the first level of hell the moment the entrances to the 18 levels of hell closed. My lord, His Majesty didn't come out? The divine demon army asked anxiously. Kong Xian looked at the entrance with an ugly expression. I didn't see His Majesty, but he's definitely fine. Guard the first level of hell according to His Majesty's instructions before he left. Yes. The army of gods and devils replied. The divine demon army guarded the first level of hell, and Gu Hai would have to wait for thousands of years before he could come out. Although Kong Xian told the divine demon army to relax, he was still worried. After all, the impact of the red light just now was too terrifying. The entire second level of hell should have been destroyed. The entrances to the 18 levels of hell were closed, but the one opened by the reincarnation lotus was still intact. Kong Xian went to the exit and used the Guqin statue to send a message to the infinite celestial capital. Soon, Mo Yike's voice came from the Guqin statue. The infinite celestial capital's Chi Si is intact. His Majesty is safe. Lord Kong, follow His Majesty's arrangements. Don't make any mistakes. After hearing the Guqin statue's words, Kong Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Mo. I'm relieved that His Majesty is fine. Wait for our good news. Kong Xian said to the Guqin statue. After keeping the Guqin statue, Kong Xian entered the first level of hell again. The moment he entered, he heard a loud explosion from afar. Ah! Countless divine demon army screamed. Kong Xian's expression changed. Although he went out for a short while, He had been in the first level of hell for at least a month. What happened in the first level of hell? Kong Xian immediately flew to the center of the battlefield. It was a Jiang Rulai who wanted to smash 10 divine demon army soldiers into pieces. Die, Jiang Rulai said with a sinister expression. Kong Xian's expression changed. He instantly appeared in front of Jiang Rulai and sent a palm strike forward. Boom! After a loud explosion, everyone was blown away by the huge airflow. When the two palms met, the void trembled. Rulai Jiang and Kong Xian exchanged palms, but they were evenly matched. The two paused and retreated 100 zhang. Kong Xian? Jiang Rulai said with a sinister expression. Jiang Rulai? Aren't you in the second level of hell? Kong Xian said in surprise. He saw a thin crack on Jiang Rulai's face that was slowly recovering. Lord Kong, he's the clone that was killed by Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana cut him in half. He should be dead. Who would have thought that he would revive? One of the divine demon army soldiers said anxiously. Oh, Jiang Rulai's clone? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. He recalled that when he first entered the first level of hell, Mahavairakana fought against 5 clones of Jiang Rulai. At that time, one was killed, and the other 4 escaped to the second level of hell. Then, no one paid attention to the one that was killed. I got it, Kong Xian said, his expression grim. I almost forgot. The 18 levels of hell have the ability to heal everything. As long as you're injured here, you'll be healed. Even if you're dead, you'll be healed. Kong Xian, you know a lot? But I didn't expect that I could revive. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana entered the second level of hell? Then he's dead for sure. Now that I've revived, it means that you're all dead for sure. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Dead for sure? We still don't know who will live and who will die. Kong Xian said coldly. All God Devil Army, get out of the way. I'll kill this Jiang Rulai clone. Kong Xian barked. Yes, the God Devil Army responded in unison. While speaking, Kong Xian waved his hand and released his divine Dao domain. Green light burst out in all directions as Kong Xian's clones stepped out one after another. A peacock god's projection floated high in the air. Divine Dao domain, do you think you're the only one who knows how to use it? Jiang Rulai's clone sneered. Jiang Rulai also waved his hand. Buzz. Golden light spread out in all directions. Jiang Rulai's clone also split into 10,000 clones. Jiang Rulai's divine Dao domain opened, and above the domain, a giant golden cicada's projection appeared. Golden cicada god. It turns out that the true form of the heavenly demon is a cicada demon. Cicada demons. My peacock tribe eats cicada demons. Kong Xian laughed loudly. While speaking, the clones of Kong Xian and Jiang Rulai collided with each other. Boom. Divine continent, spiritual mountain, holy land. At Gao Xianji's command, all 5 million spiritual mountain disciples were killed in an instant. Ao Sheng was slightly worried at the side, but Gu Hai had given the order to listen to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji's orders were the emperor's orders, and no one dared to go against them. He had just killed 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. On the other side, boom. With a loud bang, more than 10 soldiers of the divine demon army were sent flying into the sky. They were sent flying by the impact. Ao Sheng's face turned cold. The soldiers of the divine demon army turned cold and looked at the fog at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Jiang Chen led a group of followers to the top of the mountain and to the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. Long Aotian was the one who had sent the army of gods and demons flying. The soldiers of the divine demon army were about to attack, but Gao Xianji shouted, "Stop! The soldiers of the divine demon army were confused and retreated. Gao Xianji's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Others might not know how terrifying Jiang Chun was, but Gao Xianji, as a core member of the Dahan Empire, naturally knew. Jiang Chun, the leader of the ancient witch tribe. 800,000 years ago, he gave a drop of blood to the Dragon Brothers and helped them reach the peak, the ancestor of Jiang Chen's zombie tribe. All these titles made Gu Hai list him as one of the strongest people in the world. He was even more dangerous than Matriarch Ji Bai and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Just like that, he walked over alone. The divine demon army was going to fight him? What a joke! As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the Grand Hall's plaza, he glanced around. Looking around, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not bad. The holy land of Spiritual Mountain is indeed a treasure trove. This land is suitable for me to live in. Dahan Empire's first army general. Gao Xianji greets Mr. Jiang Chun. Gao Xianji bowed to Jiang Chun politely. Dahan Empire's national beast dragon tribe. Ao Sheng greets Mr. Jiang Chun. Ao Sheng also bowed slightly. As the two of them spoke, the soldiers of the divine demon army stood at the side and were extremely cautious. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn back by the two of them. Looking at Gao Xianji, Jiang Chen nodded. All right, you guys can leave. This place is mine. Huh. Gao Xianji was slightly stunned. Jiang Chen looked at the 20 flying ships floating in the air. These were all the spirit stones and treasures that Gao Xianji had confiscated from the Spiritual Mountain disciples. They were going to be transported to the infinite celestial capital to fill the national treasury. These 20 flying ships are mine. It's also mine, said Jiang Chen calmly. His tone was calm, but there was no room for rebuttal. It was especially domineering. Chapter 1005. These 20 flying ships are mine too. It's also mine, said Jiang Chen calmly. His tone was calm, but there was no room for rebuttal. What? No. Ao Sheng glared at him. Others might not know, but Ao Sheng was very clear on the significance of these 20 flying boats. The flying boats were filled with storage bracelets. There were more than 90 billion spirit stones on them, and countless treasures on them. The Spiritual Mountain sacred ground had 800,000 years of heritage. Why should I give it to you just because you said so? Ao Sheng was unwilling. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. Ao Sheng, shut up! Gao Xianji shouted. Ao Sheng looked at Gao Xianji in confusion. Gao Xianji bowed to Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang Chen, farewell. Jiang Chen's expression softened. He looked at Gao Xianji and smiled. Everyone, follow me back to the imperial court. Gao Xianji shouted. Yes, the divine demon army answered unwillingly. Unwillingly? There was nothing unwillingly. Gao Xianji knew that preserving their strength was the most important thing. None of them were Jiang Chen's match. If they stubbornly resisted, they might even create a huge enemy for the Dahan imperial dynasty. Treasures? So what if they had many treasures? They had to be alive to take them. If they were capable, they could just take them back in the future. His Majesty had once taught him that if he kept the treasure, he would lose the treasure. If he kept the treasure, he would lose the treasure. Gao Xianji stepped forward and left with everyone. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gao Xianji, Ao Sheng, and the 200,000 divine demon army were gone. Seeing Gao Xianji and the rest leave, Ao Tianlong coldly sneered. Long Outyin sneered. I used to think that this Gao Xianji was powerful, but now it seems that he's just a coward. Jiang Chun looked at the departing crowd and shook his head. Gao Xianji? He was truly a good general. He made a prompt decision without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, he had killed 5 million Spirit Mountain disciples and immediately saved Mahavairakana. Now that he was leaving, was he preserving his strength for Guhai? Not bad. Save Mahavairakana. Lam Outyen looked confused. However, Jiang Chun did not explain. He looked at the corpses of the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples on the ground, and then looked at the rioting citizens of Spiritual Mountain City. Some people were still rushing up the spiritual mountain. Return my spirit stones. Buddha, you liar! My spirit stones. Why don't you just kill me? What am I going to do without my spirit stones? Cries and shouts sounded at the foot of the spiritual mountain. The hearts of the people were scattered. True Lord, the spiritual mountain's terrain is not bad, but it seems to be a dangerous place. Long Outyen said worriedly. However, Jiang Chun smiled slightly. He looked at Spiritual Mountain City and then at the world around him. All citizens of the former Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground, listen up, Jiang Chun said softly. Without the golden dragon of Luck's voice transmission, Jiang Chen's voice strangely spread to the 2,000 cities of the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground in an instant. It did not reach the ears of the citizens, but hovered above the 2,000 cities. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but when it spread to every city, it exploded like thunder. This explosion caused countless commoners to tremble, and all of the rioting came to a halt. From now on, I, Jiang Chen, will take over the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground. I will also take over your 2,000 cities. Jiang Chen's voice exploded in every city again. The Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground was destroyed. It was taken over. The 2,000 cities were slightly stunned and looked confused. However, in the next moment, their faces were filled with indignation. Jiang Rulai ran away with the money. What about my spirit stones? What should we do now? The citizens were shouting in shock and anger. From now on, I will make up for the spirit stones that you lost. Jiang Chen's voice spread to the 2,000 cities again. Countless citizens were stunned. The rioting citizens looked as if they had been hit by the body freezing spell, and were shocked. Who is so rich? How many spirit stones? One city was worth 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. 2,000 cities. Wouldn't that be 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? Who is this Jiang Chen? Is he going to make up for us? Although they did not believe it, the citizens were looking forward to it. Take your contracts and exchange them for spirit stones according to the contracts. All local officials do the statistics and exchange them for spirit stones immediately. Jiang Chen's voice was heard again. What? Official statistics? That official just now? He's already been beaten to death. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten him to death. How do we exchange them? Countless citizens were anxious. After all, they saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, as long as they could exchange for spirit stones, the riots would be stopped. However, those officials had already been beaten to death. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, Jiang Chun stretched out his right index finger and gently pressed it. A drop of blood was immediately forced out from the tip of his finger. As soon as that drop of Jiang Chen's blood came out, it immediately bloomed with billions of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, it seemed to illuminate the entire world. The entire sky of Spirit Mountain was blood red. Jiang Chun threw that drop of blood into the sky. Immediately, countless water vapor gathered from all directions and diluted it. However, no matter how diluted it was, the water clouds were still blood red. It was as if a blood-red sea had appeared in the sky. Jiang Chun waved his hand, and the sea was divided into more than 2,000 parts. Jiang Chun waved his right hand. Boom! More than 2,000 parts of the lake instantly turned into 2,000 streams of light, and rushed in all directions. Rumble. In just a few breaths, the 2,000 parts of the lake turned into rolling blood clouds in the sky above. In Spirit Mountain City, countless citizens looked at the blood clouds in the sky in horror. Blood clouds? What is that? Is it the work of demons? What a terrifying blood cloud! The citizens screamed in horror. Wallalala! Suddenly, it began to rain heavily in the 2,000 cities. The rolling blood rain burst out and fell on some of the flattened corpses. The surrounding citizens screamed in horror. Ah, look at that corpse. That corpse is wriggling and changing. Is it recovering? The corpse is recovering. Is this a monster? Amidst the citizens' screams, all the corpses that were beaten beyond recognition slowly returned to their original state. In just a short while, they suddenly opened their eyes in horror. Buzz. As soon as the eyes opened, the surrounding citizens dodged in horror. Zombies coming back to life. Someone exclaimed. Of course, most of the people in the 2,000 cities were cultivators. Although zombies came back to life, they were not so scared that they fled in all directions. All the people who came back to life had traces of red light in their eyes, and two fangs slowly appeared in their mouths. Not zombies, but zombies. This blood rain has the effect of turning the dead into zombies. Zombies? All the city lords and city guards who were killed turned into zombies. Amidst the shock of the citizens, the zombies who came back to life suddenly stood up and retracted the fangs in their mouths. Then they knelt together in the direction of the sacred ground of Mount Ling. Greetings, true Lord. When the blood rain was completely scattered, all the corpses had turned into zombies. The zombies in the 2,000 cities all knelt in the direction of Mount Ling. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, the 5 million disciples of Mount Ling were all killed under Gao Xianji's order. At this moment, all of them were turned into zombies by the blood rain. Then they bowed respectfully to Jiangchen. Greetings, true Lord. The 5 million disciples of Mount Ling said respectfully. The citizens of the 2,000 cities were shocked. All the people who were killed in a blood rain were all resurrected. Just how many tricks does this Jiangchen have up his sleeve? Long Outyen was even more shocked. Long Outyen saw with his own eyes that Jiangchen only used 1 drop of his blood, just 1 drop of blood, and 5 million disciples of Mount Ling were resurrected, even the countless officials in the 2,000 cities. He even turned them into zombies and made them pledge their loyalty to him. One should know that ordinary people would lose a lot of blood in a bloody battle, but Jiangchen only used 1 drop. Long Outyen followed Jiangchen and knew how powerful Jiangchen was. However, this was the first time he had a direct understanding of Jiangchen's power. Since they are resurrected, start counting the spirit stones. Calculate the exact number and distribute it immediately. Jiangchen's voice spread through the 2,000 cities again. Yes, the zombies in the 2,000 cities answered. The citizens were slightly afraid of these resurrected zombies, but when it came to their money, they could only muster up their courage and go forward to file the records. They also politely formed a long line at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall. True Lord, 2,000 cities of spirit stones seems to be too much. Can we? Long Outyen was worried. Mount Ling City had 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. How much would 2,000 cities be? However, he saw Jiangchen waving at the flying ship beside him. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the spirit stones on the flying ship and in the storage bracelet were taken out like a flood and rushed into the sky. In an instant, there was a sea of spirit stones in the sky above Mount Ling. There were more than 90 billion upper-grade spirit stones. Not enough. Long Outyen smiled, faintly. Jiangchen smiled and looked around. Then he stretched out his right hand and waved gently at the sky. Rumble! Within the territory of Mount Ling, the 2,000 cities were in the territory of Mount Ling. Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Then many mountains and mountains suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains exploded and countless spirit stones rushed into the sky like a long river. They rushed from the ground to the sky, and at the same time flew quickly in the direction of the great Buddha's hall. Long Outyen saw a river of spirit stones emerging from the ground in the distance. The spirit stones were flowing madly. Is that a spirit stone mine? True Lord can take out all the spirit stones in the mine with a wave of his hand. Long Outyen was shocked. The resurrected past Buddha also looked into the distance in shock. He then said respectfully, True Lord is mighty. That mine has never been discovered before. True Lord can take it out with a wave of his hand. True Lord is mighty. True Lord is mighty. The disciples of Mount Ling were shouting in admiration. Countless people in Mount Ling City were shocked because they could see the sea of spirit stones in the sky above Mount Ling from afar. Originally, the sea of spirit stones was big enough. However, it seemed to be gathering from all directions. Thousands of spirit stones in the rivers gathered in the sea. The sea of spirit stones was getting bigger and bigger. In the sky above Mount Ling, the spirit stones had reached a shocking level. True Lord is mighty. The people of Mount Ling City shouted excitedly. Chapter 1006. The second level of hell within the secret realm of the Celestial Dome. In the previous battle, Rulai and Jiang Rulai had both been severely injured. The two of them sat cross-legged, healing their wounds. Rulai also sat on the peak of the mountain, continuing to refine the blood-colored heavenly eye between his eyebrows. Mahavairakana was nowhere to be seen. In the sea of Buddhist Qi not far away, Gu Hai and White Emperor were already dead in the eyes of the three heavenly demons. But in reality, Gu Hai was not dead. The moment he entered the poisonous swamp pool, a large amount of poisonous threads surged into Gu Hai's body. Not only did Gu Hai not resist, but he also used the great compassion poem of heaven and earth and began to absorb the countless poisonous threads. Within the poisonous threads was poisonous gas, and it was the most powerful poison in the world. In the past, the Wu tribe had a branch that specialized in the art of poisonous insects. It could be said that they had gathered all the poisonous insects and plants in the world and cultivated the 5 poisonous insect kings: the toad poison king, the spider poison king, the snake poison king, the scorpion poison king, and the centipede poison king. The 5 poisonous insect kings dominated the world, and their poison was unstoppable. But in the end, they were defeated by the sacred blood ant. It was clear how famous the sacred blood ant was. The most poisonous in the world, the sacred blood ant. And the source of the sacred blood ant's poison was its poison gland. This was the purest and most powerful poison in the world. Poisonous gas. Heavenly Palace cultivated qi. Few cultivators in the world cultivated with poisonous gas, because if they were not careful, they would be poisoned to death. But Gu Hai was not afraid. Gu Hai had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The poison only caused Gu Hai's skin to fester at the beginning, but it quickly became a tonic for Gu Hai. Poison could damage the nerves, so absorbing the poisonous gas was Gu Hai's greatest challenge so far. The pain surpassed all of Gu Hai's hard work in the past. But Gu Hai still forced himself to grit his teeth. This was because as he continued to absorb the poison thread that had pierced into the White Emperor's body slowly shifted its direction and surged towards Gu Hai. Around them, the others had already been corroded by the poisonous gas in the swamp's poisonous pool. White Emperor was not much better off. At this moment, his whole body was a bloody mess. Fortunately, Gu Hai's forceful absorption of the poisonous gas had prevented the White Emperor's soul from suffering from countless poisons. Inhale, inhale, inhale. under the great compassion fu of heaven and earth, Guhai's cultivation level rose rapidly. Buzz. The poisonous gas in the swamp swarmed into Guhai's body like a black hole. The sacred blood poisonous ant suddenly felt uncomfortable. The sacred blood poisonous ant was too large and poisonous. Even though Guhai tried his best to absorb it, he could only absorb a little. The sacred blood poisonous ant felt uncomfortable and just twisted its body. It caused the Buddha's sea of qi to churn. Tian Tathagata, Jiang Rulai, and Rin Tathagata all opened their eyes and looked at it in confusion. However, the sacred blood poisonous ant soon calmed down. The three did not think much of it until 10 days later. The sacred blood poisonous ant finally felt something was wrong. The discomfort grew stronger. Roar! Suddenly, the sacred blood poisonous ant roared and twisted crazily. For a moment, huge waves surged in the Buddha's sea of qi. The sacred blood poisonous ant violently twisted its body and rushed out of the sea. Whoosh! The remaining chains pulled, but it was useless. The sacred blood poisonous ant was still struggling irritably. Bang! One of the chains suddenly broke. No, the sacred blood poisonous ant is resisting again. Rin Tathagata, what's going on? Jiang Rulai said anxiously. Tian Tathagata was in charge of the blood celestial while Rin Tathagata was in charge of the sacred blood poisonous ant. At this moment, the ant was roaring inexplicably, which made Rin Tathagata very serious. We used Buddhist qi to Buddhaize the sacred blood poisonous ant. Now, the sacred blood poisonous ant is struggling. Could it be that its consciousness is active again, and it wants to break free from our control? Rulai frowned. Rin Tathagata had guessed correctly. The discomfort made the sacred blood poisonous ant's consciousness start to resist. It wanted to break free from the control of the Buddha aura. It thought that as long as it could break free, it would feel comfortable. Look, the abdomen of the sacred blood poisonous ant is turning black. Jiang Rulai's eyes widened. No, it has already broken free. Jiang Rulai, hurry up and control the Buddha aura with me. We need to speed up the control of the Buddha aura. Rin Tathagata said anxiously. Okay, Jiang Rulai answered. The two quickly cast their spells. All the Buddha aura in the Buddha aura suddenly surged toward the sacred blood poisonous ant. The Buddha aura rolled into the ant's body. Instantly, the black abdomen of the sacred blood poisonous ant slowly turned golden again. Clearly, the sacred blood poisonous ant was originally black. It only turned golden after being Buddha aura. Only after being filled with the Buddha aura did the sacred blood poisonous ant calm down. Phew, it's finally settled down. Rin Tathagata let out a long sigh. Jiang Rulai nodded. This beast is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that we need to use it to clone experts, we would have killed it long ago. Don't be impatient. Continue healing. Tian Tathagata said lightly. Yes, the two answered. The Buddha aura rolled into the sacred blood poisonous ant's body. At the same time, some entered the poisonous gland. Guhai was absorbing the poisonous gas when a gust of Buddha aura suddenly flowed into Guhai's body. Buddha aura? Guhai was slightly taken aback. If he could absorb the poisonous gas, he could naturally absorb the Buddha aura too. Moreover, this Buddha aura was extremely gentle. Once it entered Guhai's body, it immediately alleviated the damage done to his nerves by the poisonous gas. I'll absorb as much as you give me. Humph! Guhai's eyes were filled with determination. Rumble! Two black holes seemed to form around Guhai's body. One was crazily devouring the poisonous gas, while the other was crazily devouring the Buddha aura. He would absorb as much as the two qis gave him. The three heavenly Tathagata demons closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing for only 3 days. Roar! The sacred blood poisonous ant immediately roared in discomfort again. It floated to the surface and started stirring up trouble. Again, Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Oh no, this beast's abdomen and back have turned black. The Buddha aura is overflowing. Why is it struggling? Rin Tathagata said anxiously. Quick, continue. Jiang Rulai shouted. Inject more Buddha aura. Rin Tathagata nodded. The two quickly moved, urging the Buddha aura into the sacred blood poisonous ant's body. As the Buddha aura surged in, the sacred blood poisonous ant calmed down again. However, to Gu Hai, no matter how much Buddha aura there was, Gu Hai could absorb it. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Although using the sacred blood poisonous ant as a medium wasn't as fast as directly being in the sea of Buddha aura, and it was much slower, it didn't matter to Gu Hai. Now that he was in the second level of hell, he had plenty of time. A day in the outside world was 2,000 years here. Gu Hai slowly absorbed. The sacred blood poisonous ant would go on a rampage every once in a while. This time, Jiang Rulai and Rin Tathagata were having a hard time. They would get up one moment, and the next moment they would have to activate the sea of Buddha aura. How were they going to treat their injuries? Set up a formation. Tian Tathagata couldn't stand it anymore. All right, let's set up a formation. The formation will automatically send Buddha aura into the sacred blood poisonous ant. As long as the sacred blood poisonous ant expels some Buddha aura, it will automatically replenish it. Rin Tathagata nodded. Jiang Rulai was also in charge of setting up the formation. A few days later, a golden net-like formation appeared in the sea of Buddha aura, suppressing the sacred blood poisonous ant to the bottom of the sea. The three Tathagata could finally treat their injuries and cultivate in peace. What the three of them didn't know was that the sacred blood poisonous ant's Buddha aura didn't decrease because its consciousness struggled out of its body. Instead, it was still in its body and had entered Gu Hai's body. In the poisonous gland, Gu Hai desperately absorbed the poisonous gas and Buddha aura. At the side, White Emperor's body had already rotted away, leaving only his soul. His soul was also damaged to a certain extent. However, with Gu Hai's body wrapped around it, the White Emperor's soul was able to escape the poisonous gland. Husband, are you okay? The wisp of soul asked worriedly. Xian Er? You're Xian Er? Gu Hai asked in surprise. The wisp of soul answered, It's me. I'm Xian Er. Husband, Xian Er isn't worth it. Not worth it? No, for you, anything is worth it. Xian Er, I've already found your heavenly soul and human soul. When we get out, I'll definitely help you revive. Xian Er, you're finally back. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with tears. Husband, Xian Er. Xian Er's voice was choked with sobs. Where's White Emperor? Gu Hai's expression changed. White Emperor's heavenly soul and human soul. Just now, White Emperor's two souls were injured to protect my earthly soul. I don't know what White Emperor's will is thinking. It seems like he's helping me and protecting me. Her two souls were heavily injured, and now her will is in a deep sleep. It seems like she'll be annihilated at any moment. My will is controlling the three souls. Xian Er smiled bitterly. What? White Emperor's will sacrificed itself to save you. Gu Hai was shocked. Yes. Qin Xian Er answered. Gu Hai was silent for a while. He didn't know why White Emperor would do that. No matter what, White Emperor's will was heavily injured to protect you. In the future, if I have the ability, I'll definitely revive her. Gu Hai said. Qin Xian Er nodded. Gu Hai took out a jade box. This is your heavenly soul and human soul. Come in. I'll help you revive in the future. Xian Er's earthly soul wrapped around the White Emperor's two souls and entered the jade box. After closing the jade box, Gu Hai sat cross-legged and started to cultivate again. Although this place was dangerous, it was a good place to cultivate. With the poisonous gas and Buddhist energy in his body, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to increase. Moreover, this time, it would definitely be 2 levels. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and cultivated. 1 year later, boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. His cultivation broke through 1 level. The poisonous gas had condensed into a dark green poisonous gas pill. Poisonous gas pill, the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai didn't stop absorbing the poisonous gas. The remaining poisonous gas could be stored around the poisonous gas pill as the God-destroying light. At this moment, the consciousness of the divine blood poisonous ant seemed to have broken free from some people's control. It could already reach here and stop Gu Hai from absorbing the poisonous gas. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth was too overbearing. Even if it was stopped, Gu Hai could still continue to absorb the poisonous gas. At most, it would slow down a little. 10 years later, boom! Another loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. A golden Buddhist energy pill had condensed. The 6th level of the Heavenly Palace. Buddhist energy pill. Great! Gu Hai said excitedly. Not only the Buddhist energy pill, but the poisonous gas had also gathered and stored a dark green poisonous God-destroying light beside the poisonous gas pill. The 6th level of the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai wasn't satisfied. There was still a lot of Buddhist energy and poisonous gas. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was fully activated. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Chapter 1007. The first layer of hell. 200,000 gods and demons formed a formation. Kong Xian and Jiang Rulai clashed fiercely. Although the clone couldn't defeat Vairocana, he was still an expert at the peak of the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, Jiang Rulai wouldn't have used himself as a blueprint to continuously replicate him. Although Kong Xian had a few fortuitous encounters with Gu Hai and his strength had increased tremendously, he was still in the middle of the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. He was indescribably ferocious, but he couldn't defeat Jiang Rulai immediately. The two fought for 10 days and 10 nights. Every corner of the first layer of hell had become their battlefield. Both of them were riddled with scars and wounds. Break! Jiang Rulai's clone shouted. A powerful force blasted apart Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light and slapped Kong Xian's shoulder. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Kong Xian's body was covered in blood, but he revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a pair of peacock claws grabbed Jiang Rulai's clone. Pooh! Jiang Rulai slapped down, and Kong Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, Jiang Rulai was also caught by Kong Xian. After Kong Xian finished vomiting blood, he suddenly opened his mouth. Absorb! As soon as he opened his mouth, rolling black winds came out of nowhere and engulfed Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai had just used up all his strength and hadn't recovered yet. He staggered and couldn't resist Kong Xian's scheme. Huff! Following the momentum, Kong Xian swallowed him into his stomach. Kong Xian immediately closed his mouth and transformed into a 3,000 feet large peacock. His body emitted a monstrous demonic aura that dyed the entire first layer of hell black. My lord is invincible. The group of gods and demons shouted excitedly. However, Kong Xian did not care about anyone because the battle was not over yet. In the past, Kong Xian had swallowed Jiang Rulai once. At that time, Jiang Rulai actually broke open Kong Xian's stomach and came out. This time, although it was just a copy of Jiang Rulai, Kong Xian was still very careful. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds came from Kong Xian's stomach. Clearly, it was the resistance of Jiang Rulai's clone. Kong Xian waited patiently for a while before finally revealing a sinister smile. Jiang Rulai, this time you won't be able to come out, right? Ha 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 ha, just wait for your death. I will refine you completely and use your death to increase my cultivation. Kong Xian, let me out if you dare. Jiang Rulai's clone roared angrily from his stomach. Humph, let you out? You don't know, right? In ancient times, the cultivation of my peacock race was to devour the heavens and earth. The more we devoured, the stronger we became. Let you out? Dream on. Enjoy the furnace in my stomach. Ha ha ha. Kong Xian laughed loudly. Rumble. Loud noises came from his stomach, but Kong Xian did not care. A month later, the noises finally came from his stomach. Kong Xian understood that Jiang Rulai's clone had been refined. In the past, Kong Xian's cultivation increased very slowly when he devoured those weaker than him. He did not even feel the increase. However, after devouring Jiang Rulai's clone who was stronger than him, he finally felt the obvious increase in his cultivation. In the Peacock God's Inheritance, it says that only by devouring those stronger than me can I increase my cultivation by a large amount. Sure enough, at my level, the best cultivation method is to eat, 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 eat. However, this is not ancient times. How can there be so many strong people for me to devour? Kong Xian was anxious. Peacock still remembered Gu Hai's words before he left. He had been brooding about it, hoping to enter the peak of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. However, without food, he could only rely on cultivation. He did not know how long he would have to wait. On Spirited Mountain, endless spiritual stones, like a surging river, rushed straight and slowly expanded the original spiritual stone sea by more than 10 times. 2 trillion high-grade spiritual stones. It must have been there. The underground spiritual stone vein has the ability to nourish earth, dragon, and chi. It's about time. I can't waste any more. Jiang Chun said, lightly. As he spoke, he pressed down with his right hand. Wang. There were no more spiritual stones coming from all directions. The huge spiritual stone sea was vast and endless. Everyone listen up. I will place the spiritual stones in the sky above your cities. Register according to the contract and line up to exchange for spiritual stones. Jiang Chen's voice instantly spread across 2,000 cities. Spiritual stones? Countless people were stunned. However, they saw Jiang Chen wave his hand to the sky. Swoosh! The spiritual stone sea was suddenly divided into 2,000 portions, and then with a wave of his hand, it turned into streams of light and rushed straight to the 2,000 cities. Rumble! In just a short time, 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones floated in the air above the 2,000 cities. The people of the major cities were suddenly in an uproar. Suddenly, everyone had a feeling that Jiang Chen's ability was much more powerful than the Buddha's. The spiritual stones were spread out in the sky, and the outer layer seemed to be covered by a light membrane enchantment, preventing them from falling. Many people were so excited that they bowed 3 times to Allah. However, the eyes of some people suddenly turned red with envy. 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones. This was a total number. Among these spiritual stones, there were middle-grade spiritual stones and low-grade spiritual stones. The black mass of spiritual stones made countless people jealous. I only put in 10 high-grade spiritual stones. If I were to rob, I would definitely be able to get 100 or even 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. What is there to exchange for? Jiang Chun is not around. What should I be afraid of? Moreover, the previous riot had already explained everything. As long as someone took the lead, many people would soon follow, and they could fish in troubled waters to get more benefits. Thinking of that, some people with evil intentions were excited. They looked at the people who were bowing to Jiang Chun, sneered, and immediately rushed into the sky. Golden Mountain City. 10 people with evil intentions rushed into the sky and prepared to rob a large number of spiritual stones with their storage bracelets. How dare you? Suddenly, countless people shouted in anger. Ha ha ha, I dare? It belongs to whoever gets it. Why are you still waiting in line? Hurry up and take it. The person who rushed in front of the crowd said to the people. The people panicked. Just as the people were struggling, the first person had already reached the enchantment that wrapped the spiritual stones and reached out to grab them. Boom! Above the enchantment, bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, and the 10 people who rushed into the sky were instantly struck by the lightning. Bam! 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 The 10 people instantly fell to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Retribution! Ha 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 ha! Good job! Are they dead? They're all burnt. The 10 people died in an instant, and the anxious people immediately cheered. At the same time, no one dared to go into the sky to rob anymore, and they lined up obediently. The same thing happened not only in Golden Mountain City, but also in the 2000 cities. People with evil intentions used their lives in exchange for everyone's rules. Spiritual Mountain Pass. Jiangchen seemed to have seen everything that was happening in the 2000 cities. He smiled faintly, then ignored them. He turned his head and looked at the majestic Grand Hall. Jiang Rulai sure knows how to enjoy. Grand Hall? Jiangchen smiled. While smiling, he waved his hand, and the words Grand Hall on the plaque instantly changed to God-Seizing Hall. Look at the God-Seizing Hall. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he was very satisfied. He stepped into the God-Seizing Hall. His subordinates followed closely behind. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. In the upper study room, there was a group of people with special abilities in the upper study room. Since Mr. Wu Xing was heavily injured, there was naturally someone to help treat his injuries. Mr. Wu Xing was lucky enough to be treated in the upper study room. On the other side, A.O. Ing and Emperor Kong were reporting to Matriarch Ji about the trip to hell. Oh, Mr. Wu Xing fought. Gu Hai alone? It must have been hard on you. Matriarch Ji sighed. His Holiness did not disappoint you. Gu Tang's soul. Emperor Kong took out a small blue ball with satisfaction. Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jie, and Song Jie carefully took it. At the side, Mr. Wu Xing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he seemed a little worried. Song Jie checked carefully for a while, and finally nodded. It's Gu Tang's soul, but his soul is injured. He seems to have lost his memory. He must have been tortured by Jiang Rulai and the others. I understand now. He was not mixed in with a group of evil spirits. He has already forgotten who he is. Emperor Kong's expression changed. That's good. Matriarch Ji took the blue ball and carefully kept it. After confirming that it was Gu Tang, Mr. Wu Xing revealed an undetectable smile. His Holiness, the 2000 cities in the spiritual mountain are in chaos. Are we not going to take them now? Li Mu said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness, Gu Hai and Jiang Rulai are fighting in the netherworld. There should be a result soon. It's fine if Gu Hai wins, but if Gu Hai dies, Jiang Rulai will return. What if he has some other secret technique? A man who looked like a general said. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. At the side, Emperor Kong smiled and said, those 2000 cities are already in the hands of the Great Yellow Dynasty. What is there to be worried about? Who dares to compete with the Great Yellow Dynasty? That's right. Since they are the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty, there is no need to rush. We can wait for them to finish before we take them. Another official said with a smile. Just as everyone was discussing how to deal with the 2,000 cities, a guard suddenly rushed into the study. Matriarch G frowned slightly. Reporting to His Holiness, there is a report from the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain. A person called Jiangchen boasted shamelessly and threatened to take over the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain. He seems to have planned this from the start. He used a sound amplification array in the cities and used a zither to transmit his voice to the 2,000 cities. The guard said respectfully, "What?" In the study, the officials exclaimed in shock. Matriarch G's face sank. Jiangchen? It was one thing for this guard not to know Jiangchen, but how could she not know? Jiangchen was competing with her for the western position of the divine continent. Take over? He is just one person. How can he take over? Matriarch G said with a gloomy expression. There are rumors from various places. We don't know if it is true or not, but it is said that a rain of blood fell from the sky. All the officials who were killed by the rioters were revived and turned into zombies. They worship Jiangchen. The guard said respectfully, "What? All the officials who were killed turned into zombies. They are loyal to Jiangchen? Doesn't that mean that there is a manager for the 2,000 cities?" Emperor Kong's expression changed. Even if there is a manager, the 2,000 cities are in chaos. Can Jiangchen stop the rioters? Another official said in disbelief. Unless he has 1,000,000,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, other than the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, who else can take out that much? Chapter 1008, Xianyuan City, at the entrance of the upper study room. Empress Ji looked at the sea of spirit stones on the spiritual mountain in the distance, and her heart turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he drew countless spirit stones from the ground and scattered them in the air above the 2,000 cities. This was Jiangchen. Who was Jiangchen? He was the commander of the sorcerer tribe in the ancient era. During the War of the Sorcerer Tribe, there were many more peerless experts than there were today. At that time, he was the commander of the main force. It was obvious how powerful he was. The group of officials behind her followed her out of the upper study room. When they saw the ugly expression on Empress Ji's face, they were shocked. Song Jie described what he saw to everyone, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Is it that Jiangchen? Emperor Kong asked with an ugly expression. It was obvious that these people with high authority knew about Jiangchen. Jiangchen used spirit stones to buy the people's hearts. He will definitely be supported by the 2,000 cities. With the zombie officials in charge of the cities, these 2,000 cities will be impregnable. Li Mu said with an ugly expression, "West of the divine continent, we can't go any further. His Holiness." Song Jie sighed. Everyone was stunned. They stopped just like that. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and nodded in the end. Compared to Jiangchen, Empress Ji would rather deal with Yuanshi Tianzun. However, Yuanshi Tianzun was also not to be trifled with. He was a cold-blooded lunatic. Divine Seizing Palace? Why did Jiangchen name it Divine Seizing Palace? Does Mr. Song Jie know? Empress Ji looked at Song Jie. Song Jie shook his head lightly. I don't know. Jiangchen's origin is mysterious. According to the records in my hands, this Jiangchen appeared before the sorcerer tribe. Oh, no one knows what his purpose is. For tens of thousands of years, he has never fought for the world. According to the ancient records, in the war between the witches and demons, the witches' tribe could have won a great victory and exterminated the demons. However, at the last moment, Jiangchen stopped the war. The other witches' tribe members were unwilling to let him go and continued to pursue the demons. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and perished together because Jiang Chun did not participate in the last battle, and from the very beginning, he had been living in God-seizing palace. I don't know why it was named that way. Song Jie frowned. Sees the divine palace? Sees? This showed that he was ambitious and wanted to fight for something. But if it wasn't for the world, what was he doing it for? Since your heart isn't with the world, why did you come out? Matriarch Ji frowned. No one could understand. However, this was not good news for the Great Yellow Dynasty. Only by seizing the position of the divine continent can we influence, command, and unify the world. Now, in the south, there is Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and in the west, there is Jiang Chun. Although the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid, if we fight now, both sides will suffer losses. This goes against the goal of the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, the Great Yellow Dynasty is in the southwest of the divine continent. Now, we are in a dilemma. Mister, our Great Yellow Dynasty has reached a bottleneck. How should we break through? Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jie. Song Jie was silent for a while before saying, His Holiness, actually, we have neglected a third place. Oh, Matriarch Ji was puzzled. Seizing the position of the divine continent, influence, command, and unify the world, this is a gradual process, but the position of the divine continent is not just north, south, east, and west, Song Jie said in a low voice. Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. Mister, you mean the center of the divine continent, the position of the great righteous? Song Jie said solemnly. The second level of hell, the immortal dome, the Buddha Aura Sea. When Gu Hai first entered, the Buddha Aura Sea was shrouded in a layer of golden fog. At this moment, it was also shrouded in golden fog. However, as time passed, some Buddha aura seeped out and surrounded the Buddha Aura Sea. Tian Rulai closed his eyes and continued to refine the blood-red heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai and Ren Rulai's injuries were slowly recovering. However, in the previous battle, the two of them had exhausted a lot of energy. Jiang Rulai's 9th grade golden lotus was destroyed, and the reincarnation pool was gone. The swastika golden symbol on Ren Rulai's forehead was also destroyed. Although his injuries had recovered, he was still cultivating bitterly. The three of them sat quietly on the peaks of the 3 mountains. They were like 3 petrified statues, not moving at all. 1,800 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, the Buddha Aura Sea shrouded in golden fog had undergone a drastic change. This was because the entire Buddha Aura Sea had almost completely disappeared. Only a little bit of fog was left to maintain the outside world. However, this fog clearly could not last for long. In the huge pit, 90% of the sacred blood poisonous ants' bodies had turned black. Only a small portion was dyed gold by the Buddha aura. The reason why they were no longer roaring and struggling was because the consciousness of the sacred blood poisonous ants was in a battle with Gu Hai, the poisonous swamp pool. At this moment, almost all the poisonous gas had been sucked dry by Gu Hai. No matter how the sacred blood poisonous ants fought, they could not compare to the dominance of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation had reached the 6th tier of the heavenly palace. In his heavenly eye, there were even 200 beams of God-destroying light, of which 50 were formed by poisonous gas, and 150 were formed by Buddha aura. Stepping into the swamp, Gu Hai was not afraid of the consciousness of the sacred blood poisonous ants at all. Roar! A colorful light shadow of a 100-foot ant was spitting poisonous gas at Gu Hai. Poisonous gas. Poisonous gas. It's useless against me, isn't it? Guhai sneered and slashed with his saber. Boom! The light shadow of a 100-foot ant immediately retreated in fear. It was Guhai using the Life-Ender saber. When the Life-Ender saber was drawn, rolling black fog immediately appeared. The small skeleton in the black fog dealt great damage to the light shadow of the ant. Squeak! The ant retreated in pain. This is your divine soul, right? Unfortunately, you can't control your body. Your tricks are useless. Guhai sneered. BZCT, BZCT, BZCT. Suddenly, countless spikes emerged from the poisonous swamp pool and rushed at Guhai, trying to pierce Guhai into a sieve. 9 cycles, saber path field. Guhai said coldly. Bang! Countless saber chi appeared around Guhai. The saber chi surrounded Guhai, forming a world of saber chi. The surrounding spikes were immediately blocked by the saber chi. Guhai quickly chased after the light shadow of the ant. You want to run? You can't. Divine blood venomous ant, I know you are capable. If we were outside, I would definitely not be your match. However, you are trapped by Jiang Rulai and the others using Buddhist techniques. You can't control your body and can't hurt me. I patiently waited for you for more than 1,000 years before I lured your divine soul out of your Niwen palace. Now, do you think I will let you go back? Guhai sneered as he chased after the venomous ant's divine soul. Boom! The Life-Ender saber slashed out. The surroundings were filled with black fog. The skeleton in the black fog charged at the divine blood venomous ant's divine soul, gnawing at it. Roar! The divine blood venomous ant roared as it retreated to the Niwen palace. Guhai pursued closely. Guhai knew that the Buddhist aura in the Buddhist aura sea was almost depleted. Previously, the divine blood venomous ant was controlled by the Buddhist aura and could not control its body. Now that the Buddhist aura was gone, it could control its body again. At that time, if it counterattacked, Guhai would definitely die. Guhai did not give up. Everywhere he went, he cut down everything in his way. Guhai chased everywhere for 3 days and 3 nights. He also caused a lot of damage to the divine blood venomous ant's body. Of course, even a lot of damage was limited. After all, the divine blood venomous ant's body was too strong. It was extremely tough. There were many places where even the Life-Ender saber could not cut. Finally, after chasing for a long time, they reached a huge space that looked like a cave. What is this place? Guhai said in shock. Why was there an empty cave in the divine blood venomous ant's body? In the center of the cave, a huge balloon hung down from the ceiling. The balloon gave off a faint blue light that flashed eerily. Squeak! The divine blood venomous ant's divine soul suddenly screamed excitedly and pounced toward the balloon. Oh no, that's the Niwen palace? I can't let it go back. Guhai's expression changed. He stabbed the Life-Ender saber into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, countless bone spikes appeared from the ground and blocked the divine soul of the venomous ant from returning. However, the divine soul of the venomous ant was not weak. It immediately broke through the bone spikes. It was only a little slower and was about to enter the Niwen palace. Life-Ender saber. Guhai shouted. The Life-Ender saber appeared in his palm. When the Life-Ender saber appeared, a dazzling red light illuminated the entire cave. There was a murderous illusion in the red light. As soon as the illusion appeared, it had an unexpected effect. The divine soul of the venomous ant trembled and froze for a moment. That moment was enough for Guhai to get close. Die! Guhai shouted. The Life-Ender saber suddenly stabbed into the divine soul of the venomous ant roar. The divine soul of the venomous ant woke up, but it was too late. The Life-Ender saber entered its body, and countless small skeletons immediately devoured its divine soul. Roar, roar, roar. The divine soul of the venomous ant struggled in pain, but to no avail. In the end, it seemed to know that it was about to be destroyed and suddenly self-destructed. Oh no! Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the divine soul of the venomous ant into the celestial dome of antiquity. Boom! The celestial dome of antiquity exploded with a deafening sound. What a strange divine soul of the venomous ant! If it had not been killed by the life-ender saber, it would have crawled out of the celestial dome of antiquity by itself. This time, you're finally dead. Gu Hai sighed. In the outside world, the Naiwan palace trembled. It seemed to have sensed that the divine blood venomous ant's divine soul was about to be destroyed. It suddenly dimmed. It seemed to be about to be destroyed. The divine blood venomous ant was about to be destroyed. What a pity! If only this divine blood venomous ant was mine. It's a pity that without its divine soul, no matter how strong its vitality is, it's useless. Wait, divine soul? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a jade box and opened it. Husband! Chen Xian, Er's voice came from the jade box. Xian, all three of your divine souls are still here, right? I'll help you extract the other two souls of the White Emperor. You can enter this Naiwan palace and control the divine blood venomous ant as your main body. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a hint of expectation. The White Emperor's heaven soul and mortal soul? Husband, I might not be able to extract them. In order to save me, she was seriously injured. Once she leaves my earth soul, her two souls will collapse. Chen Xian, Er's voice came. Huh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Husband, you found a body for me. How about this? I will reincarnate with the two souls of the White Emperor and use this body to nurture the two souls. Only then can her two souls slowly recover. Furthermore, husband, don't worry. My soul power is stronger than hers. I won't be possessed by her. Chen Xianer's voice sounded again. Okay, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Okay. Chen Xian answered. Gu Hai carefully put the jade box near the Naiwan palace of the divine blood venomous ant. In the jade box, Chen Xian, or his heaven soul, earth soul, and mortal soul entered the Naiwan palace of the divine blood venomous ant instantly with the White Emperor's heaven soul and mortal soul. The Naiwan palace lit up again. Chapter 1009. As soon as Chen Xian entered the bulbous Naiwan palace, a rainbow light burst out of the bulbous Naiwan palace. The balloon immediately blossomed with a rainbow-like brilliance. The brilliance was boundless, illuminating the entire cave. Gu Hai thought that it was a normal possession, but soon it was different. He saw streaks of black light flowing into the bulbous Naiwan palace from the poisonous ant's body. What's going on? Xian, are you okay? Gu Hai asked worriedly. I'm okay, but it's different from possession. Chen Xian, Er's voice came from the bulbous Naiwan palace. What's different? Gu Hai asked worriedly. This doesn't seem to be the Naiwan palace. No, it seems to be. It's so strange. Chen Xian said curiously. Not the Naiwan palace? Then what is it? Gu Hai asked in surprise. I feel that the bulbous Naiwan palace is an egg. It's helping me rebuild my body. There seems to be a source of precepts in the bulbous Naiwan palace. It's creating a body of precepts for me. Chen Xian said in shock. Rebuilding a body? If that's the case, it wouldn't be a possession. What if? Gu Hai panicked. Husband, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm very comfortable. There's a passage here. Chen Xian, Er's voice came. Passage? Why is it in the Naiwan palace of the divine blood poisonous ant? What does it say? Guhai exclaimed in shock. Poison path body sculpting technique. Chinxian read aloud. What technique? Guhai was confused. It says that the ancestor of the ancient witch tribe, who specialized in venomous insects, created this technique. He collected all the venomous insects in the world and refined them into the divine blood poisonous ant. The divine blood poisonous ant is not a treasure, but a container. This container contains the great path of poison and the precepts of poison. However, it's too complicated to be used. However, the Naiwan Palace was refined into a container. It can extract the precepts of poison and reconstruct a body of precepts, a body of great path. From then on, it will be immortal and indestructible. Chun Xian said as she read the passage, body of the great Tao of poison, immortality? Guhai asked in shock. Good, it's great that you're fine. Be careful, Guhai said worriedly. Don't worry, husband, Chinxian said. Who? Inside the balloon, a brighter light burst out. The essence of the huge sacred blood poisonous ant was quickly absorbed by the balloon. Worried about the outside world, Guhai immediately returned to the swamp and flew out of the sacred blood poisonous ant's body to protect Xianer in the outside world. The Buddha's sea of qi was almost depleted, and the golden fog was about to disappear. He could vaguely see the 3 Tathagata heavenly demons cultivating in the distance. Guhai's face darkened as he waved his hand. Who? Immediately, Guhai activated the remaining Buddha's sea of qi and turned it into fog, covering the sacred blood poisonous ant again. The giant sacred blood poisonous ant twitched rapidly. Gradually, its dark shell became transparent, as if all its essence had been sucked out. 3 days later, the sacred blood poisonous ant became completely transparent. In the outside world, one could see a glowing balloon inside its transparent shell. Great path body, the great path of poison, this ancient shaman race really has capable people coming out in large numbers. Guhai exclaimed. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell. One should know that the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell was so hard that even the life Terminator saber could not break it. Who could compare to an impenetrable shell that was impervious to weapons and water and fire? However, at this moment, a crack appeared on it, and that crack instantly split, and split again. Crack, 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 crack. In just a short while, billions of cracks appeared on the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell. Like a spider web, it shattered completely. Crash, crash, crash. The sacred blood poisonous ant's body turned into pieces all over the ground. Then the pieces dried up and turned into a mountain of impurities. With a gentle breeze, they disappeared. The huge sacred blood poisonous ant was gone just like that. Only the balloon was left. The balloon jumped and jumped. Gradually, it seemed that the essence was gathering towards the center. Slowly, it became transparent like a water ball. In the center of the water ball was a beauty with long hair fluttering in the wind. She was naked and curled up in a ball. She was sleeping quietly. Guhai was overjoyed. In the water ball was Chen Xian, the girl he had been thinking about day and night. Had her body been rebuilt, Xian-er's body glowed with a glimmer of light. She looked extremely holy. She's alive? Ha 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 ha. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from Guhai's eyes. Guhai extended his hand, wanting to touch that ball of water. Husband, no. Suddenly, a voice came from the water ball. Chun Xian suddenly opened her eyes, looking terrified. What's wrong? There's poison on the water ball. Husband, don't touch it, Chun Xian shouted. Guhai's hand paused. Xian, is your body all healed? Gu Hai asked. Yes, it's all healed. It's just that I'm not familiar with it yet. I've just rebuilt my body, and the rules in my body are still beating. Xian wants to familiarize herself with it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll hurt husband if I walk around recklessly. Chen Xian said worriedly. Ha ha ha, good, good. You're familiar with it. You're familiar with it. Gu Hai laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A fog enveloped the water ball. Then he waved his hand, and the water ball entered the celestial dome of ancients. Although he didn't know what was so special about Chen Xian's great Tao body, as long as Chen Xian was alive, everything was fine. The sacred blood poisonous ant had turned to dust. Gu Hai didn't feel any pity. Compared to Xian, what else was there to care about? Whoosh! As time passed, the golden fog above the sea of Buddhist aura grew thinner and thinner. There was no more Buddhist aura to cover the surroundings. Gu Hai saw the 3 heavenly demons outside the fog again. The 3 of them were cultivating with their eyes closed. They seemed to have forgotten everything. Gu Hai didn't try to sneak up on them. Although the 3 of them seemed defenseless, Gu Hai could vaguely sense a murderous intent shrouding them. Looking up, the sky was covered in blood clouds. Clearly, the 3 of them were under the surveillance of the heavenly eye. Mahavairakana is no longer here. Gu Hai showed a trace of worry. He didn't know whether Mahavairakana was dead or alive. It's about time. The entrances to the various levels of the 18 layers of hell should be open by now, right? It's more important to get out first. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Gu Hai closed his eyes and then opened them again. The eye of life and death opened. Immediately, the world before him revealed its existence. Before coming in, I paused for a moment to study the entrances and exits. The entrances and exits just need to change the arrangement of these black and white lines. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and gently moved them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the void rippled slightly. An entrance to the immortal dome mystic realm suddenly appeared. The instant Gu Hai opened the entrance to the immortal dome mystic realm, rumble! The blood clouds in the sky seemed to sense something and suddenly roared. Huh! The 3 heavenly demons opened their eyes at almost the same time. The moment they opened their eyes, they happened to see Gu Hai, who had already stepped out of the immortal dome mystic realm through the thin fog. The 3 of them shuddered at almost the same time. Gu Hai, you're not dead? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Where's the Buddhist aura sea? Where's the sea of Buddhist aura? Gu Hai, you bastard, give me back my Buddhist aura. Heavenly Rulai roared in shock and anger. Where are the divine blood poisonous ants? Even the divine blood poisonous ants are gone. Gu Hai, what did you do? Heavenly Rulai exclaimed. Where do you think you're going? Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Heavenly Rulai was the closest and was the first to explode. Hulong long. A palm that contained a world suddenly struck toward Gu Hai, who was halfway out. Gu Hai's face turned cold. But at this moment, another golden palm suddenly appeared behind Gu Hai. This palm seemed to have crossed the void and appeared suddenly. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Another palm that contained a world went toward Heavenly Rulai's Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Mahavairakana. Gu Hai was pleasantly surprised. How could Gu Hai forget this voice? Mahavairakana seemed to have walked out of the void and appeared strangely, and his palm went toward Heavenly Rulai. Hung! A loud sound rang out, and the entire world shook violently. Mahavairakana, you're not dead? Heavenly Rulai was shocked and furious. He had thought that Gu Hai and Mahavairakana were dead for sure. but why were they still alive? And well, Heavenly Rulai and Jiang Rulai immediately went berserk. Mahavarakana and Heavenly Rulai exchanged palms and grabbed Gu Hai. Let's go. Whoosh. The two followed the exit that Gu Hai opened and rushed into the second level of hell. Where are you going? Heavenly Rulai and Jiang Rulai roared. Give me back my Buddhist aura. Give me back my divine blood poisonous ants. The two chased out of the Immortal Dome almost at the same time. Tathagata's expression was cold as he stepped out of the Immortal Dome of the mystic realm. With a wave of his hand, the entire Immortal Dome of the mystic realm flew into his palm. Then he quickly chased after Mahavarakana and Gu Hai. The three heavenly demons were mad. Not only were they fooled, but the Buddhist aura that they had collected over tens of thousands of years and the divine blood poisonous ants were also stolen by Gu Hai. How could they not be angry? They would not give up until they killed Gu Hai and Mahavarakana. Go quick to the entrance and lead them to the corpse tomb world, Gu Hai said. Okay. Mahavarakana led Gu Hai and flew quickly. Mr. Good, did you save your wife? Mahavarakana asked curiously. Yes, I did. Mahavarakana, where have you been all these years? Gu Hai asked curiously. Do you still remember the memory sealing pen? I also brought one with me. It has a trace of time rule in it. I almost died earlier, so I hid in the gap of time and recuperated there. I only came out when you opened the exit of the Immortal Dome and caused the space-time to become unstable. Luckily, I came out in time. Mahavarakana laughed. You came in time. The unborn man should be waiting anxiously, right? They were the ones who ambushed us. Now, it's our turn to ambush them. Gu Hai sneered. Okay. The two rushed to the entrance of the first level of hell in an instant. At the entrance, Kong Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the two flying over. Chapter 10:10. The moment the entrances to the different levels of hell opened, Kong Xian immediately rushed down. However, the second level of hell had already returned to normal. There was still no sign of Gu Hai. Kong Xian was anxious. Just as he was anxious, whoosh, a ray of light rushed over. Your Majesty? Kong Xian was overjoyed. Gu Hai waved his hand. Kong Xian, don't struggle. Whoosh. In an instant, Kong Xian was sucked into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai and Mahavarakana immediately rushed into the first level of hell. Stop right there. The three heavenly demons chased after them. When Gu Hai stepped into the first level of hell, the countless divine demon army saw him. Your Majesty, you are finally out. The divine demon army immediately surrounded him. Spread out, spread out, Gu Hai shouted anxiously. The divine demon army nearby was sucked into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The divine demon army further away didn't know what was going on, but they stopped charging at Gu Hai and scattered. Gu Hai flew towards the entrance of the 18 levels of hell. Whoosh! The three heavenly demons chased after him. All of them had a ferocious expression, as if they had nowhere to vent their anger. Those are Gu Hai's divine demon army. I'm going to kill them, Jiang Rulai said with a ferocious expression. They are too far away. Don't waste any more time. Kill Gu Hai, Tian Tathagata said. They got off too easy. They are so far away from me. Humph, Tian Tathagata said angrily. Whoosh! The three quickly chased after him and soon arrived at the entrance of the 18 levels of hell. The unborn man had been waiting at the entrance. Unborn man, quick, open the netherworld passage. Gu Hai shouted as soon as he came out. The unborn man responded and waved his hand. The netherworld passage suddenly opened. The moment it opened, waves of Yin Qi rushed towards them. Unborn man, hide in the immortal dome of ancients for now. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the unborn man and the surrounding god-devil army entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai and Mahavarakana instantly stepped into the netherworld. At this moment, Tian, Run, and Jiang Rulai instantly stepped out of the 18 levels of hell. You want to hide in the underworld? Don't even think about it. Jiang Rulai's expression was ferocious as he stepped in. Wait. Rulai wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Not only Jiang Rulai, but Tathagata also stepped into the netherworld. Forget it. Tian Rulai sighed softly and stepped in as well. Who? The entrance to the two realms of Yin and Yang suddenly disappeared. As soon as the three of them stepped into the netherworld, their expressions changed drastically. Not only was there boundless Yin energy around them, there were even a large number of stars. The surrounding environment seemed to be slightly distorted. Where is this? Jiang Rulai's expression stiffened. It's the Corpse Mound realm. There's a Godao ritual array. We fell into an ambush. Rulai's expression sank. An ambush? Jiang Rulai and Tathagata's expressions changed. The two of them knew that Gu Hai's Godao was incredible. Wherever there was Godao law, Gu Hai possessed the power of the world. Ha! As expected of Rulai's wisdom. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the sky. The three of them looked up and saw Gu Hai and Mahavarakana standing high in the sky, looking down at them coldly. Gu Hai, you bastard! Return my Buddhist aura C. Jiang Rulai's expression turned cold as he prepared to charge over. However, Gu Hai gently flung his sleeve. Whoosh! Countless meteors immediately washed over Jiang Rulai and disappeared into the vast starry heavens. A Godao ritual array? Tathagata's expression turned unsightly. Although Tathagata had heard Jiang Rulai mention how incredible Gu Hai's Godao was, he was still shocked when he saw it for the first time. In the world of Godao laws, Gu Hai was like a god. With a wave of his hand, he tossed Jiang Rulai into the depths of the starry heavens. The Corpse Mound world, Godao laws. Humph. Gu Hai, the Godao ritual array is not omnipotent. Rulai said coldly, I know it's not omnipotent. However, it's enough to deal with you all. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, thousands of disintegration lights appeared in the surroundings. 800,000 years ago, Gu Hai used the Godao law to condense disintegration lights to destroy 3 of the 7 immortal slaying swords. He even used this to deal with Rokudo Shinkuen. At this moment, the disintegration lights reappeared, making Rulai's hair stand on end. Go! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Like thousands of arrows, the disintegration lights instantly shot towards Rulai and Rulai. In his panic, Rulai showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Gu Hai and Mahavarakana. You all can die first. Rulai threw a palm strike. Rulai's palm strike seemed to be close to Gu Hai. However, in the Godao ritual array, it was so close, yet so far. Rulai's palm strike was strangely deflected in another direction. What? Rulai exclaimed. Rulai could not even touch Gu Hai in the Godao ritual array. However, at this moment, the thousands of disintegration lights were already near the two. It looked like they would be destroyed soon. Rulai's eyes turned cold, and the thin line on his forehead suddenly split. Boom! Crack! A beam of red light suddenly shot down from the sky. As the beam of red light passed, all the disintegration lights instantly turned to dust, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Surging blood clouds immediately covered the Corpse Mound realm. A pressure akin to the might of heaven surged out, shaking the ritual array that Gu Hai had set up. Layers of spatial ripples appeared around Guhai and Mahavarakana. The red light just now came from the blood cloud. This is... Guhai's expression sank. Mr. Good, you need to be careful. This is that heaven-defying treasure. It can suppress the might of loss. Although my whirling world is something that I visualized, it is still extraordinarily powerful. However, before this heaven-defying treasure, it cannot withstand a single blow. Mahavarakana said with an ugly expression, Guhai, your Godao ritual array is indeed powerful. However, it is not invincible. What if your ritual array is suppressed? Rulai sneered. Guhai's expression sank. He extended his hand to activate the Godao ritual array, wanting to throw the two into the depths of the ritual array. It's too late. Open. Rulai said with a sinister smile. The rift in the crimson cloud abruptly parted, and the heavenly eye opened abruptly. In the instant that it opened, a beam of red light that was over 100 times more powerful than before fell from the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that was slicing through the entire chess formation with devastating force. Boom. Crack. 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 The massive 35 line pair world ritual array suddenly shattered. The red light pierced the ground, causing the entire corpse mound realm to shake intensely. Jiang Rulai, who was trapped in the ritual array, trembled as he struggled. Then he saw his surroundings clearly. Ha! Ha ha ha! The ritual array is gone? Jiang Rulai guffawed. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Ru arrived at Tian Tathagata's place. The scarlet heavenly eye has opened. Guhai, you have nowhere to run this time. Jiang Rulai said with a sinister smile. Guhai's and Mahavarakana's expressions sank. The two looked up at the scarlet heavenly eye and felt the scarlet heavenly eye lock onto them. Now, the situation has returned to how it was before. Guhai, can the two of you still block us? Jiang Rulai said coldly. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Mahavarakana looked like he was facing a great enemy. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Amateus Buddha, Father is not just two people. There is still me. A loud shout came from below. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the eternal Buddha pagoda suddenly open. Creak, the doors opened, and a bright golden light burst out from within, illuminating the entire corpse mound realm in gold. Guhai showed some worry. Clack! Guhan stepped out of the eternal Buddha pagoda. A golden wheel of light appeared behind his head, looking like a blazing sun, giving off a bright golden light. Benevolent Rulai? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng followed behind Guhan. The two also had light wheels behind their heads, just smaller than Guhan's. Congratulations to Crown Prince Guhan for cultivating the Buddha body of boundless merit, Mahavarakana said as he pressed his palms together. Amateus Buddha, Senior must be the Mahavarakana that Father mentioned. Senior, please excuse my ignorance. Guhan pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Amit Ba. Mahavarakana bowed. Slightly. Guhan, you actually managed to cultivate the golden body of merit and return to consummation? That's impossible. How did you do it? Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. I purified all the resentful spirits in the corpse mound realm. Naturally, the heavens bless me with kindness. Guhan said unhurriedly. That's impossible. How long has it been? How many resentful spirits are there? Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. Master, the withered lamp Buddha turned his body into the eternal Buddha pagoda. One day outside the pagoda is 10,000 years inside the pagoda. I am not very talented, which is why I only came out of closed-door cultivation today. Guhan said indifferently. As Guhan spoke, he led Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng into the air, arriving at Guhai's place. Father, this child has a great grudge with Jiang Rulai. Just leave Jiang Rulai to this child. Guhan said solemnly. Good, and evil will fight. I'll leave Jiang Rulai to the three of you to deal with. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Guhan, Qin Zibai, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng answered. Mahavairakana and mortal Gautama know the Buddhist nation in the palm and even tried to create the whirling world. I believe he is your match. I'll leave this person to you to deal with. What do you think? Guhai asked. That would be best. However, what about heavenly Gautama? Mahavairakana asked worriedly. Leave heavenly Gautama to me. Just focus on dealing with mortal Gautama, Guhai instructed. All right. Mahavairakana answered. Guhai, how bold of you to fight me alone. Heavenly Gautama revealed a cold smile. Heavenly Gautama possessed a heaven-defying treasure, the scarlet heavenly eye. Heavenly Gautama's scarlet heavenly eye was the strongest of the group of Gautama sky demons. However, in heavenly Gautama's eyes, Guhai was the weakest. This was especially so after heavenly Gautama broke the Go Dao ritual array. How could Guhai be qualified to fight with him? Gautama sky demon? Don't fight with me. Let me kill this Guhai. Suddenly, a teeth-gnashing voice rang out in the sky. Everyone looked up. However, they saw a person with a hateful expression standing in the air. The corpse bug sky demon? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. Back then, the corpse bug sky demon was trapped in the 35 line pair world ritual array. Now that the ritual array was broken, the corpse bug sky demon was naturally saved. Now that it was saved, it wanted to tear Guhai into pieces with the overwhelming resentment it had accumulated over the past few days. Guhai alone against two consummation heavenly palace cultivators. Everyone had worried looks on their faces. Chapter 10:11. After waiting for so long in the first layer of hell, Kong Xian was worried that Guhai would be in danger. Not long ago, there was a Jiang Rulai clone. That was a heavenly palace 9th tier pinnacle powerhouse. Could His Majesty deal with them? In the second layer of hell, there was still Jiang Rulai and 4 clones. Even if Jiang Rulai could hold His Majesty back, there were still 4 Jiang Rulai clones. How could His Majesty deal with them? Kong Xian was worried, so he couldn't wait to enter the second layer. However, there was no sign of Guhai. Kong Xian was very worried. At this time, Guhai suddenly appeared and told him not to struggle. Kong Xian instantly understood that Guhai and Mahavairakana were being hunted. What about the 4 Jiang Rulai clones? Kong Xian wanted to tell Guhai that he could help deal with one. Just now, although both sides had suffered great losses, he had also eaten a copy of Jiang Rulai. He wasn't as weak as His Majesty said. However, when Kong Xian was sucked into the immortal dome of the ancients, all the words on the tip of his tongue stopped, because Kong Xian saw a lot of clones. He was floating in the starry sky. Perhaps he was too tired from struggling for more than 1,800 years. He simply sat cross-legged and started to cultivate more than 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones. More than 3,000? Kong Xian immediately blushed because he was about to speak proudly. He dealt with one, and both sides were injured. They even fought for 10 days and 10 nights. How could he share His Majesty's burden? His Majesty said he was weak, and he didn't admit it. Look at His Majesty's clones. 3,000, 3,000? This terrifying number made Kong Xian's scalp tingle. This wasn't a divine Tao domain, but a real body. Kong Xian blushed and immediately calmed down. Huff, huff, huff. Batch after batch of soldiers were sent into the immortal dome of the ancients, and the unborn man quickly followed suit. After entering, everyone looked at the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones sitting cross-legged in the sky and gulped. Lord Kong, what do you think is more terrifying than the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones in the second layer of hell? A young general of the divine demon army asked with a stiff expression. Kong Xian shook his head and didn't want to say anything. Xiao, 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 xiao. In the immortal dome of the ancient immortal, for beams of sword light shot out and reached the crowd in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Lord Kong. The four of them bowed, slightly. Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfeng Bubi, Duga Chobai, Shimen Chueshue, have your cultivations recovered to the middle celestial palace? Kong Xian's eyes were sharp, and he instantly saw through them. The four nodded. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, His Majesty has passed down countless cultivation techniques. In order to strengthen our foundation, we have delayed for a long time. That's why we have only reached the central heavenly palace today. Oh, countless cultivation techniques. Kong Xian was surprised. Yes, Sword Dao, Buddhist Dao, Demon Dao, Confucian Dao, Witchcraft Dao, Ghost Dao, Immortal Dao, all kinds of cultivation techniques. If you want, you can take a look. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, Thank you. The crowd nodded. Kong Xian, the unborn man, and the others walked over curiously. Fushi's innate 8 trigrams diagram. The unborn man was shocked. The unborn man saw a cultivation technique. It was created by Fushi from Earth. This is not right. How can it be used like this? The unborn man was shocked. His Majesty will not harm us. It is impossible for there to be a wrong cultivation technique. Dongfeng Bubi said in disbelief. The unborn man looked at the cultivation technique and found it strange. But after a while, he could not move his eyes away. Although Earth's Fushi and the 6 Dao Immortal Vault's Fushi were not the same person, there were some similarities between their cultivation and understanding. For example, both Vairocana and Tathagata had mastered the Buddhist kingdom in the palm and the Buddha's palm. At this moment, the cultivation technique left by Fushi from Earth inspired the unborn man deeply. He did not want to leave. Kong Xian looked around and saw countless cultivation techniques. But Kong Xian understood that the most important thing was to find the one that was suitable for him. He found the cultivation technique of Mahamayuri King. But compared to his own inheritance of the Peacock tribe, it was much weaker. 4 of you, can we see the outside world? His Majesty has encountered a great enemy. I am very worried. Kong Xian said worriedly, A day in the outside world is 10 years in the inside world. However, His Majesty has set up a time reversal hall that can synchronize time with the outside world. At the same time, with His Majesty's permission, the time reversal hall can see the outside world. Zhang Sanfeng said, Oh, then we will go immediately. Kong Xian said anxiously. The divine demon army did not hesitate to go and see His Majesty immediately. Clearly, they were very concerned about Gu Hai. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it could not tempt them. Only the unborn man was currently hugging the cultivation techniques left behind by Fushi and the cultivation techniques left behind by Fushi's descendants, continuously comprehending them. Zhang Sanfeng and the others led the group to a large hall. The walls of the large hall were covered in light, and they could see the outside world instantly. When the group entered, they happened to see the corpse mound world scarlet heavenly eye open. When the scarlet heavenly eye opened, the heavenly might even surged out of the image. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to breathe. Corpse mound world, the Godao formation can't be used. 3 Tathagata heavenly demons. Kong Xian's expression changed. I feel that Tathagata heavenly demon is the most dangerous, the most horrifying. Dongfang Bubi's expression sank. Crown Prince Guhan? Consummation of the heavenly palace? Kong Xian raised his eyebrows and clenched his fists. Although Kong Xian was not jealous of Guhan, he still felt upset. Originally, he was the strongest expert of the Dahan imperial dynasty. He was fully deserving of being the strongest in terms of personal strength. Now, Gu Hai surpassed him. Kong Xian could only accept that Mahavairakana surpassed him. That was an outsider, so he did not count for now. However, now, a crown prince also reached consummation of the heavenly palace. Am I really too weak? While Kong Xian felt upset, the other divine demon army soldiers cheered. With this, His Majesty only needed to deal with one Tathagata heavenly demon. However, another person appeared in the image. The corpse bug heavenly demon. Kong Xian's expression changed. I nearly forgot. The corpse bug heavenly demon was trapped in the Go Dao formation. Now that the Go Dao formation was destroyed, the corpse bug heavenly demon naturally came out. Another consummation of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai was going to fight two consummation of the heavenly palace at the same time. Everyone felt worried. At the same time, they felt resentful that they could not help. I am indeed too weak. Kong Xian dug his fingernails into his flesh. I was the strongest expert of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now I can only watch. If I were a consummation of the heavenly palace, wouldn't I be able to help His Majesty delay the corpse bug heavenly demon? Kong Xian was unwilling to accept this. Outside, the appearance of the corpse bug heavenly demon made Guhan and Mahavairakana worry. The corpse bug heavenly demon cannot be underestimated when dealing with Gu Hai. Didn't you fall at his hands once? He is not that simple. Tian Tathagata suddenly laughed. The corpse bug heavenly demon frowned as it looked at Tian Tathagata. You and I have the same goal. Why do we need to go first? We can just attack together. Tian Tathagata said indifferently. You want to work with me to attack Gu Hai? The corpse bug heavenly demon exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Am I not worthy? Tian Tathagata asked indifferently. The corpse bug heavenly demon shook its head. Then it said with some surprise, of the 12 summits of the heavenly demon holy land, I rank 11th and you rank 7th. My ranking is lower than yours. Naturally, I have no objections to your suggestion of a joint attack. However, to deal with Gu Hai, who does not have a Go Dao formation, isn't this a little too extravagant? It's not extravagant. He has ruined many of my plans. With just this ability, no matter how big the formation, it is not extravagant. Tian Tathagata looked at Gu Hai with a cold expression. Father, Guhan said worriedly. Mr. Good, Mahavairakana also said worriedly. Follow the original plan, Gu Hai said gravely. But the two felt anxious. Finish off the opponent as soon as possible. Just come over and help me. It is not easy to deal with them. I will do my best to delay them, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the two could only answer. An intense battle was about to begin. Guhan and Mahavairakana showed ferocious expressions. They wanted to deal with Jiang Rulai and Rin Tathagata immediately. Although the battle had not started yet, the forces were already tilting toward the Mahavairakana heavenly demon. Just as everyone was about to fight, suddenly, gurgling sounds came from the distance. The sound was very loud, sounding like heavenly thunder. There are more people. Guhan's face sank. More people from the heavenly demon holy land arrived. Mahavairakana also felt worried. They already could not deal with the current situation. Now, more enemies arrived. The Mahavairakana heavenly demon and the corpse bug heavenly demon also showed doubtful expressions. They looked over and saw that the gurgling sounds were coming from the nearby corpse pit. Go-go-go, go-go-go. The sounds rang out. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst out from the corpse pit. Bang! Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall golden egg flew out. That is, Mahavarakana, heavenly demon, said in shock. The corpse bug heavenly demon also looked at this golden egg in shock. I have never seen it before. I have entered the corpse pit at least 100 times, but I have never seen this golden egg before. The corpse bug, heavenly demon, said, feeling confused. As Mahavarakana, heavenly demon, spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! The ground at the center of the corpse pit suddenly split open. The corpse bug, heavenly demon, sent a beam of light into the depths of the corpse pit. The light illuminated everything below. What? Where are the corpses? Why are there no corpses at all? The corpse bug, heavenly demon, exclaimed in shock. All the corpses from the ancient war between the liches and demons were buried here. Where are the corpses? Mahavarakana, heavenly demon, exclaimed in shock as well. That egg, the corpse bug, heavenly demon's expression changed. Suddenly, that huge egg started spinning faster and faster. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant egg suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of golden mists that scattered in all directions. However, in the next moment, the golden mist strangely shrank back, and instantly shrank back into a dazzling golden figure. It was Shangguan Hen, who was completely naked. Shangguan Hen opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the golden mist into his stomach. His whole body shone with golden light as if his skin was golden to begin with. At the same time, Shangguan Hen exuded a powerful aura that caused the void to tremble violently. With a wave of his hand, Shangguan Hen put on a set of clothes and instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Shangguan Hen greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Shangguan Hen knelt on one knee in the void and kowtowed to Gu Hai. Under the kowtow, the void around Shangguan Hen trembled slightly, as if it was extremely unstable. Mighty void fusion. This is the consummate level of heavenly palace. Kong Xian of the ancient celestial dome suddenly exclaimed. Why is Supreme Shangguan here? This is great. The army of gods and demons was excited. Only Kong Xian felt empty in his heart. Shangguan Hen has surpassed me? Chapter 10:12. Might in the Void. Shangguan Hen had clearly just reached the great fulfillment and had yet to properly control his power. However, so what if he had just reached it? He was still at the great fulfillment of the heavenly palace. Ha 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 ha, supremacy, Shangguan. You've come out of seclusion just in time. Mahavarakana laughed. Thank you, your majesty, for placing me in such a good place. I've just broken through one tier and reached the great fulfillment of the heavenly palace. Your majesty, please give me orders. Shangguan Hen shouted. Broke through one tier? The 71st tier of the 8. 9 mystic arts? Mahavarakana is right. You've really come in time. Since you're here, you can deal with the corpse bug heavenly demon. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. Shangguan Hen turned his head and looked at the corpse bug heavenly demon. The corpse bug heavenly demon and the Tathagata heavenly demon's faces darkened. At this time, Gu Hai had another great fulfillment subordinate. Humph, the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace is also divided into levels. You've just entered the heavenly palace, and you want to be my enemy? The corpse bug heavenly demon shouted coldly. With a cold shout, the corpse bug heavenly demon charged forward. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen revealed a ferocious look and rushed out. The two of them seemed to want to test each other's strength. In the void, their fists met. Dong! With a loud bang, the void where their fists met exploded into countless pieces. The two of them separated. Shangguan Hen retreated 100 feet, while the corpse bug, heavenly demon, retreated 100 feet. In a battle of strength, Shangguan Hen actually had the upper hand. Shangguan Hen was also slightly surprised. The others were even more shocked. How could someone who had just entered the great fulfillment be more powerful than the corpse bug, heavenly demon? As expected of the 8, 9 mystic arts, the pinnacle of the physical body, where we come from, no one has cultivated to the pinnacle. Perhaps we can see it from Shangguan Hen. Mahavairakana exclaimed, "Impossible! You just reached the great perfection realm. How can you have so much power?" The corpse bug heavenly demon said in shock. Shangguan Hen said coldly, "Ha! In the demon race, you're just a worm that has attained the Tao. I'm the supreme being of the Xuanwu race. In ancient times, you weren't even qualified to carry my shoes." Ha! Ha ha ha! Supreme Xuanwu? The era of Supreme Xuanwu had long passed. Insects. Today I'm going to eat you, Paragon Xuanwu. Humph. Enraged, the corpse bug heaven devil lunged forward. Shangguan Hen was surrounded by boundless golden light. He was fearless and rushed out again. Boom, boom, boom. The two perfection heavenly palace cultivators began to fight fiercely. For a time, the void shattered into countless pieces. The two of them fought further and further away, heading into the distant, starry sky. When Jiang Rulai saw the suppressed corpse bug heaven devil in the distance, his expression turned unsightly. Had he known that this day would come, he would have destroyed Guhai back then. Amit Ba, Rulai, both our worlds are destroyed. Come, let me see your Buddhist nation in a palm. Vairocana took a step forward. Humph, Vairocana, I don't know where you came from, but you actually have so many things in common with me. However, after today, I will make you spill everything. Rulai shouted coldly. Boom. The two of them brazenly threw palm strikes. Immediately, large patches of void shattered. When the Buddhist nation and a palm clashed, Buddhist chanting seemed to resound in the void. The two of them faced each other with their palms, purposely giving up this battlefield to the remaining people. Jiang Rulai, it is time to resolve our grudges. Guhan stepped forward. Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng followed closely behind. Good Rulai, you were the master of the spiritual mountain's holy land in the past. To think that you actually reincarnated as the son of an imperial dynasty. You are really lowering your status. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Likewise, let me see your Gautama divine palm. Guhan extended his hand and threw a palm strike. Buzz. A swastika golden talisman immediately appeared in Guhan's palm. The swastika golden talisman gave off a bright golden light that seemed to carry the chanting of countless Buddhist scriptures as it flew towards Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai also executed a Gautama divine palm, using the same move against Guhan. I created the Gautama divine palm back then. You and I shared the same body, so you know how to use it. However, do you know that the activation of this Gautama divine palm does not rely on the magic energy in the body, but on the benevolent heart? You still do not understand the mysteries. Guhan smiled. The two Gautama divine palms clashed. Boom. Crack. 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 Clearly, Guhan's Gautama divine palm was stronger. How can this be? Jiang Rulai exclaimed in shock. Last time, I lost because you sneak attacked me. This time, you won't have a chance to sneak attack me. Furthermore, I still have 3 generations of Buddha's intent. Break. Guhan shouted. Boom. The shock wave knocked Jiang Rulai back, his face flushing red. Guhan and the other two quickly gave chase. The 3 battlefields went far away one after another, each giving off a loud boom. Now, only Gu Hai and Tian Rulai remained. Above the two was that huge scarlet heavenly eye. Facing Tian Rulai alone, Gu Hai no longer worried. It was not that he was too confident in his strength. Instead, Gu Hai's trump cards were already sufficient to deal with Tian Rulai. Vairocana came over from Earth because righteous Dharma swapped places with him. The 2 immortal dominions were still in equilibrium. In other words, if Gu Hai opened the passageway to the immortal dome, he could invite one more person out. However, Gu Hai did not. He would only invite another person out as a last resort. Facing Tian Rulai, Gu Hai still wanted to give it a try. Gu Hai, actually, I quite admire your courage. Even Vairocana does not dare to touch this heaven-defying treasure of mine. Yet, you dare to stay here alone? Tian Rulai looked coldly at Gu Hai. Heaven-defying treasure? Huh, with this scarlet heavenly eye? Gu Hai sneered. Buzz. Gu Hai's forehead suddenly trembled. Then it instantly separated, revealing Gu Hai's heavenly eye. Tian Rulai's third eye was a scarlet one. However, Gu Hai's third eye was no different from a normal one. It was black and white. However, there were 5 energy cores circling his third eye. An aura of heavenly might surged out. God-destroying heavenly eye, I heard Jiang Rulai mention that your God-destroying heavenly eye can shoot out God-destroying light. Unfortunately, it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Tian Rulai said coldly. Then you can try. Gu Hai said coldly. In the past, he used it cautiously because there were too few God-destroying lights. However, it was different now. Now that he had 200 of them, he could use them to his heart's content. Try. There's plenty of time. Let me ask you, did you keep the Buddha Sea and divine blood venomous ants in the immortal dome? Tian Rulai asked coldly. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? It's good that you're here. Immortal dome, you have no right to enjoy it, Tian Rulai said coldly. As he said that, the third eye between his brows trembled. The scarlet heavenly eye in the sky suddenly emitted a large amount of red light. In an instant, the red light rushed toward Gu Hai. God-destroying light. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Gu Hai's heavenly eye shot out a beam of God-destroying light, which collided with the 100 zhang thick red light in the sky. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai's God-destroying light shattered. However, a small portion of the gigantic red light in the sky disappeared. Haha, you don't know what this is, do you? This scarlet heavenly eye also shoots out God-destroying light. Moreover, it's a giant God-destroying light. It's Jiang Lianshan's supreme treasure. One beam is equivalent to 20 of yours. How can your ordinary God-destroying light compare to it? Tian Rulai sneered. Before Tian Rulai finished speaking, Gu Hai understood how powerful that red light was. The red light was about to hit Gu Hai. At that moment, it was too late to dodge. God-destroying light. Out. Gu Hai shouted. Bam! 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 20 beams of God-destroying light shot out of Gu Hai's heavenly eye. A total of 20. Tian Rulai's expression changed. Boom! With a loud sound, the void shattered. That giant red light was finally neutralized. What? You can shoot out 20 beams of God-destroying light at the same time, Tian Rulai said in shock. Scarlet heavenly eye, that's all there is to it. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he seemed to want to deal a heavy blow to the scarlet heavenly eye. Gu Hai, how dare you? Tian Rulai's expression changed as he struck out with a palm strike. Bang! Gu Hai's heavenly eye suddenly shot out 20 beams of God-destroying light at Tian Rulai. Tian Rulai's expression changed, but he did not dare to face it head-on. He immediately retreated and shouted, Heavenly I open. Wang. In the sky, the scarlet heavenly eye shot out another beam of red light, heading straight for Gu Hai, after forcing Tian Rulai back. With 20 beams of God-destroying light, Gu Hai's expression turned cold. He looked up and blinked his heavenly eye. Bang! 50 beams of God-destroying light shot into the sky. Hung! 20 beams of God-destroying light collided with the scarlet heavenly eye's red light, shattering the void and canceling each other out. However, the other 30 beams of God-destroying light reached the scarlet heavenly eye in an instant. Tian Rulai was shocked. The scarlet heavenly eye's pupils constricted, and a faint red light appeared in its eyes again. Hung! With a loud boom, a huge black hole appeared where the blood-colored heavenly eye was. My scarlet heavenly eye! Tian Rulai cried out in shock. The black hole recovered. The scarlet heavenly eye floated up more than 300 meters, and the surrounding blood clouds were reduced by 1/10. Fortunately, the scarlet heavenly eye protected its pupils earlier. However, the huge shock caused the scarlet heavenly eye to be filled with blood vessels. What a heaven-defying treasure! Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. He had a total of 200 beams of God-destroying light. He had already used 91 of them, but it still did not hurt the God-destroying heavenly eye. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying treasure was indeed powerful. Gu Hai, why you can actually shoot out 50 beams of God-destroying light at the same time? Why didn't you use it back then? Tian Rulai was shocked and furious. Rumble! Within the blood clouds, countless lightning flashed. Clearly, the God-destroying heavenly eye seemed to have its own consciousness, and it was furious that it was almost injured. In its anger, it once again extracted a part of the blood clouds, turning into a giant beam of red light that charged at Gu Hai. Again, humph! Gu Hai glared, not afraid at all. The heavenly eye blinked again. Whoosh! 100 beams of God-destroying light instantly charged at the scarlet heavenly eye. 100? You can shoot 100 at the same time? Boom! 20 beams instantly shattered the giant beam of red light, and the remaining 80 beams reached the scarlet heavenly eye in an instant. The scarlet heavenly eye's pupils actually showed a trace of fear. In an instant, Tian Rulai seemed to see Jiang Chen from the ancient era. Back then, Jiang Chen also released such a destructive, large amount of God-destroying light. No! Tian Rulai roared in shock and pounced at Gu Hai. Chapter 10:13. Gu Han alone was equal to Jiang Rulai, perhaps even stronger. Furthermore, he had Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng helping him. He immediately suppressed Jiang Rulai. Amid loud sounds, Jiang Rulai kept retreating. He was not a match for Gu Han at all, so he could only use the cultivation technique from before he became a Buddhist cultivator. Got him a heavenly demon palm. A pitch-black palm pressed down on Gu Han. Black fog surged out of the palm. Countless ghostly cries came from the black fog, looking incredibly sinister. Did you forget? I created the Gautama heavenly demon palm to break this demonic palm. Break! Gu Han shouted coldly. See I. The moment the golden swastika appeared, it immediately released a blazing sun-like golden light, purifying all the black energy. Ah. A string of ghostly cries came from the black fog. You. Jiang Rulai showed an anxious expression. It was one thing for Gu Han to counter his moves. However, Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng also strengthened him. With this, his defeat was only a matter of time. Jiang Rulai showed a furious expression as he turned his head to look around, hoping for help. Not far away, Vairocana fought Humanrulai. However, Humanrulai was suppressed. Clearly, waiting for Humanruli would not work. On the other side, the corpse bug sky fiend fought Shangguanhen. The corpse bug celestial demon took out a magic treasure that resembled a black claw and struck Shangguanhen again and again. However, Shangguanhen practiced the 8 and 9 mysterious arts, and his body was like a peerless divine weapon that was impervious to all weapons. The corpse bug celestial demon only managed to create sparks, but it couldn't injure Shangguanhen in the slightest. Shangguanhen found an opening and punched. Boom! The corpse bug sky fiend immediately went flying, and the black, claw-like Dharma treasure in its hand exploded. Pooh! The corpse bug sky fiend vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, it was no match for Shangguanhen. The corpse bug sky fiend completely suppressed its side. Jiang Rulai looked anxious. The last place was where Tian Rulai was. Yes, Tian Rulai will definitely be able to destroy Gu Hai. He has a heaven-defying treasure. Jiang Rulai looked at the distant Tian Rulai with a hint of expectation. Rulai Tian pounced toward Gu Hai in shock and anger, and the blood-red heaven's eye in the sky actually showed a look of fear. 80 beams of god-slaying light instantly arrived in front of the blood-red heaven's eye. What? Why are there so many god-slaying lights? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. The blood-colored heavenly eye was already defending with all its might. A red light was contained within the eye as a defense. Hum! A deafening sound rang out. Billions of void fragments instantly exploded where the blood-colored heaven eye was, and a black hole suddenly appeared. A large expanse of blood clouds instantly exploded. A heaven-defying treasure. Jiang Rulai was horrified. He could vaguely see many cracks in the blood-red heavens eye in the black hole. A large amount of blood leaked out from the cracks. Clearly, the blood-red heavens eye suffered the greatest damage in its history. The blood-red heavens eye was severely damaged but did not shatter. However, due to the damage, the earlier heavenly might vanished. Gu Hai, you severely damaged the blood-red heavens eye. However, your cultivation cannot possibly be at consummation. Let's see what else you have aside from the god-slaying light. Tian Rulai sent a palm strike at Gu Hai. Just as the palm strike was about to reach Gu Hai, Tian Rulai instantly vanished with a flash. In the next moment, he appeared behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai could not turn his head in time. Naturally, he could not fire the god-slaying light. At this moment of crisis, Gu Hai smiled. Did you forget? With the blood-red heavens eye severely damaged, it can no longer suppress our Go Dao ritual array. Open. Gu Hai extended his hand and moved the air. Buzz. The Go Dao laws in the air stirred. Suddenly, a ritual array appeared. Just as Tian Rulai's palm strike was about to land on Gu Hai, the Go Dao ritual array flung him to the ground in the distance. Boom! Tian Rulai's palm strike landed on the ground. However, Gu Hai remained unscathed. Tian Rulai's expression changed. High in the sky, Gu Hai extended his hand, and the Go Dao ritual array quickly reappeared. The 35-line pair world ritual array reappeared. Stepping into the Go Dao ritual array, Gu Hai instantly found himself in an undefeatable position. Gu Hai looked up at the shattered blood-red heaven's eye. Then, he revealed a cold smile. A heaven-defying treasure is only SOSO. Then, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, 1 million disintegration lights appeared in the air and aimed at the already severely damaged blood-red heavens eye, looking like they wanted to destroy it in one fell swoop. How presumptuous! How dare you! Tian Rulai was shocked and enraged as he charged over. However, the moment the Go Dao ritual array appeared, the outcome was practically decided. No matter how powerful Tian Rulai was, He could not touch Guhai at all. How could he make a move? Earlier, the blood-red heavens, I could have broken the ritual array with a beam of red light. However, now that it was shattered, how could he break the ritual array? Whoosh! 1,000,000 disintegration lights shot into the blood-red heavens. The blood-red heavens, I immediately controlled a large number of scarlet clouds to block in horror. Whoosh! Whoosh! Even with the scarlet clouds blocking the blood-red heavens, I still got hit by a large number of disintegration lights. 10-odd large bloody holes appeared in the blood-red heavens. Humph! This is just the beginning. With the 35 line pair world ritual array, I can have as many disintegration lights as I want. Guhai's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, another 1,000,000 disintegration lights appeared. Half of them charged at the blood-red heavens, while the other half charged at Tian Rulai. The battle was already clear. Tian Rulai had powerful means, but he could not touch Guhai in the ritual array, and could only be ground to death. The outcome was already decided. However, just as the 1,000,000 disintegration lights shot out, Jiang Rulai's shout came from afar. Immortal of the 6 paths above, the one under your protection, Jiang Rulai pleads for the immortal of the 6 paths protection to destroy my enemy and the immortal's enemy. Guhai is old man Guanxi's disciple. His will to defy the heavens is not extinguished. May the heavens judge. Jiang Rulai suddenly shouted. What? Jiang Rulai, how dare you? Guhan's expression changed. In the distance, the corpse bug heavenly demon, Shangguanhen Mahavairakana, mortal Rulai, and Tian Rulai's expressions all changed. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky above the corpse mound world. Rolling black clouds suddenly gathered. In just an instant, the world turned completely dark. Outside the corpse mound world, a large number of troops were stationed around the 800 cities. However, when the sky turned dark in an instant, all the generals were still at a loss. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? So many dark clouds. One, the rolling dark clouds suddenly split open from the center, and an eye that was millions of miles long suddenly opened. The moment it opened, plop, plop, plop. The troops of the 800 cities all knelt down almost at the same time. A surge of heavenly power suddenly grabbed everyone's heart like a fist, making everyone's divine soul tremble. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. The eye of heaven opened. All living beings knelt down. Regardless of whether they were living beings or dead spirits, they all knelt down. 800,000 years ago, the immortal of the 6 paths had promised to protect the 3 holy lands. When the 3 holy lands were in a life and death crisis, the masters of the holy lands would call out the name of the immortal of the 6 paths, and they would be able to communicate with the immortal of the 6 paths. The immortal of the 6 paths opened his eye of heaven. Everything below was in his sight. In front of the eye of heaven, the shattered blood-red heavenly eye was like the difference between a watermelon and a soybean. The difference was like heaven and earth. Boom! The fog outside the corpse mound world instantly disappeared in front of the eye of heaven. Immediately, everything inside was exposed. Under the immense heavenly might, all the battles came to a halt. Shangguanhen felt an immobilizing pressure, as though it wanted to force him to kneel. However, Shangguanhen was already at consummation. He struggled bitterly, not moving at all. The corpse bug heavenly demon, Vairocana Rulai, Rulai Rulai, Rulai Rulai, Jiang Rulai, and Guhan did their best to prop themselves up and not kneel. However, Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng did not resist, immediately kneeling. They felt horrified. This was the true heavenly might, a heavenly might that could not be defied. The strong heavenly might also pressed down on Gu Hai, wanting to force Gu Hai to kneel. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Xiao Chen's forehead trembled, blocking most of the pressure for Gu Hai. Gu Hai's legs trembled as he barely managed to endure. The eye of heaven, the immortal of the six paths, the expressions of Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Vairocana Rulai changed. Gu Hai's face also sank. The spirit mountain's holy land, Rulai? A loud sound rang out in the sky. It was the immortal six paths' voice. The moment the immortal six paths spoke, everyone's eardrums hurt. The spirit mountain's holy land's reincarnation. Gu Han greets the immortal six paths. Gu Han said, the spirit mountain's holy land's evil reincarnation. Jiang Rulai greets the immortal six paths. My evil self was the one who helped you Rokudo Shinkuan in that battle 800,000 years ago. Jiang Rulai immediately shouted, Huh, Jiang Rulai? That's right. This immortal remembers you. This immortal once promised to protect your 3 holy lands. I just sensed that the spirit mountain's luck has scattered. The immortal six paths voice rang out. Yes, immortal six paths, please help us. My spirit mountain was destroyed by Gu Hai and his group. When the spirit mountain was destroyed, we were almost killed. Immortal six paths, please take action and destroy this group of heaven-defying thieves. Jiang Rulai shouted. Heaven-defying? The immortal six paths voice had a hint of coldness. Yes, immortal six paths. Do you still remember old man Guanxi, the chess master who caused you to be severely injured in the end? You were the one who removed the chess array. Jiang Rulai shouted. I was injured in the past, and my memory is fuzzy. However, I have recovered a little recently. Old man Guanxi, with her help, you obtained a strand of the law of time and reversed time. The immortal six paths voice had a hint of speculation. Obviously, his memory was not clear. However, he remembered that old man Guanxi was the one who caused him to lose his memory. You may have removed the law of chess, but the law of chess is still here. This Gu Hai not only caused the destruction of my spirit mountain, but he also wanted to use the law of chess to do heaven-defying things. Immortal six paths, please punish him. Those who go against the will of the immortal six paths shall be killed. Jiang Rulai shouted. Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked at Jiang Rulai with a cold expression. Jiang Rulai revealed a hint of smugness. His side had been completely suppressed just now. This time, Gu Hai, you are dead meat. Even if you have great means, can you deal with the immortal six paths? 1. The eye of heaven's pupils immediately looked at Gu Hai. A murderous intent gathered and stared at Gu Hai. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and snow began to fall. A great threat of death loomed over Gu Hai. The immortal six paths wanted to kill Gu Hai. If the heavens want you dead, you have to die. However, at that moment, Gu Hai suddenly laughed in the face of the immortal six paths' murderous intent. Chapter 10:14. Jiang Rulai asked for help from the immortal of the six paths. When the eye of heaven descended, all living things knelt. Only the consummation heavenly palace cultivators could barely stand. The immortal of the six paths promised to protect the spiritual mountain's holy land. Now, Gu Hai destroyed the spiritual mountain's holy land. Jiang Rulai said that he was old man Guanxi's disciple and grasped the Godao laws, preparing to defy heaven. The immortal of the six paths' murderous intent immediately locked on to Gu Hai. The immortal's murderous intent was horrifying. The eye of heaven looked down coldly like a dense river of sabers slicing at Gu Hai, nearly freezing space. Gu Hai's life was in danger. Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, Qin Zibai, and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng all showed anxious expressions. However, Everyone understood that they could not contend with heaven with their strength. Jiang Rulai, Gautama Buddha, and the corpse bug sky demon all showed cocky expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai was dead for sure. However, at that moment, Gu Hai's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile as he looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai was startled by this smile. How could he still smile when he was at death's door? Immortal, please judge clearly. The heaven-defying one is not me, Gu Hai, but him, Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai shouted. Huh. Everyone felt stunned. Gu Hai, you are making slanderous accusations. Jiang Rulai immediately roared in shock and anger. The eye of heaven continued to look coldly at Gu Hai. Its murderous intent did not fade, only pausing slightly. Slanderous accusations? I have 3 pieces of evidence to prove that Jiang Rulai is guilty of 3 crimes. Gu Hai shouted, 3 crimes? What crime am I guilty of? Immortals promised to protect me, so I asked Immortals to save me. How am I guilty? Jiang Rulai shouted, Gu Hai, are you trying to confuse and deceive the Immortals? Tian Rulai seemed to have realized something and immediately pinned a big hat on Gu Hai. Humph, Tian Rulai, it's not your place to speak in front of the Immortals. You're in such a hurry to label me. Looks like you're involved too? Gu Hai said coldly. You. Tian Rulai glared at him. However, the eye of heaven suddenly locked onto Tian Rulai with a murderous intent. Tian Rulai's expression changed, and he didn't dare to interrupt. Jiang Rulai's first crime was deceiving the heavens. I did use the laws of the Tao of chess, but am I old man Guanxi's disciple? The Immortals will know who Guanxi's 9 sons are with a simple investigation. In today's world, a group of ambitious and ruthless people have been to 800,000 years ago. The Immortals can choose to ask whether I, Gu Hai, went the same way as Old Man Guanxi. Did I, Gu Hai, fight with Old Man Guanxi? Disciple? What a joke! How dare you deceive the heavens with such a clumsy lie? Gu Hai laughed. Gu Hai laughed, and Jiang Rulai's expression changed. 800,000 years ago, Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were finally enemies. Immortal's 6 paths pupils constricted. Wung. All of a sudden, from the eye of heaven, a large net of fine threads shot out in all directions. Boom. In an instant, many thin threads pierced into the heads of the peerless experts, and they immediately knelt down. This immortal will connect your hearts with the laws of the Tao of Heart. Quickly recall everything that happened in the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. If anyone disobeys, kill them. Immortal 6 Paths' voice resounded in the ears of countless peerless experts. Immortal 6 Paths was the heavens, and this was the will of the heavens. No one dared to offend him. Soon, a large number of experts recalled everything. Of course, most of them only saw what they saw. Those who did not see were naturally unable to recall. Soon, the Immortal of 6 Paths was able to piece together the general picture of what happened 800,000 years ago. Reporting to the Immortals, there were 3 thoughts at that time. Jiang Lianshan wanted to kill you and replace you. I beat him back. Old Man Guanxi wanted to kill you and take your appearance to replicate the same history, but I stopped him. As for me, I wanted to protect history. I didn't want history to change, so that my family would still be my original family. I fought with Old Man Guanxi to protect the Immortals. Jiang Rulai did nothing in exchange for 800,000 years of protection. I tried my best to protect the Immortals, but I was hunted down by countless people on the spiritual mountain. Immortals, please help me. Gu Hai suddenly said, Wang. Indeed, the images that countless peerless experts saw were all the details of the battle of ideals. In that case, Gu Hai was not old man Guanxi's disciple at all. He had protected the heavens. How could he defy the heavens? Plop! Jiang Rulai immediately knelt down. Please forgive me, immortals. I didn't know why Gu Hai was so good at chess. I thought it was old man Guanxi who taught him. So I said he was his disciple. Everything else I said is true. Jiang Rulai immediately cowed out. The eye of heaven suddenly locked on to Jiang Rulai with a murderous intent. However, it did not withdraw its murderous intent towards Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai's second crime is to deceive the immortals. You probably don't know that Jiang Rulai is actually Jiang Lianshan's son. Although the immortals are grateful for his past contributions and will not implicate you, you did not report such a big matter to the immortals. How can you not be deceived? 1. The eye of heaven's murderous intent towards Jiang Lianshan intensified. Please forgive me, immortals. I was also deceived by Jiang Lianshan. I didn't have a chance to report to the immortals because I was afraid I would disturb you. Jiang Rulai's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized that the situation was not developing as he had expected. Jiang Rulai's third crime is to plot against the immortals. Jiang Rulai inherited Jiang Lianshan's will and is preparing to go against the heavens again and murder the immortals. Gu Hai shouted again. Gu Hai, you are slandering me. Jiang Rulai was shocked and furious. The murderous intent in the eye of heaven intensified. Slandering? In that case, can you tell me what this scarlet eye is called? Gu Hai asked with a smile as he looked at the scarlet, heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. The eye of heaven also suddenly locked onto the bloody eye that was almost shattered. It's called a heaven-defying treasure. Am I right? Gu Hai said with a smile. 1. The eye of heaven suddenly released a monstrous, murderous intent, and the surrounding void was suddenly filled with white snow. The coldness of the space was no match for the coldness in the hearts of Jiang Rulai and the others. A heaven-defying treasure? A heaven-defying treasure? It was too late to change its name, because the immortal of the six paths suddenly activated the laws of heaven and earth. A light screen suddenly appeared around the bloody eye, just like when Yuanshi Tianzuan investigated the death of the Tongtian sect master. The immortal of the six paths eerily dug up the past scenes. A heaven-defying treasure? Is it really a heaven-defying treasure? Immortal, please forgive us. This is the name given by Jiang Lianshan. It's not our fault. Jiang Lianshan shouted gloomily. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked the immortals for help. Even if he couldn't win, he could have escaped. Once the immortals came, he was provoked by Gu Hai and became the one who defied the heavens. He was courting death. It's not your fault. Ha ha ha, that's funny. I admit that Jiang Lianshan named his treasure. However, Jiang Lianshan planned to use the heaven-defying treasure to deal with the immortals. The name shows his ambition. Not only did you not destroy the treasure that was going to harm the immortals, but you didn't report it to the immortals? What intentions do you have for secretly keeping it? Didn't you want to carry on your father's will and avenge him? The murderer of your father, irreconcilable. Gu Hai shouted, the murderer of your father, irreconcilable. F***CK. Gu Hai, how did you make this up? I didn't. Jiang Rulai was shocked and angry. Immortal, I am Gu Hai, and I killed the heaven-defying Long Zhangua for the immortals. I am Gu Hai, and I fought the heaven-defying Old Man Guanxi for the immortals. Although I am not skilled, I can distinguish between right and wrong. All these years, Jiang Rulai has harmed the common people and killed 200 million people in Tri-Mountain City. I discovered his wild ambition and saw the lives of the common people as ants. He wanted to compete with the immortals for the world, So I have been dealing with him. He tried to kill me many times to silence me, but I was lucky enough to escape each time. In the end, I found evidence of his heaven-defying deeds in the second layer of hell. After so many years of fighting, I fought until now. This was indeed the law of chess. Jiang Rulai knew about it, but he didn't tell the Immortals. I wanted to, but I couldn't contact the Immortals. I could only use this to expose their wild ambition. By luck, I exhausted all my strength and was about to win a small victory. However, I didn't expect Jiang Rulai to make such a risky move and call the Immortals over. He deserves death. Gu Hai shouted. In the sky, the eye of heaven instantly withdrew all its killing intent toward Gu Hai. All the killing intent shrouded Jiang Rulai and the others. Clearly, Immortal Six Paths believed Gu Hai. The facts had already explained everything. Jiang Rulai and the others were the heaven-defying ones. They were treacherous and defied the heavens. They deserved to be killed. Gu Hai, you are distorting the truth. You will die a horrible death. Immortal Six Paths roared with a ferocious expression. Wang, the blood-red eye of heaven, suddenly aimed at Gu Hai. A beam of red light that had been gathering for a long time shot toward Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai smiled and didn't even resist. He just stood there quietly because Gu Hai knew that the outcome was already decided. How dare you? Immortal Six Paths shouted coldly from the sky. Wang, a beam of white light shot down from the eye of heaven. Sizzle. The red light was instantly annihilated. Another beam of white light rushed toward the blood-red eye of heaven. Boom. The white light collided with a huge transparent ball. Inside the transparent ball was the blood-red eye of heaven. Mysterious realm, Immortal Dome. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. With a loud bang, the white light hit the mysterious realm Immortal Dome and exploded. The remaining power of the white light didn't diminish and rushed toward the blood-red eye of heaven. Bang! The blood-red eye of heaven also exploded. At the moment of explosion, the third eye between Immortal Six Paths' eyebrows suddenly exploded. Puff! Immortal Six Paths spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly withered. Gu Hai, even if I die, I want you to die with me. Immortal Six Paths shouted and rushed toward Gu Hai. Swish! The eye of heaven immediately shot out another beam of white light straight towards the Tathagata Buddha. It was like a super light of destruction. In an instant, Immortal Six Paths was washed into dust and disappeared into thin air. Immortal Six Paths! Immortal Six Paths! Exclaimed. Swish! Another beam of white light shot out from the eye of heaven. Immortal Six Paths instantly turned into dust and disappeared into thin air. The terrifying speed of annihilation shocked the corpse bug heavenly demon. Turning around, the corpse bug heavenly demon fled into the distance. Escape? Where can it escape? Another beam of white light shot out. Master, save me, save me. The corpse bug heavenly demon screamed in horror. Swish! In an instant, the corpse bug heavenly demon turned into dust and was instantly obliterated. Only Jiang Rulai was left. At this moment, he was about to be obliterated. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, Immortal, please enlighten me. Buzz. The eye of heaven paused. This is my son, Gu Han. He is the reincarnation of the good Rulai of Spirited Mountain's Holy Land. 800,000 years ago, he helped the immortals seize the heavens. I was able to expose Jiang Rulai because my son, Gu Han, told me everything. He is the one who truly protects the heavens. Just now, he fought bitterly with Jiang Rulai, forcing him to call the immortals over. Only then can I expose all of Jiang Rulai's schemes. However, he shares a soul with Jiang Rulai. They live together and die together. Immortal, please save him. Guhai shouted. Guhai gave all the credit to Guhan. Guhan naturally knew what to do and immediately bowed. You gave all your credit to Guhan? Immortal Six Paths' voice sounded. Yes, Guhai shouted. Good. A cold shout came from the void. Another beam of white light shot straight toward Jiang Rulai. No, Guhai screamed. If Jiang Rulai died, Guhan would definitely die. Whoosh! The white light instantly reduced Jiang Rulai to dust. Just as Guhai was about to scream, he saw that Guhan was still fine. A small blue ball appeared in front of Guhan. After Jiang Rulai was killed, he left behind the essence of the Earth soul body. Guhan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Guhan opened his mouth and instantly swallowed that soul body. Whoosh! Guhai let out a long breath and smiled joyfully. The one Tao laws should not exist here. Collect. Immortal Six Paths' voice rang out. Boom. Crack. The Go Tao laws, calligraphy Tao laws, Sither Tao laws, and painting Tao laws were immediately collected. In the blink of an eye, Guhai's Go Tao ritual array was rendered useless. Guhai sighed softly, but did not say anything. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked down again. In the end, it ignored everyone and slowly closed its eyes. Buzz. The churning black clouds slowly scattered, as if the eye of heaven had never been there. The pressure on everyone immediately disappeared. Ha! Ha ha! Jiang Rulai smashed his own foot with a rock. He is seeking death. He is truly seeking death. Shangguanhen guffawed. Chapter 10:15. In the world of the living, on top of Spiritual Mountain, inside the seizing divine palace, after Jiang Chen moved in, he rearranged the main hall, making it extremely bright and spacious. On the four walls, there were strips of planks, and on the planks were countless books emitting white light. On the other side of the wall, there were countless wooden cabinets. In the wooden cabinets, there were pots of wine densely packed, as if it contained all the wine in the world. He took a pot and poured the wine. The empty pot automatically refilled itself. It was a spatial wine pot. There was no throne in the hall, but a very homely decoration. Sitting on a comfortable chair, Jiang Chen held a glass cup. The shape of the cup was somewhat similar to the crystal goblets on Earth, and a little red wine was poured into it. Jiang Chen held a cup of wine, tasted it, and held a scroll that emitted a faint white light in his hand. He looked at it contentedly for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked to the north. Oh, Corpse Mound World? Six Paths? You were woken up again. Jiang Chen put down the scroll and frowned slightly. Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to be able to see through yin and yang and saw everything in the Corpse Mound World at a glance. He quietly watched for a while until the eye of heaven destroyed Rulai and the others and slowly retreated. Little Six, you said that you must surpass me. I have been waiting for you to become stronger. Jiang Chen finally sighed slightly. Corpse Mound World. Jiang Rulai, Rulai Tian, Rulai Run, and the Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon, the four great perfection of heavenly palaces, were so vulnerable in front of the eye of heaven, which instantly woke Guhai up. How powerful was Longzhangwa back then? He shook the heavens with his strength. A heaven-splitting axe could break the eye of heaven. They were all great perfection of heavenly palaces, but the gap was so big. Shangguanhen was still immersed in the joy of the complete destruction of the holy land of Spiritual Mountain. As for Guhai, he stared at the spot where the eye of heaven had disappeared in silence. It seemed like he had killed the Longzhangwa and fought the old man Guanxi, but in reality, he had always been on the same side as the Longzhangwa and the old man Guanxi. Perhaps this secret could be kept for the time being. The Immortal of the Six Paths didn't have the energy to investigate, but once the Immortal of the Six Paths woke up, it would be impossible to hide. Sooner or later, he would have to face the Immortal of Six Paths. There was not much time left. Could he make it in time? He flicked his sleeves. Walala! Not far away, a group of transparent objects were swept up by Gu-hai. These were the fragments of the immortal dome of the ancient Immortal. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu-hai collected all of them into the immortal dome of ancient unborn man. Gu-hai waved his hand again. Kong Xian, the unborn man, and the army of gods and demons were immediately summoned out of the immortal dome of ancient. Once out of the immortal dome of ancient, Kong Xian and the others seemed to have woken up from a dream. Clearly, they had witnessed the shocking battle and were still in a daze. The unborn man, however, sat cross-legged in the void, as if he was comprehending something. Gu-hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. Your Majesty, the unborn man must have seen the cultivation technique that Your Majesty left in the immortal dome of ancient and couldn't help but cultivate it. Kong Xian said. Gu-hai frowned slightly and nodded. Congratulations, Supreme Shangguan. Kong Xian looked at Shangguan Hen and smiled bitterly. Back then, Shangguan Hen was weaker than him. Now, he reached the heavenly palace consummation before him. Kong Xian felt stifled and flustered. Lord Kong is too polite. Everything I have is bestowed to me by His Majesty. From the cultivation technique to the process of cultivation, even the needs for cultivation. It is all because of His Majesty. Shangguan Hen said politely, shaking his head. Indeed, it is all because of His Majesty. Kong Xian said with a faint sigh. Xiao Chun was indeed much stronger than before. It was all thanks to Gu-hai that he could reach where he was today. Greetings, Crown Prince Gu-han. Congratulations to Crown Prince Gu-han for returning to your peak. Kong Xian congratulated. Lord Kong, there is no need to be so polite. I believe that with Lord Kong's ability, breaking through to the heavenly palace consummation is something that will happen very soon. Gu-han smiled. Breaking through to the heavenly palace consummation? How difficult is that? Unless... Kong Xian's expression suddenly froze as he spoke. That's right. Breaking through to the heavenly palace consummation? That is indeed difficult. However, I have a chance. I need to devour powerful experts, those stronger than me. Not long ago, I devoured a copy of Zhang Rulai. Didn't I become much stronger? Isn't the cultivation of the peacock race like this? There are very few powerful experts in the world. However, I saw one earlier. Your Majesty. Kong Xian suddenly looked at Gu-hai with an excited expression. Gu-hai looked at Kong Xian in confusion. This official has a presumptuous request. This official might be somewhat presumptuous, but Kong Xian found it hard to say what he wanted to say, which official extended his hand to ask for something from the sovereign. Speak. Gu-hai was very direct. This official's cultivation of the peacock race has a shortcut. We devour the strong and refine the strong for ourselves. Hence, this official wishes to ask Your Majesty for that copy of Zhang Rulai. Can you grant this official 300 copies? No, 200. Even 100 will do. Kong Xian requested. Oh, eating Zhang Rulai will help you break through to the completion of the heavenly palace? Gu-hai's expression changed. Yes, I'm not sure how much my cultivation will increase, but it will definitely help. Hence, I sincerely request Your Majesty to grant me 100 copies of Zhang Rulai. This official is willing to compensate with my salary. Kong Xian said expectantly. You're worried that I won't grant you? Kong Xian, is this your first day knowing me? Gu-hai laughed. Ah, experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace are too rare. I'm worried that your Majesty will need them. So, Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Initially, I wanted to use them to set up the array. However, since they are useful to you, I will grant you all of them. Use them well. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Ah, all of them? Kong Xian was slightly stunned. All of them. If you don't mind, you can cultivate in seclusion in the immortal dome of the ancients. Or I can ask Gu Han and Shangguan Hen to seal their cultivation for you. Gu Hai said. Kong Xian's expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, this official will cultivate in seclusion in your Majesty's immortal dome of the ancients. Good. Gu Hai waved his hand. Kong Xian immediately entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Kong Xian did not say thank you. At this moment, there was no need for that. In addition to being touched, Kong Xian's loyalty to Gu Hai reached its peak. In the past, Kong Xian was still thinking about the 50-year promise to be loyal to Gu Hai. Now, that promise was gradually forgotten by Kong Xian. Wong. An 8 diagram suddenly appeared outside the unborn man's body. Slowly, the unborn man woke up from his cultivation. Oh, is it over? The unborn man said in surprise. Clearly, he was immersed in cultivation and did not know about the previous battle. It's over. Unborn man, open the passageway to the world of the living. We're going back. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the unborn man answered. Just as the unborn man was about to open the passageway to the world of the living, a voice suddenly rang out. Ha! You killed the Gautama Buddha and the corpse bug heavenly demon. Why? Do you think you can leave so easily? A cold voice rang out in the air. A bone-piercing chill suddenly filled the surrounding void, and the surrounding temperature dropped abruptly. A murderous intent instantly locked onto the surrounding people. Who is it? Mahavarakana's face sank. With a wave of his hand, boundless golden light shone, dispelling all of the surrounding fog. Only the black fog not far away remained, and no matter what he did, he could not dispel it. 5 black-robed figures slowly walked out from the black fog. All of them were wrapped in black robes. However, their auras made Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Mahavarakana feel like they were facing a great enemy. The immortal demon army could not bear the pressure of the other party's auras. Their faces immediately paled. Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the immortal demon army back to the immortal dome of ancient. All 5 of them are consummation heavenly palaces. Where did so many come from? Shangguan Hen said in shock, it was already a miracle that I reached consummation heavenly palaces. In the blink of an eye, 5 more appeared. Furthermore, they seemed to have ill intentions. The heavenly demon, Holy Land's 5 peak masters? Gu Han's expression suddenly changed. Others might not recognize them, but Gu Han could tell from their auras. The heavenly demon, Holy Land, had 1 main peak and 12 sub-peaks. All of them were consummation heavenly palaces. Perhaps the commotion earlier was too big and attracted the attention of the 5 peak masters. The Gautama Buddha's good earth spirit? Are you betraying the heavenly demon, Holy Land now? Do you know that traitors will die? The leading black-robed man said coldly. Gu Han's expression darkened as worry flashed in his eyes. He turned to Gu Hai and said, Father, these 5 are extremely dangerous. They are even more dangerous than before. Oh, 5 consummation heavenly palaces. Gu Hai's expression darkened. They are the 5th, 6th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of the 12 subpeaks. Gu Han said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. The 12 peak masters are ranked according to their strength. Amethyst is the 12th, and the corpse bug is the 11th. The Gautama Buddha is the 7th. Guhan said solemnly. The Gautama Buddha is the 7th, Guhai said with a frown. Your Highness, your strength is the 7th? Shangguan Hen asked, puzzled. No, it's me, Jiang Rulai, the Gautama Buddha, and the Gautama Buddha. The 4 of us together are the 7th, Guhan explained. The 4 of you together, 7th? Shangguan Hen said in shock. It was one thing for the 8th, 9th, and 10th masters, but what about the 5th and 6th masters? Any one of these 2 was as strong as Jiang Rulai's group, or even stronger. Now, the 5 heavenly demon, Holy Land's peak masters, were here. Could Guhan's group block them? 7th master, tell me yourself. What is your attitude now? Are you going to work with us to bring these people back to the master and wait for the master to deal with them? Or are you going to be our enemy? You know that if we make a move, you will definitely die unless you summon the Immortal of the 6 paths again. One of the black-robed men said indifferently, 6th master, you want to kill me? Guhan said with a sullen expression, in the past, the 4 of you combined were not a match for me. Now, you only have 1 weak clone. Ha ha, do you want to try? Traitors are punishable by death. I don't mind leaving you behind now, the 6th master said in a frosty tone. 7th master, the master still has high hopes for you. Isn't it just 1 reincarnation? This is not the first time. Furthermore, he is not your biological father. If you kill this person and use his head to wash away your sins, you will still be our 7th master. The 6th master pointed at Guhai. The 6th master wants Guhan to kill Guhai? Chapter 10:16. Get Guhan to kill Guhai? Shangguan Hen's expression immediately changed as he stepped in front of Guhai. However, Guhai shook his head and pushed Shangguan Hen aside. Then he said, don't worry, Han, or will not make a move on me. Yes, only then did Shangguan Hen move to the side. Mahavarakana stared at the 5 with a grave expression. The unborn man stood at the side, not saying a word. Have you made up your mind? Gautama, celestial demon, that black-robed man asked coldly. Amateus Buddha, the 5 of you seem to have forgotten that the former Gautama, celestial demon, already comprehended Buddhahood. I am no longer the Gautama, celestial demon that you all speak of. I am Guhan. Guhan said solemnly as he held his palms together. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Guhan, Gautama, celestial demon, listen well. As long as you are a member of the heavenly demon Holy Land, you will always be a member of the heavenly demon Holy Land. You will never change that. Reincarnation cannot change that. Traitors will die. You should remember what happened to those who betrayed the heavenly demon Holy Land in the past. Now, you have lost 3 bodies. Your current strength is about the same as 10th brothers at best. Have you made up your mind? Are you really going to betray the sect? The 6th black-robed man demanded coldly. Without the Godao laws, what ability does Guhai have? The god-destroying heavenly eye? Let's see if you can injure me. Another black-robed man said coldly. 5th brother? Guhan's face sank. The heavenly demon, Holy Land. Do you think that I have no other means aside from the Godao ritual array? Or do you think that I only have the god-destroying heavenly eye? Guhai said indifferently. The 5 black-robed men suddenly narrowed their eyes. You want to summon the Immortal of the 6 paths. Guhai, we already arrived earlier and saw it clearly. That Immortal of the 6 paths will not care about you anymore. You already gave away all your contribution points. The 5th brother said coldly, who said that I want to summon the Immortal of the 6 paths. Or do you think that we have nowhere else to go? Guhai said coldly. Gu-hai could still summon a peerless powerhouse from the Earth's immortal world, but he could only summon one. Although there was no battle, Gu-hai understood the danger in front of him. The foundation of the heavenly demon, Holy Land, was indeed much greater than what he controlled. Laughable. I just can't see what path you can take. A tiny emperor dynasty that has only been established for a few decades. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? Sixth brother's voice suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward, and with a flip of his hand, a spiderweb-like sphere appeared in his palm. Be careful. The coiling silk heavenly demon is a spider that achieved the Tao. That is his poisonous spiderweb. Do not touch it. The poison overflows into the heavens. Guhan said anxiously. Buzz. The bodies of Mahavarakana, Guhan, and Shangguan Hen shone with boundless golden light as if they were facing a great enemy. The 5 black-robed peak masters on the other side all radiated killing intent. Oh, little spider, you look quite irritable. Do you want Grandpa to play with you? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from a large mountain not far away. The sudden voice caused the expressions of both sides to change. The people who were just about to make a move instantly stopped. They all turned their heads to look. Crash, crash, crash. However, they saw a group of giants suddenly climbing up from that large mountain. Each and every one of them was abnormally ferocious, revealing sinister expressions. There were as many as 36 of them. In front of the 36 giants was a black-robed man. The man smiled coldly and looked at the coiling silk heavenly demon. You are Jiang Lianshan? Suddenly, the expression of the 5th brother peak master changed. No, not Jiang Lianshan. He is. The 10th brother said in shock. Chiyu, the 6th brother coiling silk heavenly demon, suddenly said coldly. You still recognize Grandpa. That's good. The leader, Chiyu, sneered. Chiyu, what are you doing here? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock and anger. Didn't you just say that Gu-hai has no path to take? Let me tell you, he still has a path to take. I want to help him. I'm here to slap your face. But Chiyu said with a free and easy smile. I'm here to slap your face. Said so directly. The coiling silk heavenly demon was actually speechless. You're on the same side as Gu-hai, the 5th brother peak master said coldly. Gu-hai is my brother. If I'm not on the same side as him, could it be that I'm still on the same side as you? Humph. But Chiyu's expression suddenly turned solemn. Rumble. A murderous intent suddenly shot out of Chiyu's eyes. It immediately formed a storm, charging straight for the 5 peak masters. Wherever the storm passed, it was immediately like a myriad of blades slashed past. A deep pit was immediately carved out on the ground. Humph! The 5th brother peak master snorted coldly. A murderous intent went forward to welcome. Rumble! The 2 murderous intents collided in the void and immediately gave off an earth-shattering bang. After the loud bang, the 2 murderous, intense storms instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. Nobody knew who won the battle between the 2 just now. Chiyu, since you're involved in this muddy water, then don't blame me for being impolite, the coiling silk heavenly demon said coldly. Impolite? Ha ha. These words, if vast freedom heavenly demon came and said to me, it's more like it. With just you, it's still a little lacking. Chiyu said coldly, you're insolent. The coiling silk heavenly demon suddenly wanted to make a move. 6th brother, stop! The 5th brother heavenly demon said coldly. Amidst the cold voice, his figure swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of the coiling silk heavenly demon. 5th brother, you're stopping me? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock. But the 5th brother peak master looked at the distant Chiyu and revealed a trace of a cold smile. Chiyu? I'll remember you. Today, you become enemies with my heavenly fiend Holy Land. In the future, my heavenly fiend Holy Land will definitely have your head separated from your body. Humph. What's the use of saying so much crap? If you have the capabilities, come up now. What's the point of being wishy-washy? Chiyu said with a cold smile. But the fifth brother Peak, Master, looked towards Gu-hai and Gu-han's direction. Tathagata, heavenly demon, today you can be considered to have betrayed the sect. You know that traitors die. Next, you will suffer the endless pursuit of the heavenly fiend Holy Land. And you, Gu-hai, Humph, today you have Chiyu's protection. It's indeed difficult for us to keep you here. However, I have to tell you that Chiyu cannot protect you forever. Just you wait. You will be the same as Tathagata, heavenly demon. In the following days, bear the fury of my heavenly fiend Holy Land. The fifth brother Peak Master said coldly, we await your arrival at the infinite celestial capital at any time. Gu-hai said coldly, fifth brother, we're not capturing them? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock. Go. The fifth brother Peak Master said coldly. But the coiling silk heavenly demon said unwillingly. According to the heavenly fiend Holy Land's rules, although the peaks do not disturb each other, when it comes to a group operation, the order of the one with the highest ranking is respected. I'm saying now, go. The fifth brother Peak Master said coldly. Yes, the other four Peak Masters could only respond. Whoosh! The 5 Peak Masters shot off into the distance, instantly vanishing into the distance. Gu-hai and Chiyu sent off the group with their gazes. However, they did not give chase. Ranked 5th? Ha ha! The White Tiger Prime's subordinates are not all good-for-nothings. Chiyu said with narrowed eyes. After narrowing his eyes, Chiyu looked at the nearby Gu-hai. Nearby, Gu-hai also looked over. The two exchanged glances and finally smiled at each other. Gu-hai, many thanks, big brother. Gu-hai suddenly bowed slightly. Back then, although Gu-hai was forced to become sworn brothers with Chiyu, he still felt somewhat reluctant. However, in the earlier scene, for the sake of protecting him, Chiyu made an enemy of the heavenly fiend Holy Land without hesitation. At this moment, Gu-hai formally acknowledged this big brother. Ha ha ha. Second brother, what are you thanking me for? Your battle today has really broadened my horizons. The Godao? What a great Godao ritual array. If not for the 6 paths Immortal collecting the Godao laws, you could look down on the world with your Godao ritual array. Even that old fogey Jiang Lianshan would not be able to escape from your ritual array. Chiyu laughed loudly as he walked over. Greetings, Mr. Chiyu. Shangguan Hen, Gu-han, Qin Zibai, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng bowed slightly. Clearly, they were grateful for Chiyu's assistance. Chiyu? Another person stronger than us. Mahavairakana sighed. As Mahavairakana sighed, he bowed slightly to Chiyu. As Chiyu looked at Mahavairakana, he felt somewhat curious. Clearly, he was very curious about this Mahavairakana, who suddenly appeared. Big brother, why are you here? Gu-hai asked, feeling curious. How could I not know about Spirit Mountain's destruction? This is huge news. I guessed it the first time you fought with Jiang Rulai. Second brother, you are really capable. You managed to play with 2,000 cities in the palm of your hand. Chiyu looked at Gu-hai with some shock. Big brother is making a fool of himself. It is just a small trick. Gu-hai shook his head. Small trick? Ha ha ha. Your big brother, have some insight. After I saw your battle and asked around, I figured out most of it. After that, when you entered the 18 layers of hell, I went in as well. Unfortunately, The various layers of hell were already closed, and I could not help you. I followed you all the way until you came out. Originally, I wanted to make a move. Chi-Yu knew that I was in danger, so he immediately came to help. Feeling grateful, Guhai bowed again. Many thanks, big brother. If you continue like this, I will get angry. We are brothers. Why are there so many formalities? Chi-Yu said carefreely. I am being unreasonable. Guhai smiled slightly. Unborn man, open the passage to the world of the living. It is not good to stay here for long. Guhai said. Yes. The unborn man immediately opened the entrance to the world of the living. The group immediately stepped out of the corpse tomb realm. After the entrance to the world of the living closed, Guhai looked at Chi-Yu and said, Big brother, speaking of which, I always thought that you looked like someone. I have been wondering if I should ask. Like that old man, Jiang Lianshan? Chi-Yu said in advance. Huh. Yes, if big brother feels that it is inconvenient to say, then forget it. Guhai smiled. What is inconvenient about it? Although that old man is a bastard, the truth is the truth. I will not hide it. I am his son. Chi-Yu said lightly. Ah. Guhai widened his eyes in disbelief. Humph, he caused me so much trouble. Naturally, I will not acknowledge him. So, I changed my name. I am Chi-Yu. I am the eldest. The second is the Ho. She became the ancestor of the drought demon. Zombie body, neither human nor ghost. She also hates that old man. She did not want the surname Jiang anymore. Only the third, Jingwei? This girl is easy to deceive. She was the one who suffered the most. Chi-Yu said with a look of pity. Chi-Yu? Jiang Lianshan's son? Guhai could not wrap his head around it for a moment. Then, just now, that Jiang Rulai? Guhai frowned. Him. TSK. I will not acknowledge him. He is just a bargaining chip. What does it have to do with us 3 siblings? Chi-Yu said with a look of disdain. All right. Guhai nodded, digesting the shock of this news. All right, since you are safe, then I should return to the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. Chi-Yu said solemnly. Return? Big brother, we just met. Why don't you follow me back to the limitless celestial capital so that I can have a drink with you? Guhai invited. No. Recently, the great Yellow Dynasty has been restless. I am worried that they will make a move on the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. Empress Ji is not strong, but she has many sinister tricks. I must return immediately. After I kill Empress Ji, I will come and have a drink with you. Chi-Yu shook his head. All right. If you need anything, you can tell me immediately. Guhai said, solemnly. Don't worry, I will look for you. Chi-Yu said with a smile. With a smile, Chi-Yu flicked his sleeve and brought the 36 giants with him as he shot off into the distance. Guhai opened his heaven's eye and watched Chi-Yu return. 9 Li Imperial Dynasty, he actually landed in the middle of the divine continent. In the position of Dajin, Guhai was slightly taken aback. However, Guanxi made a guess based on the image of Chi-Yu and the Flame Emperor. According to the historical records, when the Chi-Yu tribe attacked the Flame Emperor tribe, the Yellow Emperor helped the Flame Emperor defeat the Chi-Yu tribe and unify the Flame Emperor tribe. However, Guanxi guessed that Chi-Yu was originally from the Flame Emperor tribe. However, he fought with the Flame Emperor because he wanted to fight for the throne. The Flame Emperor was defeated, and the Yellow Emperor helped to quell the rebellion. At the same time, he took control of the entire Flame Emperor tribe. Chi-Yu's name did not even appear in the historical records. Guanxi guessed that he might be the son of the Flame Emperor. For example, when the Emperor's son rebelled, the great general helped the Emperor destroy the Crown Prince's army. After that, the great general became the Emperor himself. This was all personal guesses. Don't nitpick. Also, there was a popular term, Li Min people. Li Min people referred to the people of 9 Li. The descendants of Yan and Huang were a big fusion at that time. A large portion of them were once the people of 9 Li that Qi Yu controlled. Chapter 10:17. As they watched Qi Yu leave, not far away, hundreds of thousands of divine demon soldiers flew over. You're all out. Gu Hai looked at the divine demon soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell is slowly closing. We're worried that we won't be able to come out once it closes. So, the divine demon soldiers explained, that's impossible. The magic power I infused into the reincarnation, Lotus should be able to last for at least 3 days and nights. Mahavairakana said in surprise, we don't know. The divine demon soldiers shook their heads. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out another reincarnation lotus. Mahavairakana, please try again. Mahavairakana nodded. He extended his hand and activated it slightly. The reincarnation lotus trembled, but it didn't open the 18 levels of hell. How is it? Gu Hai asked solemnly. It can't open. Immortal's 6 paths must have used a technique to look back and found the loophole in the 18 levels of hell, so he patched it up. From now on, no one can enter the 18 levels of hell. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's face fell. No one can enter? What a pity. The 18 levels of hell are such a good place for cultivation. Gu Han sighed softly. Forget it. Let's return. Gu Hai shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the divine demon soldiers returned to the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai and the others quickly returned to the Dahan Imperial Empire. Before long, they arrived at the Dahan Imperial Empire's territory. They didn't return to the infinite celestial capital first. Instead, they flew to the Three Mountain City. The Three Mountain City had become a huge tomb, and there was a huge monument in front of the tomb. In the past, 200 million people in the Three Mountain City were all killed by Jiang Rulai's order and turned into demonic corpses. Gu Hai had held a public memorial ceremony here and announced to the world that the Dahan Imperial Empire would never ascend to the Heavenly Empire until it was destroyed. There were 200 million people, and the number of their relatives and friends was also extremely large. Although they had been dead for a period of time, countless people from various cities came one after another to visit the tombs and pay their respects. In the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, there was naturally a group of troops guarding the surroundings. When Gu Hai and his group arrived, the guards rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Why, Your Majesty? Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. Immediately, a large number of soldiers bowed respectfully. The surrounding commoners also knelt down in surprise. Long live Your Majesty. In front of the giant tomb, there was a commotion. Everyone had the same thought. Why did His Majesty come here? He watched as Gu Hai walked up to the huge tombstone. Shang Guanhen immediately gave him an order. Soon, some offerings were placed on the table. Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. He picked up a cup of wine and slowly poured it on the stone steps in front of the giant monument. He toasted the deceased 3 times in a row. Everyone in the surroundings quietened down, even though the place was extremely spacious. However, other than the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. Everyone perked up their ears to listen to Gu Hai speak. To the deceased citizens of Three Mountain City, I promise to all of you that I will exterminate the spiritual mountain's holy land to take revenge for all of you. Today, I, Gu Hai, am here to fulfill my promise. I will inform all of you that I have already exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land. The spiritual mountain's Jiang Rulai has also been killed. Everyone can rest in peace now. Gu Hai bowed solemnly. When Gu Hai bowed, Gu Han, Qin Zibai, Bodhisattva, Lian Sheng, Shangguan Hen, and the others bowed to the giant monument. The surrounding officials who rushed over immediately bowed as well. However, the countless citizens in the surroundings of the graveyard suddenly opened their eyes wide. The silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They seemed to be digesting Gu Hai's earlier words. His Majesty exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land. Did I hear wrong? After Gu Hai paid tribute to the citizens of Three Mountain City, he immediately led the group into the sky again and flew towards the infinite celestial capital. The moment Gu Hai and the others left, wow, the surroundings of the graveyard were immediately filled with discussions. It can't be, right? The spiritual mountain's holy land is a superior sect. A holy land that stood for 800,000 years was exterminated just like that. His Majesty would not lie. We will know once we investigate. Third uncle, did you hear that? His Majesty has taken revenge for you. His Majesty has exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land for you. Eldest sister, you can rest in peace now. Some people in the surroundings of the graveyard were skeptical, but most believed it. Countless cries rang out again. These were not cries of sadness, but of gratitude. They thanked His Majesty for helping them take revenge for that impossible great enmity. The spiritual mountain's holy land was exterminated. It was not difficult to investigate because the moment Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital, countless news spread throughout the world. In the divine continent, all the dynasties and sects that had the Guqin figurines relaying information instantly received the general information. In the Dahan imperial dynasty, the army of gods and demons attacked the spiritual mountain. 5 million disciples of the spiritual mountain exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land. And Gu Hai personally went to hunt down Jiang Rulai. When Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital, it meant that Gu Hai had won and completely exterminated Jiang Rulai. Countless spies entered the spiritual mountain region. Countless spies entered the Dahan imperial dynasty to investigate all the details. Before long, everything became clear. In the most obvious places of the emperor's study desks, there was a document placed on them. In the halls of the sect masters held a document of the process of exterminating the spiritual mountain. Seeing how Gu Hai exterminated the spiritual mountain step by step, all the emperors and sect masters were shocked. At the same time, everyone was shocked by the wealth management shop. They were really shocked. Who would not be afraid of emptying the foundation of the spiritual mountain in half a year? Pass down my order. No wealth management shops are allowed to appear in the cities controlled by the sections. Even those similar ones are not allowed. All disciples go to the major cities and investigate thoroughly. Arrest all those who have opened wealth management shops. Pass down my order. Anyone who has opened a wealth management shop in the country will have their entire family wiped out. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. As the orders were passed down, all the factions were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At the same time, Gu Hai's ferocious name once again spread throughout the world. On the desks of all the faction masters, there was once again a document with the most detailed information on Gu Hai. Exterminating the spiritual mountain was one thing, but Gu Hai had also exterminated Jiang Rulai. According to the spies, someone saw 3 identical Jiang Rulai chasing after Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai turned the situation around in the end. Although no one knew why there were 3 Jiang Rulai, the winner takes all. Although the Dahan imperial dynasty was still just an imperial dynasty, everyone regarded it as one of the heavenly dynasties. Boundless celestial capital, Gu Hai's group returned. With a wave of his hand, 200,000 immortal demon soldiers appeared. In the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall, Chun Tianshan, Mo Yike, Montez, Mosquito Dowran, Sima Chongkong, Guqin, and Dragon Shenying waited patiently. When they saw Gu Hai, they immediately surrounded him. Han, Guqin immediately walked over in pleasant surprise. "Greetings, big brother," Gu Han said happily. "It's great that you are back." Guqin held Gu Han's hand excitedly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Gu Han also felt his big brother's excitement. The two brothers reunited after a long time and seemed to have a lot to say. "Milord," Qin Zibai suddenly looked at Mo Yike with a somewhat complicated expression. Mo Yike stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Crown Prince Gu Han." Only then did Gu Han release Guqin and look at Mo Yike. Mo Yike was the reincarnation of the future Buddha from 800,000 years ago. "Greetings, Lord Mo," Gu Han said with a slight bow. "Congratulations on Crown Prince Gu Han's return," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Lord Mo, I might need to borrow someone from you today," Gu Han said with a smile. "Qin Zibai?" Mo Yike asked. "Yes. Lord Mo is now the commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's army. I'm going to open a temple in the Imperial Dynasty and need 3 generations of Buddhas," Gu Han explained. "This subordinate wants Qin Zibai to replace me. This subordinate will not be able to follow Crown Prince in the future. I hope you will not dislike Qin Zibai," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Gu Han thanks Lord Mo." Gu Han bowed slightly. "Your Highness is too polite." Mo Yike shook his head. Mo Yike then looked at Qin Zibai and said, "Qin Zibai, your father asked you to follow me back then. I believe you understand your identity now. You are the reincarnation of the intelligible, divine scepter spirit. You have the advantage of knowing the future. You should follow Crown Prince Gu Han." "Yes, my lord." Qin Zibai bowed deeply to Mo Yike. "That would be for the best," Gu Han said with a smile. Gu Han turned to Gu Hai and said, "Father, this child would like to rebuild Nalanda Temple. Please allow it." "Sure. That Nalanda Temple will be my Dahan's Imperial Dynasty's national temple. It will be of the same rank as you." Gu Hai nodded. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Gu Han immediately answered. This time, Gu Han did not call him father because he represented the national temple's gratitude. "Qin Zibai, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng has advanced to the Buddha realm?" Gu Hai asked. "Yes." Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. "That Qin Zibai will be Buddha Zibai in the future. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is Buddha Lien Sheng," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the title," the two said gratefully. "Han, this is Spirit Mountain's Great Lane Temple, the Hall Master of Mahavira Hall. Vairocana, if you have any questions about the Buddhist Tao, you can ask him for guidance," Gu Hai introduced. "Spirit Mountain, Great Lane Temple, Hall Master of Mahavira Hall." Gu Han felt slightly stunned, somewhat confused. Isn't that Hall Master of Mahavira Halmi, or is it Jiang Rulai? Why is this Vairocana Hall Master of Mahavira Hall? Why do I not know about this? Although Gu Han had many doubts in his heart, he still bowed to Vairocana. "Greetings, Vairocana. Please enlighten me." "Ha ha ha, Crown Prince Gu Han, you are too humble. I do not dare to enlighten you. The two of us can only verify each other's knowledge. If you do not mind, we can exchange Buddhist hearts and verify each other's knowledge," Vairocana said with a smile. "Many thanks," Gu Han said with a smile. Just at this moment, Mosquito Dowran suddenly glared. "Shangguan Hen, you have reached consummation, Heavenly Palace?" Mosquito Doran's startled cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. Consummation Heavenly Palace? That was the peak of cultivation in the world. Is this true? I was lucky," Actually, Crown Prince Guhan and Senior Vairocana are both at Consummation Heavenly Palace. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Huh. Everyone was stunned. They looked at everyone in shock. Chapter 1018. The news in Three Mountain City spread quickly. When Gu Hai held a memorial ceremony at the tombstone in Three Mountain City, every word he said was recorded by the people, and the news spread to all parts of the Dahan Empire. In order to avenge the people, His Majesty destroyed Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground, and Jiang Rulai, in less than a year, Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground wasn't a small sect or faction. It was a sacred ground that was more powerful than the Dahan Empire. His Majesty destroyed it just like that. All of a sudden, the people in the 1,400 cities in the Dahan Empire were in an uproar. Did you hear? His Majesty destroyed Spiritual Mountain and killed Jiang Rulai. Nonsense! How could I not know? One of my cousins is serving in the army of gods and demons, and he went to Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. His Majesty said that he wouldn't ascend to the Heavenly Empire until Spiritual Mountain was destroyed. I thought that the Dahan Empire would never ascend to the Heavenly Empire, but now it seems the Heavenly Empire will happen sooner or later. I'm just glad that we have a saint like His Majesty for the people of the Dahan. His Majesty risked his life to avenge the people when they were in trouble. Where in the world would he do that? Yeah, that's Three Mountain City. If our city was in trouble, His Majesty would definitely avenge us. When we were in the Dao Empire, the emperor didn't love the people as much as His Majesty. The Dahan Empire is the best. People were like that. If you were bad to the people, they might not be able to do anything about it, and could only remember it. If you were good to the people, they might not express anything, but they would remember it too. That was the will of the people. After experiencing the public ceremony in Three Mountain City and witnessing Gu Hai taking revenge for the people, countless people's hearts surged, and their recognition of the Dahan Empire reached its peak. Although the Dahan Empire was expanding at a very fast pace, the people's hearts weren't scattered. Instead, after this incident, they became a solid block of iron. For a moment, the people's feelings and confidence turned into waves of providence that surged toward the boundless celestial capital from all directions and into the Sea of Providence clouds. Roar! Above the Sea of Providence, the golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. It seemed to have expanded a little, and it felt extremely comfortable. Everyone could see that the Dahan imperial dynasty was thriving day by day. The hearts of the people turned to the past. It wasn't just the Dahan imperial dynasty. Many of the citizens of the surrounding cities were secretly envious when they heard the news. If only our sect leader was like Gu Hai. I've heard that the cities of the Dahan Empire have very little tax revenue. Gu Hai even used his own money to build countless training grounds for the people. A few days ago, the Wang family next door seemed to have migrated to the Dahan Empire with the excuse of visiting relatives. I heard that life there is much better than here. The citizens of the other forces were discussing this in private. The leaders of the 6 forces surrounding the Dahan imperial dynasty were currently gathered in a secret hall. The leaders of the 6 forces, 3 emperors, and 3 sect leaders had conspired with the Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground and the Ing Empire during the public memorial ceremony in Tri-Mountain City to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. However, they were exposed by Gu Hai. In the end, Gu Hai didn't pursue the matter too much. He only detained their crown prince as a hostage. Everyone, Spiritual Mountain has been destroyed. What do you have to say? A blue-robed sect leader asked with a frown. The 5 people in the hall were all silent. After a long silence, a purple-clad monarch heaved a long sigh. The Han royal dynasty is developing too ferociously. How many spiritual stones did the spiritual mountain's sacred ground bring back? However, it's fine that they brought them back. They already have the ability to look down on all the imperial dynasties. Oh, how is that possible? We have the Sea of Providence. If Gu-hai comes to our imperial capital, what can he do to us? Another emperor in red said coldly. The blue-robed sect leader frowned and said, "Do you remember that Jiang Rulai went after the crown prince of Guqin not long ago? Although you only heard the news, I wasn't far from there at that time." Oh, Vairocana is the same as Jiang Lianshan. He's at the peak of the heavenly palace. In fact, he's even stronger. The blue-robed sect leader said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression froze. The peak of the heavenly palace. Haha, even if I use the imperial providence, I might not. The emperor in red said with an ugly expression. I also went to the battle of Spiritual Mountain. You don't know, but I saw it clearly. There are 3 Jiang Rulai. The news is true. I saw it with my own eyes. The blue-robed sect leader said with an ugly expression. Oh, 2 people who look exactly like Jiang Rulai. Moreover, judging from their auras, they're even stronger than Jiang Rulai. 3 of them are at the peak of the heavenly palace. They were destroyed by Gu-hai. Moreover, Gu-hai is on good terms with Chi-yu. The blue-robed sect leader said with an ugly expression. The emperor in purple nodded. My son is a hostage in the limitless celestial capital. When Gu-hai returned to the limitless celestial capital, my son went to investigate and heard some of their conversation. Perhaps Gu-hai didn't intend to hide it at all. What did you find out? Everyone looked at him. The second crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty has returned. Second crown prince Guhan is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Xuanwu supreme of the Dahan imperial dynasty and Shangguan Hen have returned. Shanghai Hen is at the peak of the heavenly palace. The emperor in purple said in a deep voice, 3 peak of the heavenly palace, and that unknown Gu-hai? Everyone was shocked. This is the sign of the heavenly dynasty. I believe that the Dahan imperial dynasty's promotion to the heavenly dynasty is just around the corner. The blue-robed sect leader said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent for a while. The Dahan imperial dynasty did not seize Mount Numinous Holy Land's providence this time. Instead, they caused Mount Numinous Providence to collapse due to internal strife, so they did not seize much of Mount Numinous Providence. I'm guessing that if the Dahan imperial dynasty wants to promote to the heavenly dynasty, they might need some more providence. And this providence, the blue-robed sect leader said. After the blue-robed sect leader finished speaking, everyone's expression darkened. This was because the 6 major forces bordered the Dahan imperial dynasty. The best way to obtain providence was to expand their territory. Are we going to become enemies with the Dahan imperial dynasty after all? The emperor in purple said with an ugly expression. Everyone was silent again. The blue-robed sect leader shook his head. I forbid you from preparing for war. Oh, everyone looked at the blue-robed sect leader in confusion. The Dahan imperial dynasty is now at its peak. No one can stop the Dahan imperial dynasty. Look at Mount Numinous Holy Land. Instead of fighting in the future, why don't we? The blue-robed sect leader said in a low voice. You want to surrender to the Dahan imperial dynasty? Submit to them? The emperor in purple glared. Why not? If we fight in the future and have our cities seized, it's different from submitting to them now. If I surrender with my 100 cities, I might even be able to get the title of vassal king. My sect can also be protected. The blue-robed sect leader suddenly said. You don't want your sect's great foundation? The emperor in purple glared. Foundation? Can't you see that the world is changing? The blue-robed sect leader shook his head. The expressions of the leaders of the 5 major forces changed, and they all fell silent. How could he hand over his own foundation? No one was willing. However, the blue-robed sect leaders' words today made everyone waver. Defend their foundation to the death, or exchange it for the title of vassal king of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Everyone was in a dilemma. The boundless celestial capital, Gao Xianji and Ao Sheng, returned with 200,000 soldiers. I killed 5 million disciples of the spiritual mountain. Please punish me, your majesty. Gao Xianji pleaded for punishment. We are as guilty as you, your majesty. The army of gods and demons immediately knelt. Gao Xianji made a prompt decision to help me defeat Jiang Rulai. What crime is that? We should reward you handsomely, Gu Hai said with a big laugh. After understanding everything, Gu Hai rejoiced. It was all thanks to Gao Xianji's prompt decision. Otherwise, he and Mahavairakana would have been in deep trouble. Gao Xianji was rewarded, and the army of gods and demons also accepted this happy ending in a daze. The boundless celestial capital regained its peace. Ao Sheng and Mosquito Daoran were jealous of Shangguan Hen's cultivation. They refused to let go of Shangguan Hen and asked him for advice on cultivation every day. Shangguan Hen did not hide anything. Although their cultivation methods were different, as long as he could help them, he would tell them everything he knew. Ao Sheng had the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl and the ancestral dragon's inheritance. After some pointers from Shangguan Hen, his cultivation immediately shot up. Mosquito Daoran's cultivation was also increasing, but there was a limit to it. When he heard Shangguan Hen say that Kong Xian's cultivation was about to increase, he immediately became anxious. I used to think that guarding the boundless celestial capital was the easiest job. I didn't need to go out and take risks. It was so safe. But now, why do I feel that guarding the boundless celestial capital is the most useless? I have to go out with His Majesty, whether it's Kong Xian or Shangguan Hen. As long as I go out with His Majesty, my cultivation will immediately increase. No, I must go out next time. I won't guard the city anymore. Mosquito, Daoran said anxiously. Although Mosquito Daoran was very cautious, he could not take it anymore when he saw that all those who followed Gu Hai had gained great rewards. Gu Han rebuilt Nalanda Temple while talking about his brotherhood with Gu Qin. He also had to verify his Buddhist heart with Mahavairakana. These days, Gu Han was very shocked by Mahavairakana's Buddhist teachings. He was also very curious about Mahavairakana. However, Mahavairakana did not mention his origins, so Gu Han could not ask in detail. In the Longevity Temple, the unborn man had obtained Fushi's cultivation method from Earth. These days, white and black qi appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if he had a great realization. Gu Hai took care of court affairs and stepped into the immortal dome of ancients. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the immortal dome. In the sky, Kong Xian had devoured 1,000 copies of Jiang Rulai in the past 20 years. Black demonic qi appeared around him, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he stepped forward and arrived at a sea. There was a group of palaces shrouded in array formations. The interior was white and flawless, but it was cold and cheerless. Gu Hai stepped into the array and entered the main hall in the center. He opened the door to the main hall. Chen Xian was surrounded by a layer of white mist, as if she was cultivating. Seeing Chen Xian Gu Hai revealed a gratified smile. Xian is alive? This is the greatest achievement in the past few decades, right? Gu Hai had many things to say to Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian was at a critical juncture of cultivation. So Gu Hai did not disturb her. He carefully closed the door and stood guard for Chen Xian. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A simple and unadorned green lamp flew over from afar. It was the world green lamp, one of the 16 great magic treasures of history. Where's the reincarnation pool? Gu Hai said in surprise. In this battle against Mount Lingshan, not only did he obtain the world green lamp, but he also obtained the reincarnation pool. However, when Gu Hai waved his hand, the reincarnation pool did not come over. Gu Hai checked in puzzlement, but there was no trace of the reincarnation pool in the entire Immortal Dome of Ancients. It's gone? It can't be gone for no reason. Gu Hai frowned in confusion. Chapter 1019. The Reincarnation Pool. It could open the entrance to the Hell Dao's mystic realm. Now, the 18 levels of Hell were sealed by the Immortal of the Six Paths. Gu Hai hoped that the reincarnation pool could help him open it. This was because Gu Hai knew that the 18 levels of Hell could nurture many experts in a short time. However, the reincarnation pool was gone. That's impossible. I placed it here myself. Gu Hai immediately stood up and started searching. Back then, he was worried that someone would take it away, so he deliberately placed it on the stone platform. Gu Hai walked to the stone platform and looked carefully. However, the reincarnation pool was gone. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He saw a layer of dust on the stone platform. Dust? That shouldn't be the case. This place is protected by an array formation. It should be spotless. Gu Hai pondered. He waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, the Life and Death book appeared out of thin air. The Life and Death book gave off a faint energy halo. That layer of energy halo seemed to be divided into 18 levels. Is there a change in the Life and Death book? Gu Hai wondered. The Life and Death book had 3,000 pages. They corresponded to the 3,000 laws of the world. There were only a few patterns on each page. They were the branches of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Only one page was filled with patterns. That was the page that recorded the Go Tao laws. As Gu Hai quickly flipped through the pages, he skipped past the Go Tao laws. Suddenly, he saw another page. That page was also filled with patterns. Although that page was filled with strange patterns, when Gu Hai focused on it, he felt dazzled. It was like he saw the 18 levels of Hell. 18 levels of Hell. Hell Dao's reincarnation pool. These are the Hell Dao laws, and the Hell Great Tao. Gu Hai said in shock. In an instant, a ray of light flashed through Gu Hai's mind. I understand. The reincarnation pool. It was condensed from the laws of the Tao of Hell. It was not a set of rules, but a set of laws. It was a perfect copy of the laws of the Great Tao. It was unknown which senior in the ancient times had done it, but he had actually comprehended the secret realm of the Tao of Hell. It was no wonder that he could open the 18 levels of Hell. It was because this reincarnation pool was formed from the path of laws. The dust on the stone platform must have been left behind by the impurities of the samsara pool after the laws were extracted by the Book of Life and Death. I was still thinking about how to use the Book of Life and Death to take in other grand Daos. Isn't it too easy to obtain? The Hell Dao. Gu Hai laughed excitedly. Among the 3,000 great Daos, the 6 Daos of reincarnation can form their own worlds. Presumably, if the Purgatory Tao were to completely merge with the immortal firmament, it would require even more spirit stones than the great Tao of chess. But where would I find so many spirit stones? That's trillions. Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. There was a way to strengthen the immortal dome of the ancients, but there was no money to do so. Gu Hai was also very depressed. Gu Hai sighed slightly and was about to close the Book of Life and Death. Gu Hai was shocked and quickly flipped through the book. He saw another page, which was also filled with strange drawings. That's impossible. Other than the laws of the chess Tao and the laws of the hell Tao, why is there another page? Gu Hai was puzzled. When Gu Hai looked carefully at this page, he vaguely felt like he saw Asuras killing each other. The laws of the Asura Tao. Gu Hai was stunned. He quickly flipped through the Book of Life and Death. Indeed, he found another 2 pages of laws. The laws of the human Tao, the laws of the beast Tao. Gu Hai said in shock, the 6 Taos of reincarnation, the human Tao, the beast Tao, and the Asura Tao. I understand now. In the past, the Long Zhonghua forcefully took these 3 Taos of reincarnation from the divine continent and stored them in the immortal dome of the ancients. Although they were forcefully taken away by immortals in the end, there are traces of the laws of these 3 Taos of reincarnation in the immortal dome of the ancients. Over these days, the Book of Life and Death has slowly recorded these traces. Gu Hai said as he squinted his eyes. Out of the 6 Taos of reincarnation, the Book of Life and Death actually recorded 4 of them. Gu Hai was delighted. Although he did not have the ability to perfectly manifest them now, as long as they existed, it was enough. The principle of the reincarnation pool is that it is a copy of the laws of the hell Tao of reincarnation. Although the reincarnation pool is gone, I have the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death also has the copy of the laws of the hell Tao of reincarnation, right? Gu Hai was shocked. Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. He slightly activated the page of the hell Tao in the Book of Life and Death. 1. Suddenly, a void hole appeared in front of Gu Hai. The 18 levels of hell, the entrance to the hell Tao mystery realm. Gu Hai was delighted. Who? Gu Hai waved his hand again, and 3 more entrances appeared beside him. Entrance to the human Tao mystery realm, entrance to the Asura Tao mystery realm, entrance to the beast Tao mystery realm. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the 4 entrances disappeared. Book of Life and Death. It is indeed a good item. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with shock. Who? Gu Hai returned to the immortal dome of the ancients. He carefully touched the Book of Life and Death for a while. 6 Taos of reincarnation? I wonder where the other 2 are, Gu Hai said in anticipation. He waved his hand, and the Book of Life and Death disappeared. After throwing away the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai realized that he had gained more. He took out the world-illuminating green lamp. The world-illuminating green lamp was activated, and green flames appeared at the mouth of the lamp. It was very strange. Gu Hai could not recognize the flames. It was not very powerful, but it was very mysterious. Forget it. I won't be able to figure it out for now. I promised Mosquito Dauran to give him one of the 16 great magic treasures in exchange for the Chaos Essence Pearl. I'll let Mosquito Dauran figure it out himself in the future. Gu Hai put it away. In the sky, Kong Xian was still devouring Jiang Rulai's clone. At this moment, demonic flames filled the sky. Gu Hai turned his head to look at a huge plane in the distance. There were some transparent fragments. They were the fragments of Jiang Rulai's Immortal Dome Mystery Realm. At this moment, the Immortal Dome Mystery Realm fragment fell to the ground and slowly melted. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was digesting it. This Immortal Dome Mystery Realm was created by the vast freedom heavenly demon. How did he do it? It can actually replenish the space power of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai was deep in thought. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt something and turned his head. Gu Hai suddenly froze. Chun Xianer had come out of seclusion. At this moment, she used a spell to create a white fur robe that covered her body. She stood there and looked at Gu Hai with joy and excitement. Xianer, Gu Hai called out with a trembling voice. Husband. Xianer was so emotional that two streams of tears fell. Gu Hai immediately ran towards Chen Xianer. Chen Xianer also pounced towards Gu Hai. Bang! Their bodies collided heavily. At the same time, they hugged each other tightly. Neither was willing to let go. Hugging Chen Xianer and smelling the fragrance of her hair, Gu Hai was very worried that this was all an illusion. However, the warmth in his arms told him that this was all real. Xianer, your husband has missed you so much all these years. Gu Hai's eyes reddened. Husband, you've suffered. Xianer curled up in Gu Hai's arms with a trace of heartache. It's not bitter. Everything is worth it, Gu Hai said with a smile and tears. The two continued to hug like this. They hugged for a long time. Only then did the two of them reluctantly let go. However, even after letting go, the two of them didn't loosen their grip. Sitting by the sea, the two snuggled together. Gu Hai told Chen Xianer what had happened in these years. One by one, Gu Hai did not hide anything. Chen Xianer listened quietly. In other words, other than me, you still have Long Wanqing, Lin Wanner, Bingheim, Zhang Yulian, and Taiwa. 5 women. Oh, and Long Wanyu, who is attached to you? Chen Xianer said with a smile. Xianer, these years, Gu Hai was just about to explain. Chen Xianer used her finger to seal Gu Hai's mouth. In the end, she smiled and said, Husband, I don't blame you. Being able to return to your side is already an extravagant wish of mine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Actually, I'm very grateful to Xiao Rou. Chen Xianer looked at the sea in the distance and took a deep breath. Taiwa, Xiao Rou? Yes, it was Xiao Rou who used her death to undo the knot in your heart. It was her who prevented you from living in darkness all these years. It was her who made your life better. Shouldn't I be grateful to her? Chen Xianer said gently. In order to save you, Long Wanqing pretended to be you to lure the unborn man away, and was killed by the unborn man in your place. In order to protect you, Lin Wanner would rather fake her death than let the people of Taishang's gang kill you. Bingheim originally came to assassinate you, but in the end, for you, she did not hesitate to become the enemy of everyone and bear the anger of everyone alone. Zhang Yulian, she's pregnant with your flesh and blood. Husband, you can't let any of them down. I'm not a jealous person. Chen Xianer leaned into Gu Hai's arms. All these years, I've done terrible things. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Husband, you've grown very fast these years. You've been on the verge of death time and time again. If it weren't for the 5 of them, you might not be here anymore. Husband, take them back as soon as possible. Chen Xianer said softly. Gu Hai's heart softened. He hugged Xianer tightly. It was as if there were thousands of words to say, but at this moment, everything turned into silence. When the two looked at each other, their eyes burst out with an inseparable affection. When the affection was strong, Gu Hai kissed Chen Xianer's lips. The husband and wife life that had been separated for 40 to 50 years broke out again. Holding Chen Xianer's hot body, Gu Hai stepped into the side hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed. A day in the outside world was 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Gu Hai accompanied Chen Xianer in the Immortal Dome of Ancients for a year. They talked a lot, chatted a lot, reminisced a lot, and looked forward to a lot. Only then was he ready to return to the outside world. But one morning, Gu Hai was lying on a big bed, stroking the naked and smooth back of Chen Xianer, who was sleeping soundly. Buzz! Chen Xianer trembled and immediately stood up. The moment she stood up, she saw Gu Hai's naked body. Gu Hai, you bastard! Off. An angry scream spread throughout the Immortal Dome of Ancients. In the sky, Kong Xian, who was swallowing Jiang Rulai's clone, was shocked by this scream. The clone was stuck in his throat, and suddenly his face turned purple. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xianer in shock. not knowing what happened to Chen Sienner. Chen Sienner trembled again, but returned to normal. Sienna, what happened to you? Just now. Gu Hai was worried. Husband, just now it was White Emperor. I forgot to tell you. Every 10 days, White Emperor will wake up. Chen Sienner smiled bitterly. White Emperor. Gu Hai's face stiffened. Every 10 days, Chen Sienner would become White Emperor? Then what about the couple life just now, and the couple life every 10 days before that? Chapter 1020, The Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, in the study, central of the Divine Continent, 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. Qi Yu? Ha! I was the one who destroyed the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty in the past. Now, they want to rise from the ashes. Matriarch Ji sneered. His Holiness, if we can defeat him once, we can defeat him a second time. In these few thousand years, our great yellow dynasty is no longer the same as before. Qi Yu is starting from scratch. He is no match for us. Li Mu sneered. That's right. How long has it been? He only gathered a few of his old subordinates, and one of them gave him the country. He is no longer the same as before. Without Jiang Lianshan, he is nothing. Fengbo sneered. Great righteous position? Qi Yu is not worthy. The 9 Li Imperial Dynasty is separated from our great Yellow Dynasty by 3 imperial empires and 16 grand empires. This subject is willing to lead the army and expand our territory. Solemnly, Emperor Kong said. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers on the table and fell silent. Lords, it is better not to underestimate Qi Yu. Song Jie suddenly said, Everyone looked at Song Jie. Everyone should have heard the news not long ago. Qi Yu and Gu Hai are on the same side. Our scouts reported that Gu Hai and Qi Yu called each other brothers. Song Jie said solemnly. Everyone fell silent. Call each other brothers? Everyone, have you ever seen Gu Hai call anyone his brother? Have you ever seen Qi Yu call anyone his brother? These two people are naturally proud and unyielding. Although that Qi Yu has 81 brothers, do you see that? These 81 brothers all follow Qi Yu's lead. However, Gu Hai did not. Sangja said in a deep voice, Isn't that better? Li Mu didn't understand. Ha! You don't understand. Neither of them will submit to the other. However, this brotherhood is stronger than anything else. Once they launch a general attack on Qi Yu, Gu Hai will definitely not stand by and watch. You don't think that Gu Hai is still the Gu Hai from 10 years ago, do you? Song Jie said calmly. Everyone's expression darkened. Let's not talk about Gu Hai for now. He has 3 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators under him. Emperor Kong's face darkened. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han listened to Gu Hai's orders. Although Vairocana and Gu Hai are of the same generation, you have also seen their friendship. They can follow Gu Hai to battle Jiang Rulai. Their friendship runs deep. Song Jie said solemnly, Even so, the great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. Li Mu frowned again. General Li Mu, the great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. However, it is undeniable that the Dahan Empire has already caused us some trouble, right? Song Jie said with a smile. That's right. Li Mu frowned and nodded. Secondly, have you forgotten Qi Yu's identity? Besides Jiang Lianshan, he has no other relatives? Song Jie said solemnly, Great Yen Celestial Empire. Qi? Everyone's expression suddenly turned solemn. Jiang Lianshan is so calculative. He didn't even let his own children off. Back then, he let His Holiness harm them. Even without Jiang Lianshan, Qi Yu and Qi still hold a grudge against His Holiness. I'm sure everyone is clear about Qi's strength. She is a huge threat, and is even more dangerous than the Dahan Empire. She seems to be waiting for something. This time, if we fight Chiyu head-on, Chi will definitely interfere. Song Jie analyzed. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers lightly on the table and frowned. Indeed, Chi was like a bone in her throat. She had to get rid of him. However, he didn't seem to be as weak as he seemed. His Holiness, there is Yuanshi Tianzuan in the south. There is Jiangchun in the west. And there is Chiyu. Is His Holiness really going to make a move on Chiyu? Song Jie looked at Matriarch Ji. Everyone quietened down and looked at Matriarch Ji. I want the position of great righteous, no matter who is in my way. Matriarch Ji said coldly, since that's the case, we have to plan for the long term. Song Jie said solemnly, Mister, do you have a countermeasure? Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jie. His Holiness, I feel that our identities are too sensitive. What if we have external help? Song Jie said solemnly, external help? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Yesterday, the envoy from the heavenly devil, Holy Land. Do you still remember His Holiness? Song Jie said solemnly, vast freedom, heavenly devil, humph, they want to touch the Yang realm. If I agree to their request, I will be helping them open a path to the Yang realm. Matriarch Ji's face sank. Amethyst was killed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the vast freedom heavenly devil was helpless. Jiangchun occupied the spiritual mountain, and the vast freedom heavenly devil was helpless. That's why he thought of cooperating with us. The Yang realm is not big, and one more person is indeed inviting a wolf into the house. However, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not the only one in the Yang realm. In the future, there will be people who will chase him back to the Yang realm. Song Jie said with a smile. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. That's right, His Holiness. What's wrong with cooperating with the heavenly devil Holy Land? Since the vast freedom heavenly devil is the white tiger sovereign, he and Jiangchun must be enemies. In the future, their conflict will be beneficial to us. This time, we can use them to test Chiyu. It's best if we can eliminate Chiyu. Emperor Kong said with a smile. In the upper study room, everyone nodded. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with the heavenly devil Holy Land. Matriarch Ji pondered for a long time before nodding her head. Infinite Celestial Capital. Longevity Temple. When the unborn man was surrounded by black and white gas, a stone hanging on his chest suddenly emitted a trace of red light. Buzz. As soon as the red light appeared, it trembled slightly. Huh. The unborn man paused. He even stopped his cultivation and took out the stone anxiously to look at the red light. What's going on? Did something happen? The unborn man asked the red stone anxiously. The bone god is presumptuous and started a large-scale invasion. Although there is no danger now, Goddess Hotu said that there might be a conspiracy. So, Long Wanqing's voice came from the red stone. I understand. I will bring Guhai here immediately. The unborn man stood up immediately. Facing the Long Wanqing sisters, the unborn man's shrewdness disappeared. Don't be so anxious. The Bone God army is still far away from us. Let's wait for Guhai to settle his own matters before we talk to him. Long Wanqing's voice came again. Unborn man, don't force my brother-in-law. Otherwise, don't come to see me. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly came. The unborn man was silent for a while. He was a failure as a father. When the unborn man spoke to his daughters, they defended Guhai in every way, making him feel very upset. I know. I will talk to him properly. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Buzz. The red stone trembled slightly and then stopped moving. The unborn man sighed, stepped out of the hall, and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Coincidentally, Gu Hai also stepped out of the hall, with Chen The unborn man's voice was full of displeasure. After all, Long Wanqing was the Empress of Dahan, and now there was another empress. As the Long Wanqing's father, he was still against Chen Xian. Clap. The door of a hall in the distance opened. Gu Han took Gu Qin quickly to the hall where Gu Hai was. Mother! Gu Qin suddenly burst into tears. Mother! Gu Han also said, excitedly. When they got close, they immediately knelt down. They kowtowed to Chen Xian. Little Qin, Han, what are you doing? The ground is cold. Get up. Chen Xian immediately helped them up. The ground was cold. For the two of them, even if they knelt on the glacier, they would not feel cold. However, when Chen Xian said that, they felt warm in their hearts. This was the tone of a mother. Mother, I'll kowtow to you 3 more times. Gu Qin said incoherently with excitement. All right, I told you to get up, so get up. Don't make your mother unhappy. Gu Hai said, Yes, yes. The 2 brothers immediately got up. They looked at Chen Xian excitedly and happily. Chen Xian looked at them. You've changed. Mother, we haven't changed. We'll always be your sons. Gu Han said immediately. Chen Xian smiled. Yes, no matter what, you'll always be my sons. Gu Hai, Chen Xian, Gu Qin, and Gu Han were talking happily when the unborn man flew over. Your Majesty, the unborn man saluted respectfully. The 4 of them paused. Gu Qin and Gu Han furrowed their brows in displeasure. Chen Xian said politely, Greetings, senior unborn man. The unborn man was the father of the Long Wanqing, so Chen Xian was very polite to him. Greetings, Empress Chen. The unborn man nodded stiffly. Chen Xian seemed to have noticed the unborn man's displeasure. Instead, he smiled faintly. Unborn man, what's the matter? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Your Majesty, you promised me last time. It's about time. The unborn man said respectfully. Oh, Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai naturally understood the unborn man's words. He wanted to set off for the Long Wanqing by himself. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian. But Chen Xian said with a serious expression, Husband, you'd better bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. It's not safe to be outside all year round. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian and felt Chen Xian's magnanimity. He was touched and nodded. The unborn man was slightly puzzled. Chen Xian didn't dislike the Long Wanqing? Just as Gu Hai was about to speak, Chen Xian suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, Don't move. Huh. Gu Hai was puzzled. The unborn man sneered. Was Chen Xian starting to make Gu Hai look bad? However, Chen Xian didn't mention the Long Wanqing. She suddenly sniffed. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Chen Xian sniffed, and her face turned cold. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's poisonous. There's poisonous gas in all directions. What a secretive poisonous gas. Moreover, this poison is very powerful. Are you trying to poison everyone in the infinite celestial capital to death? Are you trying to poison husband, little Qin, and Han to death? Chen Xian said coldly. When it came to poisoning Gu Hai and his son, no matter how much self-restraint Chen Xian had, she was instantly enraged. A murderous aura burst out of her. The unborn man's expression changed as soon as this murderous aura appeared. This aura, great perfection of the heavenly palace, it couldn't be. How could Chen Xian have such a high cultivation? Poisonous gas. Poison everyone to death. What kind of poison? Why can't I smell it? Gu Han was puzzled. Guhan was at the great perfection of the heavenly palace, yet he couldn't detect it. It's spider poison. That's right. This fishy smell can't be wrong. Qinxian said coldly. Although Guhan couldn't smell it, he chose to believe his mother at first sight. I can't smell it. It must be a great perfection of the heavenly palace. Spider poison? The sixth of the 12 peaks of the heavenly devil, holy land. Ponzi, heavenly devil. Guhan's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 10:21. It's spider poison. That's right, this fishy smell can't be wrong. Qinxian said coldly. Although Guhan did not smell it, Guhan chose to believe his mother at the first moment. I can't smell it. It must be the poison of the heavenly palace's grand perfection cultivator. Spider poison? Heavenly fiend, Holy Land's old six, celestial fiend Ponzi? Guhan's expression suddenly changed. Celestial fiend Ponzi? Guhai's face suddenly fell. Not long ago, the heavenly fiend Holy Land's 5 peak masters were forced to retreat by Chi-Yu at the Corpse Mound realm. In just a few days, they actually caught up again. Even I couldn't stand celestial fiend Ponzi's poison back then. It's colorless and tasteless. Once it enters the body too much, the body will stiffen and be at its mercy. Furthermore, this poison gas doesn't need to be inhaled. It can enter through one's pores. Even celestial fiend Ponzi has a hard time condensing this poison. It needs at least 300 years of accumulation to envelop the entire limitless celestial capital. Father, mother, let's go quickly. Guhan immediately said, anxiously. The unborn man's figure also moved as if he wanted to dodge. Guhai frowned and was just about to speak when Qinxian shook her head. No matter. As long as it's poison, I have a way. But, mother, this Ponzi poison is no small matter. Guhan still said worriedly. Listen to your mother. Don't be rash. Guhai said indifferently. Yes. Guhan's face was still incomparably worried. Poison? If it was before, Guhai would still care. However, Qinxian revived. Guhai was not worried anymore, because Guhai understood Qinxian's ability. Furthermore, during this period of time in the ancient Immortal Dome, Qinxian also showed Guhai her mastery of the Poison Tao, a body condensed from the Poison Tao laws. In itself, she had a natural control over the Poison Tao laws of heaven and earth. Competing in poison with Xian, this was the rhythm of courting death. However, he saw Qinxian reach out her right index finger and point. Buzz. A ripple that resembled rainbow-colored dust suddenly appeared in the void. The rainbow-colored dust instantly spread throughout the entire infinite celestial capital. Because of the diffusion, the 7-colored dust was very thin, making it impossible to see its color. What do you think? Guhai looked at Qinxian. The poison has been detoxified. At the same time, I used a similar poison. Qinxian smiled. Similar poison? This is the coiling silk poison. When the ancient sorcerer tribe refined the spider poison king, they refined it before. Back then, the production was extremely small, so they imitated and refined this poison. However, the refinement failed, and some inferior products were refined. However, they were completely ineffective. Qinxian explained. Guhai nodded. Was Qinxian luring the heavenly demon out? Poison gas enveloped the infinite celestial capital. Another half a day passed. All of a sudden, a commoner in the boundless celestial capital stiffened. One by one, the commoner's movements stiffened. What's going on? Why is my body so stiff? It's like I'm being entangled by a large amount of spider silk. Me too, I can't move. I'm getting stiffer and stiffer. Why is this happening? Save me. The commoners in the city all revealed terrified expressions. citizens of the infinite celestial capital. I'm feeling a little unwell. Don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Suddenly, Gu Hai's voice resounded throughout the city. Upon hearing Gu Hai's voice, all the commoners immediately relaxed. If His Majesty said it would be fine soon, then it would definitely be fine soon. There was no need to worry. Gu Hai was now the spiritual pillar of the infinite celestial capital. Every word and action of his affected the entire city. The commoners were no longer afraid. But at this moment, an icy laugh suddenly resounded throughout the infinite celestial capital. Feeling a little unwell. You'll be fine soon? Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, I think you can't move yourself now, either. Suddenly, a voice was heard, instantly exploding in the infinite celestial capital. Everyone turned to look, only to see 3 black-robed men standing on a white cloud high up in the sky. The one in the lead was the one who laughed loudly just now. At this moment, Gu Hai's group was standing in the plaza of the soaring sky hall. They looked at the 3 black-robed men in the sky together. Sure enough, Old 6 is the one who released the poison, and the other 2 are Old 8 and Old 9. Guhan glared. Amit Ba, Mahavarakana said with a gloomy expression. Shangguan Hen clenched his fists even tighter. Chun Xian stood beside Gu Hai and smiled at the 3 people in the sky. Husband, they seem to be too confident. Chun Xian said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at the 3 people in the sky. Ponzi, celestial demon, why, it's only the 3 of you this time. Where's Old 5 and Old 10? The 3 of us are enough. The last time at the corpse tomb realm, we just didn't have time to prepare. Do you think we were really afraid of Chiyu back then? Humph, we just didn't want to have unnecessary losses. Now, how do you feel? Ponzi, celestial demon, said with a cold laugh. How do you feel? Ha, do you all know what place this is? Trespassing in the infinite celestial capital. You all don't want to leave, right? Gu Hai said in a cold voice. Leave? Ha ha. With just the few of you, even if you're at your peak, forget about keeping us behind too. Moreover, all of you are poisoned now. Your nerves are going to be numb, and you'll completely lose consciousness. Mahavarakana, Shangguan Hen, Guhan. Even if you all are at the great circle of the heavenly palace, you can forget about getting lucky under my Ponzi celestial demon. My Ponzi celestial demon is the most poisonous poison in the world. No poison can compare. You all just wait for death. Ponzi celestial demon said with a cold laugh. Just Ponzi celestial demon, nothing more than this. Gu Hai said coolly. What did you say? Ponzi celestial demon said coldly. I said, you're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. A puny Ponzi celestial demon also dares to say that it's the most poisonous poison in the world. Gu Hai said with a cold laugh. Ponzi celestial demon was just about to mock when suddenly the OL-9 at the side rubbed his nose. A trace of blood appeared on his finger. OL-6, my nose is bleeding. OL-9 said in shock. And my nose is bleeding too. I seem to have been poisoned. OL-6, you didn't put the poison on my body, right? OL-8 also said in shock. Rubbish. How is that possible? Using poison in the world, who can compare to me? I'm bleeding too? Ponzi celestial demon suddenly quivered and said in shock. Impossible. OL-6, you have the extreme poison body. How could you be poisoned? OL-9 cried out in shock, in disbelief. Extreme poison body. It had always been Ponzi celestial demon who poisoned others. She had never been poisoned before. Poisoned? Ponzi celestial demon instantly thought of the miserable states of those people who died under her poison in the past. She was poisoned too? She didn't even know what poison it was? How was that possible? Go and capture them. Gu Hai instructed. Okay, Shangguan Hen, Guhan, and Mahavairakana immediately stepped out. Boom! 3 great circle auras suddenly erupted, charging straight at Pansi, celestial demon, and the others like a mountain torrent. Why you guys weren't poisoned? OL9 cried out in shock. See, quickly leave. Puff! Pansi, celestial demon, immediately vomited a mouthful of blood from being poisoned. Pansi, celestial demon, was a poison expert. She naturally understood how frightening this acute poison was. Now, she was already not bleeding from her nose, but from her 7 orifices. If she still didn't expel the poison fire would attack her heart. Even if vast freedom celestial demon came, he also wouldn't be able to save her. Go! The 3 people turned around and ran in fright. Wanna leave? Isn't it a bit late? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Rulai, divine palm. Buddha kingdom in a palm. Vicious Vajra palm. The 3 people struck a palm with tremendous power at nearly the same time. Although the 3 great celestial demons were poisoned, fleeing for their lives was more important at this moment. They didn't even counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 palms suddenly bombarded the 3 great celestial demons. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 3 people vomited blood and were sent flying. Buzz. As the 3 people were sent flying, their figures suddenly swayed as if they had disappeared. Not good. They are escaping. Quick! Guhan's expression changed as he quickly grabbed. However, the 3 people were already gone in a flash. Where are they? Shangguan Hen's expression changed as he said in shock. The aura of the netherworld, Mahavairakana said in surprise. The 2-realm talisman bestowed by vast freedom, celestial demon, can travel between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Guhan's expression sank. Unborn man, quick! Ask the unborn man to open the netherworld gate. They are heavily injured. This is the best time to pursue the victory. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. No, it's too late. The 2-realm talisman does not travel to the netherworld, but to a random place in the netherworld. Now that they have escaped, we can't find them anymore. Guhan showed a regretful expression. If only we had been faster earlier. Shangguan Hen also showed an angry expression. They actually let them escape from such an easy task. This was too infuriating. The 3 returned to the soaring palace hall's plaza with bitter expressions. Father, mother, this child miscalculated. I should have charged up earlier. Guhan said regretfully. There is no need to regret. If you had gone up earlier, I would not have had time to use the poison. If they escaped, so be it. My poison already locked onto them. If they come again, I can discover them in advance. Qinxian consoled. At this moment, the stiff bodies of all the people in the city suddenly trembled and recovered. Oh, I feel so comfortable all over. The poison of those 3 black-robed men earlier was not that great. His Majesty is still the best. Countless people rejoiced. However, Guhai frowned slightly. It was indeed not a good sign that they could not capture heavenly demon Pansi earlier. It had only been a few days, and they had already chased them to the Yang realm. It could be seen that the heavenly demon Holy Land's revenge was extremely strong. Husband, don't worry. The poison that heavenly demon Pansi and the rest were poisoned with is not an ordinary poison. Although they escaped, it will take some time to detoxify them. Moreover, whoever detoxifies them will be infected by this poison. They will not have an easy time now. Qinxian consoled. Guhai nodded. The unborn man at the side looked at Qinxian in horror. Wasn't she immortal before she died? Even if Guhai reconstructed her body, it could not be so exaggerated. How could she be so good at using poison? Even the White Emperor was not so exaggerated. Even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was silently poisoned by her. What would happen to Wan Qing in the future? The unborn man was worried. However, Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Not good. 9. Li Imperial Dynasty. Big Brother's side. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Qiyu? Gu Han asked doubtfully. However, they saw Gu Hai's heaven's eye at his glabella suddenly open. A beam of light shot out from the heaven's eye, and the aura of heaven's might made everyone's heart palpitate. Instantly, Gu Hai saw the center of the divine continent in the distance. 9. Li Imperial Dynasty. Capital, Qiyu City. Rumble. In the sky above Qiyu City, rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a waterfall. It was as though it was going to destroy the entire Qiyu City. Chapter 10:22. Central of the Divine Continent. 9. Li Imperial Dynasty. Qiyu City. Qiyu City was renamed not long ago when the dynasty was established. Qiyu was announcing to everyone that Qiyu, was back. Although it had been 3,000 years, Qiyu's name was still resounding. The ruler of a dynasty was once Qiyu's subordinate. When he learned of Qiyu's return, he immediately relinquished his country and pledged his loyalty again. The leaders of the 6 major sects also relinquished their sections. In a short time, the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty was promoted to the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. The trend was the return of the king. Although it was still far from 3,000 years ago, the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty was already in its embryonic form, and it was getting bigger and bigger. All the officials of the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty knew how strong Qiyu was. They believed that other than the Great Yellow Dynasty, no one would dare to go against them. But today, a calamity that could destroy the world suddenly descended. Outside Qiyu City, there was a grand formation protecting it. Outside, lightning surged like a heavenly river bursting its banks, drowning the entire Qiyu City. Outside Qiyu City, there was already a scorched earth. The citizens in the city revealed terrified expressions because there were many cracks on the grand formation protecting the city, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once the lightning surged into the city, the citizens would definitely die. The threat of death loomed over everyone's heart. Qiyu led a group of officials and looked coldly at the rolling lightning clouds in the sky. Your Majesty, this is the divine lightning? So much? One of the officials shouted in fear. Big Brother, this is the electric eel demon? A giant narrowed his eyes. Qiyu sneered. Heavenly demon, holy land. The 10th brother we saw a few days ago. Heavenly demon, holy land. They are really persistent. They even chased us to the world of the living. 10th brother? Isn't that the great perfection, Heavenly Palace? The giant said coldly. That's right, the great perfection, Heavenly Palace. Ha! That's about the same as the corpse bug, Heavenly Demon. At most, it's only slightly stronger. Electric eel, it's just a small fish. Qiyu said coldly. Your Majesty, leave it to us brothers. Brothers, eat it. The giant said with a sinister expression. The other 80 giants also revealed sinister expressions. Eat. Of course, I have to eat. However, this clearly isn't as simple as the heavenly devil holy ground. Humph, Matriarch G actually colluded with the heavenly devil holy ground just to deal with me? Ha ha, good timing. Just these trash? Today I'll let you experience my Qiyu's ability, Qiyu said in a cold voice. We await your Majesty's orders. The group of giants shouted. Didn't you want to eat? Eat. Other than Qiyu City, everything else is yours. Qiyu shouted. Yes, the 81 giants shouted. Since they were already here, there was no need to be courteous. They immediately rushed out of the city guarding formation. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling thunder and lightning struck the bodies of the 81 giants. Just one look at the rolling thunder and lightning was enough to send chills down one's spine. The 81 giants did not even use their mana to defend themselves, and were instantly drowned by the sea of thunder. Ha 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 ha! My divine firmament, heavenly lightning contains poisonous electricity. You dare to touch it with your physical body? You are courting death. A loud laugh came from the lightning. He could vaguely see a huge electric eel that was 3,000 meters long, swimming in the thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a large amount of thunder and lightning struck the giants. However, the giants followed Chiyu and learned the main branch of the shaman path, the Devour the Heavens and Earth branch. Their bodies were made of steel and were invulnerable. The rolling thunder and lightning struck their bodies, but they did not suffer any injuries. It was as if they were swimming in water. What? The electric eel great demon exclaimed in surprise. Ha 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 ha! You want to deal with my big brother with this drizzle? What the hell is this? Brothers, let me eat it! A giant shouted. Boom! The 81 giant mouths opened and sucked in. Rumble! Rumble! The rolling thunder and lightning were instantly sucked into the giants' mouths, like a river. The giants seemed to be enjoying the thunder and lightning that exploded into their throats. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of the thunder and lightning was eaten by the 81 giants. The huge electric eel's face stiffened, as if it did not believe it. Impossible! Devour the heavens and earth. The lineage of the ancient shaman cultivators was extinct. You've only scratched the surface at most. The electric eel said in shock and anger. In its shock and anger, it swung its tail at a giant. The thunder and lightning on its tail seemed to have turned black as it hit a giant. Boom! The giant was instantly sent flying. Its chest was charred black. Ha ha! I thought you were invincible. The electric eel said disdainfully, You hurt my brother? Brothers, eat it. A giant suddenly roared. Boom! 80 giants pounced on the electric eel together. Humph! Who do you think you are? The electric eel said disdainfully. It immediately swung its tail at a giant again. Boom! With a slap of the tail, a loud sound rang out. However, the giant did not fly away. Instead, it hugged the tail tightly and stuck to it. Uffed! The giant spat out a mouthful of blood, but its face was even more ferocious. It bit the electric eel's meat. Squeak! The giant's teeth were like the most powerful blades in the world. It tore off a piece of electric eel's meat. Ah! The electric eel swung its tail in pain. However, the giants around it pounced on it one after another. One after another, they gnawed at the electric eel crazily. Black lightning exploded, and the giants' bodies were charred black. However, the 81 giants ignored their injuries and ate, gnawing, and swallowing. Get lost, you bugs. Get lost. The electric eel shook its body desperately, but the giants did not care about their lives. Injuries? Those injuries were nothing. As long as there was food, they did not care about anything. In the blink of an eye, most of the giants were entangled with the electric eel, but the remaining giants were devouring the thunder and lightning. The rolling sea of thunder and lightning was rapidly decreasing. Get lost! Boom! The giants swung their bodies and paid the price of tearing off a large piece of flesh. All of them were thrown away. Thunder Domain, open! The electric eel roared loudly. Hum! Suddenly, 10,000 electric eels appeared in the void. As soon as the Divine Path domain opened, the 10,000 electric eels looked extremely huge. We didn't want to increase in numbers. Now that there are so many of us, we're even hungrier. However, if we're hungry, then so be it. We have food anyway. A giant said coldly. Bang! Each of the 81 giants could use their divine path domain. Suddenly, there were 10,000 of each of them. Whoosh! They inhaled sharply. More than half of the divine sky lightning sea was sucked away, leaving only a thin layer. You bunch of foodies, you actually have a god? Go to hell! The electric eel was also shocked and angry. The 10,000 electric eels opened their mouths and spat out rolling black lightning. Roar! The 810,000 giants opened their mouths and faced the black lightning. Boom! Squeak! Squeak! As they ate the black lightning, they arrived at the electric eel's periphery. So what if there were 10,000 electric eels? You have a domain. So do we. Isn't it just eating? Rumble! The electric eel at the peak of the heavenly palace was trapped by the 81 giants. It was at a disadvantage and was constantly being eaten. Far away, in the infinite celestial capital, Guhai, Guhan, Mahavairakana, and Shangguanhen all looked over, devoured the heavens and earth, as expected of one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. These 81 giants at the 9th level of the heavenly palace can fight against a great perfection, and they have the advantage. Guhai exhaled softly. The 10th brother of the heavenly demon sacred ground can hurt even a great perfection of the heavenly palace with that destructive black lightning. These giants are unaffected. Their bodies. Guhan said in shock, Chi-Yu is indeed extraordinary. Husband, you have become sworn brothers with a powerful big brother? Chenxiana laughed. The unborn man was stunned. What did Chenxian mean? Could she also see far away? Was Chenxian also at the great perfection of the heavenly palace? Guhai nodded slightly and said solemnly, only one electric eel? It doesn't seem that simple. Guhan, Shangguanhen. Here, the two answered. You two go to Chi-Yu City immediately and wait for Chi-Yu's orders. Fight the enemy, Guhai instructed. Yes, the two answered in shock. This scene clearly showed that Chi-Yu had the upper hand. Why did he want us to go? However, the two did not ask further. They stepped forward and instantly shot to the center of the divine continent. As expected, just as the two of them set foot on the road, there were changes in Chi-Yu City. However, he saw that the 10,000 doppelgangers had once again returned to one giant. The 81 giants held onto the electric eel demon tightly. No matter how the electric eel demon struggled, they refused to let go. Even though there were many wounds on their bodies from the explosion, they still continued to gnaw on the electric eel demon's body. For the sake of food, they were willing to give up their lives. You bastards! Let go! Let go! The electric eel kept blasting with destructive black lightning. However, no matter how injured the giants were, they refused to let go. Quickly, save me! These smelly bugs can't die from the explosion. Quickly, save me! The electric eel writhed in pain. Vaguely, a large hand grabbed at the electric eel from the lightning. Below, Chi-Yu smiled coldly. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Huh! As he spoke, Chi-Yu extended his hand and struck toward the sky. Boom! A pitch-black astral palm shot into the sky, carrying a destructive aura. In an instant, it shattered the remaining lightning and reached where the large hand was. That large hand was originally prepared to help the electric eel. However, when Chi-Yu's palm suddenly struck, it did not dare to ignore it. It could only meet Chi-Yu's palm. When the palm struck, it was a huge bear paw. It's you, Matriarch Ji's lackey, the supreme of the bear tribe, Xiongyu? Don't you know? I like to eat bear paws the most. Chi-Yu sneered. However, just as the huge bear paw was about to collide with Chi-Yu's astral palm, Chi-Yu's astral palm suddenly changed. A mouth appeared in the center of the palm. It was a mouth full of fangs. The mouth in the center of the palm suddenly opened and bit at the bare paw. "What? Bastard Chi-Yu, how dare you?" A deep roar of anger came from the sea of lightning. Boom! The huge bare paw was swallowed by the mouth in Chi-Yu's palm. Kacha! As if something was bitten off. A large amount of blood instantly splattered in all directions. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of lightning. Chapter 10:23. Chi-Yu City. Roar! An angry roar came from the thunderclouds. "Xiongyu, don't be so desperate. It's not like I haven't eaten your paws before." "Ha ha ha ha." Chi-Yu laughed. "Chi-Yu, you will definitely die today." An angry roar came from the thunderclouds. Chi-Yu smiled disdainfully. "Bastards, you bugs." The electric eel demon suddenly roared ferociously. As it roared, it turned its head and swallowed a giant on its body. Although the giant was bigger than an ordinary person, it was only 30 feet tall. The electric eel demon was 1,000 feet tall, so it naturally swallowed it. After swallowing a giant, the other giants did not seem to care. They were still biting. "Humph, eat. Let's see who can eat who. I will eat all of you." The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! Immediately, another 2 giants were swallowed into his stomach. "I have an infinite amount of destructive black thunder in my stomach. Once I enter, I. The electric eel demon said ferociously. However, halfway through, its eyes suddenly widened. Puff! The electric eel demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The electric eel demon exclaimed. "Ha ha ha! Us brothers have heads of copper and foreheads of iron, invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to fire and water. Let's see if it can refine our brothers. Ha ha ha!" The giants laughed in the electric eel demon's stomach. Although the 3 giants were surrounded by countless black thunder, they opened their mouths and quickly ate the flesh in the electric eel demon's stomach. In an instant, the electric eel demon was severely injured. Its body was severely injured. The deities in its body wanted to stop it, but they were almost eaten in an instant. Ka, ka, ka! Suddenly, there was a series of cracking sounds, and the 3 giants were spat out. The giants were entangled with the electric eel demon. No matter how the electric eel demon attacked, even if it bit the giants with its sharp teeth, the giants were invulnerable. What are you waiting for? Lao Wu, hurry up and do something. The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 4 more palms reached out from the remaining bit of thundercloud. 4 palms? Seeing the 4 palms that suddenly appeared, Chi-Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He finally took it seriously because the 4 palms were different. Moreover, this aura was like that of 4 great fulfillment heavenly palaces. Humph! What's the use of having so many? Break! Chi-Yu once again struck out with his palm. One of the palms struck towards Chi-Yu, while the other 3 went to save the electric eel demon. As soon as the palm arrived, it turned fiery red, and a large hole appeared in the center of Chi-Yu's palm. Just as it was about to devour the fiery red hand, the hand suddenly expanded 100 times, surpassing the size of the mouth. Hung! With a loud bang, the fiery red palm was blasted away. It was clearly no match for Chi-Yu, but it was surprisingly not eaten by Chi-Yu. This made Chi-Yu's expression sink. "It's you, Heavenly Devil, Holy Land's 5th brother?" Chi-Yu's face turned cold. Not long ago, they had clashed once in the corpse mound realm. Chi-Yu would never forget this aura. On the other side, 3 gigantic palms struck out and sent the 81 giants flying, rescuing the electric eel demon. The electric eel demon immediately escaped. At this moment, Its body was covered in blood and looked very miserable. Whoosh! The electric eel demon immediately turned into a fat man covered in blood. However, at this moment, a large piece of flesh was torn off, looking very miserable. Roar! The 81 giants opened their mouths and sucked. All the lightning in the sky was instantly devoured. Immediately, the 5 figures in the sky were revealed. 2 dogs of the heavenly devil, Holy Land, and 3 dogs of the great yellow dynasty, Fire Toad, Heavenly Demon, Electric Eel Demon, Bear, Aoing, Fengbois. Chiyu said coldly. The electric eel demon was covered in blood and looked at Chiyu with a cold expression. The Fire Toad, Heavenly Demon, was dressed in black robes. However, its exposed palms were red, and it gave off a fiery poisonous aura. Ao clenched his fists and showed a cold expression. Fengbo looked at Chiyu with a smile, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The last one was a burly man in a fur robe. He had a ferocious expression as he held his right hand that was bleeding. He looked at Chiyu coldly. His right hand that was bleeding seemed to have been bitten off earlier, and now it was slowly growing back. Soon, it returned to its original state. It was the bear tribe's prime, Xiongyu. Fire Toad, Heavenly Demon. How was that palm strike earlier? Fengbo asked. It was a little rushed. This Chiyu is indeed powerful. However, I can hold him back. The Fire Toad, Heavenly Demon, said confidently. Prime Xiongyu, how are your injuries? Fengbo looked at the burly man in the fur robe. Humph! Chiyu is cunning. I am fine. I can kill him. Xiongyu said with a ferocious expression. However, Chiyu showed a cold smile. You can kill me? Are you careless? Did you think that I was using my full strength? The 5's faces sank. Aoing, you actually reached the consummation of the heavenly palace? It seems that you are not stable yet. Chiyu said coldly. I just reached the consummation of the heavenly palace. However, since I reached this step, I will not lose to you. Aoing said coldly. Ha ha. Consummation of the heavenly palace? That's right. Your dragon race is indeed blessed. You should have obtained some kind of inheritance from the ancestor dragon. The moment you entered the heavenly palace, you were stronger than this eel. But so what? Chiyu said coldly. Aoing looked at Chiyu coldly. Chiyu finally looked at Fengbo. Fengbo, I really underestimated you. You really hid yourself well. You were sent by that old man Jiang Lianshan to spy on Matriarch Ji. You actually submitted to her, 2-faced and 3-faced. Ha. Everyone misjudged you. Fengbo smiled. It doesn't matter if you misjudged me. What's important is that I didn't do anything wrong. Chiyu, why aren't you mobilizing the power of the heavenly palace? The 5 of us are already at the consummation of the heavenly palace. You don't think that you can fight us alone, right? Apart from you, there is no one else in your 9-Li imperial dynasty. Oh, right. There are also the 81 charcoal heads. They barely fought the electric eel heavenly demon. You should know that the electric eel heavenly demon is the weakest among the 5 of us. Prime Xiongyu sneered. The electric eel heavenly demon's face stiffened, but he didn't refute. I don't need to mobilize the power of the heavenly palace to deal with the few of you, Chiyu said coldly. Ha. It's your 9-Li imperial dynasty that doesn't have the support of the people. Even if you borrow the power of the imperial dynasty, you won't be able to borrow much strength. Prime Xiongyu laughed. Chiyu, since you have no troops to use, today is the day you die. Aoing said coldly. Chiyu's face turned cold, and he was about to speak. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 streaks of light shot over and landed on 2 mountain peaks not far from Chiyu City. Two powerful auras suddenly burst out. They were the auras of the consummation of the heavenly palace. Everyone turned to look. I am Shangguan Hen of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's order, and am here to await the 9 Li Heavenly Emperor's orders. Shangguan Hen bowed respectfully as he was surrounded by golden light. I am Gu Han of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's orders, and am here to await the 9 Li Heavenly Emperor's orders. Gu Han was also surrounded by golden light as he bowed respectfully. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, since you're here, where's Ponzi, Celestial Demon, and the rest? Fire Toad suddenly said coldly. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the limitless celestial capital. However, they saw that outside the limitless celestial capital, everything was extremely peaceful. There was no trace of Ponzi, Celestial Demon, and the rest. Something happened. Fire Toad said solemnly. Suddenly, 2 consummation of the heavenly palace came to help. Chiyu laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Many thanks to the 2 of you. Originally, I didn't need to trouble second brother. However, since you're here, then come over. Yes. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han stepped forward and arrived at Chiyu's side in an instant. Chiyu wasn't too courteous with Gu Hai. Originally, I only wanted to deal with these 5 small fries, but since all of you are here, then help me hold back 1 or 2 of them. Since all of you are here, then I will kill all 5 of them, not leaving a single one alive. Chiyu said with a cold expression. Humph, Chiyu, you talk big. Xiongyu glared at him. However, the 5 of them weren't as confident as before. Bang, bang. However, at this moment, 2 streaks of flowing light suddenly rushed over. Everyone turned to look. However, they saw 2 figures land on the square where Chiyu was at. Xing Tian, Hoi, Xiongyu's expression suddenly changed. Great Yen, Celestial Empire. Xing Tian, following His Holiness's orders. I'm here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. Great Yen Celestial Empire. Hoi, following His Holiness's orders. I'm here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. The 2 of them immediately bowed, respectfully. Fire Toad, who was not far away, sneered. Great Yen, Celestial Empire. They only sent 2 people from the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace to help. Ha ha ha. Looks like the Great Yen, Celestial Empire, doesn't have any experts. Fire Toad could feel the aura of Xing Tian and Hoi. They were only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. They weren't even comparable to the giant just now. How could they shamelessly say that they were here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders? No, it's not. Feng Bua, who was the calmest at the side, said with a darkened expression. What? Are they not at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace? This aura is clearly there. Electric Eel said in disbelief. However, Chiyu frowned as he looked at Xing Tian and Hoi. His expression was complicated. My 2 brothers. Ha! You actually submitted to Jiang Yan? You were so arrogant back then, Chiyu said with a trace of disbelief. His Holiness is a man of great talent and strategy. We are honored to follow him, Hoi said with a determined look in his eyes. Ha ha, all right, you are honored? Back then, when I went to the battlefield for the first time, it was the 2 of you who protected me. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 4,000 years. That old fogey Jiang, Lianshan, wants to hide you and seal your cultivation? Jiang Yan turned into a zombie, and his bloodline changed. However, I can help you undo it. Jiang Yan? Ha! He called you here, so that I can help you undo the seal, right? All right, forget it. Come, Chiyu said in a low voice. As he spoke, his finger trembled, and 2 drops of blood appeared on his fingertip. They instantly dripped into Xing Tian and Ho Yi's glabella. "Stop him!" Fengbo exclaimed. However, it was too late. The 2 drops of Chiyu's blood landed on Xing Tian and Ho Yi's glabella. Suddenly, a blood-colored restriction appeared on their glabella. Bang! The blood-colored restriction suddenly broke open. Rumble! A storm-like aura suddenly erupted from Xing Tian and Ho Yi's bodies. The enormous aura even caused a large number of cracks to appear on the ground of the plaza. Consummation of the heavenly palace? Electric Eel's expression changed. "Many thanks, Ninely Heavenly Emperor." Xing Tian and Ho Yi bowed deeply. "My 2 brothers? Ha! You are too polite to me. However, it seems like we have returned to the past. We can fight side by side again. Originally, I only planned to leave behind these 5 lackeys. Now, I feel that we should kill our way to Xianyuan City and kill that treacherous Empress Ji." Chiyu said with a ferocious expression. "We will listen to 9 Li Heavenly Emperor's orders." Ho Yi and Xing Tian shouted in response. Boom! Chiyu, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, Shangguanhen, Guhan, and the 81 giants immediately looked at the 5 experts in the sky with ferocious gazes. Chapter 10:24. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji looked at Chiyu City in the distance with a gloomy expression. A group of officials stood behind her. Among them, Song Jie was using a spell to show the scene of Chiyu City to the others. Looking at the scene of the spell formation, everyone instantly became solemn. Mr. Wu Xing, who was at the back of the group of officials, narrowed his eyes and thought, Fengbo is also at the great perfection of the heavenly palace. He has been pretending all along, right? This great yellow dynasty still has many experts hidden among this group of people, other than Song Jie. Could there be other officials who are also at the great perfection of the heavenly palace and are pretending to be weak? Mr. Wu Xing checked the faces of the officials. However, to be able to be Matriarch Ji's official, none of them were simple. In a short time, no one could find any clues. What a good move. It's a pity that 5 great perfection of the heavenly palace are here. No matter how powerful Chiyu is, he won't be able to escape. Emperor Kong sneered. Shangguanhen, Guhan? Could it be that the heavenly demon Holy Land's attack on the limitless celestial capital failed? Li Mu's expression turned cold. Matriarch Ji looked at the limitless celestial capital in the north. As expected, the limitless celestial capital was peaceful. The heavenly demon Holy Land is really unreliable. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Everyone patiently looked at the scene displayed by Song Jie. Ho Yi Xingtian, the great Yan Sky dynasty, also came to unseal them. Chiyu unsealed them. Emperor Kong's eyes widened in shock. Supreme martial artist Xiongyu and the others are in trouble. Song Jie said. Matriarch Ji's face darkened as she looked into the distance. In the distance, Chiyu had the help of 4 great perfection of the heavenly palace, and his strength instantly rose to the peak. Even if 5 great experts came to attack, he was still fearless. Moreover, each of them emitted a fierce aura. A great battle was about to begin. Chiyu City. Chiyu twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. All right, 1 each. You guys hold them back. I'll kill them. Chiyu laughed evilly. Shangguanhen, Guhan, and Xing Tian immediately stepped into the sky. Aoing, I'll do it. Shangguanhen's body glowed with golden light as he charged towards Aoing. Shangguanhen, do you think it's Elder Wu? You overestimate yourself. Aoing glared at him and punched out. He punched out, and the sound of a dragon shook the heavens. It was as if an azure dragon claw was smashing down. Shangguan Hen had a ferocious expression on his face, and his fist was also emitting a dazzling golden light. Hung! When the two fists collided, the void instantly shattered into countless pieces. Shangguan Hen and Ao Ing both retreated. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Not bad. Come again. Ao Ing glared and pounced again. Shangguan Hen did not decline, and the two of them once again intertwined. Gu Han instantly arrived at the fire-toad, heavenly devil land. With the guidance of Mahavairakana these past 2 days, I have comprehended the Buddha country in a palm. Fire-toad, heavenly demon, try again. Gu Han said in a deep voice, Old 7, you are not even comparable to Old 6, and you want to fight with me? You are courting death. The fire-toad, heavenly demon, snorted and struck out with his palm. The two palms collided in the void. Hum! Under the huge impact, the area of the void shattered was not smaller than that of Shangguan Hen and Ao Ing. Old 5 was Old 5 after all. Even though Gu Han had a breakthrough, he was still not a match for the fire-toad, heavenly demon. However, Gu Han's goal was not to defeat the fire-toad heavenly demon, but to hold him back. In the instant that Gu Han retreated, he pounced forward again and exchanged blows with the fire-toad heavenly demon again and again. The swastika behind him shone brightly in the void, and the sound of scriptures chanting could be heard from his palms. Gu Han's golden body of virtuous virtue was much stronger than before in terms of resistance to attacks. Xing Tian carried his battle axe and huge shield and instantly charged at Xiongyu. Xing Tian, we were comrades in the past. Xiongyu struck Xing Tian's huge shield with his palm. Hum! The huge shield paused, and the void shattered at the point of impact. Comrades? Ha! Xiongyu, from the moment you betrayed his holiness, we were no longer comrades. Xing Tian struck down with his axe. Xiongyu struck out with his palm. Hung! The power of the axe was extremely great. Xiongyu was instantly sent flying by the axe. Mighty bear, boundless strength? This was what His Holiness praised you in the past. However, it doesn't seem like much now. Kill. Xing Tian glared and struck down again. Hung! Xiongyu was sent flying again after colliding with the axe. Xing Tian pressed on, not giving in at all. Xiongyu was in an extremely sorry state. Ho-Yi did not rush forward. Instead, he pulled out a divine arrow and knocked it on his bow. He looked coldly at Fengbua, who was not far away. Creak! Ho-Yi slowly pulled his bow into a full moon. The purple divine arrow also emitted purple light. He aimed at Fengbua with a cold expression. Fengbua, who was far away, was also at the consummation of the heavenly palace. He did not seem to be weaker than Xiongyu and Ao Ing. However, when Ho-Yi stared at him, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! 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 Fengbua summoned wind from all directions, blowing continuously to his left and right to protect himself, as if trying to deflect Ho-Yi's divine arrow. Ho-Yi, we were comrades in the past after all. Fengbua shouted, If you don't move, I won't move. If you move, my arrow will definitely shoot. Ho-Yi said indifferently. Ho-Yi did not take the initiative to attack because they were comrades in the past. However, he had a sage fate. He could not do nothing. Since he did not want to kill, he had to pin down one person. Perhaps Fengbua was too afraid of Ho-Yi's arrow. However, Xiaochun really did not move. Not moving in this chaotic battlefield was a very dangerous thing to do. At the same time, it was also very helpless. Infinite heavenly capital. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Ho-Yi, is his arrow really that powerful? Fumbua does not dare to move. Arrow God Hoi, #1 in archery. Rumor has it that the person Long Zhangua wanted to subdue the most was Hoi, the unborn man, said in a deep voice. #1 in archery, Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Chiyu City, Shangguanhen, Guhan, Hoi, and Xingtian restrained Aoing, the fire-toad demon Fumbua, and Xiongyu respectively. Now, only Chiyu and the electric eel demon were left. Chiyu looked at the electric eel demon with a cold smile. The electric eel demon suddenly showed a look of horror. Why did you leave Chiyu to me? The electric eel demon exclaimed. However, they saw Chiyu take a step forward. No one saw how fast Chiyu was. In the blink of an eye, Chiyu was behind the electric eel demon. What? The electric eel demon's expression changed. He turned his head and hit Chiyu with his palm. Chiyu did not resist. The electric eel demon's palms slammed on Chiyu's chest. Boom! Boom! Under the huge hit, the electric eel demon was not happy. Instead, he showed a look of horror. Chiyu's body was too hard. It was like a child hitting an iron wall. It did not even shake Chiyu. His palms were ineffective. The electric eel demon wanted to retreat, but it was too late. You want to leave after the fight? It's not that easy. Chiyu sneered. He grabbed the electric eel demon's shoulder with one hand and suddenly grabbed the electric eel demon's head with the other hand. The strength of his fingers was so strong that he had already dug 5 bloody holes in the electric eel demon's head. Fifth brother, save me, save me, The electric eel demon suddenly roared in pain. As it roared, it desperately hit Chiyu's body. However, Chiyu's body was too strong. It could not shake him at all. In the distance, the fire-toad demon was suppressing Guhan. When it heard the electric eel demon's cry for help, it suddenly turned its head. 10th brother, the fire-toad demon suddenly shouted. However, it saw Chiyu's lips curl into a sinister smile. His arms suddenly bulged with huge muscles. Bang! The electric eel demon's head was twisted off its neck by Chiyu. Its head and body were separated, and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! The 2 halves of the electric eel demon's corpse immediately turned into the huge electric eel demon. At this moment, the electric eel demon was not completely dead. Its head and body were separated, and it showed an expression of disbelief. My brothers, you want to run when you are not full? It is not time yet. Chiyu sneered. As he sneered, he threw the 2 halves of the electric eel demon's corpse to the 81 giants. Brothers, eat the fish. Chiyu said coldly, Yes, big brother. The group of giants immediately swarmed over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giants' stomachs were like bottomless pits, quickly swallowing the electric eel demon. 10th brother, how dare you? Shut up. The fire-toad demon shouted in fear. Whoosh. Chiyu abruptly turned his head with a ferocious expression on his face. The fire-toad demon was startled. It was as though it was facing a great enemy. Fire-toad demon? Although the fire-toad is somewhat ugly, it should be very nutritious, right? Huh. Chiyu laughed heartily. Whoosh. Chiyu instantly arrived before the fire-toad demon like a beam of light. The fire-toad demon knocked back Guhan with a palm strike. When it saw Chiyu approaching, its expression changed. Didn't you want to kill me? Now, this emperor is before you. Let's see what you can do. Chiyu charged at the fire-toad demon. Little nephew Guhan, leave this to me. Go. Chiyu shouted at Guhan. Yes, Guhan answered. However, the fire-toad demon acted as though it was facing a great enemy. It waved its hand, and boundless flames suddenly soared into the sky. A red flame with a faint green hue instantly enveloped Chiyu and the fire toad demon. Ninely, Martial Emperor, be careful. There is poison in this flame, the poison of the fire toad. It is the most poisonous poison in the world. Guhan shouted as he retreated. Chiyu's laughter came from the flame. Poison? Fire? Ha 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 ha. I am impervious to fire and water. I fear no poison. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds came from the vast sea of fire poison. Chiyu was fighting the fire toad demon. What? No, Chiyu. My heavenly demon, Holy Land has records of you. You should not be this strong. You should not. Ah. The fire toad demon suddenly roared. Records? Those are all rubbish. To think that you believe them. Ha 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 ha. Chiyu guffawed. Fire toad divine poison, corroding heaven and earth. The fire toad demon's horrified cry came from the flame. Boom. However, that faint green light suddenly flourished. Instantly, it enveloped all the red in the flame. The entire flame turned emerald green. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming from the area that was enveloped by the fire. Even space seemed to corrode. Fire toad divine poison? You know why I fear no poison? It is because I cultivate swallowing heaven and earth. There is nothing that I do not eat, including poison. All poisons are my food. Ha 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 ha. Chiyu laughed. Whoosh. The sound of a strong wind came. The rolling emerald green flame shrunk and was swallowed by Chiyu into his stomach. That area of space was exposed in front of everyone. Fengbua, Xiongyu, and Ao Ying's expression changed. They saw that one of Chiyu's hands was already in the fire toad demon's face. 2 fingers dug into its eyes, while the other 3 fingers dug 3 bloody holes in its face. The other hand was on its right leg. There were also 5 bloody holes. The fire toad demon kept waving its arms to attack Chiyu. However, it could not hurt Chiyu at all. No, no, don't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. The fire toad demon screamed in fear. Don't worry. I will not kill you. Chiyu laughed. Ah. The fire toad demon was surprised. Will not kill me? I like to eat alive. Chiyu said in a cold voice. I like to eat alive? Hearing Chiyu's words, not only the fire toad demon, but also Fengbua and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Chiyu exerted force in his arms. Kacha! The fire toad demon was broken into 2 from the waist by Chiyu. Ah! The fire toad demon screamed in pain. Its scream tore through the space. Everyone felt the pain of its waist being broken. However, in the next moment, Chiyu's body suddenly became 30 feet tall. He opened his bloody mouth full of fangs. He swallowed the fire toad demon in 1 gulp. When Kong Xian swallowed demons, he swallowed them directly into his stomach. However, Chiyu swallowed them in his mouth. In his mouth, Chiyu chewed with his 2 rows of teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He chewed the entire fire toad demon and swallowed it slowly. A great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace was chewed and swallowed alive, just like that. The squeak and squeak sounds of chewing sent chills down the spines of the great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace, one of the 5 main bloodlines of the ancient sorcerer tribe, swallowing the heavens and earth. Isn't that too terrifying? After swallowing the last mouthful of minced meat, Chiyu suddenly turned his head to look at the remaining 3 people, Ao Ying, Xiongyu, and Fengbua. Looking at the 3 of them, Chiyu smiled. This ordinary smile, in the eyes of the 3 people, was like the most sinister and terrifying demon in the world. Chapter 10:25. Crunch, crunch, crunch. When Chiyu ate the fire toad heavenly demon, the 81 giants also ate the electric eel heavenly demon. They did not even want to throw away the skin, bones, and blood. In the blink of an eye, the two complete heavenly palaces were eaten. Chiyu turned to look at the remaining three. Xiongyu, Aoing, and Fumbua's expressions changed. Let's go. Fumbua shouted. Xiongyu and Aoing did not linger. They turned around and flew into the distance. Go. Good. Everyone, follow me to Xianyuan City. What do you think? Chiyu turned to look at the crowd. We await the 9 great emperor's orders. Shangguanhen, Guhan, Xingtian, and Ho Yi answered at the same time. Then let's go. Chiyu took a step forward and chased after the 3 people who were running away. Behind him, the 4 powerhouses followed closely behind. The 81 giants wanted to go, but their cultivation was not enough. They could only stay in Chiyu City. Great Yen Celestial Empire, primitive city, dressed in a red dragon robe. Bai stood at the entrance of the Flame God Hall and watched the battle in Chiyu City coldly. Sister, aren't you going to help? The elite guard was worried. It's not time yet. Bai said calmly, but the elite guard was anxious but could do nothing. Because once a decision is made, no one can change it. Limitless celestial capital, soaring sky hall square. Guhai looked at the battle in the distance and frowned slightly. Jiang Lianshan's power is really huge. Guhai said with a hint of shock. Jiang Rulai, Tian Rulai. Run Rulai Bai, Ho Yi Xing Tian, Chiyu, Fumbua, Matriarch Ji, Xiongyu, Aoing, including Jiang Lianshan himself. Jiang Rulai had already set up 12 heavenly palaces of perfection on the surface. Jiang Lianshan has really hidden it well. Mahavairakana sighed and nodded. However, in the end, he died 800,000 years ago. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Guhai said in shock. Mahavairakana nodded. Husband, are you going to help? Qinxian asked. It's not time yet. Guhai shook his head, solemnly. Oh, why? Qinxian was confused. The main reason why Big Brother is attacking Xianyuan City today is to reveal the trump card of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As long as we don't reveal the trump card, we won't be able to go all out. The moment the Great Yellow Dynasty's trump card is revealed, we will rush in without hesitation. However, if the Great Yellow Dynasty doesn't reveal its trump card, we will move in together. If there is any obstruction, it will be the same as exposing our abdomen to Matriarch Ji. What awaits us, then, is Matriarch Ji's killing move. Guhai explained. I don't understand. Qinxian frowned slightly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is a celestial empire, after all. It can't be compared to an imperial empire. Furthermore, even Jiang Rulai couldn't win against Matriarch Ji when they fought for the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Book. This means that Matriarch Ji is more powerful than Jiang Rulai. If Jiang Rulai hid so much as an emperor, how could Matriarch Ji not hide anything? I dare say that Matriarch Ji is hiding even more than Jiang Rulai. To take an advance, one must give first. Big Brother is attacking Xianyuan City this time because he wants to use this opportunity to reveal Matriarch Ji's trump card. Guhai explained again. All right. Qinxian nodded. She seemed to understand a little. Chiyu's group flew and chased after Fumbua, and the other 2. They flew to the heavenly palace and released their auras. Wherever they passed, it was as if there were 8 huge black clouds in the sky. Ho Yi, where are your arrows? Xingtian frowned and shouted at Ho Yi. Although the 3 of them had escaped, Ho Yi could definitely hit them if he shot an arrow. Why didn't Ho Yi shoot an arrow? Chiyu might have cared about their old friendship and didn't ask, but Xingtian couldn't help it. Ho Yi frowned slightly and said, We were comrades in the past. If they didn't attack, I couldn't bear to shoot them. Didn't attack? What do you mean? Xingtian frowned and said, apart from them, I won't let anyone else off. Furthermore, if they attack, I won't show mercy. Hou sighed slightly. Qiyu looked at Hou and smiled. Hou, I finally understand why Jiang, Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and Long Zhangguo wanted to rope you in back then. It's because you are too loyal and righteous. 9. Li Heavenly Emperor. Hou frowned slightly. You don't have to say anything. I understand. Don't worry. You protected me on the battlefield in the past. You are my comrade. I won't force you. Follow your heart. Qiyu said. Thank you, 9. Li Heavenly Emperor. Hou smiled bitterly. As the group flew, their powerful aura alarmed the experts along the way. The group of emperors and sect leaders were frightened by the aura. They wanted to see who was so presumptuous, but when they saw the fierce aura of the group, they swallowed their words. Great perfection, heavenly palace, great perfection stage. And there were 8 of them who dared to stop them. Xianyuan City, at the entrance of the upper study room. Matriarch Ji and the others looked at Qiyu and the others who were chasing after Fenghua, and their faces turned gloomy. They are here. What should we do? His Holiness? Emperor Kong was worried. Someone walked out from the group of officials. His Holiness, I will lead. Just as that person opened his mouth, Matriarch Ji waved her hand and stopped him. Mr. Wu Xing looked at them carefully. That person was called De Hong. He looked like an ordinary civil servant, but his calmness and confidence surprised Mr. Wu Xing. Where did this person get his confidence from? How dare he ask for battle? To lead an army? What army in the great Yellow Dynasty could stop Qiyu and the others? Matriarch Ji stopped him, as though she didn't want to reveal her strength. Bingheim, Matriarch Ji suddenly said. Whoosh! The door of a palace not far away opened. From the inside, a woman in a white veil slowly walked out. She was the commander of the Dahan Empire's 3rd Army, Bingheim. His Holiness! Bingheim walked over and bowed respectfully. Far away, in the boundless celestial capital. When Gu Hai saw Bingheim, his eyelids twitched. That is Bingheim. She is indeed a beauty. She is Tai Yi's daughter and Matriarch Ji's granddaughter. Chen Xian asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded, but Gu Hai was still very worried. Don't worry, husband. She is Matriarch Ji's granddaughter, after all. Perhaps Matriarch Ji is preparing to use her to deal with you. Therefore, she shouldn't hurt Sister Bingheim now. Chen Xian advised. Yes, Gu Hai nodded. However, Bingheim's expression is quite cold. Husband, you like such an ice beauty, right? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't answer. He saw Bingheim bowing respectfully to Matriarch Ji. Bingheim command the 10 Suns sky traversing formation and intercept the enemy. Matriarch Ji said calmly. Yes. Bingheim nodded. Matriarch Ji waved her sleeves. Wah! 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 Immediately, 10 huge golden crows flew out of Bingji's sleeves. When the golden crows flew out, they immediately released a monstrous heat wave. In an instant, the lake on the ground was completely evaporated. The 10 golden crows grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, each of them was 3,000 feet tall. They flew into the sky like 10 suns. Pa! The 10 golden crows spread their wings and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. They were like meteors flashing by. Matriarch Ji waved her hand, and a huge 3-dimensional map appeared in front of her. She let Bingheim see the location of the enemy and the golden crows in the map. Rumble! Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, the ground was instantly roasted. Countless plants were instantly burned into a monstrous fire. These are the golden crows. They seem to be even more. Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. These 10 are the Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi. Matriarch Ji said confidently. Ah! The officials exclaimed in shock. This isn't the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from a few decades ago. That Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi, was just a puppet. This is the Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi, from 800,000 years ago. Matriarch Ji said calmly. 800,000 years ago. Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Back then, when Jiang Lianshan and I returned to 800,000 years ago, the first thing we did was to capture the Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi. Then we made an identical copy of him and allowed him to roam freely 800,000 years ago. As for the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's true body, Jiang Lianshan, and I have already refined his evil soul. Matriarch Ji explained. This 800,000-year-old Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi, is a fake. Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Although he has Tai Yi's memories, he isn't as ferocious as the real Tai Yi. That's why he didn't reach the peak of the heavenly palace 800,000 years ago. If that wasn't a fake, why didn't Tai Yi break through after 800,000 years? Matriarch Ji sneered. Matriarch Ji stared coldly into the distance. What Matriarch Ji didn't know was that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi that she had swapped was swapped by Gu Hai a second time 800,000 years ago. Then, why did Princess Bingheim? Emperor Kong frowned and asked in confusion. Although that Tai Yi of the Solar Divine Palace is a fake, the 6 paths Immortal gave him the heart of the Crow God. Bingheim's purpose of existence is to retrieve the heart of the Crow God and lead the Crow tribe in the world. She managed to do it. Hence, she was able to control the Tai Vile soul and merge it with a large number of evil souls. Then, she separated the Tai Vile soul, allowing the Tai Vile soul to split into 10, and 10 into 100. Then, their strength? Each of them is at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. When 10 of them fuse into a formation, they have the strength of a peak Heavenly Palace expert. Matriarch Ji said confidently, the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation has the strength of a peak Heavenly Palace expert. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. Everyone looked over. The 10 Suns had already flown to where Fengbua, Xiongyu, and Ao Ing were. His Holiness has sent people to help us. Haha, this is the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation. Even if I am trapped in it, I won't be able to escape. Fengbua said happily. 10 suns as one. One is the sun in the sky. Xiongyu had seen the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation before and was overjoyed. The 10 suns formed a large formation. When they burned the sky, they seemed to form a halo of energy. The halo of energy enveloped the 10 suns, forming a towering flame barrier. In the distance, Chi-Yu and the others also saw the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation approaching. Golden Crow Suns? Humph, 10 feathered beasts. You want to stop me? Chi-Yu said coldly. 9, Li Great Emperor. Let me deal with the 10 golden crows. Ho-I took out a giant bow. He took out a purple arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and pulled the string into a full moon. Chapter 10:26. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Temple Square. 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation. It's even more powerful than the one I saw 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai looked at the 10 golden crows in the distance. The Golden Crow Formation forms the shape of a cauldron. The temperature inside is so high that even a normal Great Perfection expert might not be able to withstand it. Mahavairakana narrowed his eyes. Oh, Gu Hai looked carefully. Sure enough, the 10 golden crows were arranged in a shape like a giant cauldron. The center was like a golden cauldron fire. Although he couldn't see the temperature from far away, Gu Hai believed in Mahavairakana's eyesight. Even a great perfection expert couldn't withstand it. Hou finally made a move. Chun Xian said with a serious expression. Chun Xian had some memories of the White Emperor, so she naturally recognized Hou Yi at a glance. In the distance, Hou Yi's bow was drawn to a full moon. There was a dazzling purple light on the long arrow. Hou Yi's eyes turned cold, and he loosened his grip. Bam! The purple divine arrow was like a shooting star. It streaked across the sky with endless purple light and brightened the world. In just a moment, it reached the boundary outside the 10 Suns sky-crossing formation. The cauldron boundary can't be broken. Even if I hit it with my full strength, I can't break it, let alone an arrow that has lost contact with it. Xiongyu said with disbelief. Hung. The purple divine arrow hit the flame boundary outside the 10 Suns sky-crossing formation with a loud bang. However, it didn't penetrate the boundary as Xiongyu guessed. Wah! Suddenly, one of the golden crows screamed. Immediately, the arrow pierced through its head, and it fell from the sky. Boom! Like the sun falling, a super-huge fire pit was blown up on the ground. 10 Suns sky-crossing formation? It was nothing in front of Hou Yi's divine arrow. What? Impossible! How can Hou Yi's arrow be so powerful? Xiongyu said in surprise. In the distance, boundless celestial capital. What a powerful arrow! Arrow to god destruction? Mahavairakana said in astonishment. Good archery. This arrow was able to accurately shoot into the eyes of the golden crow and pierce through its Niwen palace after breaking through the barrier. His eyesight is truly shocking. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. After losing one golden crow, the 10 Suns sky traversing formation was instantly broken. The previous formation disappeared, and the 9 golden crows were immediately exposed in front of everyone. Wow! Wow! Even though there were only 9 of them left, they still charged towards Qi Yu and the others. Humph! Hou Yi sneered and drew the bow to a full moon again. Release the arrows. Swish! The second divine arrow shot out in a clean and efficient manner. In just an instant, the arrow arrived at a golden crow, piercing through its eye and flying out from the back of its head. The second golden crow died. However, the divine arrow that flew out did not stop. It continued to shoot forward. Bang! The third golden crow fell from the sky, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression froze. Bang! The fourth golden crow fell from the sky, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Mahavairakana's expression froze. Bang! The 5th golden crow fell from the sky. The 6th golden crow fell from the sky. Bang! The strange scene made everyone's hair stand on end. When the divine arrow finally pierced through the head of the 10th golden crow, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? Hou Yi's archery is really amazing. Gu Hai exclaimed. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? This was not something that could be done with great strength. More importantly, one's eyesight had to be extremely powerful. One's eyesight had to predict the flight paths of the 9 golden crows so that when the arrow arrived, all 9 of them would be shot at the same time. This was because before the arrow was shot, the golden crows would not be in a straight line. However, the direction of the arrow was only a straight line. No, to be precise, it was a parabola. To accurately predict the golden crows at different times, one had to be in the path of the arrow. Even with Gu Hai's powerful mental calculation, it was difficult for him to be so precise. But Hou Yi had done it. It was as if he had done it instinctively, killing 9 birds with 1 arrow. This is called 9-star alignment, the highest level of archery. I didn't expect Hou Yi to be able to do it. Qin Xian was also shocked. The 9 golden crows fell at the same time, like 9 suns descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The series of landing made everyone's eyelids twitch wildly. 9-star alignment. Hou Yi's arrow has reached the Tao realm. Qi Yu exclaimed in admiration. It's just a small trick. 9, Li Great Emperor is overpraising me. Hou Yi waved his hand modestly. Swish! The 2 divine arrows in the distance instantly flew back to Hou Yi's hands, and Hou Yi put them into his quiver. Hou Yi did it very casually, but the others who saw it were shocked. Xianyuan City, at the entrance to the upper study room. Hou Yi shooting down the sun? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. How can the golden crow be so weak? Bingheim asked in disbelief. His Holiness, this Hou Yi is dangerous. I am willing to lead the army to stop Hou Yi. De Hong, who had requested to fight previously, said again. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and shook her head. Glancing at the 8 people in the distance who were chasing after each other, Matriarch Ji said, This time, all of you don't have to interfere. Everyone was puzzled. Empress Ji took a step forward. People of the great Yellow Celestial Dynasty, at this moment, there are enemies attacking. I, Empress Ji, request all of you to raise your right hand and borrow my supreme power to defeat these evildoers and restore the great Yellow Celestial Dynasty to its former glory. Empress Ji shouted. Roar! Above the Sea of Providence clouds, there was a deafening dragon roar, following which Empress Ji's voice spread throughout the entire Great Yellow Dynasty. In an instant, all the citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty were stunned, and they raised their right hand without hesitation. His Holiness, please use my power. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens, surging energy gathered towards the Sea of Providence clouds above Xianyuan City. Roar! Above the sea of clouds, Matriarch Ji's divine statue suddenly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed the boundless energy from the masses as it swooped down towards Matriarch Ji. Boom! As the human and dragon merged, Empress Ji flew into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. Even the void seemed to be shattered by this overflowing energy. In Xianyuan City, everyone who saw this had the urge to kneel down and worship her. Xiong Yu, Ao Ing, and Fengbo were not far away, and Qi Yu's group of 5 were chasing after them. Swish! Empress Ji waved her sleeves, and a gust of wind seemed to appear out of nowhere. Xiong Yu, Ao Ing, and Fengbo were all swept into Xianyuan City. His Holiness! When the 3 of them were swept in front of her, they immediately said respectfully. Empress Ji ignored them and looked at the 5 people in front of her. Boom! Qi Yu's group of 5 instantly stopped outside Xianyuan City. From afar, they looked at Empress Ji. At this moment, Empress Ji's aura was extremely powerful. Even though the 5 of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace, she was still slightly stronger. Empress Ji? Qi Yu roared with a ferocious expression. Empress Ji sneered coldly. Qi Yu, how dare you? Qi Yu's eyes flickered, and a trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Great Yen Celestial Dynasty, Primitive City, entrance of Flame God Palace. What a cunning Empress Ji. Humph! Qi's eyes flashed with anger. Boundless Celestial Capital. Soaring Sky Palace. Empress Ji is really cautious. Qi Yu's probing was actually seen through by her. Gu Hai's face darkened. Seen through? Chun Xian frowned slightly. Imperial Matriarch Ji figured it out. Imperial Matriarch Ji could tell that Qi Yu was here to expose his trump cards. Hence, she hid it well, not revealing any of her trump cards. She only mobilized the dynasty's forces. Gu Hai said, seriously, Empress Ji saw through my husband and Qi's plan, So she deliberately activated the power of the dynasty? Chen Xian instantly understood. Gu Hai nodded. Xianyuan City. Empress Ji glanced at Qi Yu, and her gaze suddenly crossed the distance and looked at the boundless celestial capital. With a glance, everyone in the soaring sky palace's square felt their hearts tighten. It was as if they were locked on. Mahavairakana's face turned cold. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with anger. My husband, is Empress Ji provoking us? Gu Hai did not say anything. Instead, he stared coldly at Matriarch Ji. Empress Ji glanced at Gu Hai, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Empress Ji turned her head and looked at Primitive City. She instantly looked at Qi in front of Flame God Palace. Empress Ji looked at Qi, and her gaze seemed to be provoking him. At the entrance of Flame God Palace, Qi and Empress Ji exchanged glances. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Empress Ji provoked Gu Hai and Qi, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be telling the two of them that she had already seen through their little tricks. If you have the ability, why don't you come at me together? Gu Hai and Qi narrowed their eyes. The two of them were not impulsive people. They stood on the spot without moving, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Xianyuan City. After Empress Ji provoked Gu Hai and Qi, she saw that the two of them did not explode. She then looked at Qi Yu and the others who were not far away from the city. Empress Ji, it has been 3,000 years. Back then, you obtained Jiang Lianshan's help and stole everything from me. Isn't it very comfortable to sit on my 9 Li Imperial Dynasty's throne? Qi Yu said coldly. Winner takes all. Qi Yu, we haven't met for 3,000 years. You actually like to find excuses for your failures? A victory is a victory. A defeat is a defeat. Back then, I gave face to Jiang Lianshan and spared your life. You actually dare to be so impudent in my great yellow empire? Empress Ji coldly said. Impudent? Ha 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 ha. Back then, you weren't even fit to carry my shoes. Today, since you want to make a move, let's settle this once and for all. My things are not something you can take as you wish. Qi Yu said coldly. After that, Qi Yu sent a palm strike towards Empress Ji. Boom! A gigantic black astral palm appeared in the air. In the center of the black astral palm, there was a blood-red mouth filled with fangs. It slammed towards Empress Ji. The mouth in the palm slammed towards Empress Ji, shattering the space around it. A terrifying aura pressed down on Empress Ji. With a wave of her hand, a protective formation appeared around Xianyuan City. Empress Ji faced that palm strike head-on. Not bad. We haven't met for 3,000 years, but your cultivation has increased by a large amount. Jiang Lianshan sealed you away to help you cultivate. But you aren't the only one who can improve. Empress Ji coldly shouted. After that, a golden sword flew out from her sleeves. The moment the sword appeared, the entire area was filled with boundless white light. Overwhelming righteousness, Xianyuan sword. Empress Ji coldly shouted, Xing! The sword light soared into the sky. The overwhelming righteousness accompanied the golden sword light as it slashed towards Qi Yu's mouth. Chapter 10:27. Righteous Qi, Xianyuan sword. Empress Ji shouted coldly, Xing! The sword gleam soared into the sky. Surging righteous Qi accompanied the golden sword gleam as it slashed towards Qi Yu's palm. Hung! When the mouth and Xianyuan sword collided, a huge black hole appeared, and the surrounding space was torn apart. The pure, white, righteous Qi collided with the pitch-black demonic shaman Qi and seemed to cancel each other out. Empress Ji had finally used the power of the dynasty, and her strength was slightly stronger. After a short stalemate, A loud boom rang out, and the huge mouth in the palm exploded with a loud bang. The sword light instantly arrived in front of Chiyu. Chiyu's face was ferocious as he punched forward. Boom! Under his full strength, the sword light exploded. Chiyu's figure also paused. Empress Ji, you actually reached the great circle of the God Legion? Chiyu's eyes widened. I have the power of the dynasty. Do you think that I have been cultivating for the past 3,000 years? Empress Ji sneered. Chiyu, back then, when Jiang Lianshan sealed you in the Eastern Sea, I knew that he wanted to help you cultivate. The demonic shaman Qi can help you cultivate the demonic shaman indestructible body. However, so what if you have the demonic shaman indestructible body? Today, under my Xianyuan sword, I will still cut your head off. Empress Ji shouted. With a shout, she slashed her sword again. After using the power of the dynasty, Empress Ji's strength had already reached its peak. When she slashed her sword, billions of sword chi seemed to appear in the sky. Each sword chi carried the aura of a king as it slashed towards the 5 people. Ha! Chiyu suddenly roared and opened his mouth. Rumble! The billions of sword chi were swallowed into his stomach like a whale sucking in water. Is that all you have? Chiyu said coldly, devouring the heavens and the earth? It's indeed powerful. Unfortunately, didn't the ancient shaman race perish together with the demon race? Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji looked at the remaining 4 people with a cold smile. Brother Ho-E, Brother Xingtian, how have you been? Empress Ji smiled. Ho-E and Xingtian's faces were cold, and they didn't reply. I didn't expect that our former comrades would actually meet on the battlefield today. Matriarch Ji sighed lightly. Fellow comrades? When you betrayed His Holiness, why didn't you think of your comrades? Haven't you thought about Jun En? Xingtian sneered. Ji, Matriarch wasn't angry, and she explained. Jun En? Indeed, I was once indebted to Jiang Lianshan in the great Yan Heavenly Dynasty. However, I have already repaid what I should have done over the years. Back then, he had said that as subjects, they could stay or leave as they pleased. I left the Dayan dynasty and established the Great Yellow Dynasty. So why should I still listen to him? For the sake of our old friendship, I agreed to all of his requests. Is this not enough? 800,000 years ago, he was courting death and wanted to fight to the death with Rokudo Shinkuen. He had already made up his mind to die. Should I die with him? Humph, you know the specifics. You know better than anyone how your great yellow dynasty came to be. Xingtian said coldly. The great yellow dynasty was, of course, fought by myself. There's nothing to be clear about. Brother Xingtian, don't be fooled by others. Brother Ho-E, you didn't attack Ao-ing, Fengbo, and Xiong Yu out of consideration for your comradeship. Ji Matriarch thanks you. Ji Matriarch said solemnly. Thank me? There's no need for that. Ho-E said indifferently. Don't worry. I'll remember this gratitude. Later, no matter what, I won't attack you. Empress Ji said solemnly. Ho-Yi's eyelids twitched. Chiyu sneered. Empress Ji, I realize that you haven't changed at all. You're still so cunning. Attacking the heart before the battle? You just don't want Ho-E to fight with his full strength, right? Empress Ji ignored him and looked at Shangguan Hen and Gu Han. Are the 2 of you here to issue a challenge to the Great Yellow Dynasty on behalf of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Empress Ji said coldly. His Holiness, you don't have to threaten us. We'll listen to the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. We won't give up because of your threats. Gu Han shook his head. You want us to split up? Ha ha. Empress Ji, it seems like you're scared. Chiyu sneered. Scared? Maybe. Chiyu, are you ready? I'm coming. Empress Ji's expression suddenly turned solemn. "Come," Chiyu said. However, before he could finish his sentence, Empress Ji's figure flashed, and she shot toward Chiyu's group like an arrow. "Attack!" Chiyu yelled. Boom! The Xianyuan sword's light illuminated the entire area. The space where the six were instantly shattered. At the same time, the black hole blew strong winds in all directions. The mountains and rocks were all swept into the black hole. The center of the battlefield was turbid. No one could see what was going on. Boom, 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 boom. A huge collision sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Beams of sword light shot out from the turbid battlefield and pierced into the earth. Instantly, a 1,000,000-mile-long trench appeared in the earth, piercing into the starry sky. Any star that came into contact with it instantly exploded. "Be careful!" Roars of anger came from the turbid battlefield. In the outside world, in the Xianyuan city, Empress Ji's trusted subordinates revealed worried expressions. Although His Holiness had mobilized the power of the dynasty, the opponents were 5 great perfection heavenly palace experts. In the distance, in the boundless celestial capital, "Husband, will little Han be in danger?" Qinxian are asked worriedly. Gu Hai also revealed a trace of worry. Bang! In the turbid battlefield, a streak of sword light sent a figure flying out of the turbid battlefield. Shangwan Hen, Mahavairakana's face sank. That sword light slashed Shangwan Hen's chest. If it had been an ordinary, great perfection heavenly palace expert, that sword light would have definitely split Shangwan Hen in half. However, Shangwan Hen cultivated the 8 and 9 mystic mysteries art, which gave him an indestructible body that was impervious to weapons. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Buzz! The sword light disappeared. Clearly, it went to deal with the others. Shangwan Hen was blasted into the starry sky. He smashed through 3 stars in a row before stopping. His clothes were blasted apart, and there was a shallow sword mark on his chest. What a powerful sword light! Shangwan Hen's body is comparable to a divine weapon. Even after defending with all his strength, he still left a sword mark. Mahavairakana said in shock. Although Shangwan Hen's chest hurt, he gritted his teeth and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield, continuing to kill Matriarch Ji. Shangwan Hen's defense should be stronger than you think. He is not Sun Wukong, who cultivated the monkey body. Instead, he is Xuanwu. Xuanwu's defense is already the best. With the 8-9 mystic art, no one in the world can compare to him. However, even so, Gu Hai said in shock. Boom! Another beam of Xianyuan sword light sent Xing Tian flying. When the sword light landed on Xing Tian's huge shield, Xing Tian flew 500,000 li before stopping. When the sword light disappeared, Xing Tian's huge shield was split in half. Xing Tian's shield has never been broken before. Matriarch Ji actually split it. Qinxian are said in shock. Xing Tian tossed his shield aside and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield again. Bang! Another purple divine arrow was knocked away. Even Ho Yi's arrow is not enough. Gu Hai's face sank. Another golden swastika symbol was struck by the sword light and exploded. Matriarch Ji broke the Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavairakana said in shock. Aside from Chiyu, the other 4 heavenly palaces were not Matriarch Ji's match. In the turbid battlefield, Matriarch Ji slaughtered in all directions, continuously sending experts flying. Roar! Chiyu's roar rang out. However, a huge figure with an ox head and a human body appeared in the turbid area. Matriarch Ji, eat my fist! Chiyu roared. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A huge shockwave destroyed the battlefield from before. The turbid earth and rocks instantly exploded and disappeared. The 5 people on the battlefield were once again exposed. Matriarch Ji's sword had landed on Chi Yu's fist. At this moment, Chi Yu had indeed transformed. 2 ferocious bull horns appeared on his head, and he grew to a height of 3 zhang. His body swelled, as if countless muscles were bulging out. Black demonic Qi dyed half of the sky black. On the other side, Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword shone with a golden light. However, the world was filled with a white aura of righteousness. Black and white were in a stalemate. A stalemate? No, Matriarch Ji was stronger. Chi Yu's fist seemed to be no match for the Xianyuan sword. Ninely, Great Emperor, I'll help you, Gu Han shouted as he suddenly placed his hands on Chi Yu's back. Buzz. Surging energy entered Chi Yu's body. Chi Yu's strength instantly increased. It's not enough. Shangguan Prime, quickly, Gu Han shouted. All right. Shangguan Hen immediately stepped forward. Pa! Shangguan Hen placed his palm on Chi Yu's back. Surging energy entered Chi Yu's body. At this moment, Chi Yu had an ox head and a human body. He was 10 meters tall, and his back was extremely large. Xing Tian placed his palm on Chi Yu's back. Ho Yi placed his palm on Chi Yu's back as well. The power of the 5 heavenly palaces gathered in Chi Yu's fist and clashed with Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword. Matriarch Ji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The 5 heavenly palaces at the consummation level were barely on par with Matriarch Ji. The power of the dynasty? Matriarch Ji, if you don't use the power of the dynasty, you won't be a match for me at all, Chi Yu said with hatred. Is that so? Ha, the power of the dynasty is also my power. If I use the power of the dynasty, don't you also have 4 consummation level heavenly palaces helping you? We're the same. The winner takes all. It's enough for me to kill you, Matriarch Ji said coldly. It's still not enough for you to kill me, Chi Yu said coldly. Do you think that this is already my limit? No, by using the power of the dynasty, I can be even stronger. Matriarch Ji sneered. Rumble. Under Matriarch Ji's strength, the Xianyuan sword slashed at Chi Yu's fist, forcing the 5 of them to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1,000,000 miles away. Chi Yu's expression was savage, but he was helpless. This was the power of the dynasty. Matriarch Ji's strength had indeed surpassed his. Break! Matriarch Ji shouted. Boom! The Xianyuan sword exploded with golden light. With a loud sound, the 2 sides separated, shattering a large piece of space. For a moment, the battle stopped. Do you still want to continue? Matriarch Ji laughed. Chi Yu and the others had ugly expressions. They originally wanted to destroy the Xianyuan city and kill Matriarch Ji, but Matriarch Ji's strength had exceeded their expectations. She even had a bunch of trump cards that she had yet to reveal. Matriarch Ji, I will be back. I will definitely take back what is mine. Let's go. Chi Yu roared ferociously. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi looked deeply at Matriarch Ji before they followed Chi Yu and flew away. Matriarch Ji did not chase after them. Instead, she coldly watched the 5 of them leave. Chapter 10:28. Empress Ji watched as Chi Yu and the others left. Swish! At the entrance of the upper study room in Xianyuan City, 4 figures flew to Empress Ji's side. They were Fengbua, Xiongyu, Ao Ing, and Dahong. His Holiness let Chi Yu go just like that. We can make them stay. Fengbua said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness mobilized the entire dynasty. Even if Chi Yu had the help of 4 great perfection sovereigns, he would not be a match for you. If we delay the other 4, His Holiness can kill Chi Yu quickly. Xiongyu said anxiously. His Holiness let them go just like that. What a pity. Dahong said worriedly. Empress Ji looked at Qiyu, who was leaving, and then looked at Guhai and Qi, who were far away. Finally, she shook her head gently. Kill Qiyu? It's not time yet. I don't want to become someone else's weapon. Empress Ji said indifferently. The four were slightly stunned. Let's go back. Empress Ji said in a deep voice. Yes. The four answered and followed Empress Ji back to Xianyuan City. Empress Ji returned. Qi in Primitive City squinted his eyes, and an uncomfortable chill flashed in his eyes. Boundless celestial capital. Guhai also frowned. This Empress Ji is very patient. She is very good at politics. What do you mean? Empress Ji can make Qiyu stay? Qinxian asked in confusion. Guhai shook his head. Empress Ji can defeat Qiyu by mobilizing the entire dynasty, but she shouldn't be able to make Qiyu stay unless Empress Ji mobilizes her subordinates from the heavenly palace. Then she can make Qiyu stay. However, Qiyu won't be willing to do that. Oh, once Empress Ji's subordinates join the battle, we and Qi will definitely enter the battlefield as well. This battle will become bigger and bigger, and the destruction will be greater. In the end, we will lose 800 of our own men while injuring 1,000 of our enemies. We will let the heavenly demon, Holy Land, reap the benefits. Why would Empress Ji do such a foolish thing? Guhai smiled coldly. Mahavairakana nodded. Matriarch Ji is indeed powerful. After this, I wonder. Qinxian said worriedly. Matriarch Ji is only able to achieve such a result because she mobilized the might of an entire dynasty, fighting against 5 paragons and not falling into a disadvantageous position. Although his strength is strong compared to the battle prowess of Long Zhangguo in the past, he is somewhat inferior. Qiyu's big brother couldn't do anything to Qiyu in his court. Similarly, if Matriarch Ji was in Qiyu's court, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Qiyu either. Qiyu and Empress Ji's strength should be about the same. Guhai said in a deep voice. That's right. In my opinion, Matriarch Ji and Qiyu's strength are about the same. However, Matriarch Ji's wings are strong, and she has a group of powerful subordinates. Qiyu, on the other hand, Mahavairakana said worriedly, Qiyu is really popular. Guhai laughed. Oh, when his 81 brothers work together, they are equivalent to a great perfection. Furthermore, I can borrow troops at any time. The Ho will also borrow troops from him. Hence, as long as Qiyu doesn't act rashly, Matriarch Ji won't be able to do anything to him, Guhai said confidently. Mahavairakana nodded. Far away, Qiyu returned to Qiyu City with the 4 great perfection paragons. Qiyu's expression was very unsightly. However, he was still polite to the 4 great perfection paragons. The 4 of you have worked hard. I'm done here. You can return now, Qiyu said solemnly. Ho-I and Xing Tian looked at Qiyu before turning to look in the direction of Great Desolate City. The Ho stood at the entrance of Flame God Hall. The Ho nodded. Ho-I and Xing Tian stepped forward and flew towards Great Desolate City. From far away, the Ho looked coldly at Qiyu. The two were siblings. However, they no longer recognized Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the two looked at each other without saying anything, or perhaps they did not know what to say. In the end, Qiyu nodded slightly, as though he was grateful for the Ho's help. You didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Then, you led the elite guards back to the Flame God Shrine. Qiyu looked away. However, Guhai brought over a Guqin statue. The Guqin statue transmitted Guhai's voice. Big brother, what a heroic battle. Gu Hai's voice sounded. Qiyu turned to look at the endless celestial capital. However, he revealed a bitter smile and said, "What a disgrace." Sigh. The endless celestial capitals, Gu Hai spoke again. "No, in my opinion, Big Brother did not lose. Since he did not win this battle, he can come again in the future. The one who should be afraid is Matriarch Ji. We are barefooted. Why should we be afraid of him?" Ha! Ha 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 ha! Not bad. Second brother is still to my liking. Since I did not win this time, next time, I will definitely beat him down. Qiyu laughed loudly. That's right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Gu Hai also laughed. This time, many thanks to Gu Han and Shangguan Hen. I will let them go back, Qiyu said with a smile. Sure. Whenever Big Brother wants them, you can send them back. Gu Hai nodded. However, Big Brother, I might leave the endless celestial capital for a period of time. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Oh, Qiyu asked doubtfully. I am going to pick up my other chess piece, Long Wanqing. She has been outside for many years. I have not visited her yet. As her husband, I have neglected my duty. Gu Hai sighed softly. Don't worry. If Matriarch Ji attacks your endless celestial capital, I will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Qiyu said solemnly. Many thanks, Big Brother. If Matriarch Ji attacks again when I am not around, just give a shout. My wife, Qin Xian, will definitely send Shangguan Hen and the others. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qiyu nodded. Although it was only a few words, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty had formed an alliance. Even if Gu Hai was not around, they would not have to worry about Matriarch Ji attacking them. After leaving a zither figurine for Qiyu, Gu Han and Shangguan Hen bowed slightly and flew back to the endless celestial capital. From beginning to end, the unborn man stood beside Gu Hai and listened to Gu Hai speak. As he listened, the unborn man looked at Gu Hai with a strange gaze. 20 years ago, when the unborn man first saw Gu Hai, he was only in the higher heaven realm. How long had it been? Gu Hai's forces were no longer afraid of the Celestial Empire. No, they had just destroyed a sacred ground not long ago. Now, they had Qiyu's help on the outside and Heavenly Palace's perfection stage on the inside. They even had trump cards that even he did not know about. Even if the Celestial Empire attacked, they would not be afraid. Unborn man, give me 2 days. I will settle the affairs of the imperial court. After 2 days, I will follow you to see Wanqing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the unborn man nodded. 2 days seemed very short. However, Gu Hai had the immortal dome of the ancients. With the immortal dome of the ancients, a mountain of memorials could be quickly replied to. Then, a court meeting was held, and everything was arranged. To the outside world, Gu Hai would be in seclusion for a period of time. The affairs of the imperial court would be supervised by Gu Qin. The officials would assist. At the same time, there was also a secret order. Qin Xian could decide everything. After all, Qin Xian did not have time to deal with the affairs of the imperial court. However, when it came to important matters, as the Empress of the Dahan and Gu Hai's wife, she could still make the decision. Xian, after I leave, use poison gas to envelop the surroundings of the infinite celestial capital and maintain vigilance to prevent accidents. Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, don't worry. I have already set up a miasma barrier outside the infinite celestial capital. I will know immediately if any expert approaches. Qin Xian nodded. That's good. However, you still have to be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qin Xian nodded. Husband, if you are worried about us, bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, It's almost time. Who else do you want to bring along? The unborn man asked. Gu Hai looked at the group of experts. Your Majesty, I will accompany you. Shang Wanhan was the first to speak. Everyone was eager to try. Gu Hai shook his head. The great perfection of the heavenly palace is not allowed to go. Stay in the infinite celestial capital in case anything happens. This trip of mine is extremely secretive. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Yes. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, I want to accompany you. I don't want to stay here anymore. Mosquito Darren said anxiously. All right, Mosquito Darren and Dragon Shennying will follow me. The rest of you will stay in the infinite celestial capital. Assist the Crown Prince of Guqin. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. Husband, come back soon. Chen Xian said reluctantly. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Dragon Shennying, and Mosquito Darren stepped into it. Whoosh! The netherworld gate suddenly closed. Shenyuan City, in the upper study. Matriarch Ji listened to the officials discussing Gu Hai. His Holiness, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has become Chiyo's wing. We must destroy it as soon as possible, Feng was said in a deep voice. Emperor Kong shook his head. No, they have formed an alliance. If we go to destroy Gu Hai, Chiyu will definitely interfere. Moreover, Gu Hai is not a pushover. But our target is the center of the divine continent. Now, that Chiyu is blocking us, Xiongyu frowned. Everyone was debating. Songjie, who was in the crowd, suddenly said, Your Majesty. Songjie said. Everyone paused. What's the matter? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. According to my calculations, Gu Hai has already left the infinite celestial capital. Songjie said. Oh, left the infinite celestial capital. Matriarch Ji was slightly stunned. Everyone was shocked. Men immediately informed the spies of the infinite celestial capital to find out the whereabouts of the officials. Emperor Kong shouted immediately. Soon, an official came to report. Reporting to His Holiness, after today's morning assembly, all the officials of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty were present. Gu Hai announced that he will be in seclusion for a few days. Dragon God Ing, Mosquito Darren, and the unborn man also announced that they will be in seclusion. The officials said respectfully, You may leave. Matriarch Ji ordered. Yes, the official immediately left. Mister, your calculations are correct. This Gu Hai is really bold. He dared to sneak into the netherworld with just these 3 people. Mister, do you know where Gu Hai and the others are going? Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jia. I can only predict their location. I can't predict their future. Song Jia shook his head. That's enough. His Holiness, that's enough. That Gu Hai sneaked into the netherworld. No matter what, it's a heaven-sent opportunity. Emperor Kong said excitedly. That's right. Since he went to the netherworld, let's make him stay in the netherworld forever. Xiongyu said excitedly. Matriarch Ji was silent for a while before finally nodding. Mister, do you have a way to find them? Matriarch Ji asked. Yes, I can create a treasure that can track their direction. Songjie said solemnly. That's great. Mister, please make 2 as soon as possible. Send 1 to the Heavenly Devil, Holy Land. Matriarch Ji said coldly, His Holiness is wise. The Heavenly Devil, Holy Land hates Gu Hai to death. Now that Gu Hai is here, isn't he courting death? Ha ha ha. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. What about the other one? Mr. Wuxing suddenly asked. Dahong. Matriarch Ji said, I'm here. An inconspicuous official stepped out and said, Take the other one and follow behind the heavenly devil Holy Land to chase after Guhai. I don't want any more accidents to happen. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes, Dahong replied. Matriarch Ji sent 2 batches of assassins to kill Guhai. One batch was from the heavenly devil Holy Land. The other batch was from Dahong. Who was Dahong? Mr. Wu Xing didn't know. However, before the battle with Qi Yu, Dahong was the one who requested to fight. Since he dared to request to fight, it meant that he was one of Matriarch Ji's secret trump cards. Furthermore, he was so strong that he was confident that he could deal with Qi Yu. However, Gu Hai's group didn't even have a perfected heavenly palace expert. In the netherworld, it was filled with danger. Chapter 10:29. Netherworld. Inside a palace in the west. Inside the palace, there were 3 enormous medicinal pools. The medicinal pools were blood red in color, but what floated out of the blood red medicinal pools was emerald green gas. The emerald green gas floated to the roof of the main hall. The roof made sizzling noises, but was being corroded by the emerald green gas. At this moment, inside the 3 enormous medicinal pools, there were 3 naked men sitting. Each and every one of them had emerald green complexions. Those strands of emerald green gas were the medicinal pools forcing out the poison gas in their bodies. At the side of the medicinal pools, a white-robed figure with golden edges waved his hand and flicked the emerald green gas out of the main hall. All of a sudden, in the medicinal pools, a naked man opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Celestial Fiend Ponzi, you're awake," the white-robed man said indifferently. "Old Four, you saved us?" Celestial Fiend Ponzi exhaled deeply. "It's also your luck that after being poisoned, you found me at once. Otherwise, even His Majesty couldn't save you." Old Four said indifferently. What poison is this? How can it be so tyrannical? I'm a poison cultivator. Why? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. "This is a mixed poison. 72 kinds of poisons perfectly presented in a special arrangement. Truly amazing. I haven't seen such a powerful poison in a long time. When I started to detoxify you guys, I was actually infected too. Fortunately, I thoroughly researched poisons, but I still didn't dare to subdue these poisons." You guys ran into an expert," Oldfor said in a low voice. "It's Guhai." "Impossible. Researching poisons isn't possible in a short few decades. It's definitely an expert, a poison expert settled in the endless celestial capital. Poison Dao. This poison. Only that person from the ancient era could do it," Oldfor said in a low voice. "Who? The witch race's poison sovereign." Oldfor said gravely. "Poison sovereign? Was he the founder of the bloodline that created the divine blood duplication? He created the cultivation method of the gu arts and poisonous insects." Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in amazement. "That's right, the poison sovereign. Too many demons have died at his hands. That's why the demons did everything they could to destroy him. He should be dead by now. There shouldn't be anyone else who can use poison to such an extent." Fourth brother frowned. "No matter what the reason is, it's all Guhai who harmed us. This enmity, I must avenge it," Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with a ferocious look. Fourth brother nodded. "By the way, how are things with Old 5 and Old 10? Is Chiyu dead?" Celestial Fiend Ponzi said urgently. "Old 5 and Old 10 are already dead," Oldfor said indifferently. "What? Don't worry. My heavenly devil, Holy Land, will definitely take revenge for this," Fourth brother said in a cold voice. "Report." Suddenly, a shout came from outside the main hall. An attendant walked into the hall, respectfully with his head lowered, not daring to look at the people in the hall. The vast freedom heavenly demon has sent a letter. Please take care of it. Peak Master. The servant carefully handed over a letter and a crystal ball. After handing over the letter and the crystal ball, the attendant quickly left. Lao Si opened the letter and read it carefully. What's going on? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked curiously. Fourth brother finished reading and handed the letter to Ponzi Heavenly Fiend. But he started to play with the crystal ball. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend woke up at this moment, and the poison was more or less cleaned up. She quickly took it. Oh, Matriarch G sent a letter. Guhai brought Dragon God Aang, Mosquito Dauren, and the unborn man to the netherworld, Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with narrowed eyes. Fourth brother looked at the crystal ball in his hand and activated it according to the letter. Immediately, an arrow appeared on the crystal ball, pointing in a direction. Master sent a letter for us to deal with. Guhai? Fourth brother revealed a trace of a cold smile. I'll go and kill him. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend immediately revealed a sinister expression. I'll go too. I'll go too. In the other two medicinal pools, two people also woke up and immediately said with hatred, Sixth brother, eighth brother, ninth brother, you all want to go and deal with Guhai? Fourth brother said indifferently, That's right. Fourth brother, do you want to go together? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked, There's no need. The three of you are at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Can't you deal with a few ordinary Heavenly Palace experts? Even if that Guhai's methods are outstanding, it's impossible for him to be a match for you all. Be careful this time. You all? Fourth brother said indifferently, Then what about you? The three looked at fourth brother. Me? I haven't taken revenge for fifth brother and 10th brother. Chi Yu? I'm preparing to go to the netherworld to meet this Chi Yu and this Matriarch G. Does he really think that my heavenly devil Holy Land is his blade? Borrowing our hands to kill Guhai? Borrowing our hands to kill Chi Yu? Humph. Fourth brother said coldly, All right. The three nodded. Since you all have woken up, the poison in your body is almost completely removed. Even if there's a bit left with your self-healing ability, you should be able to get rid of it completely. This crystal ball is for you all. Rely on it. You can find Guhai. Fourth brother handed over the crystal ball. All right. The three responded. The three slowly climbed out of the medicinal pool. They put on a black robe. Heavenly Devil Ponzi grabbed the crystal ball. The three immediately rushed out of the main hall and chased after Guhai. The unborn man opened the netherworld gate. Guhai, the unborn man, Dragon God Aang, and Mosquito Dauren stepped onto a piece of white cloud in the netherworld with a single step. Chongming had already started to build a large number of palaces in the surroundings to facilitate Guhai's arrival. The netherworld is also extremely vast. Unborn man, can you open a real netherworld gate and allow the Dahan's army to enter and exit at will? Guhai asked, Your Majesty, you want to conquer the netherworld? The unborn man was slightly startled. That's right. I want to open a netherworld gate that will never close. Is that possible? Guhai asked solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment. What, you can't do it? Guhai asked. Your subject is incompetent. The unborn man finally shook his head. Guhai frowned slightly. The unborn man said, Your subject is incompetent. Does that mean that he can't do it? Why did he hesitate just now? Guhai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Your Majesty, do we need to find Chongming? Mosquito Dauren asked. No need. It's just the four of us. Unborn man, you lead the way. Where is it? Guhai looked at the unborn man. At the end of the myriad bone mountain, the netherworld's yellow spring sea. Mosquito, Darren pointed in a direction. Oh. Guhai's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction of the myriad bone mountain. The previous 2 times, the life ender saber in Guhai's body instinctively sensed something. This time, it was extremely calm and didn't sense anything. Did something happen to the myriad bone mountain? Let's go, Guhai said in a deep voice. Everyone instantly flew toward the myriad bone mountain. Along the way, the ground was covered with countless bones. Skeletons and skeletons wandered aimlessly in this sea of bones. However, the skeleton people here didn't seem to be very strong. There aren't any skeletons that can open the sky palaces. Guhai frowned slightly. There used to be. Mosquito, Darren said with a frown. What do you mean? I don't know where they are now. In front of us is the divine bone temple of the myriad bone mountain. In the past, the bone ancestor and the bone god used to live here. Mosquito, Darren explained. The bone ancestor? Guhai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the life ender saber used to be called the bone ancestor. Later, it was betrayed, defeated, and almost destroyed. It fled to the world of the living and was obtained by him. The bone god replaced the position of the bone ancestor and commanded all the skeletons in the netherworld. He is extremely strong and also has the power of the great perfection stage. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded and flew toward the so-called divine bone temple. That's not right. I have been to the periphery of the divine bone temple before. Why is the defense so weak? There isn't even a skeleton in the upper sky palace. No, a skeleton in the middle sky palace? Only a few lazy lower sky palace skeletons. Mosquito, Darren asked curiously. Everyone quickly arrived outside the divine bone temple. Who is it? A few skeleton soldiers shouted angrily and rushed over. However, they were all in the lower sky palace. This little bit of power couldn't hurt Guhai at all. All the powerful skeletons in the divine bone temple are gone. Dragon Shenning showed a look of shock. Mosquito, Darren waved his sleeve. Buzz. Rolling black mosquitoes instantly rushed to every corner of the divine bone temple. Your Majesty, all the magic treasures in this place have been taken away. All the powerful skeletons are gone. Mosquito, Darren said in surprise. Where did they go? Dragon Shenning was also surprised. They went to Wan Qing's place. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Guhai looked at the unborn man with a gloomy face. Before I returned to the infinite celestial capital, the bone god had sent a large number of skeletons to find the way to Wan Qing's place. He must have found her. Not long ago, Wan Qing sent me a message saying that the bone god had led a large number of skeletons to invade her place. The unborn man explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Guhai immediately shouted, angrily. Your Majesty, don't worry. Wan Qing's place is very big. Even if the skeletons invade, they won't be able to find Wan Qing in a short time. Moreover, there are people there who will stop the skeletons. The unborn man explained. Hurry up and lead the way. Stop talking nonsense. Guhai said anxiously. The unborn man nodded. The group quickly flew north. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived at the northernmost Yellow Sea. Countless skeletons stood guard at the edge of the sea. There seemed to be a large number of evil spirits trying to climb ashore, but they couldn't swim out of the sea. This is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Yes, there is a road in the Yellow Springs Sea called the Yellow Springs Road. As long as we step on the Yellow Springs Road, we will arrive at Wan Qing's world. The unborn man explained. Wait, you said the Empress's world? What do you mean? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes and looked at the unborn man. Guhai looked at the Yellow Springs Sea, and suddenly A memory flooded his mind. I remember that 800,000 years ago, when Empress Ho-Tu learned that the high heaven was in danger, she went to the Yellow Springs Road alone. Through the Yellow Springs Road, she entered the void, or rather, through the Yellow Springs Road, she left the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Gu-hai suddenly looked at the unborn man. Enter the void. There is a world outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome. There is a world in the void. Dragon God Ing also looked at the unborn man in surprise. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty is right. We are indeed going to leave the Six Paths Immortal Dome and enter the void. We are entering a new world. What new world? Is there another world in the void? Dragon God Ing asked seriously. Do you know what reason Rokudo Shinkuen used to deceive the previous high heaven? The unborn man explained. World creation, creating a new world out of nothingness. He asked the high heaven for help, but it turned out to be a scam. The high heaven lost its power and was ambushed and killed by Rokudo Shinkuen. Gu-hai said solemnly. In fact, Rokudo Shinkuen had already created a new world. The unborn man explained. Everyone was shocked. If they did not create a new world, how could they deceive the high heaven with words? No, they have already created a new world. However, this new world is not perfect. It is a broken immortal dome, not as perfect as the one we are in. The new world they created has a huge flaw and cannot survive for long. It is already a miracle that it has not been completely destroyed. However, it should be destroyed soon. The unborn man explained. Wan Qing and the others are in the immortal dome that Rokudo Shinkuen created 800,000 years ago. Gu-hai asked solemnly. The unborn man nodded. The Yellow Springs Road can lead to that place. Lead the way, Gu-hai said solemnly. Chapter 10:30. The extreme north of the netherworld, the underworld sea. Your Majesty, you can't fly in the underworld sea. We have to go down. The unborn man explained. The mosquito Dauren at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, the unborn man is right. The laws in the underworld sea are chaotic, and birds can't fly. Those who aren't at the peak of the heavenly palace can't fly. Gu-hai nodded. The group landed on the shore of the underworld sea, and a large number of skeletons immediately surrounded them. Stop, who are you? The skeletons shouted, preventing Gu-hai's group from getting closer. However, as long as they weren't at the peak of the heavenly palace, who could stop Gu-hai's group? Dragon God Ing only waved his hand, and the skeletons were immediately sent flying. Not good. Quick, report to the bone god. A few skeletons jumped into the underworld sea and disappeared in an instant. They went to report. The underworld sea is at the bottom of the sea. Your Majesty, be careful. The underworld sea has almost no buoyancy, but it's extremely heavy. It's like entering a swamp. The unborn man explained. Gu-hai nodded. The unborn man slowly stepped into the underworld sea. Sure enough, the sea was extremely strange. It was water, but it was extremely heavy, as if it was dragging people down. This is courting death. I heard that no one who enters the underworld sea can survive. The mosquito Dauren smiled bitterly. The group quickly sank to the bottom of the underworld sea. Once they reached the bottom, there were hands grabbing them. These are the people who were recently trapped at the bottom of the sea. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the underworld sea. When they see people coming down, they desperately grab, hoping to drag them up. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With our strength, we can walk on the sea. Follow me, and we'll be there soon. The unborn man explained. Gu-hai's group followed the unborn man. The underworld sea had no buoyancy, and the water was extremely heavy. The laws here were also extremely chaotic and strange. making it impossible for people to fly. However, with their current cultivation, their physical bodies were extremely strong. They moved bit by bit. Soon, they arrived at a huge sea valley. In the ocean valley, there was a whirlpool that seemed to be sucking in the water of the Yellow Springs. This whirlpool is the road to the underworld. Your Majesty, if we jump into it, we will be able to reach the immortal flaw. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded. The four of them jumped in without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the four were sucked into the eye of the sea. As soon as he entered, Guhai immediately felt a force tearing at his body. However, this tearing was still within the range that Guhai could endure. The four of them quickly passed through a tunnel and fell into the infinite depths. When Guhai entered the Yellow Springs Sea, bang! Suddenly, three figures landed outside the Yellow Springs Sea. It was Celestial Demon Ponzi, who brought Old 8 and Old 9 to arrive. Sixth brother, are you sure? Here? Eighth brother asked in surprise. What the crystal ball points to is here. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly, You're saying that Guhai, the four of them, came to the netherworld from the world of the living, went to the Yellow Springs Sea, and committed suicide by jumping into the sea together? Eighth brother said with a look of disbelief, It's impossible for Matriarch G to lie to us with this matter. Under this Yellow Springs Sea, there must be secrets that we don't know. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly, But this vast Yellow Springs Sea, even if we go down, what can we do? The laws here are chaotic, basically. Ninth brother said with a frown, Follow the crystal ball's guidance. Celestial Demon Ponzi said, Amen, the crystal ball's guidance is gone. Celestial Demon Ponzi's expression changed. Without guidance, is this finding a needle in a haystack? Eighth brother said anxiously, Splash. Not far away, quite a few skeletons jumped into the Yellow Springs Sea. This group of skeletons definitely know. Follow them. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly, Okay. Splash. The three of them stepped into the Yellow Springs Sea. Guhai's party of four shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea quickly, roughly an incense stick's time. Whoosh! The four of them suddenly appeared in a pitch-black environment. In the pitch-black environment, there seemed to be a yellow barrier channel. The four of them shuttled through the channel quickly. Guhai's expression changed. This is outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the void. However, the water of the Yellow Springs paved a road or a bridge that connects to the flawed Immortal Dome. We will arrive soon. At most, in another incense stick's worth of time, we will arrive, the unborn man explained. Where are the skeletons that just entered? Dragon Shenning asked curiously. There are 18 Yellow Springs sea paths. We only entered one of them. The skeletons may have found another Yellow Springs sea path. The unborn man explained. Everyone nodded. An incense stick's time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black environment disappeared. The four of them shuttled through the Yellow Springs sea path faster and faster. When they reached the flawed Immortal Dome boundary, their speed had already reached the limit. Boom! A loud noise sounded, as if they had crashed into the sea. Under the huge inertia, the four of them flew from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea and landed on the shore. Bang! The four of them barely managed to stand properly and did not fall. However, even with the huge momentum, a few mountains by the sea were blown up. Who is it? In the distant forest, someone suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. The unborn man immediately said. At this moment, Guhai's face sank. The moment they entered the flawed Immortal Dome, Guhai's connection with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's fate was cut off again. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. Those people are very troublesome. The unborn man urged again. Guhai ignored him. Instead, he looked up at the sky, and then at the sea in front of him. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. The fate dissipated. He wondered how Xianair was doing. At this moment, 5 men in Taoist robes stepped on long swords and shot toward Guhai not far away. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Dasho True sect? The leading man in Taoist robes shouted coldly. Unborn man, it's just these 5. They are little brats from the Yuanying state. You say they are troublesome? The mosquito Daoran said with a look of disdain. Little brats from the Yuanying state. Big words. Senior brother, these people are of unknown origin. They trespassed on the forbidden area of our sect. Let me take them down. A man in Taoist robes shouted. Okay. One of the men in Taoist robes took out a long sword and suddenly slashed toward the mosquito Daoran. The mosquito Daoran flicked his finger. Bang! The man's long sword suddenly exploded. Pooh! The man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a look of shock. Senior brother, they are too strong. I need the sacred leader's help. The man who spat out blood shouted. Okay. Boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the universe. Sacred leader of the 6 paths, give me power. The man who spat out blood shouted. Ha ha ha. Borrowing the power of the universe. Sacred leader of the 6 paths, give you power? Could something like power be bestowed upon others? Who would lend it to you, based on your empty words? The mosquito Daoran laughed. However, the strange thing was that the man's body suddenly moved without any wind. His voice seemed to reach the 9 heavens. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the 9 heavens, and the world suddenly turned dark. At that moment, a beam of holy light suddenly shone from the dark clouds. It was as if an immortal had shot down the light of dawn. The light instantly enveloped the man who spat out blood. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from the man's body. Yuanying state. In the blink of an eye, the aura reached the lower celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it reached the middle celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it even reached the upper celestial palace. What? The mosquito Daoran rubbed his eyes. That's impossible. How can there be such a spell? Just one sentence. Give me power, and the power came. Kid, surrender now. The man suddenly slapped at the mosquito Daoran again. I don't believe it. The mosquito Daoran's face was cold as he met the attack with his palm. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the void shook. The man was immediately sent flying. The mosquito Daoran did not move at all. Obviously, the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace mosquito Daoran was much more powerful than the man. That's impossible. Is that really the power of the Heavenly Palace? The power of the 1st level of the Heavenly Palace? Wasn't he in the Yuanying state just now? The mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Senior brother, that bastard is too powerful. The man spat out blood and shouted. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. The remaining 4 people shouted at the top of their lungs. Then the sky was filled with dark clouds again, and the light of dawn shone on the 4 people again. Their aura suddenly changed, and all of them became the aura of the Heavenly Palace. What the hell? The mosquito Daoran shouted in surprise. Bastard, give me your life. The 5 of them rushed at the mosquito Daoran again. Swoosh! The mosquito Daoran swung his hand, and the 5 of them were sent flying. They were in the Heavenly Palace, but they were still no match for the mosquito Daoran. That bastard is too powerful. One of the men shouted. Send the signal. Another man shouted. Bang! Suddenly, a firework-like spell shot up into the sky. Then Mosquito Taoists saw hundreds and thousands of men in Taoist robes suddenly fly out of a forest in the distance. They all flew toward the crowd in a menacing manner. Your Majesty, the Mosquito Darren showed a trace of confusion. I said that this group of people may not be as powerful as us, but they are very annoying. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Let's leave here first, Guhai said in a deep voice. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The previous 5 people suddenly stared at him. Guhai waved his sleeve. Swoosh! The 5 people were immediately absorbed into the ancient Immortal dome and disappeared in an instant. Guhai and his group quickly left the place. When hundreds of thousands of Deshou true sect disciples came from afar, Guhai and his group had disappeared. Where is he? The crowd looked around, but they couldn't find him. In the distance, in a forest, Guhai looked at the large number of Deshou true sect disciples in the distance and frowned at the unborn man. What happened just now? Borrowing power? Where did this power come from? Your Majesty, do you know the sect established by Rokudo Shinkuin? The unborn man asked. Rokudo Shinkuin's sect. Guhai frowned slightly. Dragon Shenning was puzzled. I have been there 800,000 years ago, but there was no Rokudo Shinkuin's sect there. No, there was a sect called the Divine Heavens sect. The Divine Heavens sect was the first sect 800,000 years ago. The reason why you didn't see it 800,000 years ago is because Rokudo Shinkuin brought all the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect into the flawed Immortal Dome. All the living beings in the flawed Immortal Dome are fanatics of Rokudo Shinkuin. Although they have established various sects, all of them worship the Saint Lord of the Six Paths. Every sect has a statue of Rokudo Shinkuin, and they worship Rokudo Shinkuin every day. They are borrowing power from Rokudo Shinkuin's statue. Rokudo Shinkuin has disappeared for 800,000 years, but everyone's worship of him has not decreased. Instead, it has increased. The unborn man explained. Fanatics, using the divine power of faith, the Mosquito Darren was stunned and immediately understood what had happened. Chapter 1031. The 6 Paths of the Immortal Dome, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty of the Yang Realm. The moment Guhai entered the flawed Immortal Dome and lost contact with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, boom. With a loud sound, the boundless providence in the sky of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty immediately collapsed. The terrifying providence disappeared in an instant. If it were another dynasty, the sky would have collapsed long ago. The collapse of providence was a sign of the death of an emperor, the collapse of the sky, and the earth would cause great panic among the people and officials. However, in the infinite celestial capital, the people looked up at the sky, then lowered their heads and continued with their own business. Continued with their own business? The spies that the various factions left in the infinite celestial capital were confused. What's going on? Your imperial dynasty's providence is gone. Why do you look like nothing happened? In the blink of an eye, the excitement of the spies from the various forces was doused with cold water. It was not that the people did not take it seriously. They were indeed a little worried, but it was just a little worry. The people had too much confidence in Guhai. Moreover, it was not the first time this kind of providence had disappeared. This was already the 3rd time. The people were already used to it. What was there to worry about? They would be reunited after a while. Guqin gathered the officials and comforted them. Although the officials were worried, they were more relaxed after the previous 2 experiences. They ate and slept as usual and did not take anything seriously. After comforting the Dahan officials, Guqin brought a few important officials to visit Chenxian. Mother, don't worry. Father will definitely be fine. Guhan comforted her worriedly. Chen Xian nodded. I know. I can feel him, but that feeling is erratic, as if he has left the 6 paths of the Immortal Dome. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. All right, you guys be more careful. Husband is not around. Don't let others take advantage of him. Chen Xian said. Yes. Everyone answered. Send a message to Qi Yu. Tell him that husband is fine, and that he does not need to worry. Chen Xian said immediately. Yes, as expected. In the 9 Li imperial dynasty, Qi Yu's expression sank when he received the news of the infinite celestial capital. He wanted to rush over, but Chen Xian quickly sent him a message. Guhan, are you sure that your father is fine? Qi Yu asked coldly as he looked at the Qin figurine. On the other side of the Qin figurine, Guhan said solemnly, my father must have encountered something mysterious again. However, my mother has already said that my father is fine. 9 Li Heavenly Emperor, don't worry. Qi Yu nodded. The 9 Li imperial dynasty didn't do anything, and the Dahan imperial dynasty continued to operate as usual. However, the sudden disappearance of this providence attracted the attention of all the major powers in the world. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. Mr., why is Guhai gone? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. This was too thorough. It was as if he had returned to 800,000 years ago. Song Jie shook his head. According to my calculations, the last place Guhai appeared should be the Yellow Springs Sea. I have never investigated that place before. There must be some great secret there. However, Dahong is already there. There is no need to worry about His Holiness. Matriarch Ji nodded. Report. Suddenly, a guard entered the study. Report to His Holiness. A person claiming to be an envoy from the heavenly demon, Holy Land wishes to meet His Holiness. The guard reported respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Heavenly demon, Holy Land. It looks like fourth brother is here. Flawed Immortal Dome. Guhai looked at the longevity true sex disciples in the distance and frowned slightly. Indeed, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. However, these fanatics would be more troublesome. They would waste his time. All right, unborn man, lead the way. We will set off immediately. Guhai said, yes. The unborn man nodded. The 4 of them quickly soared into the sky and shot toward a direction in the distance. This world seems to be very vast, Guhai said with a frown. With everyone's strength, their flying speed was extremely fast. However, after flying for 2 hours, they still couldn't see the end of the world. The flawed Immortal Dome and the 6 Paths Immortal Dome were created in a 1-to-1 ratio. The unborn man said, oh, 1-to-1 ratio. Guhai's expression changed slightly. Yes, Wanyu said that after 800,000 years of inheritance, the flawed Immortal Dome's living beings are already 1% of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, the unborn man said. 1%. That means it's counted in trillions? Guhai's eyes narrowed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. You just said that it was Wanyu who said it. You haven't said clearly what you said last time. What secrets does Long Wanyu have? Guhai looked at the unborn man dragon. Shenying's expression turned solemn as he nodded. I'm also very curious. Does my father, Long Zhanghua, know something? Why did he dote on Long Wanyu so much back then? He even pretended that he didn't see her act of contempt for the emperor. Even if it was a serious crime, my father allowed her to be so presumptuous? It's too strange. My father is an extremely serious person. Back then, Long Zhanghua's doting on Long Wanyu had reached a point that made people's hair stand on end. So much so that no one dared to offend Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu called Long Zhangguo old man, but Long Zhangguo didn't get angry at all. Ha! Of course Long Zhangguo wouldn't get angry. The unborn man suddenly laughed. Also, when Wanyu was injured back then, Long Zhangguo said that Empress Hutu would definitely save her. Why? Guhai said solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment, then looked at Guhai and said, Your Majesty, when I mentioned it to you last time, your eyes were very strange. Have you already guessed it? I need you to say it. Guhai didn't comment. The unborn man nodded. Wanyu, Your Majesty guessed right. Wanyu is actually a reincarnation. Her previous life was the previous generation's heaven. Tsang. Tsang? What? The immortal of the six paths defies the heavens and defies Long Wanyu's previous life? Mosquito Darren exclaimed. The previous generation's heaven? No wonder my father dotes on her so much. No matter how presumptuous she is, he never gets angry. Dragon Shenying said in surprise. The previous generation's heaven? Wasn't she killed by Rokudo Shinkuin in the void? Guhai said with a frown. Although Firmament was killed, it was not that Firmament did not put up any resistance. True Monarch Six Paths was ruthless, killing Firmament until its body and soul were completely destroyed. However, Firmament was reborn in a different form, losing everything from its previous life. However, it was already enough to be reborn in this life. The unborn person said with certainty. Dragon, Shenying, Mosquito Darren, and Guhai were all shocked. Is this why you didn't reveal her identity in the immortal dome of the six paths? Guhai asked solemnly. Yes, although the immortal of the six paths is in deep sleep, he might be everywhere, so I didn't dare to reveal her identity. When Empress Ho-Tu found out about Wanyu's identity, she didn't hesitate to bring her to the flawed, immortal dome. The unborn man explained. The flawed immortal dome was created by Rokudo Shinkuin. Why? Guhai frowned. Rokudo Shinkuin created it, but Rokudo Shinkuin abandoned it, and there's no divine will hear. The unborn man said with certainty. Oh, Rokudo Shinkuin killed Tsang Tian in the void, so he was worried that he would be killed if he left the immortal dome of the six paths. Therefore, he didn't want to leave the immortal dome of the six paths. It was only a matter of time before the flawed immortal dome collapsed and disappeared. The immortal of the six paths didn't care about it, so he never paid attention to it. The unborn man explained. Tsang Tian, immortal? No wonder it's so strange. Long Zhangguo respects her so much, and Goddess Hutu was once her oracle. That's why she cares so much. The Mosquito Darren said in shock. Wanyu, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Guhai looked at the unborn man. She's fully recovered, but she hasn't gone back yet. She's just recovering her cultivation from her previous life. The unborn man explained. Good. Guhai exhaled softly and nodded. They're in the middle of the immortal dome. So, the unborn man pointed into the distance, but he was interrupted by Guhai halfway through his sentence. Wong. Guhai's figure paused in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them also paused. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Dragon, Shenying asked in confusion. Guhai's face was gloomy, but the life ender saber in his body vibrated again as it sensed something that made it angry. The bone god. Without needing to guess, Guhai knew that it definitely sensed the bone god. The life ender saber originally belonged to the bone ancestor. The bone god's betrayal severely injured the life ender saber and nearly destroyed it. The life ender saber held a deep hatred for the bone god. Now that it sensed the bone god, naturally, the bone god would be exceptionally enraged. Previously, Chong Ming sent word that a large number of skeletons came to investigate after Xiao Chen left. This meant that the bone god could sense the life ender saber as well. The bone god targeted Xiao Chen's group as well. If Xiao Chen went to meet Wan Qing now, would he bring the bone god along as well? If he accidentally injured the Wan Qing sisters, Gu Hai would definitely blame himself. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wan Qing and the others are right in front, the unborn man said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head. Then, he suddenly opened his heavenly eye. When he opened his heavenly eye, he followed the life Ender Saber's senses and instantly looked into the distance. Wang. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a battlefield in the distance. Countless skeletons lined up in formations on the battlefield, fighting a huge battle with the flawed Immortal Dome's sections. Countless skeletons surrounded a huge throne. Sitting on the throne was a skeleton in a black robe. The skeleton's hat emitted a faint blue light, and black gas billowed around it. The black gas soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky black. When Gu Hai looked at that skeleton, the bone god on the throne happened to turn his head and look at Gu Hai as well. The two looked at each other from a distance and discovered each other. Bone ancestor? The bone god on the throne said sullenly. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Bone god. That bone god seemed to care a lot about that battle. Although he wanted to come over, he did not leave the throne in the end. Just as Gu Hai was considering whether to go over, his heavenly eye suddenly picked up a familiar voice. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. It's not that I want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my song so much, I'll reluctantly sing one for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You're Not Cute. Suddenly, this strange and loud voice came from the battlefield, confusing the skeleton army on the other side. Where did this idiot 13 come from? You want to sing in such a solemn atmosphere. Who wants to listen to your song? Kill. The skeleton army ignored the voice and charged into the range of the voice. In the distance, when Gu Hai heard this voice, he was slightly stunned. Skeleton, you are not cute. When Gu Hai heard the name of this song, he got goosebumps all over his body. This name already made one tremble. Now he knew how to sing. Gaochen, he is going to sing again. Gu Hai's expression froze. Chapter 1032. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, and the unborn man followed Gu Hai's gaze. Vaguely, the three of them saw a storm in the distance, stirring up dirt and stones. Is there a battle over there? Dragon God Ying's face darkened. Gu Hai's heavenly eye had already sensed Gaochen's voice, and naturally would not leave. The bone god is over there. It just so happens that I have a personal grudge with him to settle. Gu Hai said solemnly, Your Majesty, since when did you have a grudge with the bone god? The unborn man asked in shock. Did he have enemies all over the world? The bone god? Your Majesty, that bone god is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. The peak of the heavenly palace? This is not the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Gu Hai sneered. Oh, this is the flawed Immortal Dome, a replica of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. So there is... As Gu Hai spoke, he gently waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A strong wind suddenly appeared in the void. Gu Hai seemed to gently push aside the transparent threads, and a thick fog instantly enveloped Gu Hai's group. The Godao laws! Mosquito Daoran exclaimed in surprise. There are Godao laws here? Then, do we need to worry about a peak? Mosquito Daoran immediately relaxed. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The unborn man asked, puzzled. The Godao laws here are a little strange. It seems like something is missing. Gu Hai frowned. This is the flaw, right? I heard when you say that most of the 3,000 great Daos here have flaws. Only 300 are complete. Back then, heaven was tricked into coming here in order to help perfect the remaining great Daos. Unfortunately, in the end, it couldn't do so. Even if heaven had a complete diagram of the 3,000 great Daos, it couldn't fill up the flaws in this realm. Rokudo Shinkuin seemed to have known that this would happen, which was why he set Xang Tian up. The unborn man explained, 300 complete great Dao. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, since the rules of chess are flawed, could it be? Mosquito Darin asked worriedly. Without the perfect laws of chess, the power of Gu Hai's formation would definitely be greatly reduced. Don't worry. My spirit design can avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. This place is much better than the divine continent. Gu Hai smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. When we get there later, try to cover your ears. No, you can't cover your ears. Set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai said, Huh. The three didn't quite understand. Gu Hai didn't say much. He led the three and flew quickly to the battlefield where Bone God was. It was a vast and empty battlefield. On one side of the battlefield, there was an army of skeletons. They were all supreme experts of the skeleton tribe, gathered around a huge throne in the center. Bone God, dressed in black robes, sat on the throne. Blue light shone from the brim of his hat, and black chi filled the air around him. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body. On the other side were the experts of the various sections. The leaders of the various sects were gathered on a high platform. Around them, the disciples held swords and sabers as they faced the army of skeletons. On the high platform, there were 10 statues. Each statue looked like Rokudo Shinkuin. These 10 statues all shone with dazzling white light, and divine power of faith gathered around them. The leaders of the 10 sects kept bowing to the statues. The 10 statues emitted rays of white divine light that surged into the bodies of the disciples of the 10 sections. The disciples suddenly felt as if they were being assisted by God, and their strength suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. However, the army of skeletons was too powerful. Bone God didn't interfere, and the army of skeletons was still suppressing the disciples of the 10 sects. Although the leaders of the 10 sects were anxious, they didn't panic. This was because there was another batch of reinforcements besides the 10 sections. It was 2 people and a cat. Hoqing, Gaochen, and Mao Tianyun. Hoqing, the younger brother of Goddess Hutu, was one of the 4 zombie ancestors who helped the Immortal of 6 Paths guard the entrance to the Azura Path's secret land. Later, he accidentally injured Long Wanyu in the limitless celestial capital and was almost killed by Long Zhanghua. He was detained to lead the way and sent Long Wanyu to meet Goddess Hutu. Gaochen transformed from a heaven-grade Qin. His voice was too unpleasant, and he once recognized Gu Hai as his master. In Lin Fan's previous life, he was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven. Mao Tianyun, who opposed Rokudo Shinkuin 800,000 years ago, was accidentally released by Gu Hai. He was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven in the past, and was the fire celestial messenger. The leaders of the 10 sects were anxious when they saw their disciples being suppressed. One of the leaders in red robes looked at the 3 of them, 3 celestial messengers. It has been 800,000 years, and we have lost contact with the immortal firmament. Finally, someone from the immortal firmament has come. Why are these evil guests here? The 3 of you are the celestial messengers of the immortal firmament. Our Saint Lord of 6 Paths has a good relationship with the immortal firmament. Ever since the Saint Lord of 6 Paths established the immortal firmament, he might have used up too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. Now, the immortal firmament has sent evil guests. Please help us get through this crisis. When the Saint Lord wakes up, We will report to him." The leader of the leaders said respectfully, "Meow." Mao Tianyun sat cross-legged on a throne. Looking at the 10 sect leaders, he sneered. Did these people from the immortal firmament really think that Rokudo Shinkun was in a deep sleep in this world? What a joke! They didn't know that Rokudo Shinkun had already abandoned them. Mao Tianyun didn't care. If it wasn't because Long Wanyu asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter. Mao Tianyun stretched his back and didn't say anything. Ho Qing looked into the distance. He was feeling very complicated. A few years ago, he was almost beaten to death by Long Zhanjing and was escorted here. He had hoped that his sister could help him get revenge. As a result, when his sister learned about the situation, she actually beat him up. If it wasn't because Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu begged for mercy, his sister might have beaten him to death. "I am your brother." The depressed Ho Qing was holding a grudge, but when he found out about Long Wanyu's identity, he was stunned. A few times, Ho Qing even thought of secretly reporting to Immortal Six Paths. That was because once the Immortal of the Six Paths found out about this, he would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he would eliminate Long Wanyu, and all his past mistakes would be forgiven. This was especially true for Jiang Yao. Because she cultivated the fire ancestral zombie body, she had angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths would definitely pardon Jiang Yan's sins. But once he reported to Immortal Six Paths, his sister would be implicated. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was the woman he liked. Ho Qing was very conflicted. When Long Wanyu sent him here, Ho Qing wasn't very enthusiastic. Although the 10 leaders begged him again and again, what did it have to do with him? "Gaochen, why don't you do it?" Ho Qing said calmly. "Me? How can I do it?" Gaochen was speechless. Gaochen was only in Middle Heaven Palace. If he rushed up, wouldn't he be courting death? "You can sing Meow." Mao Tianyun laughed. After 800,000 years, Mao Tianyun was no longer as simple as he used to be. 800,000 years ago, he was teased by the other 4 divine messengers. Now, it felt good to tease these reincarnated divine messengers. What does my singing have to do with their fighting? Gaochen said unwillingly. Mao Tianyun looked at the 10 leaders and said, "If you want to defeat these skeletons, it's very simple. Just ask Messenger Gaochen to sing, and the skeletons will be defeated." After Mao Tianyun said that, the 10 leaders were confused. "Are you kidding me? You think you can win by singing a song? What a joke." But since Mao Tianyun said so, the 10 leaders could only nod and agree. "Messenger, please save me. Messenger, please help. Messenger Tsamtian, please help. Oracle, please sing a song." The 10 leaders immediately bowed to Gaochen. Gaochen was suddenly moved. Sing. It had been a long time since it had sung, especially since the Gaochen was formed from a heaven-grade zither. It had been a long time since the Gaochen had sung to its heart's content. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the others had been avoiding its singing with disdain. The Gaochen had not sung to its heart's content for a long time. This was the addiction of singing. It was like how many people on Earth couldn't get rid of their phones. They were addicted to their phones. If they didn't play for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Even if others kept saying that it wasn't good to play with their phones, they still wanted to play with their phones. Gaochen's singing was the same. As a heaven-grade Guqin, he liked to sing for others. Even if others said that it was bad, it was because they had no taste. At this moment, the 10 leaders bowed and begged him to sing. Gaochen felt like there were 10 claws scratching his heart. At this moment, he had no choice but to sing. When Mao Tianyun saw Gaochen's face flushed with excitement, his expression changed. His 2 ears immediately drooped down to block his ears. "Quick, beg Gaochen to sing. Once he sings, you will win." asked Gauchen to sing for everyone. Sing at the loudest volume. Mount Tianyun covered his ears and shouted. After shouting, Mao Tianyun still felt that it wasn't safe. He even set up a soundproof barrier around himself. The 10 leaders looked at Ho Ching. Ho Ching's expression stiffened. In the end, he nodded, "That's right." As he spoke, Ho Ching also set up a soundproof barrier around himself. While the 10 sect masters were still in a daze, they bowed to the North Star once more. "Please save us, divine envoy." Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a large number of disciples were defeated. They vomited blood and ran back. When they saw the leaders begging Gauchen, they also bowed. "Divine envoy, please take action and save our sect." Everyone nearby knelt down. Gauchen's confidence was boosted. He nodded proudly. He coughed twice and transmitted his voice to the entire battlefield through the Tao of the Guqin. "Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. I didn't want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my song so much, I will reluctantly sing for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You're Not Cute." Gauchen's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The 10 leaders looked at Gauchen in confusion. "Are you really going to sing? Ah, sect leader, save me. I can't take it anymore. Ah." The miserable cries of the sect's disciples rang out one after another. In such a tragic moment, do you really want to improvise a song? Was this Gauchen divine envoy sent by the enemy? The skeletons in the distance also looked at him with disdain. They continued to fight. No one was optimistic about Gauchen's singing. They all felt that this was a joke sent by the immortals of the heavens. Only Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun immediately added another soundproof barrier around their own soundproof barrier. However, Gauchen instantly threw his emotions into the song. With an intoxicated expression, he began to sing at the top of his lungs. "Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." Gauchen's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The moment the song rang out, the entire battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone, including the skeletons, suddenly had goosebumps crawling all over their bodies. Their entire bodies trembled, and they felt as if their souls had been frozen in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1033. Gauchen's voice rang out. It was still the same voice and the same smell. The moment the song rang out, the entire life-or-death battle instantly stopped. Whether it was the sect disciples or the skeletons, all of them had goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. The skeletons had small bone spurs that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone suddenly quivered, even forgetting about the battle. His soul felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those who were injured and lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble. Of course, this kind of distraction in battle was fatal. The disciples and the skeletons were only distracted for a moment before they started fighting again. However, Gauchen's voice sounded again. "Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." The song once again interrupted the battle between the two parties. All the skeletons looked at the intoxicated Gauchen on the high platform at the same time. She seemed to be extremely intoxicated by the song, but her singing was too improper. "A cute little skeleton, you're our father? My dad's face. In your arms. You're even going to braid our hair. Don't you know that skeletons are bald?" No matter how one listened to it, the lyrics, the concept, the tone, and the singing were all terrible. It was fine if one was bad, but all four were so bad that they made one want to vomit. When all four were put together, it made one feel numb all over. Gauchen's voice was unpleasant to the ears. No matter who it was. Indiscriminate attacks. At the side, the 10 sect leaders' eyes were wide open. Was this the song that they had been praying for? Is this a divine envoy sent by the immortals of heaven to help us? Were they sent to torture us? Do you know how awkward the atmosphere would be if you yelled at such a tragic occasion? There was no way to fight this battle. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and continue. The skeletons over there are not moving. Mao Tian-yun removed the sound isolation barrier and shouted. After shouting, he hurriedly set up 3 more soundproof barriers. Only then did he feel a little better. However, even so, Mao Tian-yun's body trembled violently. It was too unpleasant to hear. Don't stop. Hurry up and kill. The 10 sect masters roared. Kill! The sect disciples roared as they charged out once more. Indeed, at this moment, the sect disciples were slowly recovering from their disadvantage. However, the sect disciples couldn't take it anymore. Gaochen's singing was an indiscriminate attack. Ah, sect leader, I can't take it anymore. I've sealed my ears, but it's useless. Sect leader, I'm going to vomit. Sect leader, please be merciful. The group of disciples cried out in despair. The 10 great sect masters couldn't take it anymore. They were right beside him and could hear everything clearly. The damage they received was also at the level of a critical hit. He wanted to ask Gaochen to stop, but Gaochen was helping him fight the enemy. How could he ask for help? For the sake of the Holy Lord, we must endure. A sect leader roared with tears in his eyes. Yes, a large number of disciples answered with tears in their eyes, who asked him to crazily believe in Rokudo Shinkuen. For the sake of his beliefs, he had to endure. Countless disciples continued to fight with tears in their eyes. The skeletons on the other side couldn't take it anymore. It was fine if they were defeated, but the torture of the song was the most terrifying. It was a blatant insult. Skeletons, you're not cute? If tears could stop this disgusting feeling, the skeletons wouldn't hesitate to cry like the sect disciples. However, skeletons were destined to be unable to cry. Shut up. Your singing is so disgusting. Stop. Your voice is so disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The stench of my rotting corpse is nothing compared to your singing. Stop. I'm going to kill you. Kill him. Countless skeletons trembled as they roared in grief and indignation. However, Gaochen was immersed in the song and didn't stop singing. The battle had turned slightly, and Gaochen's first song ended. It's so comfortable. I didn't expect such a great response. Sect leaders over there, what do you think of my singing? Gaochen finished his song and looked at the 10 sect leaders in front of him. The 10 sect leaders all had their backs facing Gaochen. For the sake of their beliefs, the 10 of them had endured the most torture. At this moment, their backs were facing Gaochen, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of their eyes. Sect leader Ran, you're involved in the way of the zither. You judge. The leading sect leader couldn't bear to strike a blow and kicked the ball out. One of the sect leaders in green robes didn't just have 2 streams of blood flowing out of his nose. Because he knew the way of the zither, the damage was even more severe. After hearing Gaochen's song, sect leader Ran had the determination to never practice the way of the zither again. However, for the sake of his beliefs and to win, he had no choice but to go against his will and say, Good singing. Really? That's great. There are indeed people who know their stuff. During this time, I've written hundreds of songs. I'll sing all of them for you. Next, I'll sing my most famous song, Little Radish. Gaochen shouted excitedly. With that, Gaochen started singing again. The power of Little Radish was even greater than Skeleton, You're Not Cute. As soon as the song came out, the battle in the distance became even weirder. The man and the skeleton didn't know how to fight. They just wrestled and hugged each other. They fell to the ground and kept twitching. From afar, they looked very indecent. The 9 sect leaders looked at sect leader Ran with murderous eyes. Blood began to flow out of his ears. In the distance, the bone god, who was surrounded by a large number of skeletons, shook his fingers slightly, listening to this unpleasant song. He didn't even have the mood to pay attention to the bone ancestor in the distance. The bone god was able to successfully usurp the throne, and his endurance was extremely shocking. However, after Gauchen's first song ended, the bone god's endurance was completely exhausted. Evil creature. The bone god's tone was cold. The other skeletons at the side nodded in agreement. Although the term evil creature was usually used by humans to insult skeletons like them, at this moment, the North Star Polaris was definitely the one to be called evil creature. If the bone god wasn't sitting here, the skeletons would have gone crazy. After Skeleton, "You're not cute," ended, Gauchen actually said that he still had hundreds of songs. Hundreds of songs? Then he sang Little Radish. As soon as the song came out, the demonic sound immediately filled the bone god's mind. At this moment, the bone god couldn't wait to strangle Gauchen, this evil creature. If he continued to sing, he would be dissociated. Looking at the battlefield, many skeletons were killed in the song. Even the disciples of the opposite sect were foaming at the mouth. Oh, Little Radish, Gauchen didn't finish his sentence. "Radish your mother, go to hell." The bone god suddenly stood up and grabbed Gauchen with his palm. The bone god burst out with all his strength. A terrifying aura instantly filled the battlefield. Everyone in the battle was suddenly blown away by a strong aura. Bam! When everyone fell to the ground, they found that the ground was actually covered by endless bones. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, whether it was the trees, the rivers, or the earth, everything was turned into bones. Endless bones rolled. Gauchen was interrupted and cried out in shock. Guhai, the unborn man, Mosquito Dauren, and Dragon Shennying. The 4 of them quickly rushed toward the skeleton battlefield. Along the way, Guhai told everyone to cover their ears or set up a soundproof barrier. Guhai did it first, but the other 3 didn't take it seriously. In the infinite celestial capital, the 3 of them did hear people mention Gauchen, saying that his singing was terrible, but the 3 of them didn't experience it personally. Terrible? How terrible? Wasn't it just a song? The 3 of them didn't care. When they got closer and closer to the battlefield, the 3 of them finally heard Gauchen's singing. The moment they heard the song, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Shennying shuddered at the same time. What kind of demonic sound is this? Mosquito Dauren cried out in shock. So terrifying. This Gauchen's singing is really terrifying. Dragon Shennying also cried out in shock. Demonic sound to the brain. Unborn Man also cried out in shock. Buzz. The 3 of them immediately followed Guhai's example and set up a soundproof barrier to isolate themselves. Guhai frowned while flying. Something's not right. Why can't the soundproof barrier block it? The soundproof barrier did block most of Gauchen's voice, but Gauchen's voice still penetrated. The soundproof barrier didn't work. It was only slightly better with the soundproof barrier. Only slightly better? The 4 of them immediately merged the soundproof barrier. The soundproof barrier didn't work. This doesn't make sense. How did he sing such a terrible song? Mosquito, Dauren cried out in shock. It shouldn't be. Even if the lyricist's voice is not good, it shouldn't be so terrible. We've heard all kinds of noises, but why does this song make us feel scared? Dragon Shennying said in shock. It's naturally unpleasant. Guhai's eyelids also twitched. After not seeing Gauchen for so many years, not only did his singing not improve, it became even worse. Maybe his singing is the source of the laws. Unborn Man said, trying to hold back the unpleasant sound. Oh, the source of the laws. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Zhang Fa Ming had said the same thing in the past. He said that Gao Chen's singing was not unpleasant, but the most beautiful voice in the world. It was just that most people did not recognize it. His song is able to affect the laws of the entire Tao of the zither. A song that can affect the laws of the entire Tao of the zither naturally possesses a peculiar and profound feeling. It's just like the unpleasant attribute that Your Majesty spoke of, the unborn man analyzed. But why is it unpleasant attribute? Mosquito Darren was puzzled. The laws of the Guqin Tao are the aggregation of all sounds in the world. It's not just pleasant sounds. From unpleasant to pleasant, from disgusting to beautiful, they are all under the control of the laws of the Guqin Tao. Gao Chen's singing mobilizes the laws of the Guqin Tao. Maybe he doesn't know how to adjust it himself. Although he's plucking the entire laws of the Guqin Tao, he's plucking the most unpleasant part. Pleasant songs can be pleasing to the eyes and cultivate one's mind. Unpleasant songs are like this, but they can be used as weapons on the battlefield, irritating people's nerves and corrupting people's rationality. Unborn man analyzed. I see. Corrupting people's rationality. The Guqin Tao is so terrifying. It doesn't hurt the physical body, but directly attacks the consciousness and soul. It forcibly distorts people's sense of beauty. Mosquito Darren exclaimed. Gao Chen's Guqin Tao directly mobilizes the laws. It's really powerful. Dragon Shenying also exclaimed. Oh no, Bone God is about to make his move. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His figure flashed, and his speed doubled. Chapter 1034. The Flawed Immortal Dome. Even though Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun didn't want to help the 10 great sects and clans, Ho Tu and Long Wanyu had given them the order, so they had to do something. However, they were only interested in Gu Shen. While it would be extremely disgusting to have the Gao Chen bellow a song at him, he had developed some defensive measures over the past few days. However, Gao Chen's song had a huge effect on the skeletons. After the song, almost all the skeletons had a mental breakdown. Even the Bone God couldn't take it anymore. It was too horrible. The Bone God stood up furiously. As he took a step forward, the ground within 100,000 miles turned into bones. The trees, mountains, and rivers were turned into bones. In an instant, the Bone God's bone realm domain erupted. At the same time, the Bone God grabbed at Gao Chen as if he was going to strangle the singing Gao Chen. Ah, ah, ah. Even before the palm arrived, the immense killing intent had already forced the North Star Emperor to reveal a look of fear, and he shouted as he retreated. The 10 great sect masters wanted to stop the incoming palm, but a voice in their hearts was screaming, "That's right, strangle him to death. Strangle him to death." It wasn't just the 10 great sect masters. All the skeletons and disciples were thinking the same thing. Strangle this bastard to death. Strangle him to death. Although some people tried to stop the Bone God, the Bone God was too strong. Those who tried to stop the Bone God were sent flying. My life is over. Gao Chen revealed a terrified expression. All of a sudden, a fist shot out from behind the North Pole and collided with the energy palm of the Bone God. Hong! A super loud sound rang out as the huge collision brought forth a strong gale. The gale raged, and all the surrounding disciples were blown away. At the place where the fist and palm collided, a large number of cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, Ho Qing finally made his move. The fist and the bone palm were locked in a stalemate. Ho Qing, the Bone God said coldly, "You're finally making your move. Bone God, it seems that you're not that strong after all. You're much weaker than the Bone Ancestor." Ho Qing sneered. "Bone Ancestor? Ha! I know that you lost to him once back then. However, how do you know that I am inferior to Ancestor Bone?" Ancestor Bone was killed by me. So how could I be inferior to him? He was only one of the ribs of the Immortal of Heaven. During the battle with Rokudo Shinkuen, he absorbed the power of nothingness and kept it. The power of nothingness, that is a limitless source of energy. Now that I have obtained it, I will only be stronger than him. Bone God said coldly. The Bone God's palm force suddenly exerted force. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A black hole appeared in the surrounding void. Get out of the way! The 10 sect masters cried out in alarm. Immediately, countless sect disciples and skeletons fled in all directions. Under the immense power, Ho Ching's body suddenly stopped, and he stomped down, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Ho Ching looked at Bone God in shock. Even with his full power, he was only evenly matched with Bone God. Oh, Ho Ching, are you stronger than before? However, even if you are stronger, there is a limit to it. You are far from being comparable to Skeleton and Jiangchun. It is a waste for you to cultivate the wind-type zombie ancestor. Bone God sneered. Waste? What right do you have to say that I am wasting it? Ho Ching looked displeased. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him and swept toward Bone God. However, Bone God could be blown away by a gust of wind. Only his black robe fluttered slightly. Storm Domain, it is useless against me. Humph, the only thing you have is the power of the zombies, right? That is all. Bone God sneered. Crack, crack, crack. Bone God's palm force gradually suppressed Ho Ching, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ground under Ho Ching's feet. You're stronger than me? Impossible. Ho Ching's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Your strongest power is not as strong as mine. What are you going to use to fight me? Bone God sneered. Oh no, Bone God has reached the peak of the God Legion stage. Mao Tianyun's expression changed. The 10 sect masters' expressions changed as they looked at Bone God with reverence. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Saint Master of 6 Paths, grant me power. The 10 sect masters roared at the same time. 1. The statues of Rokudo Shinkuen released all their divine power into the 10 sect masters. Break. The 10 sect masters attacked Bone God with all their might. Not enough. Bone God sneered. However, Bone God's palm force suddenly enlarged by more than 100 times and blocked the 10 sect masters' attacks. Boom. After a huge collision, Ho Ching and the others were still unable to suppress Bone God. In fact, they were even being suppressed. Ha 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 ha. I told you that you are not enough. Bone God sneered. Bone God suddenly extended his other hand as he sneered. Mao Tianyun. Ho Ching cried out in alarm. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted. Boom. Heaven and earth were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mao Tianyun grabbed with his claws and countless thin threads were pulled down from the void, forming a huge flaming dragon head that crashed into Bone God's other hand. Boom. Bone God's other hand collided with the flaming dragon head. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The law of fire? You are indeed powerful. No wonder you are heaven's lackey. However, the law of fire in the flawed celestial dome is incomplete. If we were in the 6 Paths celestial dome, you could use the power of law and these people to fight against me. However, your law is incomplete now. How are you going to fight against me? Bone God sneered. Boom. He exerted force in his hand. The flaming dragon head exploded. The 10 sect masters and Ho Ching were stunned. Meow. Mao Tianyun waved his claws ferociously. The two sides were in a stalemate. Even though Bone God was extremely confident, he was finally stopped by the combined power of the others. Ho Ching was also in the great accomplishment heavenly palace. However, there was still a gap between them, just like Chi-Yu and the electric eel demon. At this moment, under the combined power of everyone, everything was in a temporary calm. In the surrounding void, the ripples of power from everyone's body forced the skeleton tribe and the disciples to stay away. It's too scary. I said I wouldn't come, but you insisted that I come. You guys fight first. I will keep watch for you. Gauchen was about to run away in fear. Gauchen, Bone God is being held back by us. Hurry up and attack. Mao Tianyan shouted anxiously. Me? I am in the Middle Heaven Palace. You want me to attack? I refuse. The North Star Polaris immediately shouted. You can use the law of fire. Didn't you use the law of metal before? Now you can use the law of Guqin. The law of Guqin is more powerful than the law of metal. Hurry up, Mao Tianyan said anxiously. I have forgotten about the law of metal. The law of Guqin? How do I use it? I don't know. Gauchen kept shaking his head. Sing. Your voice is the attack of the law of Guqin. Hurry up and sing. Mao Tianyan shouted. Sing. Bone God and the 10 sect masters felt their hair stand on end. You want him to sing when you are fighting to the death. That's an indiscriminate attack. Sing. Ho Ching, and I have heard a lot of it. We are immune to it. Your voice will mess with Bone God's mind. Then we will attack with all our might. Mao Tianyan shouted. Sing. I don't think that's a good idea. Gauchen looked at Bone God in fear. You are the most annoying one. You dare to sing? I will turn you into ashes. Bone God said coldly. Hurry up and sing. Ho Ching gritted his teeth. Gauchen looked at Bone God, and after confirming that Bone God was truly unable to move, he nodded and said, Now that your hands are bound, how are you going to grind me to dust? I will sing. What can you do? You can't do anything, right? Ha ha ha. Come at me if you can. With that, Gauchen took a deep breath and prepared to sing. Rip! Bone God's robe was torn open, and a third skeletal hand emerged from his chest. The skeletal hand suddenly grabbed at Gauchen. I said, If you dare to sing, I will turn you into ashes. You evil creature, die. The Bone God roared with hatred. The power of the third hand was much weaker. However, even so, Gauchen couldn't compare to it. It looked like it was going to crush Gauchen to death. Save me! Gauchen immediately cried out with tears of regret. Run! Mao Tianyan shouted. At that moment, Mao Tianyan couldn't move. He used the law of fire. If he retreated, he would be heavily injured by Bone God's power. Ho Ching and the 10 sect masters were in the same situation. Divine Envoy, run! The 10 sect masters shouted in fear. However, when the Bone God's third skeletal palm descended, Gauchen was simply unable to dodge in time. Master, where are you? Save me! Gauchen shouted in despair. Master? Ha 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 ha! No one can save you. If your master comes, I will kill him too. Bone God laughed sinisterly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gauchen and pulled Gauchen. Who is it? Bone God's face fell. It was Dragon Godding. He had turned into a zombie and pulled Gauchen away as fast as he could. You want to run? You will stay here too, Bone God said with a sinister expression. The third hand grabbed at Dragon Godding and Gauchen. However, at that moment, the void in front of Bone Godding became blurry. The third hand seemed to have passed through the void and entered a huge array. Go Dao Law. Go Dao Law array? Mao Tianyan said in surprise. I'm out. I'm out. Gauchen shouted excitedly as he escaped into the sky. No one can escape from my palm. Die. Bone God roared. Boom. There were no withered bones on the ground. All of a sudden, they soared into the sky and enveloped the escaping Dragon Godding and the North Star Polaris. Bone World General, decaying heaven and earth. You and your master will die together. Bone God released all his strength arrogantly, wanting to bury everyone in the world of bones. Oh no! Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Gao Chen's expressions changed drastically. Hiss! Suddenly, a bone blade stabbed into the Bone God's back. Then, it emerged from Bone God's chest. What? Who is it? Bone God's expression changed. After Bone God, Gu Hai walked out of the celestial dome of ancient Eerily. Flames surged around Bone God. Even a ninth-tier heavenly palace expert would not be able to withstand this energy. However, Gu Hai opened the celestial dome of ancient Eerily, and this energy rushed into the dome. I'm Gao Chen's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. The life ender saber in his hand seemed to vibrate in excitement. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand. Bone God was cut in half by the life ender saber. The two halves of his body flew out. Chapter 10:35. Six Paths Immortal Dome. Outside of the Immortal Dome, there was a void. There was nothing in the void. It was pitch black. There was nothing. However, at this moment, there was a white-robed figure standing in the void. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan reached out his hand and crushed the pile of items into powder. The powder flickered in the air and then disappeared. In the void, there was a mysterious power that would slowly dissipate the things that existed, until they disappeared into nothingness. This was also the reason why the Immortal Dome was abandoned by the Immortal of the Six Paths. Only the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths and the 30 Immortal Domes could exist in this void. The primeval Lord of Heaven sneered as he watched the pile of items turn into dust and disappear. Empress Ji, you want to trap the Immortal of the Six Paths with these items? What a joke! Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The surroundings were pitch black, but the primeval Lord of Heaven's purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness around him. Facing a certain direction, the primordial Lord of Heaven revealed a cold smile. Empress Ji, now that I've come out, your great yellow celestial empire won't be peaceful anymore. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he suddenly paused and turned to look in a different direction. There's another Immortal Dome other than the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. After taking a closer look, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning narrowed his eyes and said, the Immortal Dome is dark and lifeless, and there are 18 huge cracks. It's not chaos element at all. It should have collapsed. Rokudo Shinkuan, the Immortal Dome of the Sage Heaven from 800,000 years ago, it hasn't been destroyed yet. Yuanshi Tianzuan was surprised. No, it has been 800,000 years. It should have collapsed long ago. The 18 huge cracks are extremely fatal. Why is it still there? What is it? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression hardened. Stepping forward, Yuanshi Tianzuan's figure flickered as he headed for the flawed Immortal Dome. Inside the flawed Immortal Dome, Bone God had single-handedly suppressed Ho Qing, the 10 sect masters, and Mao Tianyun. Originally, the two sides were in a stalemate. The Bone deity was still at ease. However, Gao Chen's cocky expression and his tone of wanting to sing immediately changed the Bone deity's mood. That unpleasant voice was like the voice of a demon. Even if you heard it once, it would be unforgettable. You still want to sing a voice that can make people bleed from their 7 orifices? The terrifying power of the Guqin Dao law was fully displayed. Before he could sing, the demonic sound was already ringing in the Bone God's mind. The demonic sound filled his mind and instinctively stirred up the Bone God's emotions. In his agitated state, he naturally did not notice the abnormality around him. Moreover, Gu Hai was extremely careful, hiding within the ancient Immortal Dome, even more so completely silent. Over there, Dragon God rescued Gauchen in the nick of time. When the Bone God was at his most enraged, Gu Hai immediately drew the life ender saber and chopped it into the Bone God's body. Not daring to underestimate the Bone God, Gu Hai used the 9 heavenly cycles. A strong might instantly gathered at one point and pierced into the Bone God's body. The life ender saber seemed to have resentment and wanted to take revenge. It also burst out with light. Although there were obstructions, Xiao Chun was unprepared. Furthermore, he used his full power. Naturally, it instantly pierced through the Bone God's body. What? Who is it? The Bone God exclaimed in shock and anger, his expression changing. I am Gauchen's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate. He glared and executed the 9 heavenly cycles again. The life ender's saber chopped the Bone God in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the Bone God's body immediately went flying. The sudden change caught the Bone God off guard. He lost his balance. On the other side, Mao Tianyin, Ho Qing, and the 10 sect masters' attacks landed heavily on the Bone God's palms. Boom! Crack! 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 The powerful collision caused the Bone God's palms to explode. Only the 3rd, weaker palm remained, swaying slightly. Impossible! The Bone God with the upper half of his body exclaimed. The 2 halves of his body went flying. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyin, and the 10 sect masters also opened their eyes wide. Master! Master! You really came. Gauchen was caught by Dragon Godding. He cried out in joy. Gu Hai! Ho Qing's expression turned cold. Ho Qing hated Gu Hai very much. Because of Gu Hai, he was beaten to a pulp by Long Zhanghua twice. Also, because of Gu Hai, he messed up the mission given to him by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Gu Hai chopped down the Bone Deity with 1 saber strike. At this moment, the life ender saber seemed to absorb a strange energy. This energy made his entire body tremble. There's a treasure in the upper half of his body. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the Bone God. Meow! Be careful! The 2 halves of his body are recovering. Mao Tianyin exclaimed. Mao Tianyin waved his hand. Instantly, a firestorm rushed towards the 2 halves of the Bone God. There was even a huge fire dragon head in the firestorm. Boom, boom, boom. When the firestorm hit the 2 halves of the Bone God's body, the Bone God's black robe was instantly burned. His body was also charred black. However, even so, the 2 halves of his body flew together and tried to reconnect. Ho Qing, stop it! Mao Tianyin shouted angrily. Humph! Ho Qing snorted coldly. In the end, he came to help. I'll take care of the upper half. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai slashed with the life ender saber again. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. The saber chi in the air gathered into the saber force. Gu Hai slashed through the air. Although the upper half of the skeleton had lost its arms, it was still a complete realm cultivator. Zhou Tian 9 could fight against an ordinary complete realm cultivator. However, this was no ordinary complete realm cultivator. The Bone God opened his mouth and roared. A long bone river rushed out from his mouth and rushed towards Gu Hai. Zhou Tian 9 slashed towards it. Hung! The 2 forces were evenly matched. Senior, we are here to help you. The 10 sect leaders shouted. Boom! The 10 sect leaders attacked at the same time and hit the Longbone River. However, the Longbone River was too strong. Even though the 10 sect leaders had activated their divine power of faith, they could only barely hold on. Zhou Tian 9 seemed to be unable to cut through it. Roar! You can't do it! When my body recovers, None of you will live. The bone god spat out the long bone river and laughed maniacally. God-destroying light. Guhai's third eye suddenly appeared in between his eyebrows. Boom. The god-destroying light avoided the long bone river and hit the bone god's neck. Boom. A large portion of the enormous spine was instantly shattered. What? The bone god exclaimed. Guhai was even more shocked. The god-destroying light did not completely break the bone god's spine. On the other side, the lower half of the bone god's body was fighting with Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Even though the bone god was cut in half, he was still fierce. However, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing were not pushovers either. They gradually suppressed the bone god's legs and crushed them into powder. God-destroying light. Another god-destroying light shot out from between Guhai's eyebrows. Whoosh! The bone god immediately tilted his body and dodged it. Humph! So what if you know the god-destroying light? What's the use if you can't hit me? The bone god said ferociously. Go Dao Law. Guhai waved his right hand. Wung. A strange formation enveloped the bone god. God-destroying light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another two beams shot out. The bone god tilted his body. However, he was in the Go Dao formation. His body was at the mercy of Guhai's control. Hung. With a loud sound, more than half of the bone god's neck exploded. However, there was a strange force coming out of his skull that seemed to be repairing his neck. No, no. The bone god was anxious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another three beams of god-destroying light shot out. Hung. Finally, the bone god's neck could not bear the burden and broke in half. No. The bone god screamed in despair. Zhou Tianyun finally managed to chop the bone god's head while it was weakened. Boom. The broken bone god's head was immediately sent flying. You guys destroy the two halves of the bone god's body. I will go and chop off his head. Guhai shouted. Whoosh! Guhai chased after the bone god. Ho Qing, you go and deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. We have already destroyed the lower half of the bone god's body. 5 sect masters, come and help me destroy the lower half of the bone god's body. Mao Tianyun shouted. Okay. Ho Qing immediately flew over. The 5 sect masters immediately flew to where Mao Tianyun was. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle started again. Mao Tianyun's face was ferocious. Meow, I can't defeat you in your complete form, but I can destroy your lower half. Meow. Mao Tianyun was engulfed in flames as he activated his inhumane destruction mode. Ho Qing was enough to deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. He immediately vented all the humiliation he had suffered. The two halves of the bone god's body were instantly destroyed. Guhai chased after the bone god's head. This was because the life ender saber sensed that there was something it wanted in the bone god's head. Perhaps that thing belonged to the life ender saber. Where did you all go? The bone god's head roared. Bone god, we are here. A large number of skeleton race experts flew over. Stop them. Guhai shouted. Yes. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing answered immediately. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing couldn't deal with the bone god, but it wasn't difficult for them to deal with the other skeleton race experts. The unborn man and Gauchin hid in the distance. Buzz. Mosquito Dauren used his dark domain, and 10,000 Mosquito Dauren blocked all the skeleton race experts. Dragon Godding was at the side, dealing with the strongest skeleton race experts. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Guhai chased after the bone god's head with the life ender saber in his hand. Now, I'm the only one left. You only have your head left, bone god, Guhai said with a cold smile. The bone god's head finally panicked. Ancestor Bone, You can't blame me. Back then, you thought highly of me, and I was grateful to you. However, I had no choice but to betray you. I had no choice. Bone God, can't you say something with some integrity? Did you have no choice? Guhai said with a cold smile. It was the immortal of the six paths. He asked me to betray you. I didn't agree, so he destroyed me. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god said with fear. The immortal of the six paths? Guhai's face sank. Yes, you are a rib of the immortal of the firmament. In the void, you obtained some void energy and became different. However, you are still a rib of the immortal of the firmament. The immortal of the six paths was worried that you were the immortal of the firmament's backup plan, so he asked me to destroy you and gave me power. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god's head said, anxiously. Humph, it had nothing to do with you. You can talk to the life ender saber. Guhai appeared in front of the bone god in an instant. The bone god's head showed a trace of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. God-slaying light. Guhai shouted. Boom. The two rays of light collided. The light of destruction was more powerful and shattered the bone god's jaw. Sizzle. The life ender saber stabbed into the bone god's head. No. The bone god shouted in despair. Boom. A large number of bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Guhai's body. Guhai's face changed. The bone spikes pierced into Guhai's chest and came out from his back. However, Guhai could ossify all the bones in his body. He gently pushed aside the bone spikes and avoided all the vital parts. Even so, Guhai's current state was extremely terrifying. It was as if his body was pierced by 10 bone spikes. Your Majesty! The mosquito Dauren in the distance shouted in alarm. Master! Gauchen also shouted in alarm. I am fine. Stop them. Don't let them come over. Guhai shouted. Even though Guhai's body was severely injured, the life ender saber extracted energy from the bone god's head and quickly compensated him. Guhai immediately felt extremely comfortable throughout his body. Extremely comfortable. Chapter 1036. 10 bone spikes instantly pierced through Guhai's body. Almost everyone who cared about Guhai broke out in cold sweat. However, Guhai said that he was fine. He was already pierced into a sieve, but he was fine? Was this for real? However, since Guhai said so, they could only protect him with worry. In the distance, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyan slowly suppressed the bone god's body and destroyed it amidst loud booms. At the same time, they saw Guhai in the distance from the corner of their eyes. He pierced the bone god's head with one saber. Bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Guhai's body, perishing together. The two of them looked at the scene in shock. Their hands did not stop moving. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows, Mao Tianyan and Ho Qing finally destroyed the bone god's bones into powder. They slowly surrounded him. On the other side, seeing that the bone god was about to be destroyed, he crazily stabbed his bone spikes into Guhai's body. 10 spikes, 20 spikes. Guhai avoided the vital parts. Waves of energy were absorbed by the life ender saber. Guhai felt a large amount of ghostly energy suddenly enter his body. Ghostly energy? What a heavy amount of ghostly energy! Guhai said in shock. Guhai did not hesitate to use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the ghostly energy. At the same time, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Any ghost would have some ghostly energy. It was a special aura formed by a ghost under the nourishment of yin qi. However, the amount of ghostly energy on each ghost was pitifully small. The stronger the ghost cultivator, the more ghostly energy he had. However, even the strongest ghost had a limited amount of ghostly energy. Guhai originally thought that when he cultivated in the heavenly palace, he could not absorb all the ghostly energy. That was because there was too little ghostly energy. However, his cultivation required a lot of ghostly energy. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge amount of ghostly energy in the bone god's head. It should not be. Why is there so much? Don't absorb my ghostly energy. That was given to me by the Immortal of the Six Paths to kill the bone ancestor. Give me back my ghostly energy. Give me back my ghostly energy. Without it, I am nothing. Give me back my ghostly energy. The skull screamed in despair. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth's overbearing did not stop him. Gu-hai absorbed the ghostly energy. On the other side, the life ender saber extracted another type of energy from the skull. The void bone marrow? No. Bone ancestor bone. Are you trying to take it back? That's mine. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. The skull screamed. As Gu-hai inhaled the ghostly chi, he sensed the feedback from the life ender saber. According to the feedback, this void bone marrow was the source of the bone ancestor's power. All the power he absorbed from the void 800,000 years ago was in this void bone marrow. When the bone god plotted against him and killed him, all the void bone marrow was taken away. The life ender saber only wanted the void bone marrow. Therefore, it did not care about the huge amount of ghostly energy. It allowed Gu-hai to absorb it all. Rumble! The bone god counterattacked in despair. Countless bone spikes appeared and surrounded Gu-hai. It was like a tomb made of bones. Gu-hai was buried in it. Master! Gao-chen screamed and rushed over. Don't come over. I am fine. Protect me. Gu-hai's cold voice came from the tomb. Yes. Dragon god Ing, the unborn man, and the mosquito Daoran immediately protected Gu-hai. They did not let anyone near him. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing settled everything and came over. Meow. Is Gu-hai having a mental battle with the bone god? You need my help? Mao Tianyun shouted. No need. My master said that we just need to protect him. Gao-chen stopped Mao Tianyun. The 10 faction leaders flew over and said respectfully, Thank you for your help, senior. Don't come close. The mosquito Daoran stopped everyone. Ho Qing also flew closer and looked coldly at the bone tomb in the center. Mental battle with the bone god. Gu-hai is really arrogant. He is not even a complete saint yet, and he dares to have a mental battle with the bone god. He is really courting death. Ho Qing sneered. Mr. Ho Qing, please be careful with your words. Just now, you were able to defeat the bone god because of his majesty. The unborn man said in a deep voice. You called him his majesty? Ha! Ha ha ha. Unborn man, you actually submitted to Gu-hai? Ha! You really disappoint me. Ho Qing said coldly. No matter how Ho Qing looked at Gu-hai, he did not like him. Because of this, their hatred for the unborn man extended to the crow on top of the house, filled with mockery. You are not in the position to judge what I do. You look down on his majesty, but his majesty did what you could not do. You could not defeat the bone god, but his majesty killed him. The unborn man said coldly. Killed him? Not yet. The bone god is a complete saint in Heavenly Palace. Even if he is temporarily suppressed, once he erupts, Gu-hai will definitely suffer a backlash. Complete saint in Heavenly Palace. He is not someone you can compare to. Ho Qing said coldly. Ha! You have been here for a long time, so you don't know. His Majesty has already fought a large number of complete saint in Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7, Old 8, Old 9, Old 10, and Old 11 have all fought His Majesty. Isn't His Majesty fine? The unborn man sneered. What? Impossible. They are all complete saint in Heavenly Palace. 7, Gu-hai fought with them. How could he still be alive? Ho Qing was in disbelief. I don't believe you. Humph, don't lie to me. He is not even a complete saint. Who are you trying to fool? Ho Ching said coldly. Just wait and see His Majesty. He will destroy the bone god's consciousness soon. The unborn man said confidently. Ho Ching's expression turned ugly. Master is so powerful, Gao Chen said in surprise. Bulsh *T. Mao Tianyun was also in disbelief. How is this Bulsh *T? Stupid cat, didn't you say that my master defeated Jiang Lianshan 800,000 years ago? Jiang Lianshan was also a complete saint. Gao Chen said, unconvinced. That is because Gu Hai used the power of countless people. Mao Tianyun said, Humph, I don't care if you believe it or not. I believe it. Gao Chen said, unconvinced. Ho Ching frowned slightly, but he could not tell if it was true. At this moment, Ho Ching's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked into the distance. Ho Ching felt an aura lurking in the dark. This is old Joe of the heavenly demon sacred ground. This aura can't be wrong. He fought with me in the underworld. Ho Ching thought. He looked at the bone tomb not far away. Ho Ching's expression changed. Just now, the unborn man said that Gu Hai fought with the heavenly demon's sacred ground. Did that mean that the people of the heavenly demon's sacred ground were all Gu Hai's enemies? Old Jiu was a complete saint. Ho Ching felt the wind and immediately sensed that Old 6 and Old 8 of the heavenly demon's sacred ground were in the distance. Were they here to kill Gu Hai? Ho Ching's eyes lit up. Long Wanyu and his sister would definitely not allow him to deal with Gu Hai. He was here, and Gu Hai's enemies were here. Did he have to help stop them? Maybe. All right. Since Gu Hai said that he could kill the bone god, we will believe him. We don't need to worry about the bone god. We should leave now. Ho Ching said calmly. Don't you want to wait? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. What's there to wait? Are you close to him? Ho Ching asked. Mao Tianyun frowned slightly. Didn't Mosquito Darren and Dragon God just now stop the skeleton race? Don't worry. Let's go back and report. Ho Ching said. Mao Tianyun thought for a while and finally nodded. All right. The two insisted on leaving. Mosquito Darren and the others could not stop them. Of course, they did not notice Ho Ching's sinister intentions. However, Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun flew into the sky and left in a flash. Before leaving, Ho Ching looked at the bone tomb and sneered. Gu Hai took half a day to deal with the bone god's head. Obviously, he is far from the great perfection realm. The others have not reached the great perfection realm. If the bone god's head exploded, it might be able to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. Moreover, there are 3 great perfection realm experts who want to kill Gu Hai. There is not a single great perfection realm expert in this group. As long as I leave, Gu Hai will definitely die. Ho Ching sneered. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun and Ho Ching disappeared into the sky in a flash. Only Gao Chen stayed. After the 10 sect leaders thanked him, they immediately started to clean up the battlefield. Mosquito Darren and Dragon God blocked the skeleton race and guarded the bone tomb. While guarding, Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura while sensing the changes in the life ender saber. As the void bone marrow was extracted, the bone god became weaker and weaker. However, the life ender saber seemed to be transforming. When the bone ancestor was at his weakest, his consciousness had been erased by Gu Hai. The life ender saber only had some remnants of its past instincts. Now, it was absorbing the void bone marrow and transforming. It seemed to be forming a new consciousness. Life ender saber, are you forming a new consciousness? Impossible. You are mine. Your consciousness can only be mine. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Immediately, Gu Hai sent more of his consciousness into the life ender saber. Gulyalu. The life ender saber was an extension of Gu Hai. Gradually, This extension seemed to be breaking away. An extremely mysterious feeling was born in the life Ender Saber. As Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura, he could not help but open his eyes. He saw that the life Ender Saber in the bone god's head was slowly changing shape. It slowly turned into a human shape, into Gu Hai's appearance. However, this Gu Hai's body was made of bones. This is, Gu Hai said in shock. The life Ender Saber is forming a human body. It is slowly turning into a human shape. Consciousness. Right, I have to infuse more of my consciousness into the life Ender Saber. Gu Hai said with some excitement. Gu Hai thought of a possibility. After absorbing the void bone marrow, the life Ender Saber would completely form a fiendish ghost body. However, if he infused his consciousness into it, it would be like refining a skeleton clone. A skeleton clone? One consciousness and two bodies? Gu Hai did not know if this was right or not. However, at the very least, he would not lose anything. Would he gain another skeleton clone? Rumble. With Gu Hai's urging, the life Ender Saber absorbed the void bone marrow even faster. Ah, bone ancestor, I hate it. I hate it. I put in so much effort, but in the end, it only became you. I hate it. I am not resigned to this. The bone god roared in despair. Chapter 1037. Ho Qing was on his way back with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing, are you hiding something from me? Mao Tianyun looked at Ho Qing suspiciously. What can I hide from you? You think too much. Ho Qing smiled. Mao Tianyun circled Ho Qing left and right. He was suspicious. It's still early. I know a good place with good wine. Why don't we go and have a drink? Ho Qing smiled. Ho Qing wanted to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the more danger Gu Hai would be in. I have a feeling that you're hiding something from me. You just said you were going back to report, and now you want a drink? Forget it. I can't accept your wine. Mao Tianyun rejected. I'm really not hiding anything from you. Didn't you ask me about the 4 bloodline zombies? Let's find a place, and I'll tell you about it. Ho Qing tried to persuade him again. There is no need. I will ask Ho Tu. Mao Tianyun immediately refused. Then Mao Tianyun flew away. Perhaps it was the cat's instinct, but he felt that something was wrong. That feeling came from Ho Qing. So Mao Tianyun did not want to follow him. Ho Qing frowned as he watched Mao Tianyun leave. He could only follow him helplessly. Not long after, the man and the cat arrived at a place with clouds. With a flash of their bodies, they disappeared into the clouds and arrived at an extremely spacious small space. In the small space, there were rays of 7-colored light in all directions. It was the power of faith of everyone in the world. It gathered from the flawed, celestial dome and went to a large hall in the center. Outside the hall, Chang Sheng and Zi Wei were sitting in front of a pile of food and eating heartily. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could not be filled. In a small pavilion, a beautiful woman in a black robe was sitting there. She was playing with a few chess pieces in her hands and was smiling like a fool. Long Wanqing looked at the chess pieces and thought of Gu Hai. Squeak, squeak. Little cat, you're back. Done. Chang Sheng said in surprise as he ate the pork leg. How many times have I told you not to call me little cat? Call me Tianyun. Mao Tianyun said uncomfortably. Where's my sister? Ho Qing asked. Hotu? He's accompanying Long Wanyu in his cultivation in the hall. He'll be out in a while. Chang Sheng swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, Where's Gao Chen? Why didn't I see him come back? Zi Wei asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. Him? He is accompanying his master. That Gu Hai? Mao Tianyun said, casually. Ho Qing wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Pata! The chess piece in Long Wanqing's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She turned her head abruptly. What did you say? Guhai is here? Long Wanqing said with great surprise. That's right, Mao Tianyan said. If Guhai hadn't come, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Bone God so easily. Bone God was in the great circle of the God Legion, but in the end, Guhai cut his head off. And now, Guhai and Bone God are clashing psychically. The battle is not over yet. Little cat, the Bone God is still alive. And you came back by yourselves? You left Guhai and Gauchen there? You're too much. Ziwei jumped up. Mao Tianyan's face stiffened. What do you mean I'm too much? I wanted to help, but Guhai said there was no need. However, Mao Tianyan didn't know about the relationship between Ziwei, Changsheng, and Guhai. Ziwei stopped talking, and Changsheng said, I was blind to have misjudged you. You're actually that kind of person. No, you're actually that kind of cat. Changsheng and Ziwei's disdain deeply hurt Mao Tianyan. What kind of cat? That Guhai didn't want to help. Mao Tianyan shouted. That's right, Guhai can handle it. He said so himself. Everyone, wait patiently. Guhai should be back soon. Ho Qing said. No, I have to go. Long Wanqing said excitedly. Regardless of whether Guhai could deal with the Bone God, Long Wanqing couldn't wait to go. She had to go immediately. Ho Qing's face stiffened. Long Wanqing, you'd better not disturb Guhai. He'll be back soon. Ho Qing stood in front of Long Wanqing and tried to persuade her. Get out of my way. Long Wanqing's face turned cold. Long Wanqing, don't. Ho Qing tried to stop her. I want you to get out of my way. Long Wanqing suddenly emitted a powerful black flame, aura. Ho Qing's face changed. He was afraid that Long Wanqing would disturb Long Wanyu and his sister. All right. Ho Qing smiled bitterly and stepped aside. I'll go too. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said, I'll go too. Changsheng said excitedly. Meow, what's there to go? Mao Tianyan was still in a bad mood. Ziwei and Changsheng turned their heads and ignored Mao Tianyan. Long Wanqing waved her hand and flew out of the small space with Ziwei and Changsheng. Seeing the three of them leave, Mao Tianyan was depressed. Ziwei and Changsheng should be on his side. Why did they say that? Mao Tianyan, forget it. Ho Qing said hypocritically, It's all your fault. Why did you call me back so urgently? Humph. Mao Tianyan snorted coldly. He ignored Ho Qing and walked into a hall not far away. Ho Qing's face stiffened. Finally, he looked coldly into the distance. Ziwei and Changsheng's cultivations are not obvious. Only Long Wanqing has the strength of a complete earthly deity. However, we're dealing with 3 complete earthly deities. No one can save Guhai. Ho Qing said coldly. In the bone tomb where Guhai was, as the ghost chi and void bone marrow were extracted by Guhai, the skull of the bone god became weaker and weaker. There were many cracks on the skull, as if it was being eroded. The shape of the life ender saber had turned into Guhai's appearance. However, it was made of bones. Guhai was multitasking. He absorbed the ghost chi and continuously sent his consciousness into the life ender saber. In the past, Guhai had erased the consciousness of the bone ancestor in the life ender saber. However, the remnants of the bone ancestor's consciousness seemed to want to be rebuilt. Therefore, Guhai had to erase the rebuilt consciousness and fill his own consciousness. Guhai could not be distracted. He could not even move his body into the celestial dome of the ancients. It was as if 2 Guhai were sitting together and absorbing the energy in the skull. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Guhai's body. A gust of air blew in all directions. Guhai had extracted nearly all the ghost chi and formed a blue-black ghost chi core in his heavenly eye. When the ghost chi core appeared, A strong energy immediately filled his body. It was like the ghost chi connected to the world. Gu Hai's cultivation rose again. Ghost Chi Core, the seventh layer of the heavenly palaces. The eyes of Gu Hai's body lit up. There was still some ghost chi left. However, the remaining ghost chi was not enough to form the God-destroying light. On the other side, the skeleton doppelganger was close to extracting all of the void bone marrow. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger's resistance was even stronger. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He tried his best to use his will to continuously erase the new will of the skeleton doppelganger. Gu Hai used most of his consciousness to refine the skeleton clone. The bone god had already become a thing of the past. Under the rapid erosion, he would vanish in the blink of an eye. Bone ancestor, ha ha ha, you are still as cruel as before. You don't even let me beg for mercy. I can't do it anymore. However, you can forget about getting any benefits. Let's die together. The bone god roared in despair in the end. Gu Hai ignored him. Die together? If you had chosen to self-detonate at the start, you might have been able to do it. However, you are almost out of energy now. You still want to die together? What nonsense! The Six Paths Immortal Dome is my witness. I, the bone god, will use my last breath to curse. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate as the source of the curse. Send my voice into the ears of heaven. Immortal Six Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal Six Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The bone god said viciously in despair. Bastard! The expression of Gu Hai's body suddenly changed. Kacha! However, the bone god had already exhausted everything. His soul turned into the source of the curse and instantly turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. The skulls instantly turned into powder and flew up. All the void bone marrow entered the skeleton clone, formed by the life ender saber. During this final stage, Gu Hai could not move at all. He could not relax at all. Unexpectedly, the bone god cursed him. Buzz! Buzz! Gu Hai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, a voice mysteriously disappeared from where the bone god came from. From the sea, through the road to the Yellow Springs, it was transmitted to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. After leaving the Yellow Springs Sea, the voice soared into the sky and disappeared. Immortal Six Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal Six Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The faint voice was transmitted to the most secret place in heaven and earth. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the Yellow Springs Sea. A huge crack appeared in the dark clouds. Buzz! The crack opened, revealing the vast eye of heaven. When the immortal Six Paths heard the voice of the bone god, he opened his eye of heaven and looked at the Yellow Springs Sea. At this moment, all the living and dead spirits in the surroundings knelt down, bowing to the arrival of the immortal. Flawed immortal dome. Gu Hai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, Gu Hai couldn't even stop. Once he stopped, the skeleton clones might rush into his mind and injure him. Hurry, hurry. If the immortal Six Paths really comes, it will be bad. It won't be just the bone ancestor, but Wan Yu will be in danger. Gu Hai said anxiously, the rib of firmament, the reincarnation of firmament, which is more important? If he didn't hurry, he would be wiped out by the immortal Six Paths. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. While Gu Hai was trying his best to refine the skeleton clone, on a mountain peak, not far away, a black-robed figure slowly appeared. Ha! Gu Hai, it seems that Ho Ching is also looking forward to your death. When he saw me, he actually asked Mao Tianyan to leave first. The black-robed figure said in a cold voice, the 10 sect masters, Gaochen, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Goding, and the unborn man suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. You are Heavenly Demon, Holy Land's Old Nine? Heavenly Demon, Duwan? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly Demon, Duwan, Heavenly Palace Perfection? Chapter 1038. Celestial Cuckoo Demon? As it took a step forward, countless green sprouts sprouted from the skeletons, followed by flowers. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 100,000 miles was covered in azalea flowers. Perfect stage, Heavenly Palace. The 10 sect masters' expressions changed. The skeletons charging towards the center also paused. Your Majesty, the celestial cuckoo demon of the heavenly demon, holy ground is here, Your Majesty. The unborn man said anxiously. Guhai was focused on refining the skeleton avatar. Although he knew there was danger outside, he couldn't answer. Mosquito Daoran, be careful. Dragon Shenning warned. All right. Mosquito Daoran frowned, then nodded. Facing a perfect stage cultivator, Mosquito Daoran really wanted to run. After all, the celestial cuckoo demon was ranked 9th in the heavenly demon holy ground. The corpse bug heavenly demon he didn't dare to provoke was ranked 11th. But looking at where Guhai was, Mosquito Daoran decided to give it a try. He's here to deal with Master? Ho Ching? That bastard Ho Ching. I was wondering why he ran so fast, so he did it on purpose. He wants to kill my master. Gaochen's expression changed drastically. Gaochen liked to sing, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He analyzed everything in a blink of an eye. Sect masters, I'll have to trouble you to mobilize the power of faith to stop the celestial cuckoo demon for us. Gaochen immediately requested the 10 sect masters. You want to die with Guhai too? The celestial cuckoo demon sneered. The 10 sect masters looked at each other, then at Mosquito Doran's group. It was obvious that Guhai's group was tricked by Ho Ching. Ho Ching wanted to kill Guhai with a borrowed knife, and they were definitely not a match for this perfect stage cultivator. Although the 10 of them were close to the great perfection stage, when they used the power of faith, they were only close. No, settle your grudges. We're leaving. One of the sect masters shouted. The disciples were stunned for a moment before nodding their heads. What? Sect leader ran. What is the meaning of this? When Bone God wanted to destroy you, we helped you. My master helped you kill Bone God. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Gaochen shouted. Sect leader Ran shook his head. We were in danger earlier, but we didn't ask for your help. You. Gaochen was furious. I'm sorry. We can't help you with your grievances. The other sect leaders nodded. You guys are ungrateful. Gaochen roared gloomily. Divine Emissary Gaochen, we have no choice. He is at the great completeness of Heavenly Palace. We can't stop him at all. In the previous battle, our sect suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more losses. He is obviously here to seek revenge on Guhai. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Sect leader Ran immediately refused to help. At most, I'll make it up to you guys by singing. You guys stay. Gaochen gritted his teeth and begged. Singing? Are you going to sing for us? Let's go. Sect leader Ran shouted. Boom. The disciples of the top 10 sects immediately turned around and flew away. Without hesitation, they didn't stop at all. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful guys. I curse you guys to die a horrible death. Gaochen cursed. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Ran was right. I only want Guhai's life. If you surrender, I'll give you a chance to live. Heavenly demon Duwan laughed. Humph, don't even think about it. Gouchen gritted his teeth. Since you don't want to, then forget it. I'd like to see how long Gu Hai is going to hide in the pile of bones. Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted coldly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the skeleton grave where Gu Hai was. Jiang Chen's body, Earth Zombie power. Dragon Shenning shouted. A pair of black dragon scale skeletal wings appeared on his back again, and he released his aura, causing the withered earth to tremble violently under the power of his aura. He threw a punch at Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Hung! The fist and palm collided. The void shook violently, and countless bones on the ground exploded instantly. The fist and palm were in a deadlock. Dragon Shenning blocked the palm of a perfected Heavenly Palace master with all his strength. Jiang Chen's body? Ha! Your body is indeed strong. But don't you know that there's a world of difference between perfected and non-perfected? Heavenly Demon Du Wan's expression turned cold. Her hand shook violently. Boom! Dragon Shenning was immediately sent flying by Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm. Blood mosquito sting. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot toward Heavenly Demon Du Wan's head from behind. It was Mosquito Doran's domain clone that had launched a sneak attack. Ding! Heavenly Demon Du Wan flicked her finger. That spike exploded instantly, and so did the domain clone. Bam! In the distance, Dragon Shenning crashed into a huge mountain, but he instantly pounced over again. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't have such great power at your level, but do you know what a perfected Heavenly Demon is? Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. Mosquito Doran's divine Dao domain erupted again. At the same time, 10,000 clones pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Immediately, the Du Wan Heavenly Demon's surroundings were impenetrable, and the terrifying 10,000 punches came crashing down. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Hong! 10,000 Mosquito Doran's clones exploded and shot in all directions. I'm not Amethyst. I broke through to the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan with Master's help. I cultivated myself. Let me show you what a perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan is. Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. As she sneered, she flipped her hand and struck out. It was as if 10,000 palms appeared in the void, and they went toward Dragon Shenning and Mosquito Doran. Boom! With a loud sound, all the clones were pushed back. Humph! Perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan isn't invincible, and it's not impossible to kill. Many have died these days. Dragon Shenning continued to smash down with monstrous power. For a moment, large cracks appeared in the void, not far away. Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shenning pounced on Du Wan one after another, but they were suppressed by Du Wan's palms and couldn't get close. Those who aren't perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan only use their own power. No matter how strong they are, what can they do? Can they compete with the power of heaven and earth? And perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth, merging the body into the Tao, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. How can you bunch of boorish people compare? If you don't enter the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan, you'll never know how strong we are. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Boom! Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shenning were sent flying again. The two of them and their domain clones all spat out blood, but they still continued to pounce forward to protect Gu Hai. Rumble! Not far away, there was a huge battle. The unborn man was guarding Gu Hai's bone grave, while Gouchen was anxious and didn't know what to do. At this moment, without Mosquito Doran blocking them, the skeleton tribe finally pounced. Oh no, the skeleton tribe is pouncing on us. The 10 sect masters are all good for nothings. Even if you don't help me deal with the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan, you can deal with these skeletons. Gao Chen was extremely anxious. The skeletons pounced. Gao Chen was in a fighting posture, but he was extremely nervous. Just when they were 100 feet away from Gu Hai, the skeletons at the front seemed to have sensed a strange aura. Plop, plop, plop. The skeletons quickly knelt down, seeming to be extremely frightened. My lord, please spare us, countless skeletons said in horror. It was Gu Hai's skeleton clone, emitting the aura of the bone ancestor. Instantly, the skeletons seemed to have met their nemesis, and they were inexplicably terrified. Why are these skeletons kneeling? Gao Chen was surprised. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Dragon Shenying was immediately shot back like a cannonball, crashing not far away from Gu Hai. Boom! The ground was smashed into a crater. Pooh! Dragon Shenying spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, Mosquito Daoran, and I can't hold on anymore. Dragon Shenying said bitterly. Whoosh! After complaining bitterly, Dragon Shenying pounced on the Du Wan demon again. In the bone grave, Gu Hai was at the most critical moment and naturally couldn't respond. However, under the control of his mind, the ancient Immortal Vault door suddenly opened. In the ancient Immortal Vault, one day in the outside world was 10 years inside. During these days, Kong Xian had already swallowed all the Jiang Rulai clones into his stomach. At this moment, Kong Xian transformed into his human form and sat cross-legged in the void above. Monstrous black gas was emitting from his body. He was trying to make the final breakthrough. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Although the Jiang Rulai clone helped me improve to the limit, the Jiang Rulai clone wasn't at the great perfection level. No matter how much I eat, I can't reach the great perfection level. I'm just one step away from forming the Peacock Dao body. But this step is a step away from reaching the end of the world. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kong Xian said anxiously. However, at this moment, a void exit opened in front of Kong Xian. Gu Hai used his mind to send a voice to Kong Xian's side. There's a great perfection, level heavenly palace outside. Just a little bit more. Try eating a great perfection level demon. Kong Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. Boom! Kong Xian flew out of the ancient Immortal Vault. Outside, the sky was filled with azaleas. It was as if the void was sealed off, blocking Dragon Godding and Mosquito Doran's escape route. The two spat out blood as azaleas flowers surrounded them. You don't know what's good for you. Heavenly demon Azalea snorted and struck at the two with her palm. When the attack came, all the azaleas around them suddenly turned into palms. It was as if billions of palms were striking them. We're doomed, the two exclaimed. Just as they were about to be defeated, a gust of black wind suddenly swept over them. Rumble! Suddenly, the palm formed by the rolling azaleas was swept by the black wind and entered the mouth of a person who suddenly appeared. It was Kong Xian who resolved the crisis. At the same time, Kong Xian struck at heavenly demon Azalea's palm. Hung! The void exploded. Kong Xian took a step back while heavenly demon Azaleas stood in place. However, the palm strike dissipated. Kong Xian, you can actually withstand my palm strike. Heavenly demon Azaleas said coldly, not only did I withstand your palm strike, but I'm also going to eat you. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. The palm strike made Kong Xian realize that heavenly demon Azaleas was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to how strong one could be. If I can eat him, maybe I can break through? A crazy expectation filled Kong Xian's mind. I must eat him. Kong Xian, your strength has increased so much, but he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. My peacock tribe has records of inheritance. Our foundation is not strong enough. Even if we can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it's limited. Only a perfected God can mobilize the perfect power of heaven and earth. He's obviously not a perfected God. You can't be fooled by his words, right? What do you mean by mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? I admit that he became stronger after mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. However, his foundation is not as stable as mine, not to mention your majesty. If your majesty was at my level, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Kong Xian said confidently. Is that so? Dragon Shening said in surprise. The two of you back me up. Watch me kill and eat him. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. Okay. The two of them answered.